Chapter 1. Qingxuan Lu. Where am I? Am I dead? Perhaps that would be better. Why can't I control myself? In a haze, Lu Qingxuan gradually regained consciousness. As a young man devoid of a car, a home, or savings, life was already quite challenging for him. Yet, fate dealt him a cruel blow when he encountered a mugger wielding a knife on the street. In a moment of heated impulse, he rushed to the rescue, only to find himself a victim of the assailant's wrath. Upon reflection, it seemed there was nothing particularly lamentable about this situation. At the very least, he would no longer have to toil so tirelessly, perhaps. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lu Qingxuan finally opened his eyes. To his shock, he discovered himself confined within a glass tank filled with a strange liquid, numerous tubes protruding from his body. I'm not dead, but why has my body become so diminutive? Even my little brother. Through the glass, he caught a faint glimmer of his reflection and realized he had transformed into a child of approximately 7 years old, completely unclothed. Before he could fully comprehend the absurdity of his situation, a sharp pain pierced his head, followed by a torrent of fragmented memories flooding his mind. Images of a cold, long-haired man conducting various experiments on him flashed before his eyes. What stood out most vividly was the man's unnaturally long tongue, suggesting some grave ailment. After considerable effort, Lu Qingxuan managed to digest these fragmented memories, arriving at a grim conclusion. This was indeed tragic. He had been a lab rat for 2 whole years, enduring blood draws, injections, and examinations. Then a year ago, that man vanished, leaving the original occupant of this body abandoned in this tank, neglected for an entire year. Had it not been for the sustaining nutrient solution, he would have surely perished long ago. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the so-called nutrient solution was merely the liquid within the tank. Initially, it had been a pure green, hadn't it? But now, it resembled tap water. Did this not imply that the nutrient solution was nearly depleted? Does this mean I am about to perish as well? Lu Qingxuan was taken aback. He had read countless novels about transmigration, yet he had never encountered a transmigrator who starved to death. Thanks for the invitation, O. It seemed no one had invited him. In any case, he had just transmigrated, found himself in a glass tank, and was on the brink of starvation. I'm sorry, I've brought shame upon the organization. If only he had the strength, Lu Qingxuan would have slammed his head against the wall in frustration. Talp, talp, talp. As he wallowed in his chaotic thoughts, a sound of footsteps approached from afar, gradually drawing nearer to him. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Someone was coming. This meant salvation. He wouldn't have to bring shame upon the organization. As seconds ticked by, each felt like an eternity to Lu Qingxuan. Since that fleeting glance years ago, a second had felt like a lifetime ago. What was he thinking? A bizarre thought inexplicably crossed his mind, startling him and shaking his head vigorously to dispel it. At that moment, the owner of the footsteps came into view, a child of roughly 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with flip-flops adorning his feet, bandages wrapped around his calves and arms, and a forehead protector secured on his brow. Etched upon the forehead protector was a swirling design that seemed increasingly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Good heavens, it's you, the legendary beauty of the Wuzhong clan's brawl. No, that's not right. It's you, the tale of the Black Absolute saving his mother. Wait, that still feels off. Now it's right. Naruto. Finally remembered. Hold on. Naruto. Zang. In that moment of recollection, Lu Qingxuan felt a surge of frustration. In his previous life, he had few hobbies, but he had followed anime religiously. He was well aware of the infamous Dead Fire Sea, as he had heard that the story of Death Note had fizzled out and One Piece dragged on too slowly. Thus, he had been following Naruto. Given this, Lu Qingxuan understood just how perilous the world of Naruto was. In other anime, as long as one befriended the protagonist and didn't act recklessly, survival was typically guaranteed. But Naruto was different. Even mingling with the protagonist was perilous. One could easily become collateral damage, especially during the climactic battles. A single misstep could lead to demise. Oh well, I'm here now. Can I really return? Ultimately, Lu Qingxuan could only comfort himself with this thought at worst. He could work at a ramen shop. When the Fourth Great Ninja War commenced, he could pop some sleeping pills atop the Hokage mountain and awaken to find everything had resolved itself. With this thought, Lu Qingxian felt a slight sense of relief and turned his attention back to the boy before him. At that moment, the child was circling the glass tank, and Lu Qingxian noticed a ping-pong paddle emblem on the back of the boy's clothing. The Uchiha clan? Wait, could it be? Lu Qingxian recognized the emblem as the Uchiha clan's crest, and thoughts began to cascade through his mind. It's you, the only Uchiha known for his elegance Itachi. Itachi, the immortal god, destined for eternity. At that moment, Lu Qingxian was filled with excitement, for in his previous life, his favorite character had been Uchiha Itachi. That man, who bore the weight of the world silently, exuded an aura of sophistication. Moreover, the Itachi before him was in his childhood. This indicated that there were still several years before the plot would unfold, and approximately a decade before the divine battles would commence. Of course, the possibility of mistaken identity could not be ruled out. Yet, Lu Qingxian could hardly conceive of anyone, aside from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who could awaken the Sharingan at such a tender age. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi was observing Lu Qingxian with his activated Sharingan, seemingly assessing whether the latter posed a threat. After circling the tank twice, Itachi nodded. Then, he turned and walked away. Lu Qingxian was left dumbfounded. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Wasn't he supposed to shatter the glass and rescue him? Why just turn and leave? Let me tell you, Itachi, you can't treat me this way just because I'm not Sasuke. Though Lu Qingxian desperately wished to call out to Uchiha Itachi for help, the breathing apparatus hindered his ability to do so. Was he truly destined to watch his demise unfold before his eyes? No, I refuse. In this desperate mindset, Lu Qingxian felt a warmth in his eyes, and soon his gaze transformed into a blood-red hue. A solitary tomo began to spin slowly. Today, driven by the brink of starvation, he activated his Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi glanced back, their eyes locking. He noticed Lu Qingxuan's Sharingan and murmured, "Ah, so is a clan member. Looks like I'll have to take care of this." As his words fell, Uchiha Itachi approached the glass tank, affixing a piece of paper to its surface before stepping back. As he distanced himself, the paper suddenly ignited. In an instant, Lu Qingxian felt his heart sink. Anyone who had watched Naruto would find it hard to miss. This was an explosive tag. Was he about to be blown to pieces? Boom! Before he could react, a deafening explosion accompanied by flames erupted. Cracks spread across the surface of the glass tank, and the nutrient solution began to leak through the fissures. Fortunately, the explosive tag's power soon waned, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. At that moment, the tubes connected to Lu Qingxian detached one by one, and he was enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of hunger and weakness. Even his Sharingan faded away, returning to normal eyes. "This could cost me my life," Lu Qingxian murmured. Then, weakened, he stumbled forward. The sound of shattering echoed in the empty space, and the next moment, he felt himself caught by someone. Opening his eyes, he found Uchiha Itachi cradling him, wearing a look of disdain. "Thank you." He managed to utter a brief expression of gratitude before his vision dimmed, and he lost consciousness. Time passed, and Lu Qingxian awoke, feeling as though he had been starved for days. It was as if his stomach were being scorched by acids, desperately yearning for sustenance. By sheer coincidence, he detected the aroma of fish being grilled nearby. Was this even humanly possible? Thus, the first thing Lu Qingxian did upon waking was to shoot a fierce glare in the direction of the tantalizing scent. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Uchiha Itachi glanced over and said, "Now that you're awake, come eat something." At that moment, Lu Qingxian noticed 3 fish roasting over the campfire. Evidently one was prepared for him. His face flushed with embarrassment as he approached, eagerly grasping a fish and devouring it. He simply could not resist. The hunger was unbearable. "Ha, you woke up pretty quickly. Seems like you have quite an appetite." A boy emerged from the nearby woods, a gentle smile gracing his face. Lu Qingxian was taken aback, for this boy's attire mirrored that of Uchiha Itachi, even down to the faint tear troughs on his face. The only difference was this boy's nose, which was distinctly round. Shisui. In an instant, Lu Qingxian recognized the identity of the boy, Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi's closest friend, the possessor of the god-tier Ninjutsu, Kodoamatsukami. In terms of talent, he surpassed Itachi, but alas, it was his character that fell short. To put it kindly, one might say he was gentle with others. To be blunt, he was naively kind-hearted. Could Danzo truly be trusted? Not to mention the third Hokage, who also raised doubts. However, he chose to believe it. Despite possessing the skill of Kodoamatsukami, he was ambushed by Danzo and lost one of his Manjiki Sharingan. In a desperate act, he even leapt from a cliff, attempting to dissuade his clan from the thoughts of rebellion through his own death. To be frank, how naive could one be? His own plan was far more pragmatic, to use Kodoamatsukami to control the clan's upper echelons, and thus prevent a coup. Although it was hardly foolproof, it was certainly a better outcome than the grim reality he faced. Greetings, I am Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui regarded Lu Qingxian with a gentle smile as he introduced himself. Oh, I am Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian finally snapped back to reality, hastening to respond. Chapter 2. The Pre-casting Delay of the Sharingan. The atmosphere fell into a sudden hush. Lu Qingxian was at a loss for words, while Shisui sensed that this child was somewhat difficult to approach. Much like Itachi, inwardly critiquing the situation, Shisui couldn't help but glance at Itachi, who was frowning slightly before he spoke. I believe a correction is in order. You should be referred to as Uchiha Qingxian. Lu Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that this must be due to his activation of the Sharingan. From the original story, it was evident that the Uchiha clan was quite insular. In other words, they held family values in high regard. The two before him were exceptions. Shisui prioritized the village over the clan, while Itachi placed the village second, the clan third, and his brother Sasuke first. However, this did not imply that they were indifferent to their family. On the contrary, they cared deeply. What if, hypothetically speaking, I do not wish to use the Uchiha name? Lu Qingxian swallowed hard, recalling a detail from the original story. Prior to the Uchiha massacre, there had been no instances of the Uchiha bloodline leaking out. You would be hunted until you relinquished the Sharingan. The clan's bloodline must not be allowed to flow outside. Fear not, in due time. We will provide you with a pair of ordinary eyes. The first statement came from Itachi, back when the tensions between the clan and the village had yet to escalate, so he did not exhibit a strong bias towards Konoha. The latter remark was made by Shisui, who spoke with an amiable smile. Goodness, who would have thought that Shisui, with his thick brows and bright eyes, could be so cunning? Upon hearing this, Qingxian accepted his fate. Being an Uchiha was far better than having his eyes gouged out. In this harsh world of Naruto, the distinction between possessing beautiful eyes and lacking them was profoundly significant. Very well, I shall be known as Qingxian. Uchiha Qingxian. As the words left his lips, both Itachi and Shisui sighed in relief simultaneously. After all, Qingxian was saved by the two of them, and had he continued to resist, they might have been tasked with hunting him down. Shisui picked up a grilled fish and addressed Qingxian. Then, upon our return, I shall inform the clan elders. Meanwhile, Itachi quietly nibbled on the fish beside him, but Qingxian could sense that Itachi's earlier wariness had vanished. Wait, this scene feels oddly familiar. Qingxian glanced around, a thought suddenly sparking in his mind. Campfire, stream, bright moon, two individuals with striking eyelashes. Ding elements complete, initiating the first side quest. In his mind, an electronic voice echoed, and Qingxian finally grasped why this place seemed so reminiscent. This was indeed the first shining moment for Itachi and Shisui, especially Shisui, who single-handedly faced two root ninjas. The name Shisui of the body flicker began to shine. Just as Qingxian was about to speak up and remind them, Shisui and Itachi simultaneously turned their gazes towards another direction, their expressions grave. Qingxian was taken aback, only to then hear the faint sound of clashing weapons in the distance. Shisui and Itachi immediately sprang to their feet and rushed toward the source of the noise. Hey, wait for me. Qingxian hesitated for a moment, then decided to follow after them. To be honest, He had considered taking this opportunity to sneak away quietly. If he lay low enough, it would be quite difficult for the Uchiha clan to locate him. Moreover, in just a few years, the night of the clan's massacre would arrive. If he could endure until then, he would be safe. Yet, this thought was promptly dismissed. Having been given a second chance at life, could he truly continue to live in fear as he once had? Moreover, Itachi had saved him. How could he simply walk away after that? By the time Qingxuan caught up, Shisui and Itachi had already confronted 3 masked ninjas. Behind them lay another masked ninja, though their mask bore a slightly different design. Understanding the original story, Qingxuan recognized that the 3 were from Root, while the one on the ground was from the Umbu. This individual possesses information regarding a traitor. If you hand over the scroll, we will leave. At that moment, the leader of Root addressed Shisui. Upon hearing this, Itachi turned back to glance at the Umbu, realizing that even at his young age, he could discern that the Root members were intent on killing. Why go so far over mere information? The current situation left him feeling as though his understanding of the world had been shaken. I will submit the information to Lord Hokage, who will thoroughly investigate the truth. Perhaps the traitor has his reasons. The Umbu, lying in the stream, clearly refused to hand over the information, invoking the Hokage in an attempt to dissuade the opposition. Betraying the village leads only to death. We shall enact divine retribution for the order of Konoha. The Root member paid no heed to the Umbu's words, for in his mind, the orders of Danzo were paramount. The 2 parties each held their ground, and Itachi cast a troubled glance towards Shisui. Though his inclination leaned towards the side of the Umbu, ultimately, it was Shisui's decision that mattered. Without a moment's hesitation, Shisui took 2 steps forward, gazing intently at the ninja from the Root. Ninjas are the unsung heroes who uphold peace in the shadows. Yet, to coerce others with weapons and to maintain order through violence is hardly a semblance of peace. As his words echoed in the air, Itachi nodded thoughtfully, as if he began to grasp the essence of Shisui's message. Qingxuan rolled his eyes at Itachi's actions. This oblivious child must have only heard the first half of the sentence, completely disregarding the latter part. Observing Itachi's subsequent behavior, he vividly epitomized the Nameless One. However, this was in stark contrast to the latter statement, clearly indicating that from this moment onward, Itachi had already begun to stray from the path, laying the groundwork for the eventual annihilation of his clan. Qingxuan had the intention to remind, but at this moment, he was so exhausted that he could hardly catch his breath, let alone speak. To be fair, the duo before him, with their tear-streaked lashes, displayed a complete disregard for reason. Itachi, merely 9 years of age, had already awakened the double Manjiki Sharingan, starting his prowess at the middle ninja level. As for Shisui, there was no need to elaborate. Various details hinted that he had activated his Manjiki during the 3rd Great Ninja War. Not to mention, their overt strength was that of elite J-nin. It was astounding to realize that he was still in his early teens. Meanwhile, Qingxuan had just begun to awaken his single Tomo Sharingan and was still largely oblivious to the nature of Chakra. The mere fact that he could keep up was already impressive. As Qingxuan lost himself in his thoughts, the Root members on the ground, seeing the negotiations falter, decided to take matters into their own hands. A kunai flew forth, aimed directly at the face of the Umbu. Neither Shisui nor Itachi anticipated such decisiveness from their adversary, and their attempts to intervene were futile. With a splash, the kunai struck the Umbu, who immediately transformed into a stream of water, merging with the flowing creek. Water clone technique. He had cleverly utilized the distraction from Shisui and Itachi to escape on his own. What a disgrace. Although Qingxuan understood that the Umbu prioritized their mission, he couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. Shisui and Itachi also recognized this fact, but the current situation left them no room for contemplation. Among the 3 from Root, 2 split off to confront Shisui, while the remaining 1 charged directly at Itachi. The battle was poised to erupt, and Qingxuan's heart raced. His fists clenched tightly. Sighing deeply, he reluctantly took cover to observe the fight. If push came to shove, he could activate his single Tomo Sharingan to watch the spectacle. Though it would pale in comparison to Lee's ability to observe with his Dijutsu, it was the utmost he could manage. To assist? What a jest. At this moment, he was as good as a useless scrap, and stepping in would only hinder his allies. He could easily lose his life if he wasn't careful. Contemplating this, Qingxuan closed his eyes and opened them again, activating his Sharingan. His blood-red eyes radiated an aura of malevolence, with a single tomo slowly revolving within. No wonder in the anime he had watched, the Uchiha clan always appeared so ostentatious when they activated their eyes. It was indeed a precursor to their techniques. The activation of the Sharingan would enhance dynamic vision and various other capabilities, yet the human brain necessitated time to adapt to such changes. Though the advantages of the Sharingan were considerable, its drawbacks were equally significant. It was well known that maintaining the Sharingan consumed chakra, and the activation process itself had a delay. One could not help but recall how, later on, Sasuke would often hesitate to close his Sharingan after activating it for extended periods. Upon activating his Sharingan, Qingxuan's vision sharpened considerably. He could even discern the grave expression on Itachi's face. According to Qingxuan's recollection, during this period, Itachi had awakened his Sharingan after witnessing the murder of his teammates. Thus, this was his first application of the Sharingan in combat, inevitably causing some tension. As for Shisui, Qingxian cast a cursory glance and lost interest. In a fleeting look, he saw dozens of clones encircling the two root members. Truly, they were enveloped by his presence. The crucial point was that these were not typical shadow clones. They were mere phantoms that could not inflict any damage. However, when those phantoms attacked, they became tangible. You could not strike me. You could only endure my assault. It was indeed a violation of martial ethics. This was the origin of Shisui's moniker, Shisui of the body flicker. No matter how wide Qingxian opened his eyes, he could only exclaim his bewilderment. Thus, Itachi's situation was far more captivating, at the very least. He could comprehend what was transpiring. Itachi faced the only female among the three root members, who clearly underestimated the 9-year-old boy. Her posture revealed her overconfidence, standing upright and replete with openings. Against an ordinary genin, such a stance might be acceptable, but she was up against Itachi. Just the name Uchiha Itachi alone signified a formidable opponent. Why do some individuals fail to grasp the principle that one does not invite their own demise? However, the one confronting the battle was not Qingxian. The reality of the fight was far more complex than he envisioned. At this moment, Itachi bore significant pressure. Although his opponent appeared full of vulnerabilities, they could very well be traps. After all, they were from root, and such a rookie error was hardly expected. Itachi harbored no belief in underestimating his opponent, knowing that recklessness could lead to failure. Seeing Itachi remain unfazed, the female root member promptly shed her dismissive demeanor. With a flick of her wrist, several shuriken were launched towards Itachi in a pattern resembling the character. However, Itachi effortlessly dodged them. Qingxian couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Such sluggishness, honestly, even I could evade that. Who do they think they're fooling? The speed of those shurikens was astonishingly slow, entirely uncharacteristic of a skilled practitioner. It was evident that there was some deceit afoot. Yet, one needn't ponder too deeply. The moonlight glinting off the steel wire was visible to anyone with sight. Moreover, there were 3 individuals present, each adorned with red contact lenses. Itachi and Shisui, in particular, were adept enough to wield shurikens with remarkable finesse. Maneuvering shurikens around corners was an everyday occurrence for them. To attempt such theatrics in front of Itachi? TSK. The young girl was certainly walking a treacherous path. With a soft sigh, Qingxian found the spectacle increasingly tedious. The outcome was all but predetermined. Should Itachi lose, it would be nothing short of a spectacle, perhaps even resulting in an absurd headstand to wash his hair. The female practitioner was throwing shurikens with reckless abandon, as if they were free, several of which were tethered to steel wires. Yet, Itachi deftly evaded each one, occasionally deflecting them with his blade. Under Qingxuan's scrutiny, he distinctly observed the deflected shuriken fortuitously collide with the steel wire. There was an unsettling sense that something was amiss. A sense of foreboding surged within Qingxian as the battlefield of the two combatants drew ever closer. To his dismay, he witnessed a shuriken, deftly deflected by Itachi, altering its trajectory multiple times in midair, hurtling directly towards him. Qingxian was utterly astonished. Despite being so far away, he could still be affected? Incredible. I am truly impressed. Were you doing this on purpose? What? Do you think my watching the spectacle is hindering your duel? Fortunately, after several collisions, the force of the shuriken had significantly diminished, and its speed was no longer great. Qingxuan's reaction was not slow. He effortlessly dodged the initial attack. However, the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Why were there so many steel wires surrounding him? You fell for it, kid. Prepare to meet your end. Suddenly, the female figure halted. her left hand raised into the air, then she forcefully yanked it downward. The harsh sound of the tightening steel wires resonated ominously in the air. As the wires encircling Qingxuan swiftly constricted, they approached his body menacingly, the sharpness palpable against his skin. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, but the dense web of steel wires left him no room for escape. Qingxuan, trust me. Do not move. Just as he found himself in a state of uncertainty, Itachi's voice pierced through, imbued with unwavering confidence. Qingxuan glanced at Itachi and noticed that his circumstances were quite similar, if not worse. His clothes were already torn, and his skin bore numerous wounds. Yet, Itachi's expression remained composed, as if he felt no pain at all. Very well, I trust you. Qingxuan uttered a single word, then remained completely still in his current posture. After all, that was Itachi, one of the most formidable figures from the early to mid-stage. If you deceive me, just wait and see if I won't take my anger out on Sasuke later. Though I may not be able to contend with you, mighty Itachi, I surely won't be bested by the likes of Sasuke. Despite choosing to trust Itachi, Qingxuan couldn't help but mutter a couple of words in his heart. What? This is impossible. Moments later, the woman gasped in horror. It was evident that the steel wires merely brushed against the bodies of Qingxuan and Itachi before coming to a halt. To her astonishment, it was she who was firmly bound. Qingxuan shook his head, murmuring, "TSK, TSK. They say the path you tread has become narrow. The fool is none other than myself." Bang, bang. Before Qingxuan could finish his lament, two muffled thuds resounded from the side. There stood Shisui, delivering a punch that rendered two foes unconscious. He stepped forward and dealt another blow to the female adversary, displaying no hint of compassion. She promptly succumbed to the pain and fell unconscious. "Are you all right, Itachi?" Shisui inquired, approaching Itachi after severing the steel wires. Itachi promptly shook his head, indicating he was fine. Only then did Shisui breathe a sigh of relief, turning to Qingxuan and asking, "And you?" Qingxuan stared wide-eyed, feeling as if his double-hooked jade was about to explode with anger. How did it become a mere afterthought for him? "Shisui, with your thick brows and large eyes, do you dare to be any more casual? I have something to attend to. I sprained my ankle. It hurts so much." As Qingxuan's eyes flickered, he raised his voice in a resounding call. The sound of his cry suggested that his legs might snap at any moment. Throwing a tantrum was the innate skill of a child, and at this moment, Qingxuan was merely a 7-year-old boy. If he did not act now, he would never have another opportunity. "Shisui, it's a joke. Do you think this little one with the tear troughs and delicate eyelashes could possibly be oblivious to what is happening?" Despite Qingxuan being genuinely frightened, he was entirely unscathed. Yet, these two were utterly devoted to their younger brother. It goes without saying how well Itachi was portrayed in the original story. Shisui, who originally had no younger brother, had stubbornly adopted Itachi as one, thus firmly establishing that bond. Consequently, they were utterly defenseless against this, having no choice but to acquiesce. With a sense of resignation, Shisui gently ruffled Qingxuan's hair, hoisting him onto his back while supporting Itachi as they made their way towards the Uchiha compound. "Qingxuan, where are your playful braids, Shisui?" "No, wait, it seems I don't have braids either. I could at least learn from Itachi and poke my forehead. What on earth is this ridiculous head patting?" In an instant, Qingxuan felt utterly bewildered, her small face scrunched up in confusion. Observing others, their movements appeared so effortless. Yet when she turned the gaze upon herself, it was nothing but mockery. Players of the Naruto mobile game shall never yield to head pats. What? No divine beings? Very well then. Throughout the journey, the three of them remained somewhat taciturn. It was unclear when Shisui and Itachi had dressed Qingxuan in the attire of the Uchiha clan. Strikingly, it seemed to fit rather well, reminiscent of three brothers embarking on a whimsical adventure. However, at this moment, both Shisui and Itachi wore expressions of deep contemplation, seemingly reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Qingxuan appeared expressionless, yet a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, one after another. The primary concern revolved around the trajectory of future developments. Initially, upon his arrival in this world, he envisioned merely surviving until the Crown Prince and Heir Juzi matured into their full potential, at which point they would dominate the entire shinobi realm. He intended to linger in Konoha, relishing his new life. However, now burdened with the name Uchiha, survival seemed a distant fantasy. Waiting for death, perhaps? Merely surviving the night of the massacre was impossible, let alone living to see the conclusion of the tale. Better to surrender to slumber, where dreams hold endless possibilities. Thus, Qingxuan's solitary option crystallized, to shine brightly. He needed the old schemers to recognize his worth, enabling him to endure the night of the massacre. Regrettably, the original narrative provided scant details regarding that fateful night. Based on Qingxuan's deductions, figures such as Obito, Root, Itachi, and the Umbu were all implicated. None would escape. However, the Umbu's role seemed primarily one of vigilance. The actual confrontation would involve three parties. Presently, he had one foot in the inner circle of Shisui and Itachi. To survive, he must navigate either Danzo or Obito. The option of siding with Danzo was entirely out of the question. He might as well sell himself without realizing it. Just consider the tragic fate of Shisui in the original story. Thus, Obito became the only viable target. Yet this ultimate sycophant had succumbed to madness, yearning to drag the entire shinobi world into his dream. Did he not obliterate both his master and mistress? Establishing rapport with Obito was neither trivial nor overly complex. It merely required convincing him of his utility. This value hinged on the evolution to the Manjiki Sharingan. Contemplating this, Qingxuan couldn't help but sigh internally. The current timeline was nebulous, but he was certain the window of opportunity was limited. In merely a few years, he needed to evolve from a single tomo to the Manjiki, a daunting task indeed. At that moment, Qingxuan sensed Shisui come to a halt. Upon regaining focus, he was startled to see Itachi standing with a furrowed brow, a deep wound on his arm still oozing blood. Indeed, he distinctly recalled Itachi completing the mission unscathed. Could this be a consequence of his own presence? Qingxuan vividly remembered Itachi's initial battle as a child, facing a member of Root entirely unharmed, a display that left one in awe, except for a slight misstep at the end. Yet, due to Qingxuan's appearance, Itachi had to consider his safety, leading to his current plight. Itachi was not at fault. Qingxuan felt a pang of guilt. Including this incident, Itachi had already rescued Qingxuan twice. Without him, Qingxuan might still be languishing in that glass jar, awaiting his demise. But what about the subsequent occasion? If only Itachi had not insisted on witnessing the chaos. If only he could have been of assistance rather than a hindrance. Now, Qingxuan's resolve to grow stronger had solidified. Upon hearing Qingxuan's words, Itachi lifted his head and smiled. It's nothing, just a minor injury. He bore no resentment towards Qingxuan for his apology, recognizing that the fault lay with him. His control over the Sharingan was insufficient, having only recently awakened it. Facing a member of Root in battle was indeed a tall order. Observing Itachi's expression, Shisui immediately grasped his thoughts and interjected. Itachi, you are already remarkable. Yet even the most skilled must exercise caution. As he spoke, he gently adjusted Itachi's braid with his free hand. Qingxuan's eyes brightened. Yes, precisely. Remember this. From now on, no more petting the dog's head in anger. Itachi was momentarily taken aback by Shisui's affectionate gesture. To him, Shisui was both a mentor and a friend. However, such behavior had never occurred before, yet Itachi found himself not averse to it, sensing a closer bond between them. Should I treat Sasuke in a similar manner? But it seems he does not have a braid. Itachi couldn't help but ponder deeply within. I regard you as my younger brother, and I hope you can see me as an older brother too. Come to me with any problems. And of course, the same goes for Qingxuan. Shisui said with a smile, casually patting the dog's head. That's too much. You're still touching it? And why am I also being patted on the side? Qingxuan thought to himself, yet he replied, All right, I understand, brother Shisui. Upon hearing this, Shisui's grip on the head increased slightly, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily turned upwards, radiating sheer joy. Shisui, you still claim you're not a brother complex? One of those who was being affectionately patted was almost ready to explode, yet dared not speak out. After all, who could resist someone as formidable as Shisui? Enduring it was the only option. Chapter 4. No Salvation. Awaiting death. Itachi observed this scene and silently nodded. He was inherently a person who struggled to express himself, often keeping his thoughts to himself. The three continued on their way, sharing laughter and joy, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Yet, Itachi was reminded of the Umbu. Although they were there to protect him, he had abandoned his companions to undertake the mission alone. Shisui, was it truly right for us to assist that Umbu? At this moment, having activated his Sharingan, Itachi was confronted by his father, the head of the Uchiha clan. Instead of comfort, he received praise. As expected of my son. Well done, Itachi. Such words left the young Itachi engulfed in confusion. Encountering the incident today only deepened his uncertainty. When Shisui heard Itachi's question, he did not respond immediately. Continuing to walk as he said, I do not believe my judgment is infallible. We fight because we firmly believe we are the righteous side. But if the opposing side harbors the same conviction, who then can truly be deemed righteous? I recall telling you before that there are multiple perspectives from which to view matters. However, one thing is beyond doubt. I will never betray you, Itachi. And likewise for Qingxuan. Qingxuan silently clenched his fists, questioning why he had to be a mere afterthought once again. Meanwhile, Itachi quietly lowered his head. Shisui was undoubtedly the only person in the clan with whom he could engage in a dialogue as equals. Perhaps he alone could discern the thoughts swirling within him. Itachi fell silent once more, and the atmosphere once again succumbed to a heavy stillness. Before long, the trio arrived at the Uchiha compound, and upon entering the gates, Itachi parted ways with Shisui. After all, he was the son of the clan leader and had to return home. As for whether he would face reprimands for returning home injured, that was a concern beyond Qingxuan's purview. However, considering the esteemed status of Fugaku's firstborn, it was likely that he would not be chastised. In fact, he might even receive praise for having defeated the root. Shisui carried Qingxuan to a modest little house, gently setting him down before saying, All right, we've arrived. This is my home. Gazing at the unassuming wooden structure before him, which was barely sufficient for 2 occupants, Qingxuan inquired, Are you certain? Qingxuan inquired with a hint of uncertainty, for in his recollection, Uchiha Shisui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage. No matter how one viewed it, he belonged to the esteemed lineage of Hokage, so how could he have fallen to such a state? Ah, you mean this? It's because I live alone, and my former residence has been allocated to other clan members, Shisui said, somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head. Qingxuan furrowed his brows. It seemed the Uchiha clan was beyond salvation. The extent of their plight was evident, especially considering that even a prodigy like Uchiha Shisui could be marginalized in such a manner. If Itachi were not the son of the clan leader, he too would likely face a similar fate. Shisui, where are your family? Although he knew it was inappropriate to inquire, Qingxuan could not suppress his curiosity. The only family members of Shisui depicted in the original work were Uchiha Kagami and himself, both of whom had perished in battle. Uchiha Shisui answered calmly, yet the tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. The Third Great Ninja War had only recently concluded, and Shisui's Meijiki Sharingan likely awakened during the conflict, perhaps due to witnessing the death of his closest kin. Reflecting on the original narrative, each pair of Meijiki Sharingan was obtained at the cost of a dear one's life. Qingxuan began to contemplate whether to awaken his own Meijiki. Enough of this, he said. It seems you'll have to endure sharing a bed with me tonight. A smile returned to Shisui's face. He had grown accustomed to such arrangements over the years. After hastily tidying up, Qingxuan lay down on Shisui's bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. In contrast, Shisui, weary from the day's events, found sleep elusive, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of the umbu he had encountered that night. The village's situation seemed dire. After pondering for some time, he sighed inwardly. The night passed in silence, and when Qingxuan awoke the next day, the sun was already high in the sky. Shisui was nowhere to be found, but on the table lay milk and bread. Was this not a dream? Rubbing his slightly swollen head, Qingxuan struggled to reconcile the surreal events of the previous day. It took him a while to accept that he had indeed traversed into another world. Taking a bite of the bread, his mind wandered to other matters. Given the trajectory of events, Shisui would soon join the umbu, where he would enhance the reputation of instantaneous Shisui. However, this would also lead to him becoming a spy for the higher-ups of Konoha, marking the first step toward his eventual demise. Later, Itachi would follow in Shisui's footsteps. Although he would fare slightly better, he survived, while the Uchiha clan did not. As Qingxuan's thoughts drifted further afield, he shook his head. While he was aware of the narrative, it was implausible to directly tell Shisui that he should not join the umbu, lest he be ensnared by Danzo's machinations. That would be absurd. No rational person would believe such a thing. The creaking of the old wooden door interrupted his musings as Shisui entered with a beaming smile. You're awake. I have something to tell you. As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Qingxuan's hair. The latter shot him an annoyed glance. Can you refrain from doing that? I'm not growing any taller. In response, Shisui only intensified his playful gesture. Is something the matter? You seem to be in quite the jovial mood, Qingxuan remarked, noticing Shisui's grin stretching ear to ear. I've spoken with the elders. From now on, I will be your guardian. And you, my dear brother, will be my little brother. Shisui chuckled heartily, having ventured out that morning solely for this purpose. Starting today, Uchiha Shisui would proudly declare himself a brother. Upon hearing these words, Qingxuan could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Shisui, as if to say, your favoritism for your younger brother is unmistakable. Congratulations, Shisui, he added. Before Qingxuan could utter another word, Itachi's figure emerged from outside, addressing Shisui directly. Behind him trailed a rather adorable child, timidly peeking from behind Itachi's back. Casting shy glances at the two, Itachi, Sasuke, what brings you here? Shisui asked, momentarily taken aback before continuing. Although Itachi was a dear friend, he seldom visited, let alone with Sasuke in tow. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. The second pillar? He is one of the two fated children in the Naruto series. Although it must be said, this fated child has his shortcomings. With the skies clearing and the rain subsiding, the second pillar felt a renewed sense of capability. In the original narrative, he oscillated between posturing and receiving beatings. To be fair, the unawakened second pillar was genuinely endearing. However, at that moment, Itachi's expression soured as he grasped Sasuke's hand and stated, the clan is convening again. I've come to invite you along. Upon hearing this, Shisui and Qingxuan immediately grasped the situation. Qingxuan, aware of the storyline, knew that ever since the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, ascended to power, the Uchiha clan's fortunes had declined steadily. After all, the phrase the Uchiha are inherently malevolent originated from the second Hokage himself. As a shrewd politician, he had relocated the Uchiha's residence from the village's heart to its outskirts, distancing them from the center of power. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage and Tobirama's direct disciple, had the village's higher echelons comprised predominantly of his own faction. It was a fool's errand to expect the Uchiha clan to thrive under such circumstances. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had wished to reconcile the two sides, but unfortunately, he was but a puppet Hokage at the time of his ascension. Before he could seize power, Obito unleashed the Nine Tails upon the village. As Qingxuan reminisced about the plot, he followed Itachi and the others to the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan. For the first time, he beheld the pivotal artifact of the entire narrative, the Uchiha stone tablet. This tablet, altered by the devoted Black Zetsu, was the source of the Uchiha's aspirations to manipulate the entire ninja world. Regrettably, only those possessing the Manjiki Sharingan could decipher the information inscribed upon it. Although Qingxuan currently possessed but a single Sharingan, he was nonetheless aware of the content, merely the methods for upgrading to the Manjiki. Wait a moment, the Manjiki? If memory serves, Shisui has already awakened his Manjiki, hasn't he? Reflecting on this, Qingxuan cast a glance at Shisui, who appeared deeply contemplative as he gazed at the stone tablet, presumably having discerned the information inscribed upon it. It seems he is also aware of the method to attain the eternal Manjiki. Look, that young man must be the remnant of the clan that Shisui recovered yesterday. It is said he had been used as a test subject for several years. In my view, he is unworthy of bearing the Uchiha name. At that moment, a murmur of whispers reached Qingxuan's ears. Glancing around, he noticed several individuals exchanging hushed words, occasionally casting disdainful glances in his direction. Their eyes were rife with contempt, arrogance, and even veiled hostility. The remnant that Shisui had mentioned last night was indeed a member of the Uchiha clan who had been lost to time, and he had warned Qingxuan to prepare himself mentally. Initially, he did not comprehend the full meaning of that statement, but now it became clear. This indicated that the Uchiha clan was rotting from within, still languishing in the glory of their past, led by Uchiha Madara, completely oblivious to their current standing. Barely able to contend with the Hyuga clan, their haughty demeanor had incited widespread resentment. It was no wonder Konoha wished for their demise. To be candid, Qingxuan had contemplated whether to extend a hand to the Uchiha clan, if they were willing to humble themselves. A peaceful resolution with Konoha was not entirely out of reach. Yet now, a singular thought occupied his mind. There is no salvation for them. They are destined to perish. It would be best to bury them without delay. Do not worry, it will be all right. Your brother will protect you. Sensing the weight of pressure above him, Qingxuan looked up to see Shisui placing his hand gently atop his head, caressing him with a tender smile. A warmth blossomed in Qingxuan's heart, as if having an elder brother was indeed a delightful notion. However, the act of patting his head was intolerable and must be amended. Chapter 5. Cellular Dynamics. A clan meeting lasting nearly 2 hours had rendered Qingxuan drowsy. Aside from some essential expenditures and revenues, a myriad of trivial issues were raised. Even grievances about being confronted on the street were brought to light. It was evident that the disdain originated from their own arrogance. Yet they insisted on claiming that others slandered the Uchiha clan. Wasn't that a sign of madness? In summary, the sentiment echoed, "The village looks down upon us. We must resist. We shall demonstrate the strength of the Uchiha." Such grandiloquent proclamations, yet the reality was but thunderous words with little substance. Not only did Qingxuan roll his eyes at the absurdity, but Shisui also couldn't help but smirk. Nevertheless, Qingxuan noticed that the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, wore a perpetually grim expression. This square-faced, middle-aged man appeared ominously brooding. Yet, reflecting on the original narrative, it was clear he was no fool. Otherwise, he wouldn't have permitted his wife to forge a friendship with the fourth Hokage's wife, nor would he have allowed his eldest son to join the Umbu. Yet, despite his diligent efforts in facing the storm, he had a multitude of backstabbers lurking behind him. The Uchihas convened meetings every 3 days and grand assemblies every week. Did Sarutobi Hiruzen remain oblivious? Preposterous. He was a master of the telescopic technique. The Umbu were no mere bystanders. To revel in their presence? Who would survive that folly? Finally liberated after the meeting's conclusion, Qingxuan found solace beside a training ground, holding a small booklet detailing the Uchiha clan's chakra refining techniques. Indeed, he, Uchiha Qingxuan, began his chakra refinement journey at the tender age of 7. How disheartening that sounded. Alas, he had inherited nothing more than fragmented memories from his predecessor. His understanding of language and text was the pinnacle of his abilities. Arcane arts were beyond his grasp. Beside him, Erjuzi gazed eagerly at Shisui and Itachi practicing shuriken techniques in the field. Qingxuan could only scoff. Could a mere 4-year-old comprehend such fanciful displays? He himself struggled to understand. However, Erjuzi cared little for comprehension. As long as it appeared impressive, that sufficed. Amidst the clattering sounds of practice, Qingxuan closed his eyes and endeavored to refine his chakra. Chakra, the energy extracted from human cells, formed the foundational essence of a ninja's combat prowess. The ability to refine chakra was synonymous with the potential to become a ninja. However, Qingxuan was not concerned about his inability to do so. Ridiculous. With the single Tomo Sharingan at his disposal, how could he fail to extract chakra? Soon, he entered a state of focus, feeling a trickle of energy manifest within him, coursing gently. Yet, in the next moment, his complexion turned ashen, a fine layer of cold sweat beading on his forehead. No one had warned him that refining chakra could be so excruciating. Just as he managed to extract a wisp of chakra, a sharp pain pierced his heart, intensifying rapidly. He could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground while clutching his chest. Sasuke quickly noticed something amiss and, witnessing Qingxuan's agony, was at a loss for how to respond. "Brother!" Desperation compelled him to cry out. In Sasuke's youthful mind, seeking help from his elder brother was always the right choice. At the sound of his shout, Itachi and Shisui halted their training, immediately aware of Qingxuan's distress. What happened? Shisui swiftly appeared at Qingxuan's side, anxiously inquiring. It must be due to chakra refinement, Itachi deduced, noticing the fallen booklet nearby. Though he'd never encountered anyone in such a state from chakra refinement, Qingxuan was no ordinary individual. He had been rescued from a laboratory by Itachi. There was a possibility that something was amiss with his body. I'm fine." After a considerable struggle, Qingxuan finally managed to lift his head and spoke with great difficulty. Suddenly, the trio of Shisui found themselves momentarily stunned, for they beheld the crimson depths of Qingxuan's eyes, where 2 spinning tomo could be discerned. It was, without a doubt, the double Tomo Sharingan. One must remember that only yesterday had Qingxuan awakened the single Tomo. To suggest that nothing was amiss would be met with skepticism. Half an hour later, the 4 sat in a circle, their brows furrowed, each lost in their own thoughts. Of course, Sasuke was not pondering anything profound. He merely felt that since his brother had done so, he too should follow suit. After an extensive discussion lasting over 20 minutes, Qingxuan learned that a patch of skin on his heart was devoid of color. Within this world of Naruto, barring a case of albinism, Qingxuan was only aware of one possible explanation: the cells of Hashirama. These cells are notoriously invasive. In the original narrative, Yamato was able to utilize wood release only because he had implanted Hashirama's cells. As the saying goes, the first Hokage conquered the world with wood release, while Yamato employed it for reforestation. Does this imply that I too shall embark on a similar endeavor for greening the world? Qingxuan suddenly shook his head vigorously, casting away the terrifying thought. Nevertheless, this revelation elucidated many matters. Within the fragments of memory, Orochimaru had conducted numerous experiments on this body. According to the timeline, it coincided precisely with the period of research on Hashirama's cells. The current dilemma lies in the peculiar equilibrium formed between Qingxuan's chakra and Hashirama's cells. It is precisely due to this balance that he was able to survive the experiments. However, upon Qingxuan's arrival, he initially awakened the Sharingan and subsequently practiced the Uchiha's chakra refining technique. Both actions significantly increased his chakra levels, thus disrupting the delicate balance and provoking a backlash from Hashirama's cells. Under such circumstances, Qingxuan found himself in a perilous situation. A moment's carelessness could transform him into a towering tree, contributing insignificantly to the greenery of the ninja world. This was the source of distress for the trio, as they struggled to conceive a solution. In truth, Qingxuan was aware of a potential remedy that could likely address this predicament. It involved the enigmatic masked man, known as Obito. He possessed the legacy left by Madara, which undoubtedly included data regarding Hashirama's cells. Furthermore, he himself was a member of the Uchiha clan and capable of utilizing wood release, remarkably akin to Qingxuan. However, Obito seemed somewhat deranged at present. He would only engage with those he deemed useful. If one held no value, they might as well perish. For he had created a world that could accommodate a new version of oneself. Currently, Qingxuan was merely a child with a double Tomo Sharingan, lacking any significant utility. Moreover, he was entirely unaware of Obito's whereabouts. This individual, having activated his Manjiki Sharingan, roamed the ninja world with impunity. It was only during moments of chaos that Qingxuan might locate him. Perhaps, an immature notion flickered through his mind, uncertain of its feasibility. At that moment, Itachi spoke up, albeit hesitantly. He then articulated his idea. Since maintaining the balance with Hashirama cells required chakra, why not seal that portion of chakra along with the Hashirama cells together? Once a solution was found later, the seal could be undone. Upon hearing this, Shisui stroked his chin, contemplating its viability. After a moment, he responded, "I believe it is feasible." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, sensing a considerable likelihood of success. To be frank, the sealing techniques in this world are utterly unreasonable. Tailed beasts, amaterasu, souls, bridges, if one is adequately prepared. It seems that nothing is beyond the realm of sealing. However, this raises a crucial question. Does sealing imply a reduction in chakra? This thought led Qingxuan to recall a certain silver-haired individual whose Sharingan could not be deactivated, who would lie incapacitated for an entire week after a skirmish. A man who was evenly matched against anyone. Must I also resort to utilizing Earth-style, wall, or engage in idle chatter while wielding Raikage's lightning cutter? Suddenly, Qingxuan fell into silence. The imagery was simply terrifying. Who among us possesses the knowledge of sealing techniques? It was then that Shisui realized a pivotal issue. Among the Uchiha clan, there was no one skilled in sealing arts. Whenever faced with a problem, they would resort directly to Genjutsu. Even the formidable Nine Tails was subdued by Madara with a mere illusion. Furthermore, Qingxuan had by his side Shisui, who wielded the most powerful Genjutsu, and Itachi, who commanded the mightiest physical attack through Amaterasu. With such a configuration, one could engage anyone. Yet, what was presently required was sealing techniques. If one were to identify the strongest clan in sealing arts, it would undoubtedly be the Uzumaki clan. Yet they had been annihilated years ago. Only 3 remained in the entire ninja world: Uzumaki Nagato, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Karen. The former was gaunt and frail from the torment of the Rinnegan, possessing only the sealing technique known as the Phantom Dragon 9 seals, specifically designed for tailed beasts. The latter two were, one a sensory medic nin, and the other, a pure brawler. Moreover, they were of a similar age to the second Hokage. What role could they possibly fulfill? Sighing deeply at the sight of the bewildered Sasuke, Qingxuan lamented. If the Uzumaki clan was unreliable, what of others? Within Konoha, only a handful excelled in sealing techniques, eliminating the half-hearted, and those who had already passed away left very few options. The only individual that Qingxuan could conceive of was none other than the renowned Tsunade, the foremost healer of the ninja world. However, she was not present in Konoha. Where could one possibly seek her? Furthermore, Tsunade bore the surname Senju, a bitter rival of the Uchiha clan. What reason would she have to assist you? It would be a miracle if she didn't strike you instead. This notion, though seemingly viable, was missing a crucial element: the sealing technique. What a futile endeavor. In an instant, Qingxuan's composure shattered. How was one to proceed? Every avenue appeared blocked. Was the only fate to remain a commoner adorned with beautiful pupils for a lifetime? Or ought one to continue training until transforming into a mighty tree? The expressions of Shisui and his companion mirrored his turmoil, for they too had arrived at the same realization. There was simply no escaping the fact that the Uchiha clan was exceedingly unpopular. Those with the capability were unwilling to assist, while those willing were devoid of power. If that does not suffice, we shall ponder further. There must be a solution. Shisui offered a comforting sentiment, though his own confidence was wavering, leaving his words tinged with uncertainty. Qingxuan waved his hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you. But allow me a moment to collect myself. Having said that, he rose and made his way towards the Shisui residence. Chapter 6. Snow on the mountain. Perched on the edge of a rocky precipice, Qingxuan sat, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. At this moment, the sun dipped below the western edge, with twinkling stars concealed within the evening glow. A gentle breeze swept through, bestowing a touch of coolness upon the sweltering summer. How shall one choose? Qingxuan murmured to himself, having pondered this question for an entire day. Should he relinquish hope and resign himself to a mundane existence, forsaking thoughts of strength and transformation? Or should he persist, even if it meant becoming like a tree? Each time this dilemma crossed his mind, Qingxuan felt a gnawing resentment. No matter how he considered it, it was all Orochimaru's fault, had it not been for that wretched individual. Would he have found himself in such a predicament? Wait a moment, Orochimaru? Tenzo. Yamato, like him, was a subject of Orochimaru's experiments, having similarly received the cells of Hashirama. Yet he seemed unaffected. A flicker of insight sparked within Qingxuan's mind, as if he had grasped something elusive. Yet, the timeline seemed misaligned. If Qingxuan's memories were accurate, Day should have already been present at the root during the death of the fourth Hokage, which was 3 or 4 years ago. However, Qingxuan was merely 7 or 8 years old at that time, suggesting that Day was still unborn when the experiments commenced. This indicated that he and Day were not part of the same cohort. He belonged to the final batch, where the experiments had yet to yield results before Orochimaru's defection. Such experiments should have long been suspended by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could it be that Danzo and Orochimaru were conducting secret research? Truly, Danzo was adept at shifting blame, even onto others. Returning to the matter at hand, while Day presented a potential solution, it hinged on uncovering his peculiarities, which might resolve his issues. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, to conspire against a member of the Umbu was undoubtedly a perilous path. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. After a prolonged silence, Qingxuan managed to utter this phrase, seeking solace in his own words. Are you lost? Why haven't you returned home so late? A youthful voice called from behind him. Turning to the source, Qingxuan beheld a delicate little girl, appearing to be of similar age. Her face etched with concern for him. No, I'm merely admiring the scenery, he replied casually, turning back to the view. Although the girl was undeniably charming, he was hardly a stranger to her. I don't believe you. You seem lost. Would you like me to escort you home? To his surprise, she did not relent, instead taking a seat beside him. Her light-colored dress picked up a smattering of dust from the ground due to her actions. Qingxuan frowned slightly and spoke in a cold tone. Get up. The little girl, taken aback by Qingxuan's reaction, hurriedly stood up. Her eyes instantly reddened, as if she were on the verge of tears. Qingxuan furrowed his brow and removed his outer garment. He brushed off the dust from his skirt and then placed the clothing on the ground. Please sit, he said expressionlessly after completing these actions, returning to his previous demeanor. It is indeed peculiar. Although he possessed no obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he felt a profound discomfort whenever he beheld white objects tainted with dirt. I am called Yamazaki Reizetsu. What about you? The little girl inquired as she resumed her seat, gazing at Qingxuan. Yamazaki? As in the pig of the Shika? Qingxuan glanced at Yamanaka Reikshu. Her cheeks flushed, particularly adorable. Uchiha Qingxuan, something is amiss with you. This is a crime, punishable by a minimum of 3 years, with the maximum penalty being death. He silently screamed within, yet his face remained expressionless. Qingxuan, Uchiha Qingxuan. Perhaps influenced by the Uchiha bloodline, Qingxuan found it difficult to exhibit any exaggerated expressions. It was not a deliberate fade of indifference. Rather, he believed that an Uchiha displaying excessive vivacity would be utterly incongruous. After all, not everyone possesses the audacity of a Beto, who is completely unashamed. Upon hearing this, Yamanaka Reikshu was momentarily taken aback. Ah, You are from the Uchiha clan? Finally, I have seen one alive. Hee, as if you have ever encountered a deceased Uchiha. Qingxuan rolled his eyes gently and replied nonchalantly. It's no wonder they have a bad reputation. The Uchiha clan has always been viewed unfavorably in Konoha. When they step outside, they are either pointed at or the subject of gossip. Consequently, clan members typically remain within their compound, seldom venturing out unless necessary, especially since the security division has nearly become an Uchiha exclusive department. The villagers tend to steer clear of them, let alone a young girl. I heard from my mother that the Uchiha are quite fearsome. They even say they eat people. Is that true? Yamanaka Reisuke seemed to have suddenly recalled something, cautiously inquiring. Given the earnestness with which she spoke, it was easy to imagine just how tarnished the Uchiha's reputation had become. In recent years, disparaging the Uchiha has almost become a politically correct stance. Do you think I would eat people? Not really. Then that's a relief. How old are you this year? I'll tell you, I'm 7. In a few days, I'll be starting school. 7. The two engaged in a light conversation, and before long, night had completely descended. The silver moonlight bathed the earth, illuminating the village of Konoha in a splendid display. Alas, Qingxuan's thoughts were elsewhere, primarily due to Yamanaka Reisuke's incessant chatter. The girl's lips had not ceased moving, and despite Qingxuan's lack of inquiries, she was nearly revealing her entire family background. It's quite late. Left with no choice, Qingxuan finally spoke up to remind her. Yamanaka Reisuke's eyes widened in alarm. Oh no, it's so late. I'm going to get scolded. With that, she sprang to her feet and dashed back. However, after a short distance, she turned back to ask, by the way, Qingxuan, will you be here tomorrow? I had a wonderful time chatting with you. Thank you. Without waiting for a response, she vanished from sight. Qingxuan, haha, I am not happy. This place is so desolate that even dogs refuse to come. By the time Qingxuan returned to the Shisui cottage, it was already quite late. However, Shisui was still awake. Upon seeing Qingxuan's return, he smiled and said, You're back? There's no need to worry too much. I will surely help you find a solution. Thank you, Shisui. Qingxuan replied faintly, wishing to retract his previous words. The Uchiha clan is not merely represented by Obito, who is utterly shameless, but also by Shisui, an anomaly in his own right. What are you thanking me for? I am your brother. After all, it is only natural, Shisui said as he stepped forward, smiling and affectionately ruffling the dog's head. Qingxuan's blood pressure surged instantaneously, a reflexive response that was utterly intolerable. How could one endure such provocation? However, before he could erupt, Shisui interjected, All right, there's food on the table. You must be famished after a day without a meal. I shall take my leave now. See you tomorrow, little brother. With that, he departed, leaving Qingxuan in a state of bewilderment. When did he ever acknowledge this brotherly bond? Moreover, Shisui's words seemed laced with mockery. Returning to rest? Is this not your home? Where do you intend to go? Nevertheless, Qingxuan did indeed feel a pang of hunger, and this trivial concern was swiftly cast aside. He shifted his gaze to the table, exclaiming in astonishment, What on earth? Once again, it was bread and milk, identical to what he had consumed in the morning. Pray tell, did you procure these in bulk, Shisui? Yet, what could he do, lacking funds? He must endure. After all, how else could he aspire to be a ninja? Hastily consuming the meal, Qingxuan then reclined onto the bed, surrendering to rest. The dawn of the following day arrived. And upon opening his eyes, Qingxuan found several men surrounding his bed, their voices hushed in discussion. Is this the one? Should we proceed? He heard. The still drowsy Qingxuan was jolted awake in an instant. Stop. Who are you? As he spoke, he surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he was not in a dream. What was the meaning of these individuals? Shisui, where are you? Come save me. He never anticipated such audacity within the Uchiha compound. Then, he spotted Shisui entering the room, accompanied by an elderly man with white hair. This young lad is Uchiha Qingxuan. He appears quite spirited, the old man said with a warm smile. Shisui, sheepishly scratching his head, replied, Yes, Lord Hokage. Hokage? The third Hokage. In an instant, Qingxuan felt utterly dismayed. Shisui, my brother, are you truly leading me into a trap? Are you aware of what I possess? The cells of Hashirama. The cells expressly prohibited by the third Hokage. To make matters worse, he was an Uchiha. Innately malevolent Uchiha. Qingxuan, on the verge of despair, was seething with frustration. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, feigning ignorance. Shisui, is this grandpa truly the Hokage? He doesn't quite resemble one. He even tilted his head slightly, adopting an endearing demeanor. Now was the moment to showcase his acting prowess. Qingxuan silently encouraged himself. Now it was time to observe the performance of the supporting characters. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Qingxuan with keen interest. Oh? Why does it seem different? Lord Hokage, Qingxuan is still young. Just as Shisui was about to speak in Qingxuan's defense, he was interrupted by a wave of the third Hokage's hand, leaving him with no choice but to withdraw. The supporting character made their appearance for merely 3 seconds before being eliminated. Qingxuan's smile faltered momentarily as a voice echoed in his mind. However, with the third Hokage awaiting his response, he could only utter, I heard from others that the third Hokage is a great hero. Yet, to me, Grandpa is merely a kind old man. Upon hearing Qingxuan's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. And from whom did you hear that? Perhaps Qingxuan's youthful appearance was misleading, for he did not make any effort to conceal his gaze. Alas, it seems I must apologize to you. It has been decided. It shall be you, young Yamano Reishu. Well, I heard it from a newly acquainted friend last night. Qingxuan pretended to ponder before responding. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a competent Hokage during the early years. Yet in his later years, he transformed into a proficient politician, given his inherently suspicious nature. It is likely that whatever he muttered in his dreams last night was meticulously placed upon his desk. Chapter 7. The Four Symbols Seal. Listening to Qingxuan's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled without offering a reply, merely casting an intrigued glance at the latter. The documents had appeared on his desk just an hour prior. However, the contents of the conversation between Uchiha Qingxuan and Yamanaka Reisik remained a mystery to all. Shisui, come out with me for a moment. The rest shall be entrusted to the sealing team. After a considerable pause, he finally uttered this statement, turning to stride towards the door. Shisui nodded at Qingxuan before following him outside. Qingxuan, what does a nod even mean? Am I just being handed over to these burly men? Shisui, you thick-browed, big-eyed fellow, I misjudged you. As he watched the approaching figures with dread, Qingxuan let out a silent scream within. He then dashed towards the door, refusing to believe that anything could go awry under the bright daylight. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. However, Qingxuan forgot that he was merely 7 years old. With his small limbs, how could he possibly outrun anyone? Soon enough, he found himself pinned to the bed, his upper body stripped bare, screaming, "Let me go. I want to see the Hokage. Be gentle." Damn it. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in an open space, his gaze fixed on the forest, lost in thought. Shisui hesitated for a moment before speaking, "Hokage-sama, Qingxuan." Before he could finish, the third Hokage waved his hand, interrupting him. He'll be fine. This is merely the pain that accompanies the sealing technique. However, your brother is rather intriguing. As he spoke, the third Hokage gently stroked his chin. Although Qingxuan's earlier words had no flaws, the contrast in his demeanor was too stark to ignore. It was obvious something was amiss. Despite having arrived in Konoha village just a day prior, all information had been thoroughly investigated, especially his personality, which was exceedingly proud. Yet today, seeing that obedient demeanor, one could easily discern the truth. The third Hokage, though aged, was not foolish. Shisui was at a loss for words. Even he felt Qingxuan's behavior was overly contrived. Yet, he understood the reasons behind Qingxuan's demeanor. Having grown up in a laboratory, he had endured countless painful experiments. It was only natural for him to be wary of others. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. You need not worry. I know he is a good child. However, you are aware of what the first Hokage's cells signify for Konoha. There are matters that, even as Hokage, are beyond my control. Was it truly the case that the Hokage was so disregarded in your eyes? The third Hokage's words seemed to hint at someone or perhaps a particular clan, causing Shisui to tremble in fear. He immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, Qingxuan absolutely does not mean that. Enough, enough. I trust you, Shisui. But some issues cannot be resolved merely through trust," Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected. "Prepare yourself for what comes next. You will soon join the Umbu. By the way, the new house looks quite nice. I shall take my leave now." With that, the third Hokage strode towards the village center. Shisui turned to glance back at the original wooden house, now accompanied by a crooked wooden structure he had hastily built the previous day. Initially, he thought little of it, but the more he looked, the more it displeased him, prompting him to murmur, "Is it truly that unsightly?" Half an hour later, Qingxuan lay on the bed, bare-chested, a tear trickling down his cheek. "Monsters! I'm only 7. You actually gave me a tattoo?" Indeed, it was a tattoo. The men had left a mark on his chest and simply walked away. In truth, he could have accepted a tattoo, but the design was hideously ugly. A series of bizarre characters formed a swirling pattern that exuded an eerie aura. Strangely, upon seeing the design, Qingxuan felt an unsettling familiarity, as though he had encountered it before. After much contemplation, he finally recalled. It was the four-symbol sealing technique. Realizing this, a wave of anxiety washed over him. In the original story, the sealing technique had far-reaching implications, not merely a means of confinement but also a method of control, as evidenced by the roots in the caged birds of the Hyuga clan. Who knows if that old man, the third Hokage, would use this technique on him? However, after further reflection, he concluded that it was unlikely. He was merely a 7-year-old Uchiha, with the only peculiarity being the cells of Hashirama within him. Just look at Yamato. He had gone out and about, even falling under control. If he possessed anything similar, he would have met his end long ago. At that moment, Shisui pushed the door open and entered. Are you all right? Do not worry. It is just a sealing technique. First, eat something, then we shall see. As he spoke, Shisui placed the items he was carrying on the table. Qingxuan cast a glance, and to his dismay, it was yet another serving of milk bread. His lips involuntarily twitched as he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed they had indeed purchased it in bulk. Nevertheless, his stomach urged him on, and he quickly rose to wash up before eagerly diving into his meal. Qingxuan, I do not understand why you maintain such a guard against others. Yet, you must trust that we harbor no ill intentions towards you, Shisui said with a gentle smile, aiming to convey that he should relax and not be so tense. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan curled his lips in disdain. Such words might hold sway over others, but they bore no weight with him. For he was acutely aware of the narrative and fully cognizant of the true nature of the higher-ups in Konoha. It could be said that this vast village had begun to rot from within. Observing Qingxuan's indifferent demeanor, Shisui couldn't help but let out a sigh. After a brief moment, Qingxuan had his fill and began to attempt the extraction of Chakra. Perhaps the previous ordeal had left an indelible mark on him. For this time he approached the task with utmost caution. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and he soon succeeded in refining a thread of Chakra. Half of this Chakra integrated into his body, while the other half was absorbed into the seal. Well, that should suffice. However, it would require a continuous expenditure of half his Chakra to maintain the seal, which posed a certain inconvenience. Shisui nodded in agreement. Finally able to set his mind at ease, Qingxuan furrowed his brow, pondering the implications. Does this mean I can only utilize half of my Chakra from now on? Theoretically, yes. If you deplete your Chakra excessively, the sealing technique may falter, leading to severe consequences. Receiving a definitive affirmation from Shisui, Qingxuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Chapter 8. The significance of hand seals. Once Shisui confirmed that Qingxuan's body was temporarily unharmed, he hurriedly departed, citing pressing matters to attend to. Qingxuan was left in a state of confusion. What could possibly require Jisui's attention so early in the morning? It felt as if he were off to a rendezvous. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, knowing that Shisui would return. As long as he was left hungry, anything would suffice. However, as afternoon arrived, Shisui still had not returned, and instead, another figure graced his presence, the tear-streaked, long-lashed beauty, Itachi. Itachi? What brings you here? Qingxuan lay on the bed, feebly inquiring. Chakra is extracted from the cells within the human body. This process has significantly depleted his energy. In other words, he is famished due to the extraction of Chakra. Hungry? Eat something, Itachi Uchiha said expressionlessly to Qingxuan. Beside him, the young Sasuke held a bento box. Here, he offered. Although he spoke those words, his face was marked with reluctance. This was a bento lovingly prepared by his dear brother, one he had not even tasted himself. Thank you. Qingxuan, unconcerned with trivial matters, sat up and snatched the bento, devouring it with fervor. From this day forth, you shall accompany me in my cultivation. Observing that Qingxuan had nearly finished eating, Itachi retrieved a booklet from his bosom and placed it upon the table. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that Itachi intended to impart his wisdom upon him? After all, Itachi was akin to a deity. Such an opportunity was indeed rare. Even after Itachi entered the Umbu, not even Sasuke enjoyed such privilege. For the next few days, practice according to this manual. I shall review your progress in due time. Itachi stated, pointing to the tome on the table with a nonchalant demeanor. Instantly, Qingxuan felt a wave of despondency wash over him. However, upon reflection, it was only logical. He was utterly inexperienced. Even if Itachi were to personally guide him, the breadth of knowledge imparted would be limited. Sasuke, let us depart and resume our training. Itachi called out, leading Sasuke away. Meanwhile, the latter, before leaving, cast a triumphant glance at Qingxuan, brimming with pride. TSK. That mischievous child. Qingxuan curled his lips in disdain, suddenly recalling a line from a character in a past game. I have an elder brother, and you do not. That is my justification for being willful. There was no way to counter this, as Itachi's reputation as a devoted brother was well earned. After tidying up his room, Qingxuan sat at the edge of his bed, perusing the booklet in his hands. In essence, it was a primer for early childhood education. Akin to the three-character classic of his previous life, it contained fundamental knowledge, such as the various basic pathways of chakra flow and detailed explanations of hand seals for performing ninjutsu. Indeed, it was very rudimentary, something that any ordinary child would grasp effortlessly. They need not even read, as they would naturally absorb this understanding through constant exposure from a young age. Yet, it was precisely what Qingxuan needed at this moment, for he had previously been utterly ignorant of the material presented. Now, it came just in time to alleviate his pressing concerns. Excellent. Now I must organize my schedule accordingly. Qingxuan rose from his seat and stretched leisurely, uttering his thoughts aloud. He had numerous plans to arrange, with the most pressing concern being the quantity of chakra. Maintaining the seal required half of his chakra, and additionally, opening the Sharingan with the Manjiki previously consumed another portion of his chakra. Both were essential needs that could not be neglected. Moreover, the backlash from the cells of Hashirama was not constant. It would continue to escalate. In order to avoid being renamed Might Guy in the future, Qingxuan had to enhance his chakra without a moment's pause. Next, there was the matter of hand seals. Although it appeared that very few engaged in hand seals towards the end of the original storyline, and particularly for Hashirama, who could simply clap his hands and summon whatever he desired. In reality, this was due to his mastery over ninjutsu and the ability to freely control his internal chakra, thereby omitting the step of hand seals. To put it plainly, it was akin to having fully developed skill points, allowing one to cancel the casting animation. Such finesse was reserved for advanced players. For someone like Qingxuan, diligently performing hand seals was far superior to any fanciful attempts. How does one practice hand seals? The first step is to familiarize oneself with the gestures, followed by enhancing speed. It may seem straightforward, yet each gesture is more peculiar than the last. Mastery cannot be achieved in just a day or two. It requires years of perseverance to develop muscle memory. As for speed, it is even simpler. In the early to mid stages of Naruto, a slightly quicker hand seal execution would undoubtedly increase one's success rate. The most outstanding representative of this is undoubtedly Itachi. After the Nin exams, he roamed Konoha, effortlessly teaching a lesson to Asuma and his wife, who were selling dog food, and then bestowed its Tsukuyami upon a certain white-haired individual. Had Might Guy not arrived in time, it is likely that the three would have been eliminated. In this confrontation, Itachi demonstrated a hand speed of at least 6 hand seals per second, so swift that even Kakashi could not discern it with a Sharingan. With a flick of his hand, a ninjutsu would emerge. Contrasting this with the renowned Battle of the Pacific, when facing his own brother, he executed a hand seal every 6 seconds. Cautious not to exceed the speed, lest his brother fall behind. Even casting Amaterasu required utmost care, for what would happen if he inadvertently struck his brother down? In light of this comparison, one cannot help but conclude that his brother was indeed lacking. Unbeknownst to him, Qingxuan's thoughts drifted to a peculiar realm. Contemplating the likes of the Uchiha's notorious 4 madmen, or musing about the weather clearing and the rain ceasing, as his brother felt rejuvenated. Eventually, after considerable time had passed, Qingxuan managed to rein in his thoughts and formally commenced his training for the day. He began with 2 hours of chakra refinement, followed by 2 hours of physical training, and dedicated the remaining time to familiarizing himself with hand seals. By the time these steps were completed, the sky had already begun to darken, signaling the approach of night. Qingxuan lay on the ground, his entire body drenched in sweat. An expression of utter despair etched upon his face. He had anticipated that the formation of seals would be challenging, yet he never imagined it would be to such an excruciating degree. His hands felt as though they were on the verge of cramping, and the best he could manage was 1 seal every 10 seconds, with no fluidity whatsoever. Contemplating the future, he realized that in battles against others, they would not need to be exceptionally swift. A mere 2 seconds per seal would suffice. Meanwhile, with his 10 seconds per seal, while others executed a complete combo, he would be unable to unleash even a single skill. What was the point of this? Given that time, wouldn't it be more practical to burn incense, close his eyes, and await his fate? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Qingxuan looked up and finally saw Shisui, who had been missing for an entire day, had returned. However, to Qingxuan, there was something peculiar about Shisui. After pondering for a while, he realized that the attire worn by the latter had changed. No longer clad in the Uchiha garb adorned with a ping-pong paddle, Shisui now donned a lightweight combat uniform and held a cat-faced mask in his hands. Qingxuan found the outfit to be quite familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Before he could respond, Shisui spoke first, urging him to take a shower, suggesting they would dine out soon as a reward for him. With that, he affectionately ruffled Qingxuan's hair. Qingxuan shot him a glare but chose not to retort, rising to head towards the small room. Chapter 9. Outrageous Actions on the Streets of Konoha. Qingxuan and the newly attired Shisui walked amidst the throng of people. However, Qingxuan's brow was furrowed in concentration, for he had finally recalled the origin of Shishui's attire. It was the garb of the Umbu, a fact evident from the mask he wore. While the Root and Umbu uniforms bore similarities, the mask differentiated them. Yet, based on Qingxuan's memories from his past life, there was a discrepancy regarding the timeline of Shishui's induction into the Umbu. Although it also occurred within these 2 years, it was notably earlier than expected. This revelation was troubling for Qingxuan, as it indicated a disruption in the timeline, and Shishui's fate had become uncertain. Originally, Qingxuan intended to enlist Itachi's help on that fateful day to rescue Shisui together. However, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of executing that plan appeared bleak. Firstly, it was impractical for him to monitor Shishui's whereabouts constantly. He could not shadow him every time he ventured out. Secondly, Itachi was not always available, and Qingxuan might not be able to locate him. If it were solely up to him, the chances of rescuing Shisui were minimal, and he risked endangering himself in the process. Consequently, Qingxuan was enveloped in a gloomy mood, his demeanor icy. In contrast, Shisui seemed to be in high spirits, laughing carefree, utterly oblivious to the turmoil Qingxuan was experiencing on his behalf. Why is it so lively tonight? As they continued walking, Qingxuan sensed something amiss. Konoha was far less vibrant than in his previous life, with little in the way of evening entertainment. Today was not a festival, yet the streets were bustling with crowds, and the shops were brightly lit. That's because today a delegation from the Cloud Village is visiting Konoha, Shisui explained, scratching his head but leaving the details unspoken. Qingxuan curled his lips, thinking it was merely a facade. Such superficial engineering was not difficult to decipher. It must be said that the situation in Konoha had deteriorated significantly over the past few years. Whenever war broke out, they were always at a disadvantage, facing multiple foes. Before they could even catch their breath, the Second Great Ninja War had commenced. Reflecting on the era of the Second Hokage, it was a time of abundant talent. Since the demise of the Second, and with the Third Hokage's ascension, the losses have been staggering. From the distant Konoha White Fang committing suicide, to the death of Tobarama's grandson. Tree, closer to home, the Fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki perished together, and the legendary Sannin abandoned the village. To put it bluntly, Konoha was currently in a state of disarray, with a clear lack of capable successors. Naturally, this also stemmed from the Third Hokage's own decisions. Corrupted by power, he had committed numerous foolish acts. For these reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen adopted a conciliatory approach towards other villages. Had it been during the era of the Second Hokage, who would dare to defy him? A swift defeat would suffice. Suddenly, a thought struck Qingxuan. Was this the plot surrounding the death of Hyuga Hayashi? He recalled that Hayashi's daughter, Hinata, had been kidnapped within her own home. Fortunately, her father, Hayashi, discovered it in time and accidentally killed the kidnapper during the struggle. Ultimately, it was revealed that the kidnapper was an envoy from the Cloud Village, leading to an unrepentant betrayal. They accused Hayashi of plotting against the Cloud Village, threatening him with suicide as a pretext for war. Of course, the Cloud Village's true aim was his Byakugan. Unluckily, Hayashi and Hayashi were twins, nearly identical in appearance. One from the main house and the other from the branch. The ensuing plot was, therefore, predictable. Hayashi took the place of Hayashi in committing suicide. Due to being from the branch family, his Byakugan lost its significance. For a moment, Qingxuan was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of it all. The Byakugan, a natural ability granting all-seeing vision. A family full of such talents nearly fell victim to theft. This was simply outrageous. Even if the Byakugan was not perpetually active, surely a large clan would have members on patrol? To suggest that the Hyuga clan had such confidence that no one was coveting them was a significant miscalculation. It is worth noting that even the Uchiha clan had members patrolling every night. Who knows how many eyes were set upon those coveted Sharingan. Moreover, the audacity of the Cloud Village was astonishing, openly threatening Konoha to surrender the head of the Hyuga clan. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that Konoha was originally comprised of numerous clans. If Konoha were to comply and hand over Hayashi, it would undoubtedly be digging its own grave. As for the prospect of war, indeed, Konoha's situation in warfare was dire, but how much better could the Cloud Village be? If Konoha, a behemoth, had yet to recover, could the Cloud Village possibly rebound? Even more ridiculous, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually acquiesced, albeit with ulterior motives. This led to the subsequent invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru, leaving the entire Hyuga clan floundering. To be precise, the majority were merely treading water. During that time, two ultimate prodigies were still in Konoha. One was a white-haired individual who could match anyone evenly, and the other was Might Guy, who could often achieve a one-for-one exchange. It was evident that not even Orochimaru could withstand them. Even Pain would likely falter. This highlights just how unpopular the third Hokage had become, with these grievances accumulating over time. As Qingxuan was lost in his thoughts, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting across the rooftop. Was that an Umbu? Although it was merely a momentary flash, Qingxuan clearly recognized the Umbu attire. Exchanging a glance with Shisui, they both sensed an ominous presence. Generally, Umbu operatives do not reveal themselves in public. Such disregard for concealment indicated that something serious was afoot. The two pursued the direction in which the Umbu had departed, soon arriving at a cluster of buildings. To their astonishment, it was the stronghold of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, the entrance to the Hyuga clan was surrounded by throngs of people, an incessant buzz of whispers filling the air. Yet, upon attempting to listen closely, nothing intelligible could be discerned. Due to their diminutive stature, Qingxuan and his companion easily maneuvered to the front. A cluster of dark-suited personnel maintained order. Clearing a space in the center, there stood Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in casual attire, his expression decidedly grim. Beside him was a middle-aged man, adorned in a flowing white robe with shoulder-length hair, exuding an air of elegance. However, his pale eyes were ablaze with fury. Indeed, this individual was the current leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hisashi. Before them lay a man dressed in dark attire, his chest caved insignificantly, indicating he had succumbed to death. The veil covering his face had been removed, revealing a visage as dark as night, unmistakably not from Konoha. Make way. I demand to see your Hokage. This matter requires an explanation for our village, Kumogakure. At that moment, the envoy from Kumogakure arrived, seemingly timed to perfection. Shortly thereafter, several members approached Sarutobi Hiruzen. The foremost among them faced the third Hokage without a hint of trepidation, boldly inquiring, Hokage-sama, could you elucidate why our envoy from Kumogakure met their demise here? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened further. Elucidate what? He thought. This entire affair had been orchestrated from the outset by the people of Kumogakure. As the Hokage with the longest tenure, he was not oblivious to such trivial schemes. Yet, what could he say? To voice the truth would only propel the other party toward the path of war. Konoha was in no position to engage in further conflict. The priority was to recuperate and thrive. Noting Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, the Kumogakure envoy pressed on. We come with sincerity, seeking peace for the entire shinobi world. Yet your actions suggest you are eager for war. Qingxuan, overhearing this, felt as though he might transform into a Hyuga clansman, his eyes rolling in disbelief. What audacity! Before him stood the Hokage of Konoha. Prior to the emergence of the Akatsuki, Konoha was the pinnacle of shinobi power. And the title of ninjutsu professor was not mere bravado. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to harden his heart, what would it matter to him? One life had already been lost. What was one more? Such lives were scarcely enough to tip the scales. Qingxuan could hardly believe that Yunin village had the audacity to confront Konoha. At this moment, despite Konoha's current plight, they would still hold an undeniable advantage against any other ninja village. However, to everyone's astonishment, despite his grim countenance, Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his feelings and stated, I will thoroughly investigate this matter. The envoy may return to rest. I will notify you of any results in due course. Though his words appeared courteous, the implication of I will notify you at my convenience darkened the envoy's expression considerably. In that case, I shall write to inform Lord Rakage. He retorted before turning to leave with his companions. Thus, this affair concluded rather anticlimactically, with Qingxuan following Shisui away from the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Yet, for the parties involved, the matter was far from resolved. Sarutobi Hiruzen employed a strategy of delay, allowing for the possibility of maneuvering as long as time was stretched. For the envoy of Yunin village, the Hokage's hint of compromise left them with a window of opportunity. Their objective was the Byakugan, a dojutsu that proved overwhelmingly advantageous in reconnaissance. Simultaneously, this served as a test of Konoha's stance. Now, the second objective had been achieved. It was evident to any rational observer that Konoha was currently seeking stability, thus broadening their operational latitude. Of course, none of this pertained to Qingxuan. He was in a foul mood, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's recent conduct reminded him of a troubled past. In that tumultuous era, the relentless pursuit of stability and continuous concession ultimately led to grave consequences, a land left ravaged and scarred. Although he had not personally endured those times, certain truths were etched deeply within him. Shisui, do you believe the Hokage's decision was correct? Qingxuan could no longer restrain himself and inquired. Shisui, upon hearing the question, did not respond immediately but remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, he replied, I do not know. If I were in the Hokage's position, perhaps I would have made the same choice. Yet, I still feel a sense of resentment. Why should we remain passive in the face of Yun'in Village's attitude? Qingxuan silently nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. As a person wholly devoted to Konoha, Shisui's final wish was for Itachi to safeguard the village's future. It is not difficult to comprehend his sentiments. In essence, it can be summarized as, we are prepared to fight to the death. Why do you choose to surrender first? Your Majesty? After tonight's events, it is uncertain how many hearts were chilled. It is no wonder that when he later faced Orochimaru in a one-on-one confrontation, so many spectators gathered to watch. What ill intentions could Shisui possibly harbor? At worst, he might simply hold a degree of disdain for the third Hokage. The two traveled in silence, with Qingxuan feeling increasingly famished. However, noticing that Shisui was already beginning to question his existence, he hesitated to voice his hunger. Fortunately, at that moment, a delightful aroma wafted into their nostrils. Shisui suddenly regained his focus. After all, they had yet to finish their meal. Are you hungry? Shall we eat here? Shisui sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had been so engrossed in thought that he overlooked this matter. Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not merely due to the prospect of food, but because of the establishment ahead. Ichiraku Ramen, the legendary Tsutsuki Ichiraku. A steadfast figure who remains unfazed regardless of the devastation Konoha endures. If Qingxuan were not Uchiha, he would have gladly considered working at Ichiraku Ramen to make a living. Just look at Pain, who unleashed a devastating Shinra Tensei, obliterating all of Konoha. Yet this family emerged unscathed. Of course, it is also possible they had perished only to be resurrected. Nonetheless, such minor flaws do not diminish Qingxuan's admiration for this legendary figure. Boss, 2 bowls of pork bone ramen, large size. As Shisui stepped through the door, he swiftly found a seat and called out. No sooner had he spoken than a voice echoed from the kitchen. Coming right up. Please hold on, dear customers. Qingxuan surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. The decor was identical to that in his memories, yet it seemed even more vivid. This sensation filled him with a profound sense of joy, as the landscapes he had previously encountered solely in anime were now before his very eyes. Before long, Uncle Ilu emerged, carrying 2 bowls of ramen. Qingxuan also beheld the true form of Otsutsuki Kenshiki, identical to that in the anime. Those distinctive slanted eyes evoked a sense of familiarity within him. How peculiar. Indeed, those slanted eyes belong to extraordinary beings. Having witnessed this, all that remains is to vanquish the exceedingly substantial bowl of ramen before him. As Qingxuan savored his meal, his thoughts remained unceasing. He recalled that in the original narrative, the fated child, Naruto Uzumaki, had an unwavering fondness for Ichiraku ramen. The reason lay in his childhood, when everyone despised him for his identity as the Ninetales. One fateful day, famished and desperate, Naruto was graciously offered a bowl of ramen by Uncle Ichiraku, who bore no trace of disdain. This gesture held immense significance for Naruto. Thus, he frequently returned to indulge in a bowl of ramen. Despite the debt incurred, Uncle Ichiraku assured him that he could repay it once he earned money. Eventually, on the day of Naruto's marriage, Uncle Ichiraku presented him with a lifetime free card, ensuring Naruto's future at the ramen shop was secured. Just as Qingxuan was marveling at the delightful aroma of the ramen, a voice interrupted his reverie. Qingxuan immediately cast a peculiar glance at Shisui. Goodness, is such a large bowl of noodles insufficient to satiate you? Perhaps sensing the implication behind Qingxuan's gaze, Shisui subtly shook his head, indicating that the sound did not originate from him. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. Indeed, the voice had emanated from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a diminutive figure concealed behind the curtain, a pair of azure eyes intently fixated on the ramen. Upon noticing Qingxuan's gaze, the newcomer instinctively shrank back, seemingly filled with trepidation. Golden hair framed a face adorned with 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. Such distinctive features led Qingxuan to immediately ascertain the individual's identity, the orphan of the 4th Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The destined child of the Naruto universe, Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Naruto was merely 3 or 4 years old, comparable in age to a spoiled child. Yet their circumstances were worlds apart. While the latter enjoyed a life of indulgence, devoid of worries, Naruto's plight was far more dire. His body bore multiple injuries, and he appeared grimy all over. "Shisui, may I borrow some money? I wish to treat him to a meal," Qingxuan articulated after a prolonged silence. Gesturing towards Naruto. "Sure, no problem. Eat whatever you like. I shall cover the expenses," Shisui replied without a second thought. The monetary aspect was trivial. What truly mattered was that Qingxuan referred to him as brother. Observing Shishui's jubilant expression, Qingxuan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He chose to disregard that and instead addressed Naruto. "Young one, are you hungry? Come, have something to eat on me." His words conveyed a sense of generosity, completely disregarding the fact that Shisui would be the one footing the bill. "Are you calling for me?" Naruto inquired, pointing to himself with a hint of uncertainty. Qingxuan nodded. "Here, apart from us, you're the only one. Naturally, it was you that we were calling." With Qingxuan's affirmation, Naruto instantly perked up. In his dim eyes, a glimmer of light ignited. Today, everyone he had encountered had hurled harsh words at him, some even threw objects his way, resulting in the wounds that adorned his body. Yet, the 3 individuals before him exhibited not a trace of disdain, instead wearing gentle smiles upon their faces. In that moment, Naruto perceived the small noodle shop as a sanctuary of warmth. As Qingxuan beckoned him, Uncle Ichiraku presented a steaming bowl of ramen before him, stating, "You must be famished. Come, indulge yourself. This one is on the house." Gazing at the kind-hearted Uncle Ichiraku, Naruto's eyes glistened as he nodded appreciatively, clumsily climbing onto the chair. He stammered, "Thank you, brother. Thank you, uncle. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I shall repay you in the future." With that, he seized the chopsticks and began to savor the meal with fervor. Observing this scene, Qingxuan felt a pang of discomfort. Having read the original story, he understood Naruto better than anyone else, aside from Naruto himself. It is essential to recognize that the Nine Tails possesses the ability to sense malevolent intentions. Even though it is sealed, such a minor ability remains unimpeded, indicating that Naruto awakens each day to a deluge of hostility. Under such circumstances, even a normal adult would be driven to madness, let alone a mere 3 or 4-year-old child. Yet, Naruto did not succumb. Instead, he responded to the malice with warmth. His subsequent mischief was merely an attempt to capture the attention of others. His aspiration to become Hokage stemmed from a desire for recognition. Perhaps in his heart, he believed that gaining the approval of others would diminish the malevolent thoughts directed towards him. Nevertheless, despite all this, the only one willing to approach him was none other than the scheming 3rd Hokage. Qingxuan felt increasingly uneasy, his fists clenched tightly. He was undeniably the son of a hero, burdened from birth with the monumental duty of sealing the Nine Tails, a true orphan of the Hokage. Yet, he was subjected to such unfair treatment. Why should this be his fate? Unbeknownst to him, his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson hue, with 2 tomos swirling wildly in his Sharingan, indicating that he was on the verge of awakening the 3rd tomo. "Qingxuan, what is wrong with you?" Shisui exclaimed in shock. The speed at which he had awakened his eyes was astonishing. However, this rapid transformation was not a favorable development for Qingxuan. Recklessly unlocking the 3rd tomo would exacerbate the backlash from the Hashirama cells, jeopardizing the fragile balance he had managed to maintain. If that balance were to shatter, Qingxuan could find himself in grave danger. "Qingxuan, what is happening to you?" At that moment, a small pair of hands rested gently upon Qingxuan's tightly clenched fists. Qingxuan stared in astonishment at Naruto, who was gazing back at him with a face full of concern. The spinning tomo in his eyes gradually ceased, ultimately concealing themselves, transforming into a pair of black pupils. "I apologize for your plight," Qingxuan sighed, almost involuntarily uttering those words. Moments ago, he had felt a surge of anger towards Naruto's misfortunes, unable to comprehend such injustices due to the education he had received in his previous life. Now, as he regained his composure, a greater sense of compassion for Naruto surged within him. At barely 4 years of age, why must he bear such burdens? Perhaps, sensing Qingxuan's emotions, Naruto's psychological defenses crumbled, and he threw himself into Qingxuan's embrace, bursting into tears. This left Qingxuan at a loss. While he could manage to deal with unruly children, comforting one was entirely beyond his capabilities. In his helplessness, he turned to Shisui for assistance, only to find Shisui shrugging his shoulders in defeat, indicating that he too was powerless to help. His gaze then fell upon Uncle Jiraiya, who chuckled and added, "Ah, what a close bond you share." At this point, Qingxuan felt utterly helpless, surrendering to the outpouring of Naruto's emotions in his arms. He gently patted Naruto's back, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He realized a crucial issue that pertained to his very existence. Despite having been in this world for several days, he had never genuinely attempted to integrate into it. Deep down, he regarded the individuals around him merely as tools to advance the narrative, fostering a subtle sense of superiority in his actions and conversations. Although he had entertained thoughts of altering Shisui and Itachi's destinies, such notions were not particularly fervent. In fact, he feared that any changes would obliterate his only advantage. However, Naruto's presence illuminated a stark truth for Qingxuan. The world of Naruto was his reality. The people around him experienced genuine emotions: joy, sorrow, love, and loss. They were not mere soulless data points, and reality was not a game. If he continued to act with his previous mindset, Qingxuan would ultimately meet his demise. A glance at the original narrative reveals the fate of proud individuals. How many have met a favorable end? Even Sasuke endured multiple beatings, and during the Fourth Great Ninja War, he nearly perished. Were it not for the intervention of Hashiramo's spirit, survival would have remained uncertain. Chapter 11. The illness of Konoha. Having contemplated these matters, Qingxuan felt an immense weight lift from his heart, as if a stone had finally dropped. Shisui also perceived the change in Qingxuan, sensing a newfound closeness that replaced the earlier air of rejection towards the world. This was a positive development, prompting Shisui to remain silent. Uncle Jiraiya returned to the kitchen, resuming his work, as business must go on. Time passed, and at long last, Naruto quieted down. Qingxuan lowered his gaze and was taken aback to find a child sound asleep in his arms. Just as he pondered what to do next, a figure approached from outside the door. "Please hand the child over to me. The Hokage wishes to see him." Upon seeing the masked face of the Umbu agent, Qingxuan rolled his eyes. Surely, if one were to conjure an excuse, they could have chosen a more plausible one. An elderly Hokage summoning a 3- or 4-year-old child in the dead of night. Who would believe such a tale? It was clear he was merely afraid of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan. It seems that Obito had instilled quite a fear in them back in the day. Yet, one could hardly forget that night when the Nine-Tails' eyes bore a striking pair of Sharingan. Anyone with sight would have noticed. Nonetheless, Qingxuan said nothing and handed Naruto over, signaling that the agent could take his leave. It was not that he held an unwavering trust in the Umbu. Rather, he placed his faith in this individual before him. Young and already graying, only one eye, resembling a lifeless fish, was revealed from beneath the mask, while the other remained concealed. Who else could it be but Kakashi Hatake? If this man could not even care for the orphan child of his mentor, Qingxuan would certainly demand Itachi to intervene decisively. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Whether Itachi could even best this man was still uncertain. However, it was likely a 50-50 chance, considering this was the will of the vast universe. Without divine intervention, breaking through such obstacles would be exceedingly difficult. As Itachi's powers had yet to manifest, it was prudent to remain cautious. Watching Kakashi carry the slumbering Naruto further into the distance, a thought arose in Qingxuan's mind. Konoha was fundamentally ailing at its core. Kakashi, as a disciple of Minato Namikaze, was burdened by the triviality of concealing Naruto's identity as a Jinchuriki. Not only could he not care for Naruto, but he also had to witness his mentor's child suffer indignities. It was no wonder that during the Chunin exams, he seemed to coast along, dragging Guy into the fray as well. It was almost as if he feared the third Hokage's demise. Yet, it must be said, at that moment, Kakashi seemed oblivious to Naruto's true identity. Was this addressed in the original narrative? It seemed to be, yet perhaps not. Well, it hardly matters. Qingxuan shook off these meaningless thoughts, greeted Shisui, and made his way back. He was eager to return and change into a clean set of clothes, especially after that rascal Naruto had wiped his snot on him. In the Hyuga clan, the patriarch, Hisashi, sat solemnly in his chamber, his gaze fixed immovably on the flickering candlelight, deep in contemplation. Judging by the diminishing oil in the lamp and the tension in his clenched fists, it was evident that he had been pondering for quite some time, yet had found no solution, leading to a palpable sense of frustration. "Brother, are you inside?" At that moment, his younger brother, Hinata Hayashi's voice drifted from outside the door. "Come in." Hisashi sighed, awakening from his reverie, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. Moments later, Hayashi entered and sat across from Hisashi. "Brother, are you still troubled?" Their conversation as brothers felt akin to speaking to a mirror. However, Hayashi bore some strange symbols on his forehead, an arcane seal imposed by the main branch of the Hyuga clan to restrain those from the branch family, the caged bird. It would only be lifted upon death, taking the Byakugan with it, a most malevolent curse. Yet it was a necessary evil. Without this curse, the Byakugan would have long been scattered throughout the ninja world. "Do you have a solution? Please tell me." "Brother, I am nearly at my wit's end." Hisashi, upon hearing his brother's words, immediately inquired. The two had shared a close bond since childhood, allowing Hisashi to drop the formalities of being the clan leader in Hayashi's presence. It was safe to say that had it not been for the clan's tradition of having only one main family, Hayashi would never have been marked by the caged bird seal. "I would gladly take on my brother's fate." However, Hisashi was taken aback by Hayashi's fervent declaration. "Foolishness! Do you even grasp the gravity of your words?" Hisashi was about to scold him, but was disarmed by the unwavering determination in Hayashi's expression, causing him to release a sigh of resignation. "Speak. Did any elder from the clan send you? Have you considered what would happen to Niji if you were to perish?" To Hisashi's surprise, Hayashi shook his head. "No one sent me. I simply wish to assist you. Please convey to Niji that my sacrifice is not for the clan, but for my brother." Upon hearing this, Hisashi felt a warmth in his heart but still firmly refused. This matter need not be discussed further. A solution will present itself. Yet, what that solution entailed remained a mystery only the gods could unveil. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Kakashi, having ensured Naruto was settled, entered and reported to the figure seated behind the desk. "Hokage-sama, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been arranged." Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in his chair, gazed out of the window with weary eyes, puffing on his pipe. A thick haze of smoke enveloped the office, indicating that this state of affairs had persisted for some time. Receiving no response, Kakashi endured the second-hand smoke in silence. "Understood. You may leave." After an extended pause, Hiruzen finally uttered those 6 words, imbued with an overwhelming sense of fatigue. "Yes." Kakashi replied and promptly exited, moving with greater speed than upon his arrival. Hiruzen, however, resumed his prior state, fully aware that smoking was detrimental to his health, yet the weight of his responsibilities pressed heavily upon him. The situation in the hidden cloud village remained unresolved. After a long night, Hiruzen decided to check on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's status as a means of relaxation. However, as soon as he activated his telescope technique, he beheld Naruto nestled in the embrace of Uchiha Qingxuan. What's going on? A Nine-Tails Jinchuriki getting so close to a member of the Uchiha clan? Had he really been so inattentive for just a day or two that a home invasion could occur? Just as he was about to take action, he noticed that Naruto had fallen asleep, prompting him to send Kakashi. The few who knew Naruto's identity, and also the captain of an Umbu squad, no one was more suitable for this task. However, what he did not anticipate was the peculiar look in Kakashi's eyes upon his return. "Could it be that my hobby has been exposed?" He coughed, referring specifically to his penchant for surveilling Konoha through his telescope technique. "Kaizen." Hiruzen called out softly, and a figure materialized from a corner of the room, silently awaiting the third Hokage's instructions. Investigate whether the Uchiha have approached the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with intent, or if it was merely coincidence. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaizen vanished from sight. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed his elite squad. Though it consisted of only 3 members, they had yet to disappoint him. Before long, Kaizen returned to the Hokage's office, placing a document on the desk before silently retreating to the corner and seemingly vanishing. This was a peculiar bloodline limit known as intangibility, allowing one to become transparent. While it had little combat utility, it was remarkably effective for intelligence gathering. Hiruzen paid no heed to Kaizen's departure as he picked up the document to examine its contents. It meticulously detailed Qing Xuan's whereabouts throughout the day, even specifying where he had been just minutes prior. Was it mere coincidence? Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. After a considerable time, Hiruzen finally set the document down and resumed puffing on his pipe, the smoke gradually filling the Hokage's office. The following day, news spread like wildfire throughout the village, even reaching the Uchiha compound, signifying that the entire Konoha was aware of the situation. The perpetrator who killed the envoy from the hidden cloud village, Hinata Hayashi, has committed suicide out of guilt last night. The body has been dispatched to the residence of the hidden Cloud Village delegation. To be candid, when Qingxuan awoke to this news, he was utterly bewildered. How long have I been asleep? 10 days? Or perhaps half a month? Just last night, the third was deliberating. And now Hayashi is dead? Has someone pressed the fast-forward button? The plot is advancing at an absurd pace. Given the chaotic timeline established by Kishimoto, particularly during this period, Qingxuan had anticipated at least another 10 to 15 days of delay. Who could have guessed that merely a day would pass? It was incomprehensible. Despite his resolute decision to disregard this matter, knowing it would be futile to intervene, he found it impossible to remain unaffected. In truth, not just Qingxuan, but many in Konoha were equally astonished. Hayashi had taken his life suddenly without informing anyone. Only Hisashi understood that his foolish younger brother had sacrificed himself to shield him. Yet if he were to step forward and clarify, it would render his brother's efforts meaningless. As for the third Hokage, he was no better off than anyone else. Exhausted from the previous night, he had fallen asleep after ensuring Naruto's safety, contemplating whether he could devise a solution the following day. Now, however, the solution had presented itself directly before him. All he needed to do was acknowledge it, effectively sealing off any potential retaliation from the hidden cloud. Was there a need for accountability? Certainly. The life had been claimed. What more was desired? Did they truly believe Konoha would shy away from war? There was a body to present as well. I shall grant it to you. After all, the disdain upon Hinata's visage has been addressed by the Hyuga clan. Yet, the third Hokage remains entangled in his doubts. Is it truly so difficult to place trust in his position as Hokage? A simple notification prior to such an event would have sufficed. Must one life be exchanged for another? This marks the first instance in Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage that he feels utterly powerless. Chapter 12. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique after a prolonged period of reflection. Qingxuan finally regained a semblance of clarity and began to comprehend the situation. The crux of the matter lay with the onlookers from the previous night, a mix of commoners and those of noble lineage. Whether he chose to surrender Nikizutsu or staunchly refuse, either decision would inevitably offend one faction or the other. The former would alienate those of noble descent, as it would infringe upon their interests, while the latter would provoke the commoners, as it would usher in the specter of war, with common-born ninjas facing the highest likelihood of demise. This is the so-called overt conspiracy, a dilemma presented to you, where no matter your choice, I remain unscathed. However, Kumogakure did not anticipate the Hyuga clan's audacity. If one claims impersonation, evidence must be presented. Not only Kumogakure, but even within Konoha, many fail to distinguish between these two brothers. The two objectives previously mentioned were not achieved at all. Had it not been for Qingxuan's fleeting historical interests in a past life, he would have been utterly perplexed by these convoluted intricacies. Alas, what use is pondering such matters? It would be far more pragmatic to devote oneself to training. With a sigh, Qingxuan rose to his feet. After hastily consuming a few morsels, he commenced his training for the day. He began with chakra refinement, followed by hand seals and physical techniques. The day was indeed monotonous, yet he found it profoundly fulfilling. And thus, in the passage of time, half a month slipped by. During this period, Shisui appeared to be exceedingly occupied, often absent from sight. He would leave behind a sum of money for Qingxuan to manage his meals. Itachi, however, made several visits, offering guidance in Qingxuan's training before taking his leave once more. The atmosphere in the village had grown increasingly somber. Ever since the Kumogakure delegation returned in disgrace, the weight of tension grew heavier each day. Even Qingxuan, who seldom ventured outside, sensed the looming threat of war, let alone the villagers. One would think such a state of affairs would persist indefinitely, yet on this day, Shisui returned with news of a rather unwelcome nature. The Ninja Academy would commence the following day, and Shisui had taken the liberty of enrolling Qingxuan. The latter was left utterly flabbergasted. What jest is this? Although Qingxuan appeared to be merely 7 years of age, his soul had matured to over 20. To thrust him into the company of children? Preposterous. He refused, adamantly so. This was Qingxuan's exact sentiment. Attending would necessitate feigning youthfulness. Would Uchiha Qingxuan sacrifice his dignity for such nonsense? Yet, with a playful pat on the head, Shisui remarked, "Are you certain you want to attend? If you don't, you shall forfeit your chance to become a ninja." This succinct statement shattered Qingxuan's defenses. Indeed, he had momentarily forgotten that graduating from the Ninja Academy was the sole pathway to becoming a genin. Thus, Qingxuan ultimately capitulated, muttering a reluctant agreement. "Prepare yourself. You shall attend school tomorrow," Shisui declared, hastily departing, seemingly still occupied with other matters. In his dejected state, Qingxuan lost the desire to continue training and wandered to a lakeside. There, unexpectedly, he encountered an acquaintance, the second pillar. At that moment, the latter was practicing ninjutsu by the water's edge, extending his right hand to his mouth in a circular gesture. In the next instant, a small fireball erupted forth, sustaining itself for a full 3 seconds before dissipating. Qingxuan recognized this scene. The second pillar was attempting the fire release, great fireball technique. Yet, in his hands, what should have been a grand fireball had morphed into a mere small fireball technique. At that moment, the second pillar also noticed Qingxuan's presence, turning his head away in a haughty manner, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Qingxuan also found solace and tranquility, sitting by the lakeside, gazing serenely into the distance. Tomorrow, he would report to the Ninja Academy, yet he remained oblivious to what awaited him or what he would be taught. The original author, Okamoto, offered scant descriptions on this matter. After all, what could one discern from a mere graduation examination? Nevertheless, it could be surmised that the curriculum would primarily consist of theoretical knowledge, as evidenced by the original work's depiction of the character Xiaoqiang. By the time of graduation, one might not even master the three-body technique. The examination merely assessed the shadow clone technique. Thus, Qingxuan found himself contemplating the prospect of graduating early. At the age of 20, the thought of enduring several more years of elementary education felt nothing short of tormenting. Qingxuan sat by the lake for an extended period, savoring the tranquil ambience until the sun began its descent. He relished this serene sensation, though it would have been even more delightful had it not been for the rambunctious child practicing ninjutsu beside him. Perhaps feeling fatigued, Erjuzi finally ceased his antics of conjuring small fireballs. Qingxuan, how long did it take you to master the great fireball technique? He inquired sullenly as he approached Qingxuan. The primary reason for his discontent was that Itachi had discouraged him so severely, having mastered the great fireball in merely a day. Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback and instinctively replied, Sasuke, you're still young. There is no rush. Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized that he himself had never practiced ninjutsu. Neither Shisui nor Itachi had ever mentioned this, had he not witnessed the latter training today. He might have forgotten that ninjutsu even existed. Damn, he nearly became a taijutsu ninja, and Qingxuan couldn't help but curse inwardly. No wonder he always felt something was missing. This wouldn't do. He must acquire the great fireball technique, no matter what. Speak up. Why are you silent? Noticing Qingxuan's prolonged silence, Sasuke appeared somewhat anxious. However, upon hearing those words, Qingxuan's eyes instantly lit up. Perhaps he need not seek Shisui after all. A superior option was right before him. Ahem, I was just pondering. Mastering such a simple ninjutsu as the great fireball took me merely 2 days. I don't believe it. Sasuke almost blurted out without a second thought. If his brother, who was so formidable, took a day, how could Qingxuan possibly master it in just 2 days? If Qingxuan were privy to Sasuke's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly laugh aloud. Silly boy, your brother didn't take a day. It likely didn't even take 10 minutes. Itachi probably extended the time to a day to avoid discouraging Sasuke. If you don't believe it, explain to me the steps you took to release the great fireball. Let us see where the problem lies. Qingxuan pondered for a moment, then feigned an air of arrogance as he spoke. He understood that someone like Erjuzi, who had been bound to a deceptive facade since childhood, could not withstand such provocation. Indeed, the very next moment, Sasuke revealed the method for unleashing the great fireball technique. On the surface, Qingxuan appeared to be in deep contemplation. Yet internally he was bursting with laughter. Indeed, children are easily deceived. Anyone with a mature mindset can see through such trivial tricks. Moreover, Qingxuan was not entirely misleading Sasuke. The latter, however, faltered in several aspects. For instance, during the hand signs, several of his seals were less than precise, and his posture faltered when executing the fireball jutsu. As for how he discerned these flaws, well, the double tomo Sharingan was quite evident. He vaguely recalled from the original work that the double tomo had the ability to replicate ninjutsu. Thus, he had initially wondered if he could replicate the grand fireball technique. However, he soon realized that it was all an illusion. The double tomo could at most discern the hand signs being performed, and the notion of replication was mere nonsense. That white-haired individual known as the copy ninja was simply proficient in his techniques and executed hand signs more swiftly than others. This illustrates that Kakashi's strategy was merely tactical, leading his opponent to believe their intentions had been unveiled, instilling a sense of caution. No wonder it is said that those who play with tactics possess a certain cunning. Individuals like Kakashi must have especially intricate hearts. After some time, as Qingxuan noticed the increasing skepticism in Sasuke's eyes, he decided to address the latter's concerns directly. In an instant, Sasuke erupted in indignation. "You're talking nonsense. How could I possibly make a mistake? You are clearly deceiving me." Qingxuan sighed helplessly, awkwardly forming the hand seal for the great fireball technique. He took a gentle breath and exhaled, a gesture reminiscent of the seasoned smokers from his previous life. With his movements, a fireball, roughly the size of an eye, materialized before them, only to vanish without a trace after a mere 2 seconds. Erjuzi's expression stiffened as he grasped the situation. Qingxuan was merely toying with him, just as he was about to explode with anger. Qingxuan once again began to form the seals. This time, however, the process was considerably smoother. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Qingxuan declared with a commanding tone. Inhaling deeply before exhaling forcefully, unleashing a fireball with a diameter of 2 meters. The fierce flames illuminated the entire lake's surface, and the scorching heat warmed the surrounding air. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment, finally convinced of Qingxuan's earlier claims. It seemed he had indeed misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, Qingxuan felt the surge of chakra nearly exceeding its limits and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. He almost faced embarrassment. During his initial attempt, had he failed to produce the fireball, where would he have hidden his face? He had tested his chakra attributes 2 days prior and confirmed them to be fire and wind, so he anticipated that executing a great fireball would pose no issue. Fortunately, he succeeded, effectively intimidating the mischievous Sasuke. At that moment, Qingxuan finally comprehended why the characters in films from his previous life often voiced their techniques aloud. It was truly exhilarating. Remarkably, he had learned the great fireball in just half an hour, a mere fraction slower than others, just as Qingxuan reveled in his achievement. A hand rested atop his head, gently ruffling his hair. Qingxuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, laughing unabashedly as he patted his dog's head. Aside from Shisui, there was no one else. Turning his head, he was indeed correct. Shisui and Yu, those 2 delicate beings with tear-streaked lashes, had seemingly arrived behind Qingxuan and his companion without him noticing. Judging by their expressions, they had likely been there for quite some time. Witnessing his pretentious display in its entirety, a scene of social demise. What a profound reflection of the human condition. Qingxuan felt a profound sense of despair. On the verge of tears, having finally managed to disguise himself only to be unmasked. The most unfortunate aspect was that he had attempted to deceive a child for the sake of a fireball technique. And this misadventure had come to the attention of Shisui and his companion. Both were well aware that Qingxuan had never studied any ninjutsu. Do not inquire further. It is simply because they had not imparted such knowledge to him. Let us go, to celebrate your official commencement of school tomorrow. We shall indulge in a grand feast, Shisui declared with a smile. Chapter 13. The Enlightenment of the Ninja World. Early the next morning, Qingxuan trudged behind Shisui. A small backpack slung over his shoulder, his expression rather unsightly. This was not due to any grievances against Shisui, but rather a consequence of having overindulged the previous night, leaving him with a painful stomach throughout the night and being rudely awakened to prepare for school. Anyone in his position would likely wear a similarly displeased countenance. All right, you must acclimate to this routine. After all, on your first day of school, punctuality is paramount. Shisui comforted him with a smile, finding Qingxuan's current demeanor somewhat endearing. Qingxuan cast a glance at him, signaling his reluctance to engage in conversation with this individual. At that moment, Shishui's lips were nearly stretched to the back of his ears, a testament to his current exuberance. In the past, Shisui often envied Itachi for having such an adorable younger brother. However, now he, too, had one. Although the boy's demeanor was somewhat aloof, he was nonetheless a brother. Was he not? Thus, Shisui had taken half a day off from his duties at the Umbu, specifically to escort Qingxuan to school. This marked a significant milestone in his younger sibling's life, and as an elder brother, how could he possibly be absent? Observing the emotions vividly displayed on Shishui's face, Qingxuan rolled his eyes yet again. At this rate, he might as well change his surname to Hyuga. The Uchiha compound was situated on the outskirts of the village, making the distance to the ninja academy quite considerable. After a hurried journey, they finally arrived at the school's entrance. By this time, numerous parents had already brought their children, offering incessant words of advice. In Konoha, ninjas were akin to civil servants in a previous life, albeit with a somewhat higher degree of peril. Yet, for the sake of familial pride, what did a little danger matter? I will take you this far. Remember to listen to your teachers. Shisui instructed Qingxuan before turning to depart, offering no opportunity for his brother to respond. Left alone amidst the chaos, Qingxuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Had he truly been abandoned? As he surveyed the bustling crowd, this thought crossed his mind. Fortunately, he was not a pampered child. He was capable of taking care of himself. After locating the registration area, Qingxuan filled out several forms. Time seemed to stretch on. And as the parents gradually departed, one by one, the children remained behind. Soon, a teacher arrived to lead them through the gates. As Qingxuan stepped through the doorway, he was greeted by the sight of a vast playground adorned with numerous small benches. At the forefront loomed a tall platform, upon which stood a venerable elder. Smiling benevolently as he observed the children taking their seats, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him, invoking a sense of eerie familiarity. Was it too late for him to withdraw from this predicament? It was evident that this gathering was intended for the esteemed figures to deliver their speeches. This scene evoked memories of his past life, dominated by the tyranny of public speaking. Ahem, allow me to say a few words. I would like to add a point. Let me reiterate. As one esteemed elder after another took to the stage, they commenced their orations. What could have been resolved in merely an hour was unceremoniously dragged out to 3, thanks to the relentless pacing of the elder and his cohort. Were it not for the impending mealtime, it remained uncertain whether they would ever cease. Particularly the elder, whose countenance betrayed a lack of satisfaction, instilled in Qingxuan a deep sense of dread. He silently pleaded for mercy, desperate for an end to this ordeal. He had nearly succumbed to slumber, for heaven's sake. To be frank, the hypnotic effect of such speeches was unparalleled. After merely half an hour, Qingxuan found himself utterly fatigued, relying solely on his immense willpower to endure until the conclusion. Once the gathering dispersed, he retrieved the bento prepared by Shisui. It was the same old bread and milk. He half-heartedly consumed his lunch before seeking a tranquil corner to indulge in a much-needed slumber. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was afternoon class. Rubbing the remnants of sleep from his eyes, Qingxuan entered the classroom and chose a seat by the window, gazing vacantly outside. Truth be told, had he not traversed into the perilous world of Naruto, but rather into an ordinary realm, he would have relished such a life free from worries and fears. As Qingxuan lost himself in contemplation, many pairs of eyes in the classroom gravitated towards him, predominantly those of the girls. It was an undeniable fact that the Uchiha genes were exceedingly dominant. To be handsome was indeed a lifelong affair. Qingxuan felt an unmistakable discomfort under the piercing gaze of others. He was aware that the girls in the Hokage village matured early. Yet he had not anticipated such precocity at this tender age of 7. It was against the law, with a minimum sentence of 3 years and the ultimate consequence being capital punishment. How absurd. Fancy meeting you again. What a coincidence, Qingxuan. A melodious voice chimed, as a girl effortlessly settled beside him, affectionately entwining her arm with his. Instantly, the expressions of the surrounding girls shifted to one of intrigue, mingled with envy and admiration. Upon recognizing her, Qingxuan froze, an overwhelming sense of despair washing over him. It was Shanzhong Lishue, this girl, who could chatter incessantly the moment she opened her mouth. Although they had only crossed paths once, Qingxuan's impression of her was indelibly etched in his mind. Indeed. What a delightful coincidence. Qingxuan chuckled softly, yet his thoughts wandered. I wonder if the third Hokage has dispatched anyone to investigate. Hee. I heard you mention me to Lord Hokage? You even claimed we are good friends? Speaking of which, we are in the same class, a setup arranged by Lord Hokage. No less. Are you moved? No? Hee. Have you thought of me at all these days? I visited several times and failed to find you. Are you perhaps feeling shy? Never mind, as long as you're happy. Ultimately, Qingxuan could only sigh and shake his head. Good friends, indeed. Shy, you say? So, this was arranged by the third Hokage? Very well, I, Uchiha Qingxuan, shall remember this grudge. And as for you, little one, we are not that familiar. So there is no need to be so close. Yet, to his surprise, Lishue leaned in even closer, exclaiming, I am so delighted to see you again, Qingxuan Kuan. Exhausted. He thought, let it all end. Hurry up. Qingxuan gazed silently at the sky, momentarily at a loss for words, surrendering to the embrace of Lishue. At that moment, a singular thought occupied Qingxuan's mind. Is it too late for me to withdraw from school? Thankfully, this torment did not linger for long. With the ringing of the class bell, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered the room. The once boisterous classroom fell into a hushed silence, with each student suddenly adopting the demeanor of obedient children. Even Lishue, who had previously been so talkative, released her grip on Qingxuan's arm and sat up straight, as if the chatterbox from moments ago was someone else entirely. Cough, cough, everyone. From today onward, I shall be your homeroom teacher. My name is Xiangan, announced the middle-aged man, Xiangan, as he introduced himself. After a brief pause, he pointed to a boy seated in the front row. Let us begin with a self-introduction from this young man. Please share your hobbies, dreams, and aspirations. The boy, upon being called, approached the podium and, trembling slightly, said, "Hello everyone. My name is Musiyu Shangye, and my dream is..." Once he concluded, it was time for the next student. Before long, it was Laishue's turn. The little girl bounced onto the stage, flashed a sweet smile at the audience, and began, "Hello everyone. My name is Shanshu Laishue. My favorite things are hee-hee. My dream is hee-hee. As for my aspirations, I have yet to discover them." After finishing, she scampered back to Qingxuan's side and gestured for him to take his turn. Qingxian's lips twitched slightly as he cast a peculiar glance at Laisu in the mountains. He comprehended the rationale, yet he couldn't fathom why this girl would gaze at him 3 times after uttering a single phrase. Could it be that she harbored ulterior motives against him? Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Qingxian ascended the podium. With a slight lift of his chin, he addressed the audience below. "I am Uchiha Qingxian, 7 years of age. Male. My interests include slumber, and my aspiration is merely to live. The path of a ninja is to alter what must be changed and to protect those who must be safeguarded." Having delivered his remarks, he nonchalantly returned to his seat, indifferent to the thoughts of others. Indeed, a quintessential display of the Uchiha demeanor. Qingxian was quite pleased with his acting skills, portraying the proud Uchiha with remarkable depth. As for the reason behind this portrayal, it was simply because a proud Uchiha would require no friends. Observing those around him, each individual was merely a supporting character, unworthy even of a name in the original narrative. Should he form bonds with these people during the impending Fourth Great Ninja War? Would he be obligated to rescue them in times of peril? If he were to save each one, it would render Qingxian incapable of attending to anything else. Thus, establishing distance from the onset was the wisest course of action. Once everyone had introduced themselves, Inoue Wang cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, after you receive your textbooks, you may return home. Classes commence officially tomorrow, so do not be late." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Heaven knows how long he had awaited this announcement. Not solely due to the tedium of the present moment, but also because abruptly halting his prolonged training felt utterly disconcerting. After a considerable wait, it was finally Qingxuan's turn to step forward and collect his textbooks. As he glanced down, he was taken aback. Infiltration and counter-surveillance, cryptic language analysis. At that moment, Qingxian felt utterly disoriented. Was this truly the foundational curriculum of the ninja world? He was utterly enamored. Observing Qingxuan's astonished expression, Inoue Wang proceeded to explain. "This set of books will be utilized over several years, so be sure to preserve them carefully, understood?" Upon hearing this, Qingxian nodded in agreement. It made sense. After all, what child would delve into such matters? No wonder in the original narrative, Naruto was portrayed as a mediocre student. With his temperament, it would indeed be a marvel if he could master such skills. Yet, it is understandable, as the duties of a ninja encompass, but are not limited to, assassination, reconnaissance behind enemy lines, and decapitation missions. Unlike the original tale, where conflicts are resolved head-on and confrontations are frequent, the reality of a true ninja from a legitimate village is one of prudence and stability at all times. Chapter 14. The Dilemma of Shadow Clone Technique After School. Qingxian managed to decline the invitation from Yamashiro Reisha to return home together. He ventured alone to the outskirts, where a modest lake glimmered under the setting sun. He had no intention of visiting the lake at the Uchiha compound, primarily due to the annoyance of the second pillar. To avoid further inquiries about ninjutsu, Qingxian sought to steer clear of any interactions. It was uncertain if it was merely an illusion, but he felt a strange sense of closeness with the second pillar, lacking the cold detachment portrayed in the original story. Could it be that the absence of the clan's massacre had influenced this perception? The mere thought of the night of the massacre sent a shiver down Qingxian's spine, conjuring images of Itachi perched on a telephone pole, his indifferent gaze fixed below. Given his current predicament, choosing to languish in the ninja academy seemed a certain path to demise when that fateful day arrived. Yet, without attending the academy, he would lack the qualifications to become a genin. The question of whether one is a ninja holds immense significance in the ninja world. Thus, Qingxian must devise a solution that reconciles both dilemmas, but where could he possibly find such a solution in this moment? Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Qingxian spotted a small figure approaching him. The sight of the yellow atop the figure's head ignited a spark of recognition within him. The shadow clone technique. How could he have forgotten this remarkable ninjutsu? Indeed, the approacher was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, covered in mud, with disheveled hair and a leafy vegetable clinging to him. Naruto appeared quite the sight. Initially downcast, kicking a small stone along the path, his expression brightened instantly upon spotting Qingxian seated by the lake. "Hey, brother Qingxian, What are you doing here? Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Since that night they parted ways at Ichiraka Ramen, Naruto had not seen Qingxuan again. It felt as if time had reverted to a previous state, filled with malice at every turn. Qingxuan chuckled softly. How did you manage to get so dirty again? Such mischief is not good, you know. For Naruto, Qingxuan always harbored an indescribable sentiment. Perhaps it was a touch of pity, but more profoundly, it was a sense of injustice regarding his fate. His parents had perished tragically at his birth, his childhood companion Sasuke had defected, and the one he cherished did not reciprocate his feelings. The death of his mentor Jiraiya in battle further compounded his misfortunes. The English title of Naruto, Shippuden, directly reflects the phonetic pronunciation of Naruto in Japanese, thus, translating it as the legend of Naruto would be equally acceptable. Throughout the series, one can observe a tapestry woven with tragedies. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Qingxuan's words and glancing at his soiled garments, Naruto instinctively recoiled. Ahaha. I accidentally took a tumble, and this is the result. Qingxuan certainly noticed Naruto's subtle actions, yet he chose not to comment further. Instead, he smiled and gently ruffled Naruto's hair, casually removing the leaf of cabbage. Is this also a result of your fall? He inquired. Naruto's face instantly flushed crimson. And despite his stammering for quite some time, he could not find an appropriate excuse. Qingxuan waved his hand and said to Naruto, Come, let us have a chat, brother. Naruto obediently sat by the lake. As if a switch had been flipped, his words flowed incessantly, never ceasing. Qingxuan listened to Naruto recount trivial matters with a smile throughout the conversation. He did not reject this feeling, rather, he felt that the world seemed to become more genuine. Qingxuan was acutely aware that Naruto was perpetually under the watchful eyes of the Umbu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood that it was not prudent for him to engage too closely with the latter. Yet, what difference did it make? He had not intentionally sought Naruto out. It was, in fact, the latter who had drawn nearer. Even if the third Hokage wished to take action against him, there ought to be some semblance of due process, should there not? It would be unreasonable to suggest that he harbored ulterior motives merely because he sat idly by the lake after school. Moreover, given Naruto's unfortunate circumstances, it was clear he had been exceedingly cautious, fearful that Qingxuan might distance himself. The two conversed by the lakeside for an extended duration, and it was only as twilight approached that Naruto reluctantly bid farewell to Qingxuan. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Qingxuan felt as though a heavy stone had settled in his heart. Upon returning to his small abode, he found Shisui waiting for him inside. A slice of cake lay on the table, with Sasuke eyeing it hungrily. Had Itachi not intervened, he would have likely pounced upon it. Why have you returned so late? Did something happen? Shisui inquired with genuine concern as he took the items from Qingxuan's hands. Qingxuan shook his head and replied, It's nothing, just sat outside for a while. What about you all? Celebrating your return to school? Isn't it quite a delightful surprise? Upon mentioning this, Shisui broke into a grin, resembling a fool in his glee, exuding an air of smug satisfaction. Qingxuan tugged at the corner of his lips, momentarily rendered speechless. It was not out of sentimentality, but rather due to his aversion to cake, thanks to a few troublesome friends from his past life. Every time he indulged in cake, he would end up washing several pieces of clothing, for otherwise, they would remain stained. Moreover, after laundering, he was left with the lingering sin of cream, whether real or imagined. Thank you, I am quite delighted. Qingxuan chuckled softly and took the initiative to sit down at the table. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill, and it would be impolite to refuse. Wouldn't it? For some reason, ever since getting to know Shisui, there has always been a sense that this person has a penchant for celebration. As Qingxuan made his entrance, the intimate gathering of merely 4 individuals commenced. During this time, Erjuzi enjoyed his meal heartily, while Itachi wore a subtle smile, indicating his elevated spirits. Shisui, unable to contain his delight, grinned broadly throughout the occasion. Amidst this jovial atmosphere, Qingxuan seized the moment to express his desires. What? You wish to learn the shadow clone technique? Shisui inquired, taken aback, as he was well aware of Qingxuan's circumstances. The cells of Hashirama required a portion of Chakra to be suppressed, and utilizing the shadow clone technique necessitated dividing Chakra, a potential conflict that could endanger Qingxuan. Itachi furrowed his brow, his understanding of Qingxuan limited, yet he recognized that Qingxuan was not an impulsive individual. Only Erjuzi remained blissfully oblivious, indulging in cake, entirely unaware of the exchange between the other 3. Observing the puzzled expressions of Shisui and Itachi, Qingxuan found himself perplexed. Was the shadow clone technique truly so challenging? In the original narrative, Itachi had employed it to skip class and rendezvous with Shisui, or rather, to train. Why had it become so daunting in his situation? After a moment of contemplation, Qingxuan recalled the implications of the Hashirama cells and fell into deep thought. Chapter 15. Psychological impasse. This was a momentary oversight on Qingxuan's part, a failure to connect the dots. Due to the presence of the Hashirama cells, that portion of chakra was utterly untouchable. Should a backlash occur, it would not merely be a trivial matter, but one of life and death. Although the shadow clone technique appeared commonplace in the original storyline, it too had its prerequisites. One's chakra must meet the Nin standard to practice it. Otherwise, with only the meager chakra of a genin, utilizing two techniques would be arduous, let alone dividing it in half. Originally, Qingxuan's chakra could have reached this standard due to various factors. However, with the Hashirama cells in play, his chakra would be halved, leaving him barely above the level of a genin. Perhaps he could reduce the chakra required for the shadow clone? After all, Qingxuan was not currently engaged in battle. At that moment, Itachi spoke slowly. It is essential to note that the amount of chakra utilized in the shadow clone technique is determined by the practitioner. Yet, given that the technique is typically employed in combat, it generally requires half of the user's chakra. However, upon hearing this, Jisui's brows furrowed even deeper. He had also considered Itachi's suggestion, yet this method demanded significant chakra control. Based on Qingxuan's current abilities, such control seemed unattainable. Noticing Jisui's reluctance, Qingxuan quickly interjected. I believe it is feasible. This crucial realization had indeed dawned on Qingxuan. It was merely a matter of chakra mastery. If it proved impossible, he could always train. The three-body technique, Sharingan, and, if necessary, even medical ninjutsu, each of these could enhance chakra control. If he could not overcome this hurdle, what hope was there for the night of the clan's annihilation? He might as well close his eyes and await his demise. Very well. But when you practice the shadow clone technique, one of us must be present. Jisui, seeing Qingxuan's resolute demeanor, felt compelled to issue this caution. Qingxuan, of course, had no objections and nodded earnestly. It would be foolish to allow Qingxuan to practice the shadow clone on his own. Even he lacked confidence in that scenario. Subsequently, the celebratory gathering concluded with Uchiha finishing off the cake. While it may not have been a grand affair, it was certainly a light-hearted and enjoyable occasion. Before drifting off to sleep, Jisui entrusted Qingxuan with the scroll containing the shadow clone technique. Although uncertain of Qingxuan's fervent dedication, Jisui chose to place his trust in him. The following day, Qingxuan spent the majority of his time at the ninja academy in a state of ennui, eagerly awaiting the end of classes. Upon reaching training ground 7, he hurriedly arrived. You were late, Itachi observed, regarding Qingxuan with calm composure. Apologies. I was held up by some matters. I shall be more mindful next time, Qingxuan replied. Qingxuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had agreed to meet last night, but due to the need to evade the snow in the mountains, he arrived nearly half an hour late. Let us begin. Itachi nodded, showing no intention of reproaching Qingxuan. The latter nodded heavily, and after a considerable pause, awkwardly inquired, What should I do? Although he understood the methods for mastering chakra control, he was uncertain where to commence. He had heard of the body flicker technique, yet the specific methods remained elusive. The Sharingan required certain tools, which Qingxuan had yet to prepare. Climb up, Itachi indicated towards the top of a towering tree nearby. At that moment, Qingxuan recalled a crucial detail he had overlooked. In the original text, the initial practice of chakra control began with climbing trees, followed by walking on water. It emphasized a gradual progression, with the body flicker technique serving more as an auxiliary, a means to validate the results of one's training. With this realization, Qingxuan devised a plan for his training. First, to master tree climbing and water walking, supplemented by the body flicker technique, and finally, to tackle the Sharingan. Having made this decision, he was ready to begin. Let us start, Itachi remarked, observing Qingxuan in silence. Yet, Qingxuan sensed, perhaps mistakenly, that Itachi's gaze would occasionally drift behind him. Out of curiosity, he turned to look in that direction, only to spot a figure cautiously hiding behind the tree, inadvertently revealing a corner of their clothing. Well, what brings you here, Nisan? He mused. Was he concerned about his brother's clandestine meetings with a young lady? Alas, the sibling attachment was indeed formidable. Despite the distraction, he focused on the tree before him, contemplating how to proceed. Earlier that morning, Shisui had specifically instructed him that mastering chakra control could not be rushed. It required deep, mindful engagement. Deep, mindful engagement? Qingxuan felt utterly perplexed. It is well known that the world of the Hokage possesses its own intricate system of powers. Yet, with Shisui's abstract reasoning, Qingxuan found himself in a state of confusion. In his frustration, he resorted to the methods outlined in the original text. He focused his chakra at the soles of his feet, carefully controlling the appropriate amount. This technique would allow him to adhere to surfaces as he moved. Indeed, the information provided in the original narrative was limited. Not a single additional word could be found. Thus, Qingxuan was left to navigate this challenge on his own. He concentrated his chakra at his feet and cautiously placed one foot upon the tree branch. With a loud crack, he fell to the ground, gazing up at the sky in bewilderment. No matter how he rationalized it, this defied all scientific principles. The education he had received in his previous life instilled a subconscious disbelief within him. How could a person possibly defy the law of universal gravitation? Yet, within the realm of ninjas, this was a widely accepted truth. Qingxuan realized that this was the first significant hurdle he needed to overcome. If he could not conquer this mental barrier, it seemed unlikely he would ever master it throughout his life. Meanwhile, Itachi furrowed his brow, finding the situation quite abnormal. Even beginners could manage to persist for at least 2 or 3 seconds. Yet, Qingxuan could not endure for even a fleeting moment. As if his chakra bore no effect whatsoever, Qingxuan rose in silence, gazing at the sky, enveloped in quietude. After a brief moment, he seated himself aside and closed his eyes. He must devise a means to resolve the issues plaguing his subconscious, which entails a complete dismantling of his worldview, only to reconstruct it anew. The magnitude of this task is evident, and it is a journey he must undertake alone, for no one else can assist him. I am a superhero. I possess extraordinary powers. Qingxuan continuously hypnotized himself in his mind, attempting to resolve his psychological issues through this method. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes. This approach proved to be utterly ineffective. Indeed, self-hypnosis was nothing but a deception. The films from his previous life had truly caused considerable harm. It seemed that only through practical experience could he attain genuine understanding. Silently affirming this realization, Qingxuan returned to the tree once more. He began to experiment, convinced that if he could succeed just once, subsequent attempts would become significantly easier. Chapter 16. Stopping Water. Are you certain you are not teasing me? At the top of the tree, Qingxuan stood on a branch, a look of elation gracing his face as he gazed below. At last, he had succeeded. He had long forgotten the multitude of times he had fallen, his face adorned with an array of bruises. Fortunately, hard work bore fruit, and he had finally managed to climb up. As long as the chakra gathered in his feet remained, scaling walls and leaping across rooftops would be a trivial matter. What's there to be excited about? I am a full half an hour ahead of you. Just as Qingxuan reveled in his triumph, Sasuke's voice drifted from the side, akin to a splash of cold water dousing his enthusiasm. Indeed, the second pillar had not concealed himself any longer. Instead, he emerged midway through Qingxuan's climb, mimicking his actions. The difference lay in the thick layer of cushioning that Itachi had placed beneath this young lad. Qingxuan watched with gritted teeth, yet could only lament. What could he do when someone possesses such a commendable elder brother? Observing Erjuzi's disdainful expression as if he wished to scrutinize him through his nostrils, Qingxuan merely curled his lip. The retorts lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet remained unspoken. It was an undeniable truth that Erjuzi spent less time than he did. With no other recourse, Qingxuan resigned himself to mockery. Well then, let us conclude for today. Sasuke, it is time to head home for dinner. At that moment, Itachi called from beneath the tree. All right, Nisan, I'm coming. Erjuzi replied, then leaped before Qingxuan. He sprang from the towering tree, several meters high, and in an elegant arc, Itachi caught Sasuke mid-air, landing gracefully. Perfect score. Or rather, is there no justice for an only child? What sin have I committed to deserve such punishment? Watching the two brothers gradually disappear into the distance, Qingxuan felt tears welling up in his eyes. Someone should look after him. After all, he is merely a child of 7 or 8. It was only when the pair vanished beyond his sight that Qingxuan let out a soft sigh before descending from the tree. Days later, Qingxuan stood upon the surface of a small river, floating with the current. Over the past few days, he had fallen countless times. His clothes changed more times than he could count. At last, he had learned to tread water. Observing this scene, Shisui couldn't help but nod in approval. Qingxuan's talent is quite commendable, only slightly inferior to that of Itachi. It is important to note that mastering techniques such as water walking necessitates first becoming a genin. Under the guidance of a team leader, one must train, as the Ninja Academy does not impart such skills. It is only as graduation approaches that students are taught one of the 3 body techniques, namely the shadow clone technique. All right, Qingxuan, it's your turn. Shisui called out with a smile, prompting Qingxuan to return to the riverbank. Shisui, which technique shall we practice first? The body flicker technique or the shadow clone technique? Qingxuan felt an undeniable excitement within. The instant movement technique was, without a doubt, a remarkable skill akin to a displacement ability, with a significant distinction between knowing it and not. As for the clone technique, it served as the very foundation of the shadow clone. How could one possibly forego its mastery? Thus, we shall first cultivate the substitution technique. However, Shisui did not grant Qingxuan his wish, opting instead for the final technique among the three bodies technique. Qingxuan was initially taken aback, followed by a slight furrowing of his brows. It was not that he was unwilling to learn the art of the substitution technique. Rather, the skill itself was undeniably peculiar. It could be effectively employed by anyone from a novice ninja to a formidable 6 paths level warrior. When mastered, it served as a life-saving skill, yet if misused, it could lead to one's demise. In Qingxuan's understanding, the substitution technique demanded exceptional reflexes and required one to anticipate the opponent's actions, utilizing the technique during the openings in their attacks. Furthermore, the constraints were considerable. One needed to prepare the substitution logs in advance, which had specific size and rigidity requirements. Given a ninja's attire, one could carry only 3 substitution logs at most, and once used, they were gone. Are you ready? I shall begin now, Shisui declared, tossing 2 carved wooden stakes to Qingxuan. These stakes bore enigmatic engravings, the very essence of the substitution logs. Wait, I haven't. Startled, Qingxuan had yet to finish his words when Shisui delivered a swift punch to his face. A cry of anguish escaped him as he was sent hurtling backward, landing in the river. Soaked to the skin, Qingxuan emerged from the water, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish as he glared at Shisui. You ambushed me, he exclaimed. Shisui chuckled. In a true battle, there is no time for preparation. As he spoke, he hurled a shuriken, aimed directly at Qingxuan. Damn. Qingxuan could not help but curse in anger, before sinking into the water. The kunai sliced through the surface, narrowly missing him. Had he reacted even a moment slower, he would have borne an additional wound. Stop. Let me reach the shore first, Qingxuan declared as he resurfaced, gradually making his way to the bank. He was not particularly vexed by Jisui's actions. After all, the latter spoke the truth. The nature of a ninja's battle is far from honorable, often embracing the most unscrupulous tactics. Moreover, Jisui's speed was precisely calibrated to Qingxuan's reaction time. With unwavering focus, he could still respond in the nick of time. The moment Shisui prepared to strike, if he employed the substitution technique, he would emerge victorious. Indeed, the execution of the substitution technique is exceedingly rigorous. Otherwise, how could it be deemed a divine skill? Come on, commence your performance, Qingxuan said earnestly to Shisui, adjusting his mindset. Thus began the one-sided onslaught. Seasons changed, and half a year slipped by in this manner. Qingxuan stood in the training ground, facing a figure that mirrored him perfectly. Dissipate, he uttered softly, forming a hand seal. The figure transformed into a wisp of smoke, carried away by the wind. A surge of memories flooded Qingxuan's mind, rendering his expression peculiar. Indeed, he had finally mastered the shadow clone technique. Recalling the tribulations of the past 6 months, Qingxuan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. 6 months, entirely spent being relentlessly hammered down. Shisui and Itachi took turns, each refusing to rest even for a day. Shisui was somewhat considerate, at least knowing to temper his strength. However, Itachi was merciless, determined to hammer him to the brink of collapse without any regard for his well-being. Thanks to the relentless training from these two, Qingxuan's reaction speed had significantly improved. Yet, this was not merely for the sake of the shadow clone technique. It was for the instantaneous technique. He had already mastered the former. Shisui and Itachi had entirely devoted themselves to aiding Qingxuan in perfecting the instantaneous technique. Itachi began the training by unleashing a barrage of shurikens, and after several clashes, Qingxuan found himself ensnared by the projectiles, utterly at a loss. Shisui, too, wasted no time and launched into a powerful attack right from the start. Qingxuan found himself ensconced in an unyielding embrace of still waters, rendered utterly bewildered. Subsequently, he faced an unrelenting and merciless onslaught, with injuries becoming a quotidian reality for him. While Itachi's movements were somewhat predictable, the prowess of Shisui was insurmountable and evaded any semblance of defense. To be fair, Qingxuan believed his body flicker technique had reached a commendable level. However, Shisui remained perpetually dissatisfied, thus prolonging Qingxuan's torment. Now that he had mastered the shadow clone technique, his future seemed bleak. The clones would attend school while the original endured the beatings. Upon reflection, this arrangement appeared even more tragic. Tap, tap, tap. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, Shisui's figure emerged within Qingxuan's line of sight. Before his presence could be fully disowned, His voice resonated. Haha, congratulations, Qingxuan. Your shadow clone technique has finally reached fruition. Shall we celebrate this evening? Qingxuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, uncertain whether Shisui was indeed afflicted with some peculiar flaw. To celebrate over trivial matters was hardly a prudent way to squander wealth. Perhaps such a disposition would fare well in a certain grand maritime realm? As this thought crossed his mind, an image of a red-haired figure materialized in Qingxuan's imagination. Please, do me a favor. Smack. Qingxuan forcefully slapped his forehead, realizing he was about to be reprimanded. What was he thinking? He slowly lay down and muttered, "Come on. This time I won't get up no matter what you say." As Shisui approached, 2 dark lines slid down his forehead, prompting him to ponder whether he had perhaps been too harsh. Initially, Qingxuan was quite enthusiastic about his training, but as the hours spent training with Itachi increased, he gradually transformed into his current state. Oh, how about I teach you my unique body flicker technique today? Jishui's eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief as he revealed his secret weapon. As expected, upon hearing this, Qingxuan instantly sprang to his feet, his eyes shining with excitement as he inquired, "Really? The unique body flicker technique? The origin of Jishui's title, strength is secondary, the key is style." Jishui nodded. "The training you have undergone during this period has all been to lay the groundwork for this. I may not have much free time in the near future, which is why I am teaching you today. Otherwise, given your current foundation, it would not suffice." With this confirmation, Qingxuan could hardly contain his excitement, his mind racing with visions of the future, where the ninja world would sing praises of flickering Qingxuan. As for Jishui's subsequent remarks, he chose to selectively ignore them. During this time, Jishui had frequently become quite busy, a fact Qingxuan had long since grown accustomed to, as the narrative of the clan's extermination had yet to unfold. However, he failed to notice that the frequency of the Uchiha clan meetings had significantly increased recently. In that case, take a look for now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. You have 1 hour left, Jishui said, retrieving a scroll from his pocket, which contained his insights on the body flicker technique. Qingxuan took the scroll, disregarding everything else. He unfurled it on the ground and began to peruse its contents. The setting sun cast its waning light across the earth, rendering the visibility less than optimal. Nevertheless, Qingxuan was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally posing questions to Jishui. After an extended period of time, Qingxuan finally finished examining the scroll. However, the excitement that once illuminated his expression had transformed into a grave solemnity, for the material contained within was exceedingly challenging. The initial portion of the scroll merely delineated how to utilize the Shunshin technique more efficiently. Yet, the latter half took a peculiar turn. The first requirement was to create a movable afterimage. This statement, however, does not fully capture the essence, as it meant that Qingxuan had to consecutively employ the Shunshin technique at different locations. Consequently, the afterimages he left behind would appear capable of motion. Achieving the same feat as Jishui, with multiple afterimages, was no trivial task. Qingxuan, Jishui, are you certain you are not jesting with me? Chapter 17, The Attack. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Simply practice according to the methods inscribed on the scroll. Jishui executed a playful gesture, ruffling the dog's head, which infuriated Qingxuan, raising his anger level by 99. Suddenly, Jishui's expression shifted, and without waiting for Qingxuan's response, he departed. You should return home. I have matters to attend to. In the air lingered only Jishui's words. When Qingxuan turned to look again, Jishui had vanished without a trace. Is this instantaneous movement truly that formidable? Qingxuan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, completely oblivious to how Jishui had vanished. Shaking his head, he resolved to disregard it. Seizing the moment while time still permitted, he returned his attention to the scroll. However, he had scarcely perused it when he sensed an approaching presence. Hastily tucking the scroll into his bosom, he cast a grave glance towards the direction of the newcomer. Although this training ground lay outside the Uchiha compound, it was nonetheless in close proximity. Given the Uchiha clan's notoriously disdainful disposition, it was highly unlikely anyone would venture here. For at least half a year, aside from Qingxuan and his companions, no one had approached this place. Today, Itachi had taken Sasuke out, and Shisui had just departed. So, who could it be? The third Hokage? Or perhaps Danzo? Or someone else entirely? Just as Qingxuan pondered the identity of the intruder, a diminutive figure materialized within his line of sight. It was Kamizuki Izumi? What could this girl possibly want here? Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief, yet in the next moment, a throbbing pain engulfed his head. For the past 6 months, he had deliberately avoided Shanzhong Lai Shui, fearing the latter's relentless pursuit. He knew that if she caught up with him, his focus would undoubtedly be shattered. Regardless of what he was engaged in. Qingxuan, I knew you would be here. Shanzhong Laishui approached Qingxuan with a sweet smile. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. How did you know I was here? Only a handful of people were aware of his whereabouts. And after eliminating Shisui and Yao, the list was quite short. Erjuzi? Very well, let's see if I won't deal with you later. In the depths of his heart, Qingxuan pondered fiercely. This was indeed the most reasonable explanation. That second pillar had long harbored resentment towards him for constantly monopolizing his elder brother. He chuckled to himself. How amusing it was to speculate. Qingxuan, you must be hungry, right? I have prepared a bento for you. Would you care to indulge? Shanzhong Laishui casually remarked, as she retrieved a bento from behind her back, evidently having prepared it for quite some time. In truth, Qingxuan had unjustly accused the second pillar. Who could have anticipated that Shanzhong Laishui had scoured the entirety of Konoha's training grounds in search of him? Gazing at the bento before him, adorned with elements of affection, Qingxuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Meanwhile, Shanzhong Laishui arranged the bento, chattering away, hurry and eat. Once you do, you shall belong to me, he. Suddenly recalling Qingxuan's presence beside her, she quickly amended, after consuming this bento, we will become good friends. Don't think I didn't hear what I said earlier. Qingxuan sighed softly, exclaiming that he could only utter, goodness gracious. Are the girls in the world of Naruto truly so mature? The face of Yuki Yamashiro flushed instantly, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. However, in the next moment, she seemed to have made a resolute decision. She grasped the bento and thrust it into Qingxuan's hands, declaring, I don't care. Will you eat it, or not? It took me quite a while to prepare. Qingxuan was taken aback by this sudden maneuver, his body instinctively leaning backward. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, revealing his double tomo Sharingan vividly. Just moments ago, he had spotted a young man standing atop a nearby tree, wielding a kunai, with a glint of cold light in his eyes. In an instant, Qingxuan discerned from the man's attire that he was not from Konoha. The stranger clearly recognized that Qingxuan had seen him, as he swiftly hurled the kunai, and then propelled himself towards the two with remarkable speed. Qingxuan instinctively wrapped his arms around Shanzhong Laishui, subsequently rolling onto the ground. The kunai grazed Qingxuan's hair, sending a chill of terror coursing through him. It was only now that he comprehended the extent to which Shisui and Itachi had held back. If both had unleashed their full power, it would have taken less than half a minute for Qingxuan to meet his demise. In the following year, the two delicate beings with tear-streaked lashes would surely pay their respects to him, accompanied by Erzuzi as well. What are you doing? This is so sudden. I wasn't prepared. Shanzhong Laishui covered her face, speaking bashfully. Qingxuan shot her a glare, clearly exasperated. Who did you learn all this nonsense from? You should sever ties immediately. As she spoke, Qingxuan's gaze remained fixed on the movements of the man, her expression grave. For some unknown reason, he paused not far from the two of them. Who are you? With no response from him, Qingxuan could only take the initiative to inquire. What is happening? In contrast, it was Shanzhong Laishui who exclaimed in shock. Qingxuan chuckled with a hint of annoyance, pulling Shanzhong Laishui behind him, and whispered to her, I'll hold them off. You go fetch reinforcements. Do you understand them? Shanzhong Laishui inquired, somewhat perplexed, yet she nodded slightly in agreement. Upon witnessing this, Qingxuan took a deep breath. If given the choice, he would prefer not to entrust his life to another. However, at this moment, there existed no better alternative, nor was there ample time for hesitation. It was now or never. Run. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With a fierce shout, Qingxuan pivoted and unleashed a colossal fireball towards the rear. Boom. The nearly 1 meter diameter fireball struck the ground, producing a thunderous explosion. Instantly, dust and debris were sent soaring, and flames soared skyward. Two figures burst forth from the cloud of smoke. One to the left, a man with a scarred face, clearly a companion of the previous individual. To the right, however, emerged none other than Shanzhong Laishui. Her trajectory pointed towards the Uchiha encampment. This was the optimal choice. Seeking aid from Konoha would be an arduous journey, and by the time assistance arrived, Qingxuan would likely have long since perished. You little brat. How did you discover my presence? The scarred man was perplexed. Despite his efforts to conceal himself, he had been detected by this young boy. Had he not reacted swiftly, merely the impact of that fireball would have been more than he could bear. Qingxuan remained silent. In this day and age, not only do villains perish from excessive chatter, but heroes may also fall victim to their own verbosity. Why prolong the conversation? It is imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. lest that pesky little spirit summon others, creating further complications. The aloof young man, who had initially maintained a frigid demeanor, finally spoke, and then took a step forward. Closing in on Qingxuan, the scar-faced man clicked his tongue, following the cold youth's lead, effectively blocking Qingxuan's escape route from both sides. Come forth. Qingxuan withdrew a kunai from behind him, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his crimson Sharingan. Wasn't it merely 1 against 2? He had ample opportunity to triumph. Chapter 18. Silent Killing Technique. It is well known that ninjas are beings of high offense and low defense. Whether they can obliterate everything in their path or single-handedly dominate the entire ninja realm, a critical strike to their vital points will inevitably lead to their demise. Thus, as long as Qingxuan adeptly capitalizes on his advantages, overcoming 2 opponents is not an impossible feat. What, then, is his advantage? Youth. 2 adults facing an 8-year-old child, how much wariness could they possibly harbor? Even if this child could unleash formidable fireballs, Qingxuan could exploit their underestimation to seize the upper hand. As he retreated while contemplating his strategy, Qingxuan noted that while age was an advantage, it also posed a significant disadvantage. Being merely 8 years old implied a limited chakra reserve, compounded by the fact that he had been in the midst of training prior to this encounter. In such a short span, he had scarcely replenished his energy. Moreover, Qingxuan had to expend half of his chakra to suppress the cells of Hashirama. A gentle breeze swept by, stirring up specks of dust. Qingxuan instinctively narrowed his eyes to shield them from the swirling sand. However, this momentary lapse provided an opportunity for his opponent. The aloof man swiftly closed the distance, standing before Qingxuan in an instant. The latter's pupils constricted sharply as he raised his hands defensively. At that precise moment, the aloof man's strike landed. With a resounding thud, his powerful whip kick struck Qingxuan with ferocity. In agony, Qingxuan staggered backward repeatedly, scarcely managing to regain his balance. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a whistling sound pierced the air behind him. With a swift motion, he narrowly evaded a fatal strike at the last moment. However, a gash was inflicted upon his back, the sound of his torn garment resonating painfully. How ruthless the attack was. Qingxuan swiftly distanced himself from the 2 adversaries, inwardly reflecting that it was indeed the scarred man who had just attacked him. At that moment, the man's face was rife with murderous intent. Previously, Qingxuan had been primarily focused on the aloof figure, mistaking his earlier boisterous demeanor for a lack of threat. Yet, this had been a mere ruse, leading Qingxuan into a significant disadvantage. With his Sharingan locked onto the 2, an ominous sense of foreboding welled up within him. If this continued, he would surely perish. However, the opponents were evidently unwilling to grant him any respite and closed the distance in an instant. Fire release, blazing inferno. At this critical juncture, Qingxuan formed hand seals with fervor, his voice booming with urgency. Upon hearing this, the aloof man and the scarred man hesitated momentarily, then rapidly retreated. Though they had never encountered such a ninjutsu before, the name alone warranted their caution. Yet, in the next heartbeat, instead of unleashing the jutsu, Qingxuan's figure vanished altogether. You little brat. Is that all you can do, play tricks? Realizing he had been outmaneuvered, the scarred man seethed with indignation. The aloof man remained considerably calmer, pondering briefly before suggesting, let's split up and search. This kid is injured. He can't have gone far. At that moment, Qingxuan lay concealed among the nearby underbrush, quietly observing his foes. In his moment of desperation, he had conjured a fictitious ninjutsu merely to intimidate them and create distance. To his surprise, their reaction had been so intense that he fled without a second thought. Yet, as the aloof man had pointed out, his back was wounded, limiting his escape. As he watched the 2 disperse, an idea sparked in Qingxuan's mind. The scarred man was in a foul mood, for they had come on a mission. Failing to eliminate Qingxuan could not only jeopardize their task but also threaten their very lives. With each passing second, the urgency within him escalated, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If this delay continued, reinforcements from Konoha would soon arrive. Just then, the scarred man spotted a figure stumbling through the trees ahead. Found you, brat. Stop right there. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged into the woods after the shadow. Meanwhile, the aloof man sensed impending danger upon hearing his companion's words. He understood the reckless nature of the scarred man. Such heedless pursuit was certain to lead to an ambush, and he could easily end up losing his life in the forest. However, upon reaching the spot where the scarred man had been, the forest lay eerily quiet, akin to a monstrous predator lying in wait. Just as he hesitated to venture deeper, Qingxuan leapt down from the branches, wielding a kunai aimed directly at the aloof man's vital points. Humph, you little brat. I knew you were after me. Water release. Water shuriken. Unexpectedly, the aloof man sneered coldly, and in the next instant, a shuriken formed of water shot forth from his sleeve. Not good. Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically, suspended in midair. He had no means of evasion and could only watch helplessly as the water shuriken approached. Bang! Just as the shuriken pierced his body, he transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone? When did he? The aloof man's face was a portrait of shock, but before he could finish his thought, a kunai struck his heart from behind. The figure of Qingxuan appeared behind the aloof man, observing his fallen form on the ground. Humph! What a fool! Qingxuan's actions were not intended as mockery, but rather as an outlet for the tension that weighed heavily on his heart. In truth, the aloof man was not mistaken. Qingxuan's objective had always been him. Eliminating this target would undoubtedly ease Qingxuan's subsequent confrontation with the scarred man. During their recent encounter, Qingxuan discerned that the authority lay with the aloof man, while the scarred man merely followed orders. However, the aloof man's folly was his failure to recognize Qingxuan's ability to create shadow clones. Given Qingxuan's character, it was inconceivable that he would place himself in peril. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, the figure that leapt down from the tree was merely a shadow clone. And despite the fierce appearance of this clone, it was essentially a mere fayade. The chakra that Qingxuan had allocated to this clone could only sustain its movement, and in terms of offensive capability, it possessed none whatsoever. Now, it is your turn. Qingxuan took a deep breath. His Sharingan filled with murderous intent as he coldly murmured into the depths of the forest. He then raised his leg and ventured further inside. Within the woods, the scarred man pursued relentlessly into the depths. Just as he was on the verge of catching up, Qingxuan's figure suddenly vanished from sight. This caused the scarred man's brow to furrow deeply. He was reckless, but not foolish. Realizing he may have fallen into a trap, he hastily turned to retreat and regroup with his companions. However, upon turning, he encountered Qingxuan, who was crouched low and steadily advancing towards him. A bloodstained kunai clutched in his hand. Damn! Upon realizing he had been spotted, Qingxuan cursed angrily. He then leaped into the air, launching himself towards the scarred man. The kunai glinted ominously as it aimed for the man's throat. The little brat! The scarred man was taken aback. Had he not turned around at that moment, he would have likely been ambushed by Qingxuan. In this critical moment, the scarred man disregarded everything else and swiftly kicked out. Bang! Caught off guard in midair, Qingxuan was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree with a dull thud. Careless, Qingxuan staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He already bore an injury on his back, and the recent blow was far from pleasant. His previous attack had been a desperate measure. At such close proximity, retreating would have only led to a more dire predicament. Who could have anticipated that this fellow would suddenly turn around? One can only say that while human efforts are essential, the outcome ultimately rests in the hands of fate. Is he dead? The scarred man inquired coldly, and upon seeing the bloodstains on the kunai, he realized that his comrade had met with disaster. Qingxuan was well aware of whom the scarred man was inquiring about. A smile graced his lips, yet he chose to remain silent. This demeanor, however, only served to infuriate the scarred man further. He swiftly formed a series of hand seals, uttering, "If that is the case, then you shall perish." A thin mist began to emanate from the scarred man, gradually enveloping the surroundings. In no time, Qingxuan's vision was completely obscured by the thick fog. Even with the Sharingan, he could merely discern a vague outline of the terrain. An art of silent assassination? Perhaps a technique of the hidden mist village? Qingxuan murmured softly. His attention immediately sharpened to its utmost. He was aware of the silent killing technique, a ninjutsu that had shone brilliantly in the hands of the infamous Zabuza Momochi in the first chapter of the original text. The heart, the back of the head, the temple, or the neck, which will you choose? The voice of the scarred man echoed in Qingxuan's ears, sounding alarmingly near. Yet Qingxuan could not discern his whereabouts. A sense of tension burgeoned within him, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. Although he understood that this was merely a psychological tactic, he could not suppress the underlying dread that gripped him. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, as if the scarred man's previous words were merely intended to instill fear in Qingxuan. Yet, he knew that any sign of weakness on his part would invite an attack capable of claiming his life. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, contemplating how to navigate this predicament. The silent killing technique did, indeed, have countermeasures. The key lay within the dense fog enveloping him. If he could disperse the mist using wind-release ninjutsu, he could nullify the silent killing technique. Though the concept appeared simple, Qingxuan's chakra was of the wind element. However, he had yet to master wind-release ninjutsu. And even if he could, his chakra reserves were insufficient. Such a substantial fog could not be dispelled with a mere gust. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air, snapping Qingxuan to attention as he swiftly evaded. The scarred man, however, was not so easily deterred. The sounds of projectiles whistled through the air. Despite Qingxuan's utmost efforts to evade, his limited visibility resulted in several wounds and glaring vulnerabilities. Yet, the scarred man still refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Moments later, Qingxuan found himself leaning against a sturdy tree, the fiery pain of his injuries coursing through him. How cautious. Indeed, the apparent weaknesses he had displayed were intentional. With no means to dispel the fog, he had to lure the serpent from its hole. Only by provoking the adversary could he seize a fleeting opportunity. Chapter 19. The third genius of the Uchiha. As dusk settled, the light gradually waned, casting an increasingly dim atmosphere. Qingxuan felt increasingly anxious, for as night fell, his vision would undoubtedly worsen. The chakra available within him was already dwindling, and he began contemplating that once he mastered the earth-style wall, he would surely hang two dog heads upon it. At that moment, a long blade sliced through the mist, aimed directly at Qingxuan's neck. Fortunately, he remained vigilant and raised the kunai in his hand to parry the strike. With a sharp clang, Qingxuan clearly noticed a significant notch appeared on the kunai. Instantly, a pang of distress surged within him. That was his only kunai, gifted by Shisui. Does one not understand that a child from a humble background learns to be resourceful at an early age? Qingxuan let out a furious roar and lunged towards the source of the attack. The scarred man could no longer contain himself. If he let Qingxuan go this time, the latter would find himself in the same predicament as before. To the scarred man's surprise, Qingxuan acted with remarkable decisiveness, and they soon engaged in combat. As their weapons clashed incessantly, Qingxuan's expression grew increasingly grim. On one hand, the damage to his kunai was accumulating, and it was only a matter of time before it became unusable. On the other hand, he was at a distinct disadvantage in this fight. After all, at merely 8 years of age, his physical capabilities were far inferior to those of the scarred man, who dominated him at every turn. At this moment, the rhythm of battle was firmly in the opponent's grasp, leaving Qingxuan with no choice but to defend passively. He understood the principle that prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. "You little brat, is that all you've got? If so, then you might as well perish," taunted the scarred man, his words laced with venom even as his strikes grew more forceful. This situation was untenable. If it continued like this, Qingxuan risked losing everything. Qingxuan's heart was in a state of turmoil, feeling as though he were ensnared. To continue the battle would mean certain death, and escape seemed impossible. A sudden clash echoed as Qingxuan inadvertently stepped on something, causing him to stumble and fall. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. He quickly rolled and regained his footing, resuming his struggle against the scarred man. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed an object lying quietly on the ground. It was the scroll that Shisui had entrusted to him. A spark of inspiration ignited in Qingxuan's mind. Perhaps employing the Shuanpa technique could be the key. However, the ordinary Shuanpa would prove ineffective. Only the modified version by Shisui would suffice. To be honest, Qingxuan harbored doubts about his ability to execute it. Nevertheless, the worst outcome would be death, so he decided to take the plunge. Resolutely, he disregarded everything else. Enduring a kick from the scarred man, he used the momentum to create distance. After regaining his balance, Qingxuan activated the Shuanpa, appearing in a different location. Without pause, he continued to employ the technique, ultimately manifesting 3 fleeting apparitions beside the scarred man. Although calling them apparitions was somewhat misleading, for Qingxuan was merely darting back and forth among 3 positions. "Oh, shadow clones. Do you believe this will be effective?" The scarred man chuckled, confident that despite the renown of Shuanpa Shisui throughout the ninja world, he did not believe that an 8-year-old child could master it. Thus, he concluded that Qingxuan was out of options, resorting to shadow clones to buy time. With that thought, the scarred man no longer hesitated, swinging his long blade toward the true body. What? In the next moment, he was left dumbfounded as the blade passed through Qingxuan without encountering any resistance. Reminiscent of cleaving through air during practice. An opportunity. On the other side, Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with intent. Such a glaring flaw could not be overlooked. With a pained scream, a kunai was embedded in the scarred man's eye, causing him to collapse, motionless moments later. With the death of the scarred man, the surrounding mist began to gradually dissipate. Qingxuan stood beside the lifeless body, gasping for breath, his heart pierced by a sharp pain. The toll of repeatedly employing the body flicker technique had been exceedingly taxing, Yet he could not afford to pause. Reluctantly, he resorted to utilizing Chakra to maintain the seal. In that moment, his condition was dire. Unfamiliar with the instantaneous teleportation secrets of still water, his calves were swollen. Coupled with the backlash from the Hashirama cells and his numerous injuries, Qingxuan could palpably sense that death was not far off. The last time he felt such a presence was when he had bravely intervened, only to be fatally struck down. And in that instance, he had truly perished. Qingxuan, where are you? A distant voice called out, the urgency of Lady Shui resonating through the mountains. Yet, Qingxuan lacked the strength to respond, his vision blurred, and he soon collapsed onto the ground. Darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Another genius has emerged from the Uchiha clan. Indeed, at merely 8 years of age, he had triumphed over 2 mist ninjas. In a daze, Qingxuan overheard 2 voices conversing nearby. Before he could grasp the ensuing dialogue, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, leading him into another slumber. When he awakened again, the sun was high in the sky. Had he truly survived? Qingxuan exhaled softly, murmuring to himself, as if both inquiring and expressing relief. It was then that he took a moment to survey his surroundings. The entire room was adorned in pristine white, furnished solely with a bed. Beside the bed stood a small table, upon which rested a basket of fruit. Is this a hospital? Qingxuan quickly deduced his location, realizing it made sense given the severity of his injuries. Where else could he have possibly been taken? As he sensed the seal over his heart, a sense of quietude washed over him. Perhaps during his unconscious state, the seal had been restored, and the interstitial cells had settled into a tranquil slumber. Qingxuan's life has been preserved, though he is now wrapped up in layers, resembling a mummy. Just then, the door creaked open. Shisui and Itachi stepped inside. Oh, our little Uchiha genius has awakened. Shisui teased upon noticing Qingxuan's consciousness return. Qingxuan listened to Shisui's words with a sense of bewilderment. Pondering the mention of the Uchiha's telephone watch, he expressed his confusion. Itachi, perceiving Qingxuan's perplexity, spoke up. There are rumors circulating outside that you are the 3rd genius of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd genius? Who were the first 2? All right, no need to elaborate. I understand, Qingxuan remarked, glancing at the 2 individuals before him, adorned with tear troughs and delicate lashes. Upon hearing Itachi's statement, Shisui nodded earnestly, appearing quite pleased. This only deepened Qingxuan's confusion. What merit was there in being labeled a genius? Was it merely an invitation for Danzo's scrutiny, or perhaps the 3rd Hokage's? He could even envision the tribulations that awaited him. Rumors spread by Danzo, covert sabotage from the 3rd, and an unending stream of assassination attempts. Such scenarios were hardly far-fetched. Considering the current state of the ninja world, other villages would not idly watch as Konoha regained its strength. Chapter 20. Uchiha Younglin lying on the hospital bed. Qingxuan bid farewell to Shisui and Itachi as they departed. After all, they were both ninjas within the same organization. Given the circumstances, it was evident they could not afford to remain idle. The task of identifying spies necessitated manpower, especially in this fragile period just years after the war, where Konoha had to exercise utmost caution. However, Shisui and Itachi also brought news. A squad of mist ninjas had been spotted near the gates of Konoha. It was due to this urgency that Shisui had to leave in haste. Yet, no one anticipated that 2 mist ninjas intended to invade adjacent to the Uchiha encampment, only to encounter the unfortunate Qingxuan. After a fierce skirmish, both met their demise. Alas, it seems the news of Konoha's ostracization of the Uchiha clan has spread throughout the entire ninja world. It is nothing short of a travesty that they have not been swayed to rebel. In the depths of his heart, Qingxuan pondered silently. Whether there were individuals from the Uchiha clan contemplating defection was uncertain, yet the suspicions harbored by the higher echelons of Konoha were undeniably real. It was likely this very apprehension that prompted them to increasingly ostracize the Uchiha. One must acknowledge the combat prowess of the Uchiha, which was well known. They were always at the forefront whenever Konoha engaged in battle. However, this approach created a peculiar and vicious cycle. The fear of potential defection led to the marginalization of the Uchiha, and the more they were marginalized, the greater the likelihood of their defection became. Consequently, Konoha intensified their exclusionary tactics. Thus, Qingxuan couldn't help but feel that the leadership of Konoha was rather misguided. The Uchiha clan was predominantly proud and temperamental, akin to a sulking girlfriend. A little coaxing would suffice. Yet Konoha refused to placate them. Instead, they destroyed the very lipstick of this metaphorical girlfriend. Engaging in such behavior would inevitably lead to a breakup. Conversely, one could say that the Uchiha's rebellion was merely a matter of time. Nevertheless, these matters were of little consequence to Qingxuan. He was simply passing the time with idle speculation. Just as he was about to summarize the entire situation of the ninja world, the door to the hospital room swung open once more. Instinctively glancing in that direction, he was met with a figure hurtling towards him. Qingxuan, I'm so relieved you're all right. I was so worried as he beheld the entirety of Yamashiro Lishiwei pressing down upon him. Qingxuan's lips twitched uncontrollably. Get off me. No way. Yamashiro Lishiwei shook her head vigorously, refusing to budge from her position atop Qingxuan. But you're a girl. Haven't you ever heard that there should be propriety between men and women? Qingxuan immediately felt utterly disheartened. Although the pressure from Lishiwei in the mountains was not severe, he was currently gravely injured. This relentless torment caused pain to radiate throughout his body. If he were not immobilized, he would have fled long ago. He resolved silently within his heart to maintain a greater distance from this girl in the future. Taking a deep breath, Qingxuan endeavored to soften his tone. Lishiwei, you see. With you pressing down on me, not only is it difficult for me to eat, but it will also be quite inconvenient when it comes time to change my bandages. Would you kindly consider getting off for a moment? However, to his astonishment, upon hearing this, Lishiwei did not relent. Instead, she unfastened a small bundle from her back. Qingxuan, are you hungry? I happen to have prepared a bento. Upon unwrapping the package, it revealed an exquisitely arranged bento box. Lishiwei skillfully opened it and, picking up a rice ball, began to thrust it towards Qingxuan's mouth. Here, let me feed you, she said cheerily, as the rice ball advanced toward him. Qingxuan's face was a canvas of resistance. If I have committed any offense, let the law punish me. If not, allow Uncle Shi to take me back, rather than subject me to such torment. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lishiwei's efforts were thwarted, for the venerable Sarutobi Hiruzen had arrived. In the midst of his busy schedule, Sarutobi had carved out a moment to witness the remarkable performance of Uchiha Qingxuan from the previous day. However, as soon as he entered the room, he was met with the peculiar sight of Lishiwei perched atop Qingxuan, attempting to shove something into his mouth. Had he not known it was a rice ball, he might have suspected foul play. Clearing his throat, he noted that neither of them had perceived his entrance. With that, he coughed softly, and the room fell into a profound silence, Lishiwei's actions suspended in midair. Qingxuan stiffly turned his head towards the third Hokage, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. This moment could only be described as a monumental social embarrassment. A dark chapter in Qingxuan's history that would linger for years to come. Is it too late for me to relocate to another planet? I am anxiously awaiting a response. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly began to speak. After all, we are in a hospital, so please be mindful of the impact. No sooner had he finished his sentence than Qingxuan noticed the face of Yamashiro Neisuke flushing visibly. With a piercing scream, Yamashiro Neisuke dashed out the door, watching that small figure recede into the distance. Qingxuan vowed that it was the first time he wished to be whisked away by her. Remaining here was simply too awkward. Qingxuan, how's your health? The third Hokage approached and sat down beside the bed. Having come alone without his usual umbu escort, his demeanor was considerably more relaxed, shedding the authoritative air of a Hokage. Observing the sunken features of the elderly man, Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. In that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly resembled a kind neighbor, devoid of the cunning aura he had previously exuded. In truth, Qingxuan's understanding of the third Hokage was derived from various nuances in the original narrative. The original text provided no explicit depiction of Sarutobi Hiruzen as a person. Have I been mistaken all along? In the depths of Qingxuan's heart, an idea inevitably arose, only to be cast aside the next moment. Regardless of the nature of the third Hokage, his tacit approval of Danzo was an indelible mark. At the very least, he could be characterized as a hesitant ruler in his twilight years, one who clung to the status quo. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for your concern. I feel much better now. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in Qingxuan's mind, it was merely a fleeting moment. There was no need to feign innocence at this juncture, as the third Hokage had likely seen through his ruse long ago. Yet, Qingxuan was perplexed as to why he would allow the existence of Hashirama's cells within a member of the Uchiha clan. Take a look at this. Exercise caution when you leave the village in the future. Upon receiving Qingxuan's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. He retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Qingxuan. This gesture left Qingxuan utterly bewildered, as he struggled to comprehend the third Hokage's intentions. He could only inquire, Lord Hokage, what is this for? Waving his hand, the third Hokage interrupted Qingxuan, stating, You will understand once you examine the scroll. I have faith that you are a child who embodies the will of fire. The future of Konohagakure depends on you. In just a few brief sentences, the third Hokage appeared to age several years. Before Qingxuan could respond, he let out a deep sigh and exited the room, closing the door behind him as he departed. Qingxuan, could you at least help me unroll the scroll before leaving? I feel like an ancient mummy, just staring at it. Staring at the scroll bound with a thin string, Qingxuan felt utterly speechless. Is this truly the work of a human? To arouse his curiosity and then leave him to his own devices? With no other option, Qingxuan reluctantly extended his somewhat mobile right hand to the scroll on his left. After exerting considerable effort, he finally managed to open the scroll and began to read. However, the more he read, the grimmer his expression became. The scroll contained intelligence, a report from the Hidden Mist Village, a member of the Uchiha clan. Nearly 8 years of age, had awakened the double tomo Sharingan. Furthermore, he had single-handedly defeated 2 elite jonin from the mist. The fourth Mizukage praised his limitless potential. This individual was none other than Uchiha Qingxuan, the Uchiha prodigy. After absorbing this information, Qingxuan fell into a long silence. Don't ask. Just know that it's a skill cooldown. The irony was overwhelming. What on earth is prodigy? Is that a title? Where is such a title even warranted? Look at others. Golden flashes, instantaneous movement, mastery of ninjutsu. Even if one were to fall short, that could at least be a copy ninja. Why does it seem that the narrative changes so drastically when it comes to him? A juvenile Kirin is still a juvenile Kirin. Why strip away 2 words? And does the hidden mist dare to be any more obvious? Are they afraid that others might not realize this is a setup for his downfall? With characters like the Scarred Man, Elite Jonin, they barely qualify as average chunin. What infuriated Qingxuan the most was that the other ninja villages believed this farce, all expressing envy towards Konoha. He was so enraged that he almost flipped the table, if only he could move. What merit did the Uchiha have to unite the 4 great ninja villages against him? Indeed, all 4 ninja villages were conspiring to elevate Uchiha Qingxuan, as if they feared that the title prodigy would remain unknown throughout the shinobi world. Sigh. It was unclear how much time had passed. But Qingxuan finally understood the words of the third Hokage. He was no longer merely a member of the Uchiha clan. He had become a target for the 4 great ninja villages to undermine Konoha. Once Qingxuan's reputation spread, it was inevitable that he would be sought after for missions, leading to a relentless onslaught of assassination attempts. If Qingxuan were to perish, the last veil concealing Konoha would be stripped away, and the unity of its people would shatter. If they couldn't protect a burgeoning genius, what purpose would Konoha serve? Of course, expending such effort to elevate an obscure child was not their sole intention. While it is prudent to disregard the possibility of swaying the Uchiha for future insurrections, it is certain they aim to exacerbate internal strife within Konoha. The Uchiha, known for their pride, possess a strikingly evident trait: protectiveness. If they elevate Qingxuan high enough while subtly belittling the other Konoha clans, internal conflict will be inevitable. It wouldn't be long before they began to undermine the other clans of Konoha. Qingxuan lay feebly on the bed, feeling the discomfort of being at the mercy of others. Chapter 21. 2 years later, after spending several days recuperating in the hospital, Qingxuan was discharged. Due to the ongoing ninja school break, he had resolved to remain sequestered within the Uchiha compound, choosing not to venture anywhere. He believed it was imperative for the ninja world to forget his existence before he made his return. After all, what value does reputation hold in comparison to one's life? However, even he could not have anticipated that this retreat would extend for 2 whole years. During this period, Qingxuan was utterly oblivious to the affairs outside, dedicating himself solely to his training. This was twofold: to allow the uproar to subside and to cultivate his strength as swiftly as possible. Following his encounter with the Mist Ninja, he had become acutely aware of his own limitations. He was merely a novice, unseasoned and inexperienced. As the fateful night of his clan's destruction drew nearer, a sense of trepidation grew within him. He was well aware of the inciting incident that would trigger the tragic events: Shisui being ambushed by Danzo, ultimately taking his own life by jumping from a cliff, leaving one of his eyes to Itachi. Over the course of nearly 3 years, despite his silence, Qingxuan had come to regard Shisui as family. Thus, he felt an urgent need for power to alter the course of destiny. Throughout these 2 years, the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha clan had become increasingly pronounced. The clan meetings had escalated to a daily occurrence, evolving from mere grievances against Konoha to an atmosphere of vehement unrest. Even if Fugaku wished to reconcile, the clan members were no longer amenable to such notions. The door had been sealed shut, and escape was no longer an option. What they failed to recognize was that the clan had been in decline ever since their rebellious patriarch, Uchiha Madara, had forsaken them. Now, in their current generation, only a scant few remained. Among the youth, only 3 stood out, 2 of whom were double agents for both Konoha and Uchiha, while the last was merely focused on survival. Wishing to save Shisui and Itachi. In a training ground, Qingxuan grasped a scroll tightly, inhaling deeply. At the age of 10, he still bore traces of youth, though his features had matured slightly since 2 years prior. Possessing Uchiha lineage, he had not squandered this heritage. Appearing quite handsome, much to the admiration of certain clansmen from the mountainous regions, which he found rather vexing. Yet, he had no time to dwell on such matters. His focus lay solely on the scroll in his hands, which contained a genjutsu he had meticulously crafted for himself. Over the past 2 years, he had refrained from studying any ninjutsu. After mastering the body flicker technique, he devoted himself entirely to genjutsu and sealing techniques, with the solitary exception of daily physical training. His ultimate aim was to harness genjutsu to awaken his Sharingan with 3 tomo. It was widely recognized that the fastest route for an Uchiha to enhance their power was through the awakening of the Sharingan. The disparity between the 3 tomo and the 2 tomo was substantial, akin to the difference between a Jinin and a Jonin. The evolution of the Sharingan necessitated intense emotional upheaval, whether through rage or sorrow. This was precisely why Qingxuan delved into the study of genjutsu, to provoke such emotional turmoil. It would require the death of either Shisui or Itachi, perhaps even Sasuke. Yet, what could he do? Should that dire circumstance arise? Would his own eyes not become as mundane as water? Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. Qingxuan murmured softly, acknowledging that the illusion inscribed upon the scroll was merely a half-finished product. Once he was ensnared within it, even as the conjurer, he would be unable to extricate himself from that dreamscape. Thus, Qingxuan bided his time, preparing to face this challenge with utmost readiness. Before long, a torrent of memories surged into his mind, which he absorbed piece by piece. These were recollections transmitted back from his shadow clone stationed at the Ninja Academy, accompanied by some residual chakra. In these past 2 years, Qingxuan's chakra reserves had nearly approached that of a Jonin. Otherwise, he would not possess excess chakra to allocate to his shadow clones. It is noteworthy that 2 years prior, he had been miserly with his chakra, preserving only the basic mobility for his shadow clones. Let us commence. With this declaration, Qingxuan abruptly tore open the scroll in his hand. A flash of crimson light erupted, and his eyes slowly lost focus. Beneath a blood-red sky, Qingxuan observed the scenes unfolding before him with a calm demeanor. Before him lay an endless expanse of grassland, traversed by a multitude of figures. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that there were tens of thousands of them. Move faster, you 2-legged sheep. If we do not reach the tribe by nightfall, I shall have you for dinner. A coarse voice echoed, seemingly distant yet resonating as if whispered directly into Qingxuan's ear. Indeed, this was the most harrowing epoch in the annals of his previous life, the period of the 5 barbarians' tumult. The 3 kingdom strife at the end of the Han dynasty had nearly obliterated the foundations of the Central Plains. After enduring a prolonged period of recovery, foreign tribes seized the opportunity to invade, abducting countless Han people. The men were reduced to mere sustenance, while the women became mere playthings. The term 2-legged sheep thus originated. And every time Qingxuan encountered this chapter in history, it ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Hence, it became the basis for this illusion, inciting him to awaken his 3 tomo Sharingan. At this moment, Qingxuan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Even though he was aware that this was an illusion, custom-tailored for him, the flames of rage surged uncontrollably within him, refusing to be quelled. The sole condition for escaping the illusion was to awaken the 3 tomo Sharingan. Until that occurred, Qingxuan could not shatter the illusion. He could only bear witness helplessly. Visions of tragic history flashed before him, leading to a scene of a battlefield engulfed in gunfire, where countless figures fell one after another, and amidst the chaos, a streak of crimson fluttered. The pent-up emotions accumulated over time burst forth like a dam breaking, flooding his heart. In this state of mind, Qingxuan found himself enveloped in a strange tranquility. With a gentle wave of his hand, the illusion before him dissipated like bubbles melting away. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the training ground, still clutching the shattered scroll. Fortunately, he had succeeded, feeling a significant improvement in his dynamic vision. Qingxuan let out a sigh of relief. The scroll in his possession was singular. Once expended, it would be lost forever. Illusions are not difficult to master, yet sealing techniques are indeed formidable. Over the span of 2 years, Qingxuan had only grasped the basics. Managing to create one was already a stroke of luck. One could only imagine the resolute determination he mustered to undertake such an endeavor. The impetus stemmed from a visit to Itachi the previous day, where Qingxuan had glimpsed a set of umbu uniforms in the latter's room. This was hardly a good omen. Chapter 22, Willful Children? A good beating will suffice. Itachi Uchiha's induction into the Umbu signified the official commencement of the narrative. An invisible blade now hovered above Qingxuan's head, uncertain of when it would strike. Regrettably, despite Qingxuan's awareness of the plot, the timeline remained somewhat nebulous. He could only approximate the time frame, lacking precise foresight. It seems that he must keep a vigilant eye on Shisui during this period, hoping that this fool does not unwittingly fall victim to an ambush. Deep within his heart, Qingxuan contemplated the tragic demise of Shisui in the original narrative. Not only did it grant Itachi the ability to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, but it also shattered his psychological defenses. From that fateful day onward, Itachi became utterly disillusioned with the Uchiha clan. No longer did he harbor fantasies of rescuing his family. Instead, he turned his allegiance toward Konohagakure. A gentle breeze caressed him, lifting his hair as he retracted his Sharingan and strolled slowly toward home. The Uchiha compound was eerily quiet, likely due to a clan meeting in session. The discussions would invariably revolve around their grievances against Konoha and lamentations of fate's injustices, culminating in nostalgic reminiscences of bygone glory. Originally, upon the emergence of Qingxuan's reputation as Yaolin, he had gained the right to participate in these gatherings. It seemed that this proud clan had finally accepted him, a scion of their lineage. However, after attending a single meeting, he never returned. The issues plaguing the Uchiha were far graver than those of Konoha. At least the latter had a glimmer of hope for redemption. The Uchiha were truly decayed to the core, their minds consumed with memories of former splendor, completely oblivious to the fact that their current strength paled in comparison to the past. In contrast, Shisui, regardless of the demands of his Umbu duties, always made it a point to attend the clan meetings. To the unknowing observer, it might seem that he was fervently devoted to these affairs. Yet, Qingxuan understood that Shisui was diligently gathering evidence of the Uchiha clan's impending betrayal. Once the proof was substantial, the blade of Konoha's judgment would inevitably fall upon the Uchiha. Before long, Qingxuan found himself at his doorstep, where he encountered two figures waiting for him, one large and one small. Itachi, what brings you here? Qingxuan inquired with a hint of perplexity. However, considering the nature of the weasel, which is known to seek out opportunities for mischief, it is reasonable to assume that his presence at the door signifies a matter of importance. Yet, what purpose does he have in bringing Erjuzi along? Forget I asked. I shall take my leave. Qingxuan scarcely hesitated, effortlessly articulating a series of 3 responses before turning on his heel and departing without a trace of indecision. What a jest! Were it only Itachi present, Qingxuan would gladly engage in conversation, and lending a hand would be a trifling matter. However, the moment the second pillar was involved, trouble was inevitable. Although Sasuke shared a degree of closeness with Qingxuan, it was merely a consequence of their small circle of 4. A case of affection extending to all within. But did one not notice the foul expression adorning his face? It would be peculiar to expect anything favorable. Observing Qingxuan's demeanor, Itachi could only smile wryly. Then I shall have Yamashiro Akiyuki speak with you. Qingxuan's footsteps abruptly halted as he turned around. A look of disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Itachi. Uchiha Itachi had employed a potent threat against Uchiha Qingxuan, and its effectiveness was remarkable. This threat struck directly at Qingxuan's Achilles heel, delivering a lethal blow. For the past 2 years, his mind had been shrouded in the shadows left by Yamashita Reishu. Each recollection was laden with a history of darkness. It might have been forgivable in his childhood, but now, having matured slightly, this girl dared to launch a nocturnal assault. The key point was that Shisui feigned ignorance. Who could fathom the turmoil in Qingxuan's heart the following day when he awoke to find a little girl lying beside him? Speak up. What is it? Since resistance was futile, he could only resign himself to acceptance. Qingxuan sighed softly and asked in a subdued tone. Upon hearing this, Itachi's smile became even more pronounced. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer have the time to escort Sasuke to school, so I must rely on you from now on. Qingxuan, you, the ferret, once again block the door and resort to threats. Is it truly for this matter? Is this all there is? Qingxuan initially thought it was a significant matter, merely sending Erjuzi to school. The use of a shadow clone was a trivial task. You should refrain from employing shadow clones for school lately. It is time for you to relax, Qingxuan. Just as Qingxuan was about to acquiesce, Itachi spoke again. This statement caused him to furrow his brow, but upon comprehending Itachi's intent, he nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. Itachi smiled faintly and took Erjuzi away, offering comfort to the disheartened boy as they walked. Observing the 2 brothers gradually depart, Qingxuan found his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Perhaps it was indeed time to unwind. That night, Qingxuan lay in bed, his gaze fixed upon the night sky outside the window, his mind replaying Itachi's words. Indeed, he had been under immense strain over the past 2 years, consistently consumed by thoughts of how to grow stronger during every waking moment. While his peers reveled in play, he either trained or researched how to unlock the 3-tomo Sharingan. Unbeknownst to him, Qingxuan had transformed into a rather reclusive individual. Friends were a mere figment of imagination. The only one willing to approach him was the scheming little girl, Shanzhong Lai Shui. Over time, Qingxuan's mindset inevitably encountered issues, as he began to disregard everything around him, becoming increasingly numb. If this continued, Qingxuan would ultimately become devoid of emotion. Qingxuan, I am an assassin. Devoid of emotions and wealth. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Time to rest, time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall attend school diligently. Qingxuan cast aside the dreadful thought that plagued his mind, closing his eyes in a bid to force himself into slumber. The following day, Qingxuan awoke with a pair of lifeless eyes, accompanied by Erjuzi, who wore an expression of reluctant discontent. Humph. As the two inadvertently locked gazes, Sasuke let out a cold snort and turned his head away. A surge of anger welled up within Qingxuan, and he delivered a sharp slap to Erzu's head. What are you doing? Erzu's exploded in response, questioning Qingxuan with a fierce tone. The latter cast a glance at him. Why wear such a long face? Can't you muster a smile? Do you believe I would inform your brother? I am certain he would concur with my actions. In an instant, Sasuke deflated, his lips curving into a stiff smile. There was no escaping it. Itachi was truly Sasuke's Achilles heel. Given his understanding of his elder brother, Qingxuan's words were undeniably accurate. Qingxuan nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on the age-old adage, how does one manage a mischievous child? A good spanking will suffice. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of Erjuzi's classroom. Due to the early hour, there were only a handful of students inside. However, to their astonishment, Naruto had already arrived. Aren't you supposed to be the underachiever? Isn't it against your character to show up so early? Qingxuan silently criticized in his heart, however. Unbeknownst to him, the Naruto of his childhood was quite well behaved, far from the mischievous character he would later become. Oh, brother Qingxuan? What brings you here? Did you come to see me? The Naruto in the classroom noticed Qingxuan, his eyes instantly lighting up. He rushed to Qingxuan's side, eagerly inquiring. Then he caught sight of the other side, where Sasuke stood with a stiff smile. His expression instantly soured, and he dejectedly remarked, what a letdown. I thought you came to see me, but you're just here to escort that arrogant Sasuke to school. Qingxuan gazed at Naruto's dejected expression and gently patted his shoulder, saying, Not at all. I am here to see you. Well, I am also accompanying this little rascal to school. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits were instantly lifted. However, Sasuke was not pleased. What did she mean by just accompanying? As the esteemed second son of the Uchiha clan and the brother of Itachi Uchiha, how could he endure such indignity? Humph, this is a deception. Brother Qingxuan is specifically here to escort me to school. With his head held high, Sasuke proclaimed with undeniable pride. Qingxuan's lips curled into a smirk, pleasantly surprised by an unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that Sasuke and Naruto would begin their tumultuous romance so early? Had they not been flanked on either side? Qingxuan would have been tempted to sit back and enjoy the spectacle. As an awakened wielder of the esteemed bloodline limit, Naruto certainly would not indulge Sasuke's antics. Humph. Who would believe that? When Itachi first brought you here, you were holding hands. Yet now, Qingxuan isn't holding your hand either, Naruto remarked. At that moment, Sasuke's composure shattered. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could he have overlooked such a detail? In a sudden burst of determination, he grasped Qingxuan's hand, declaring, See, now we are holding hands. Qingxuan rolled his eyes at the absurdity of it all. While the two were embroiled in their bickering, he wondered why he had been dragged into their theatrics. Sasuke was still quite young, and his clumsy excuse was evident to both Qingxuan and Naruto. However, before Naruto could retort, a soft voice floated in from the doorway. Excuse me, could you please step aside? If you must know, you are blocking the path. Upon hearing those words, Qingxuan's expression shifted to one of shock as he turned to see who had spoken. He had been completely oblivious to the presence of the newcomer. And had they intended to launch a surprise attack, that brief moment would have sufficed for him to meet his demise thrice over. The newcomer was a small boy, sporting round-frame sunglasses and tousled hair. Upon seeing the glasses, Qingxuan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he finally recognized the boy. It was Shino Aburame from the Aburame clan, known for his ability to render himself nearly invisible. No wonder he had failed to sense Shino's approach, even Naruto, with his exceptional abilities, had been oblivious in the original narrative. For the past 2 years, Qingxuan had harbored an intense admiration for such abilities. especially if combined with the power of invisibility inherited through bloodlines. Truly the epitome of a top-tier assassin. Yet, admiration was futile, for such talents were innate. Even Gigi himself was deeply averse to possessing such powers. Otherwise, with his capabilities to scout, engage in combat, and even heal in exceptional circumstances, he would undoubtedly be a versatile asset. Strangely, however, within the ranks of the 12 elite, his presence was even more negligible than that of Inuzuka Kiba. With a resounding slap, Qingxuan struck the back of Erju's head, coldly commanding, "Apologize." Sasuke stood there in bewilderment. He was not the sole obstacle. Why should he be the one to apologize? However, under the weight of circumstance, one must acquiesce. Should Qingxuan return to report to Itachi, he would surely face reprimand. "I'm sorry," he muttered reluctantly. Naruto, standing nearby, was equally astonished. Was this truly the Sasuke he knew? The one who would actually apologize? Chapter 23. The final burden. As the time for class approached, the number of students in the classroom steadily increased. Qingxuan also noticed a few members of the 12 young heroes, yet nothing remarkable transpired. Just as he was about to depart, Jingyi from the mountains approached him, appearing hesitant to speak. "Is there something on your mind?" Qingxuan, with an air of indifference, remarked on the impeccable demeanor of the Uchiha clan. "My name is Yamanaka Ino." The cousin-in-law stammered upon their first encounter. At this revelation, Qingxuan nearly faltered. "Cousin-in-law? What nonsense is this? I have not. Do not speak such absurdity." After a moment of contemplation, Qingxuan hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain you have not mistaken me for someone else?" After all, he was merely 10 years old. It was hardly fitting to assume he was married. "Are you not Uchiha Qingxuan?" Ino gazed at him with confusion. Qingxuan could only nod in response, prompting Ino to continue. "Then it must be true. My cousin Reishu informed me that you two have shared a bed. Does that not make you my cousin-in-law?" This statement not only startled Qingxuan but also sent shockwaves throughout the classroom, as he felt the weight of inquisitive stares upon him. Even the thickest skin would redden in embarrassment. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of despair. This was indeed a perilous predicament. Should he deny it? He would be branded a scoundrel, one who indulges and then refuses accountability. Yet the crux of the matter was, Qingxuan had done nothing untoward. If word of this were to spread, what would become of his reputation? Should he concede, this situation would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River, impossible to cleanse. But perhaps the river was filled with silt, rendering it truly uncleanable. "Well, class is about to commence. I must take my leave," Qingxuan lamented, fabricating an excuse to escape hastily. Upon arriving at his own classroom, his frustration only intensified. What was this madness? How could he be embroiled in such a predicament? All of this was the fault of Yamanaka Reishu. Had she not spoken so recklessly, they would not be entangled in this mess. While it was indeed true that they had once shared a bed, it was she who had initiated the nocturnal visit. Qingxuan had no part in it. Besides, he was but a child. What could he possibly do? As he ruminated, his gaze fell upon Yamanaka Reishu, who lay asleep at her desk. Bang! In a fit of vexation, Qingxuan approached and slapped the desk, startling Reishu awake. "Oh, Qingxuan-kun, what is the matter?" she inquired, rubbing her drowsy eyes in confusion. Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon her eyes and coldly inquired, "I ask you, what did you convey to Yamashita-ain?" Unexpectedly, Lai Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Qingxuan's gaze. A sense of foreboding surged from the depths of his heart, and just as he intended to intervene, it was too late. "All I discussed with Ain's cousin was that we spent the night together," Lai Shui's voice resonated, and the previously boisterous classroom fell into an eerie silence. Shocked glances converged upon Qingxuan. "Damn, why did I have to question her here? Is this not sheer folly?" Qingxuan smacked his forehead in frustration, cursing inwardly. The situation had escalated significantly, and by tomorrow, the entire Hidden Leaf village would undoubtedly be aware of this incident. Thus, he spent the entire day in a state of despondency. It was not that he harbored any particular disdain for Yamanaka Reishu, rather. This predicament was unfavorable for both of them. After all, Reishu was a young woman, and her reputation held considerable weight. With such rumors circulating, it would be scandalous for someone so young to be associated with a man in such an intimate manner. Who would dare to marry her in the future? As for Qingxuan, the situation was even more precarious. The Uchiha clan's reputation was already tarnished as one of the most exceptional talents of the younger generation. To be accused of harboring ill intentions towards a young girl would irreparably damage his honor. Was it too late to start anew on another planet? Or perhaps he could attempt to traverse time once more. In the depths of his heart, Qingxuan contemplated for the second time. Had he not been uncertain about whether he could traverse again after death, he would likely have already begun to ponder the most dignified manner of meeting his demise. After enduring the long hours of school, Qingxuan swiftly employed a body flicker technique and fled. Along a narrow path, he perched upon a tree. His gaze fixed intently on the figure of Yamanaka Liesno as she walked beneath him. Indeed, Qingxuan was stealthily trailing her. Yet, this path was evidently not one leading to the Yamanaka clan. Why was she venturing so deep into the forest after school? Ahead lay the vicinity nearing the boundaries of Konoha, and Qingxuan hesitated, contemplating whether to intercept Liesno. "Ehe, Qingxuan Kuan, I know you are here, come out." Liesno's voice floated up from below, causing Qingxuan to momentarily freeze. He questioned how she had managed to uncover his hiding place, as he believed he had concealed himself adeptly. And she was merely a novice ninja. Yet, since Liesno had called out to him, he descended from the tree and stood before her. "How did you discover my presence?" he boldly inquired, unable to unravel the mystery. Liesno cheerfully grasped Qingxuan's arm and replied with a smile, "Because Qingxuan Kuan carries the scent of my perfume." The recognition of the familiar melody surged through his mind, and Qingxuan's lips twitched involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, he indeed detected a subtle floral fragrance emanating from himself, leaving him speechless as he gazed skyward. Ultimately, he had been rather careless. However, with the situation now set in motion, he refrained from further commentary and instead clarified. "I came primarily to visit your family. It is imperative that I elucidate this matter." Regardless of how others perceived or spoke of him, Qingxuan remained indifferent. Yet, with Yamanaka Liesno, it was essential to provide a clear explanation, not only for his own integrity but also for the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha were still his bastion of support and could not falter so swiftly. The combined strength of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans was not to be underestimated. "Ah, does Qingxuan Kuan wish to meet my parents so soon? Is that not a bit hasty?" Liesno blushed deeply, likely envisioning an entire narrative in her mind about what their future children might be named. "Ah, but if it were to be, so be it. Qingxuan has begun to feel regret. Who knows what this girl is thinking? Since Lord Qingxuan is so eager to meet, let us proceed." In an instant, Shisui in the mountains became anxious, pulling Qingxuan into the depths of the forest. "Qingxuan, I have not. Do not speak nonsense." 10 minutes later, the two stood upon a gentle hillside. Before them lay a grave, its modest overgrowth suggesting it was tended to regularly. The date inscribed on the gravestone indicated that it had been 5 years since the passing. "Here it is, Qingxuan Jun, this is my mother," Shanzhong Lishui said with a gentle smile, appearing quite at ease. However, Qingxuan fell into silence, and after a prolonged pause, he finally inquired, "What of your father? I was but an infant when he perished on the battlefield. If you wish to pay your respects, you must visit the memorial stone," she replied. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan grew even more taciturn. Having lost his father shortly after birth, and with his mother having passed away 5 years ago, when Shanzhong Lishui was merely 5 or 6 years old. Noting Qingxuan's quietude, Shanzhong Lishui spoke again. "I understand what you wish to ask. Qingxuan Jun, before my mother departed, she instructed me to seek someone who could care for me. Look, over there is the spot where we first met." As she spoke, Shanzhong Lishui gestured towards a nearby location, her expression hinting at deeper meaning. Qingxuan glanced in the direction she indicated and suddenly understood. In search of someone capable of caring for her, this was their first meeting. Adjusting her skirt, it seemed this predicament ultimately fell back upon him. How could he have restrained himself back then? This troublesome hand. "I know that Qingxuan does not yet harbor feelings for me in the mountains." Lishui continued to speak. "However, when Qingxuan decides to leave, could you please inform me?" Upon hearing this, Qingxuan fell silent for a considerable time, ultimately nodding in agreement. After all, Lishui's request was indeed quite humble, leaving him with no valid reason to refuse. With Qingxuan's consent, Lishui's expression brightened significantly. She took his hand and sat down on the grass, reminiscing about their childhood. Initially, Qingxuan was hesitant, reluctant to stay. Yet he found himself gradually immersed in the tales Lishui wove, stories from the era just after the war had subsided in the Hidden Leaf village. Funerals were held one after another, and rumors of conflict spread like wildfire. Not only were the common folk unsettled, but even the ninjas lived in constant fear. Qingxuan's thoughts also drifted away. It can be said that the history of the ninja village is a chronicle of warfare. After the establishment of Konohagakure by the first Hokage, the ninja world seemed to have truly entered an era of peace. However, this fleeting tranquility lasted only until the end of Hashirama's lifespan. Shortly after the death of the first Hokage, the ninja world began to stir restlessly, ultimately claiming the life of the second Hokage as well. In Chapter 24, the question arises, Is Konoha truly a village for all, or merely a stronghold for the elite? By the time Qingxuan escorted Yamashiro Akiyuki back to the residence of the Yamashiro clan and returned home, it was already quite late. The starry river of the night sky sparkled, and the silvery moonlight cascaded upon the earth. Qingxuan pushed open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door, producing a harsh creaking sound. As the door swung open, he was met with a pair of crimson eyes, within which 3 swirling tomos slowly rotated. This sight truly startled Qingxuan. Only by the light of the moon did he discern that it was Shisui. Shisui, I exclaimed. Why are you not turning on the lights at this late hour? It's quite terrifying. Qingxuan muttered a few words before turning on the light. To his surprise, he found Shisui clad in the dark attire of the Umbu, his expression grave. A faint scent of blood wafted into Qingxuan's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. He understood that Shisui had once again undertaken a mission for the Umbu. Despite the seemingly grand name, the full title of the Umbu was Assassination Tactical Special Forces. As the name implies, assassination constituted the majority of their operations. With a sudden clap on the table, Shisui coldly inquired, Uchiha Qingxuan. Would you kindly explain the nature of this scroll? Qingxuan was taken aback. It was at that moment he noticed a scroll resting on the table, inscribed with the words a detailed explanation of would release. Qingxuan's pupils instantly contracted. A would release scroll. This is a closely guarded secret of the hidden leaf. How could it possibly appear among the Uchiha? Coupled with the implications of Shisui's words, a heavy weight settled in Qingxuan's heart. He was clearly being framed. But who could be behind this? The number of individuals aware of Qingxuan's possession of Hashirama's cells was quite limited. The third Hokage's faction could be ruled out. It would be illogical for them to wait until now to act. The same reasoning applied to Shisui and Itachi. After much contemplation, only one possibility emerged: Shimura Danzo. There exists a theorem within the realm of Hokage. If one cannot deduce who is responsible for a certain deed, it is highly likely that it leads back to Danzo. The title of Hokage is not one to be taken lightly. Uchiha Qingxuan, please provide an explanation. Noticing Qingxuan's prolonged silence, Shisui once again urged him to respond. It was at this moment that Qingxuan regained his composure. Shisui was not inquiring as a friend, but rather interrogating him in his capacity as an Umbu. It was beyond reason for the third Hokage to be so foolish, fully aware of Shisui's close relationship with him. With such a thought crossing his mind, Qingxuan swiftly focused his senses and detected 2 pairs of eyes observing them closely. I do not know, Qingxuan stated, adopting a professional demeanor befitting the situation. Given Shisui's role as an Umbu, Shisui furrowed his brow at this response. You do not know? This scroll was discovered beneath your pillow. Think carefully before you answer. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan felt an unexpected relief. Shisui's words were meticulously chosen, subtly reminding him of his predicament. Thus, Qingxuan steadfastly maintained his claim of ignorance, as it aligned with the truth. Observing the circumstances, it was evident that further inquiries would yield no fruitful information. Consequently, Shisui decided to abandon the questioning, stating, in that case, I shall return to report to Lord Hokage. The Umbu will thoroughly investigate this matter. With that, Shisui rose to depart. At this moment, Qingxuan stepped forward to embrace Shisui. Be cautious of Danzo, he whispered softly in Shishui's ear before letting go. Humph, do not attempt to ingratiate yourself with the Umbu. Shisui coldly huffed and then exited the room. However, judging by the slight upward curve of his lips, he seemed to be in good spirits. Itachi, do you not trust me either? After Shisui had walked away, Qingxuan did not exhale in relief, for there remained another pair of observant eyes that had yet to depart. After a moment's contemplation, Qingxuan surmised the identity of the gaze's owner. As expected, no sooner had Qingxuan's words faded than Itachi emerged from a nearby corner. Dressed in Umbu attire, his mask askew upon his head, he approached Qingxuan and quietly inquired, in your eyes, which holds greater significance, the village or the clan? With this question, Qingxuan felt a sense of helplessness. It was a relentless barrage of inquiries. Itachi did not respond to Qingxuan's question, but rather presented him with a dilemma. No matter which option he chose, it would be incorrect, for Qingxuan was unaware of Itachi's perspective in posing the question. It was a veritable life and death conundrum. The importance of the village versus the clan was a matter that both Shisui and Itachi had long pondered. Ultimately, the two, marked by the lines of sorrow beneath their eyes, reached a unanimous conclusion. The village was paramount. Yet, Qingxuan held a divergent view. For this matter intertwined with the very founding principles of Konoha. The inception of Konoha arose from the union of various clans, spearheaded by the Senju and Uchiha. Its purpose was to put an end to the clan-centric warfare. Thus, the original intent of Konoha could be encapsulated as the protection of the clan. However, in the present day, Konoha presented a formidable dilemma to the Uchiha: to forsake the clan for the sake of the village, or to abandon the village in favor of the clan. The former was an impossible choice for the Uchiha, while the latter path in this village-centric ninja world would be tantamount to courting death. After much contemplation, Qingxuan refrained from answering Itachi's question and instead posed a new one. Is Konoha now a village belonging to all, or merely to the higher echelons? To speak frankly, Qingxuan understood the risks inherent in asking such a question. Should Itachi relay this to the higher-ups of Konoha, Qingxuan's standing within the village would become precarious. Yet, he was willing to take this risk because he believed in Itachi, just as he did in Shisui. Upon hearing Qingxuan's inquiry, Itachi's gaze darkened momentarily. In truth, he too was uncertain of the answer. If Konoha belonged to everyone, why had the Uchiha clan been marginalized to such an extent? They reflected upon the fact that throughout the years, they had never wronged Konoha in the slightest. Yet if it were merely the Konoha of the elite, could this village still be the Konoha he cherished? Itachi looked at Qingxuan, suddenly engulfed by a sense of bewilderment, a profound confusion without answers. After a lengthy silence, Itachi finally asked in a grave tone, "Can I trust you, Qingxuan? If even you do not believe in me, then no one in Konoha will." Qingxuan still did not provide a direct answer, yet the implications were unmistakable. You, Itachi Uchiha, have the option to place your trust in me. I, too, harbor trust in you, but my faith does not extend to the Anbu. At this juncture, Itachi's position remained rather ambiguous. He found himself ensnared in a struggle between his clan and the village, not fully committing to either side. Thus, he experienced a sense of confusion, uncertain of the path that lay ahead. The unrecognized bearers of peace, the ninjas, exist in the shadows. Is Konoha truly the village of all, or merely the stronghold of the elite? These two phrases incessantly oscillated in Itachi's mind, and ultimately, he seemed to grasp something profound. After bidding farewell to Qingxuan, he hastily departed. Qingxuan gazed at Itachi's departing silhouette, his expression oscillating between gloom and brightness. The conversation he had just had with Shisui had, to some extent, altered the narrative. Shisui was relatively unperturbed, merely offering a simple reminder that likely did not weigh heavily on his mind. However, the words exchanged with Itachi were altogether different. That singular inquiry directly pointed to the root of Konoha's affliction. Unlike the nascent Konoha of its foundation, the current village had undergone a transformation. The upper echelons, intoxicated by power, believed themselves to be the architects of fate. It could be asserted that during the latter days of the third Hokage's reign, Konoha teetered on the brink of an abyss. Were it not for Tsunade's subsequent ascension and Pain's intervention, Konoha might have disintegrated without the need for warfare. With a deep, melancholic sigh, Qingxuan resolved to set aside such thoughts. His own predicament was far from favorable. The emergence of the would-release scroll signified that he had caught Danzo's attention, and he might have unwittingly become a pawn in the shadowy game between Danzo and the third Hokage. Despite his efforts to remain inconspicuous over the past 2 years, he had ultimately fallen into the gaze of the dark Konoha. Upon reflection, however, the reasoning behind this was not particularly elusive. Among the younger generation that the Uchiha could regard, there were but 3 individuals, collectively recognized as the 3 great geniuses of the Uchiha clan. Qingxuan is the third of them. If they are given 3 years, the Uchiha clan will inevitably fall under their control. The first 2 prodigies have already joined the Anbu in the past 2 years, which signifies their allegiance to the third Hokage. This situation leaves Danzo restless. If the Uchiha are absorbed directly by the third, what chance does he have of maintaining his position as Hokage? Thus, Danzo's gaze fixated on the only remaining genius among the 3, Qingxuan. As he pondered this, a figure approached from the distance. Upon nearing, Qingxuan discerned that the individual was clad in Anbu attire, albeit with a distinct mask. From root, has Danzo lost his composure so soon? The root ninja swiftly arrived before Qingxuan and coldly declared, "Uchiha Qingxuan, the Hokage summons you." Qingxuan curled his lips in disdain. Could they not have an ounce of dignity? Anyone with a modicum of familiarity with the Anbu would easily discern the distinction between the two. However, he found himself unable to openly refuse. After all, the Hokage had intervened. "Lead the way," he uttered with an air of indifference, and followed his companion towards the outskirts of the Uchiha compound. Throughout their journey, both maintained a profound silence. The Anbu remained taciturn due to their mission's nature. While Qingxuan pondered his escape, it was absurd to consider the Anbu's headquarters as a place one could freely traverse. Whether one could enter and subsequently exit was a matter of great uncertainty. Yet, should Qingxuan directly decline to go, It was likely that the Umbu would resort to more forceful measures. Engaging them in combat was out of the question. Thus, he needed to carefully contemplate his means of evasion. Before long, the pair traversed the heart of the village, heading towards a more secluded location. Qingxuan's eyes flickered momentarily, causing him to halt his steps. What is it? The root ninja also came to a stop, inquiring with a cold tone. However, Qingxuan noticed that the other party's hand was subtly reaching towards the ninja tool pouch at their waist. This is not the direction of the Hokage building. Where exactly are you taking me? Qingxuan's tone grew somber as he concentrated his chakra at the soles of his feet. The Hokage is working from home today. So why the commotion? The Sarutobi clan's encampment isn't even in this vicinity, is it? Chapter 25, perhaps, they are lost. As negotiations faltered, a root ninja's gaze turned icy. His hand instinctively delved into his ninja tool pouch, gripping a shuriken. However, he was taken aback when Qingxuan suddenly bellowed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Startled, the root ninja instinctively looked up, only to be met with the sight of a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, plunging him into a bizarre realm. Observing the motionless root ninja, Qingxuan curled his lip in disdain. Is the root so gullible these days? Do they take every casual remark at face value? Utterly foolish. Qingxuan's earlier exclamation of the great fireball was nothing more than a ruse. The true technique employed was the genjutsu, golden goblet binding technique. In this day and age, who still straightforwardly announces their jutsu? I'm out of here. If I linger any longer, it will be too late. Muttering to himself, Qingxuan swiftly turned and hurried towards the Hokage's office. Returning to the Uchiha encampment now seemed unfeasible. The distance was considerable, and he risked being pursued, especially since root operatives typically function in small teams. He wondered where the remaining 2 were waiting for him. Qingxuan pondered for a moment, concluding that seeking the counsel of the 3rd Hokage would be the most prudent course of action. Fortunately, the Hokage's office was not far, and in no time, Qingxuan arrived at the entrance of the building. Just as he was about to enter, 2 members of the Umbu emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Who are you? What is your business? One of them inquired. I am Uchiha Qingxuan. I have just encountered an individual who appears to be a spy and have come to report to Lord Hokage. Qingxuan candidly responded, having already devised this excuse prior to his arrival. Wait. The 2 members of the Umbu exchanged glances, and one of them uttered this phrase before entering the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, they emerged once more, addressing Qingxuan. You may enter. The Hokage is awaiting you in his office. The Hokage's office was not difficult to locate. Upon stepping through the door, Qingxuan immediately discerned the light emanating from a room on the 2nd floor. It was likely that only the 3rd Hokage, a diligent and selfless worker, remained in the office past hours. Hastening to the office door, Qingxuan pushed it open, only to be greeted by a cloud of smoke. Peering inside, he was taken aback. The entire office was enveloped in swirling smoke, resembling a scene from a celestial paradise. He inhaled deeply, filled with the unmistakable scent of secondhand smoke. The 3rd Hokage, an inveterate smoker. Cough, cough. Hokage-sama. Qingxuan stifled the discomfort inflicted by the secondhand smoke, letting out a slight cough. It was at this moment that the 3rd Hokage noticed Qingxuan's presence, setting aside the scroll of intelligence he had been holding. He then casually picked up a nearby pipe, took a puff, and exhaled a ring of smoke, a look of pure enjoyment adorning his face. After completing this sequence of actions, the 3rd Hokage finally spoke with deliberation. Qingxuan, do enlighten me. What is the situation? Although his words suggested openness, the 3rd Hokage harbored doubts about Qingxuan's reliability. How could a spy infiltrate the village and remain unnoticed by the adept Umbu? Qingxuan did not hesitate and directly recounted the entire sequence of events. After all, it was merely a pretext. It was believed that the 3rd elder could discern the underlying meaning in his words. As expected, after listening to Qingxuan, the 3rd elder's brow furrowed slightly. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Indeed, I do have matters to discuss with you. As for that shadowy department, it may have just arrived and lost its way. Qingxuan? Although he is merely 10 years old this year, is this truly the manner in which one deceives a child? I have never witnessed such blatant favoritism among officials. Even if Danzo is your ally, this is rather excessively biased, is it not? Perhaps the 3rd Hokage himself deemed this justification too superficial, prompting him to swiftly divert the conversation. I sought you out to inquire about a particular matter. Although someone has already posed this question, I still wish to hear it from your own lips. Why did the would-release ninjutsu scroll appear in your room? As he uttered the final sentence, an aura of murderous intent suddenly emanated from the 3rd, pressing down upon Qingxuan. Confronted with the icy glare of the 3rd Hokage, Qingxian felt a cold sweat break forth. The pressure of a shadow-level ninja is no trifling matter. I do not know. Under the immense strain, Qingxian managed to stammer out. The third scrutinized Qingxian with a peculiar gaze, seemingly pondering whether this boy could be trusted. Qingxian was aware of the existence of the within him. It would be utterly implausible for the third Hokage to believe that the would-release scroll held no allure for Qingxian. However, even if Qingxian harbored such thoughts, it was rather foolish of him to conceal it beneath his pillow, as if to ensure that it would not be discovered by others. Coupled with Qingxuan's words, the third Hokage swiftly reached a decision. He retracted his killing intent, and Qingxian felt an immediate sense of relief. I understand now. You may return. You are not yet at the stage of practicing would release. The third Hokage gestured with his hand, indicating that Qingxian was free to leave. Yes, Lord Hokage. Qingxian responded softly and turned to leave. It was only after he exited the Hokage building that he truly exhaled in relief. The third Hokage's words indicated that he had successfully navigated the challenge of the would-release scroll. It was likely that Danzo would assist him in this matter. After all, Danzo's actions, reminiscent of a historical crime known as falsely conveying imperial orders, had encroached upon the Hokage's authority. And Qingxian was skeptical that the third Hokage would allow this to go unchecked. Nevertheless, the power of a Kage-level ninja was indeed formidable. He felt a chill creeping down his spine. Muttering to himself, Qingxian set off towards home. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat contemplatively, gazing out the window, puffing on his pipe with steady breaths. Just as Qingxian surmised, he too believed that Danzo had overstepped his bounds by acting in his name, particularly with respect to the Uchiha clan. Although Qingxian bore the Uchiha lineage, he was not particularly esteemed within the clan. Yet, he still held the title of one of the three great geniuses of the Uchiha. For the first time, the third Hokage felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his young companion. He was no longer the shadow of Konoha he once knew. At that moment, a shadowy figure entered through the window, bowing respectfully to the third Hokage before placing a scroll on the desk and vanishing into the darkness. It was none other than Danzo's direct subordinate, Umbu member Kaido. Sarutobi picked up the scroll and began to peruse its contents. It meticulously detailed Qingxian's activities throughout the day, down to the exact times he awoke and departed. It was no joke. Qingxian's significance to the third Hokage was far beyond that of the Hashirama cells. How could they not keep a watchful eye on him? His ability to control the Uchiha clan hinged upon these three great geniuses. Upon finishing the scroll, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in the corner of the third Hokage's eye. The three-tomo Sharingan, adept in illusion techniques, and his profound cunning, coupled with the skills he had previously demonstrated, such as body flicker technique and shadow clone technique, signified that Qingxian's growth was nothing short of remarkable. It seemed that the timeline for mastering the Uchiha clan could be accelerated. Chapter 26. The shadow clone exploded. The third Hokage's negotiations with Danzo were unknown to Qingxian, nor did he care. Upon leaving the Hokage building, he headed straight home for a much-needed rest. When he awoke, the morning sun was already shining. He dispatched a shadow clone to escort his younger brother to school while he nestled comfortably under the covers, reluctant to rise. This was the epitome of relaxation. Attending the Ninja Academy? Not a chance. Now, whenever Qingxian arrived at the Ninja Academy, his blood pressure skyrocketed. So what was there to relax about? Wasn't cultivating more enticing? Or was his bed simply not warm enough? Lost in these thoughts, he dozed off again. After an indeterminate amount of time, Qingxian was abruptly jolted awake, sitting up in alarm. The chill of the autumn wind wafted in through the window, bringing him back to reality. As he rubbed his sore head, a shadow of gloom settled upon his face. He had not been awakened by a nightmare, but rather by the memories returned from his shadow clone. The clone, which had been diligently studying at the Ninja Academy, had met with an explosive end. Indeed, it had exploded. In the most literal sense, who could have anticipated that while walking along the path, a small child would approach and thrust an object into his hands? Qingxian glanced down and was taken aback. An explosive talisman. With a resounding bang, Qingxian's shadow clone was obliterated. What audacity this must require. After all, that was a ninja academy, the very foundation of a village. No, that cannot be. Qingxian shook his head, having sorted through the memories relayed by his shadow clone. It dawned upon him that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by someone. Just yesterday, his true self had attended the Ninja Academy, and on the following day, he found himself under attack. Such coincidence was hardly plausible. Moreover, the location of the ambush was in the most secluded part of the school's woods, an area typically devoid of visitors. The sole reason he ventured there was due to a classmate's assertion that someone awaited him in that very spot. Although the scheme was rather clumsy, Qingxuan's experience at the Ninja Academy and his reliance on a shadow clone had rendered him somewhat unsuspecting, leading him right into the trap. With this revelation, sleep eluded him entirely. He hastily gathered his belongings and made his way toward the ninja school. Upon his arrival, he found the scene bustling with students during the lunch break, groups of 2 or 3 exiting the campus. Qingxuan wore a serious expression, scanning each student as they emerged, determined to locate the individual who had informed him of someone waiting in the woods. After approximately 10 minutes, Qingxuan finally spotted his target, a boy clad in simple attire. The moment the boy laid eyes on Qingxuan, his expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned to flee back into the school. This boy undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qingxuan's eyes as he quickened his pace to pursue. In this chase, the two of them arrived at a familiar grove, the very place where the shadow clone had dissipated. Qingxuan furrowed his brow, sensing that events were taking a turn for the worse. Fortunately, at that moment, he managed to catch up with the boy. With a swift movement, Qingxuan appeared beside him and forcefully pinned him to the ground. "Please, spare me, big brother. Please, spare me," the boy cried out, immediately surrendering and pleading for mercy. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Qingxuan's demeanor was devoid of warmth as he grasped the nape of the boy's neck. With a mere exertion of strength, he could swiftly resolve the matter at hand. "I don't know. Weren't you the one pursuing me?" Yet, the boy's response was far beyond Qingxuan's expectations. "If you don't run, how could I possibly chase you?" The boy continued, "Given your fierce and intimidating appearance, how could I not flee?" Qingxuan, he acknowledged that his murderous intent had indeed been somewhat heightened just moments ago. Anyone who had just experienced such an explosion would likely not be in high spirits. However, was this fellow not a tad too timid? Moreover, how could the other party fail to recognize him? That was simply inconceivable. With this thought in mind, Qingxuan promptly inquired in a hushed tone, "Do you not recognize me? Huh? Am I supposed to know you?" The boy instinctively retorted, only to suddenly realize, "Big brother, I truly do not know you. Perhaps you could reveal your name, and I assure you, I shall honor you as my elder in the future." His will to survive was astonishingly high. Qingxuan curled his lips in disdain, releasing the boy who bore the word coward etched upon his face. "You may leave now." Qingxuan did not trouble him, for there was no reason for the other party to deceive him. "Thank you, big brother. I, Matsubara Aikir, will surely rise to your expectations." Matsubara Aikir stood up, bowing and nodding as he spoke. Noticing that Qingxuan was indifferent to his words, he hurriedly made his way outside. His demeanor suggested he feared that any delay might result in being dragged back and reprimanded. With Matsubara Aikir's departure, the forest was left with only Qingxuan. As he absorbed the tranquility of his surroundings, his thoughts drifted slowly. Analyzing the memories from his shadow clone, it became evident that the assailant had targeted Qingxuan specifically, and with lethal intent. However, it was clear that the assailant was unaware of Qingxuan's habit of studying with shadow clones. This implied that the third Hokage in Danzo, his close ally, could be ruled out. After all, even individuals like Yamashiro Natsuki were privy to this information. It was inconceivable that Danzo, as the leader of Root, would remain ignorant. The passive nature of the Konoha shadow had utterly failed in this instance. Moreover, since Matsubara Aikir was unfamiliar with him, could it be inferred that the one who sought him earlier was not this young man at all? Was there some method employed to disguise their identity? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Qingxuan suddenly noticed a figure approaching from afar. It soon arrived before him. It was Yamashiro Natsuki. "Qingxuan, why are you running so fast? Are you secretly meeting someone else behind my back? How unfair. I specially prepared lunch for you." Yamashiro Natsuki began her incessant chatter as soon as she arrived. Qingxuan lightly tapped her forehead with annoyance at such a tender age. "Can't you think of something more uplifting?" Ever since the tomb-sweeping ceremony, Qingxuan had grown less averse to the presence of Shanzhong Laishue, naturally appearing more approachable. As for the latter, there was no need to elaborate. She was adept at pushing boundaries. However, it was imperative not to allow this girl to indulge in her imagination, lest she conjure up a torturous romance spanning dozens of episodes. Shanzhong Laishue touched her forehead, her cheeks flushed. It was the first time Qingxuan had made such an intimate gesture towards her. "What is Qingxuan thinking? Could you share it with me?" After a considerable pause, Shanzhong Laishue finally inquired. "I was contemplating whether there exists a method for me to masquerade as another person." "Indeed, there is. The transformation technique. One of the 3 body techniques." "Qingxuan, have you been absent from class?" "Just the other day, the teacher covered it." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's expression instantly shifted. "Is there a transformation technique among the 3 body techniques?" Curse it, I must have misheard. No wonder I found the three body technique so perplexing. You truly are remarkable. Shisui, using the instantaneous technique as a foundation for instruction. Reflecting on his initial struggles with the instantaneous technique, he nearly questioned his own intelligence. Wondering how he could fail to master even a single three-body technique. Qingxuan was so enraged that his teeth ground together, his expression contorted in frustration. Shanzhong Lai Shui, unaware of the situation, noticed Qingxuan's demeanor and attempted to console him, saying, "It's all right, Qingxuan. If it comes to it, I can tutor you in the evenings." As she spoke, her voice gradually diminished and her cheeks flushed, likely due to the imagery that crossed her mind. The sun hung low in the sky as Qingxuan meandered homeward, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The afternoon had passed without incident, devoid of any peculiarities. Yet, Qingxuan's sole assessment of the day could be encapsulated in one word: drowsy. This felt rather peculiar, considering he had rested sufficiently the night before, perhaps even excessively. However, upon stepping into the ninja academy, a wave of fatigue washed over him, especially during class, where he found himself inadvertently succumbing to slumber. "Brother, at last. I found you." A voice jolted Qingxuan from his stupor. Turning towards the sound, he beheld Matsugahara Ichiro rushing towards him, brimming with enthusiasm. "Is there something you need?" Qingxuan cast a puzzled glance at the other person. Logically, after the experience of being pressed to the ground during the afternoon, this fellow ought to be avoiding Qingxuan. Motohara Ichiro sheepishly scratched his head and said, "I came to pay my protection fee. With a big brother like you around, no one will bully me anymore." Qingxuan tugged at the corners of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. To be fair, he had never encountered such a situation before. Who would willingly pay protection fees? However, his elder brother, there are many people around, and the noise is overwhelming. Let us find another place. Matsumura Aikir, oblivious to Qingxuan's irritation, cast a glance around before murmuring softly. Without waiting for Qingxuan's response, he proceeded to walk away on his own. Qingxuan squinted his eyes slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He followed at a leisurely pace. The two of them eventually arrived at a small stream on the outskirts of the village, where they finally came to a halt. To be precise, it was Qingxuan who stopped, while Matsubara Ichiro continued onward. "I remarked, if you proceed any further, you will reach the boundary. Are you not concerned about being discovered?" Qingxuan spoke with a serene demeanor. One must admit, his acting was commendable. Upon hearing Qingxuan's words, Matsubara Ichiro turned around, a flicker of crimson light glinting in his eyes, and remarked, "Since you have discovered me, why do you still choose to follow? It is not in my nature to be a passive target." As Qingxuan's voice faded, he lunged forward towards his opponent. Upon closing the distance, he raised his leg and delivered a kick. A dull thud echoed, and Qingxuan's expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, his attack had effortlessly passed through Song Yuan Ichiro's body. Was it the stop water flow instantaneous technique? Or perhaps the divine might void technique? In an instant, Qingxuan considered these possibilities, only to dismiss them, as the height did not match. Stop water was merely 14 years old, while Abido was at least 20. It was inconceivable for him to be a diminutive figure. The Song Yuan Ichiro before him was even shorter than the one Qingxuan had encountered earlier that afternoon. This was precisely why Qingxuan had begun to suspect the true identity of his opponent. To be fair, a significant part of Qingxuan's disdain for the Naruto world stemmed from the plethora of extravagant abilities that were simply overwhelming. Ninjas are notorious for their high attack and low defense. One misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. The most infamous example being Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, who met his demise against the immortal duo, having been caught off guard by Haiden's attack methods. Chapter 27. Blood Dragon Eye. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in Qingxuan's mind, the entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Although his attack had passed through, it still made contact with something tangible, giving him the sensation of kicking a massive tree, even though there appeared to be nothing before him. Just as he attempted to retract his aching foot, a gust of wind surged towards him. Qingxuan's pupils constricted immediately, and before he could fully react, his abdomen was struck. Humph! Qingxuan let out a muffled grunt, using the momentum to retreat repeatedly. He then immediately assumed a defensive stance, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Not only was he unable to strike at the enemy, but he could also not perceive their attacks. How was he supposed to fight? What kind of cursed ability was this? Truly despicable. Qingxuan's mind was already filled with curses, yet the enemy showed no sign of halting their relentless assault. Wave after wave of attacks descended upon him, leaving him with no choice but to endure the onslaught. Remain composed. A certain weasel had once foretold. As long as it is ninjutsu, there will always be vulnerabilities present. Qingxuan took a deep breath, compelling himself to regain his composure. As he attempted to evade his opponent's onslaught, he reflected on the events of the day. Prior to encountering the false Song Yuan Ichiro, everything had proceeded normally. However, from that moment onward, the situation began to spiral into the bizarre. Logically, having already faced the precedent of shadow clones, how could someone of Qingxuan's prudent nature so carelessly follow another? Was it an illusion? When had he fallen under its spell? Having discerned this, Qingxuan had formed his own conclusions. After all, he had been studying illusions for nearly 2 years, although his knowledge was predominantly theoretical. He had engaged in practical application only a handful of times. Yet, this did not hinder his ability to draw this inference. As he replayed the day's events in his mind, they ultimately crystallized into a singular image. Song Yuan Ichiro stood before him, his eyes emanating an eerie crimson glow. It seemed this was the crux of the matter. Was it an ocular illusion? A glimmer of insight sparked in Qingxuan's eyes, having unraveled this particular aspect. The air of mystery surrounding his opponent had nearly dissipated. Consequently, Qingxuan discerned a detail he had previously overlooked. His adversary had consistently relied on unarmed combat. Had the opponent wielded a weapon, Qingxuan would likely have met his demise by now. At that moment, a fierce gust of wind surged towards the back of Qingxuan's head. Yet, as if foreseeing the impending threat, he executed a swift roll to evade it. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth, which crashed into the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Seizing the opportunity, Qingxuan swiftly distanced himself from the foe. He closed his eyes momentarily before opening them again. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, with a swift motion, he retrieved a scroll from his waist and softly uttered, "Release." Bang, accompanied by a plume of smoke. A shuriken materialized in Qingxuan's grasp. At this moment, the dust from the great fireball technique had yet to settle, illustrating just how rapid Qingxuan's movements were. In the midst of the opponent's attack, Qingxuan had discerned a subtle pattern. Any strike originating from behind his head would present a fleeting moment of vulnerability. With his reflexes, he was more than capable of evading such assaults. As for the reason behind this phenomenon, Qingxuan speculated it was due to height. The fictional Matsuyama Aikir was notably shorter than even the original, let alone compared to Qingxuan. Thus, for him to launch an attack from behind, he would need to leap into the air to reach Qingxuan. As the smoke gradually cleared, the area struck by the great fireball lay desolate. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Qingxuan waited patiently, yet no further attack was forthcoming from his adversary. It appeared that his previous display had instilled a degree of caution in the opponent. Fortunately, he had retained a contingency plan. With a slight smile gracing Qingxuan's lips, he deftly launched a series of shurikens into the air. Clink, clink, clink. A symphony of collisions resonated in the atmosphere, scattering sparks like fleeting stars. Moments later, the shurikens lay strewn across the ground, having missed their mark entirely. Yet, Qingxuan, who witnessed this spectacle, exhibited no trace of disappointment. Instead, he calmly inquired, "My friend, are you certain you do not wish to reveal yourself?" As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Qingxuan was not taken aback by this, for had he been in the same position, he too would have remained silent. To relinquish one's advantage and engage in a fair battle with others? Surely, that would be a display of folly. The atmosphere seemed to have reached a stalemate. Neither party made a move, both waiting for the other to reveal a weakness. Just then, a sharp crack echoed from the side, a sound made by stepping on a withered branch. An opportunity. Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he suddenly pulled with both hands. At that moment, thin steel wires, invisible to the naked eye, tightened around his fingers. The shurikens that had just been launched were abruptly yanked back, intertwining in midair, forming a cage of moderate size that perfectly enclosed the space before Qingxuan. A crimson line appeared abruptly, blood dripping onto the ground, staining the earth with a hint of red. "I've caught you. Now, I shall see what you truly are." Qingxuan smiled faintly. Had the opponent chosen to retreat moments ago, he would have been left with no recourse. However, it was evident that the individual before him was hardly a competent assassin, as they failed to grasp the fundamental principle of retreating 1,000 miles after missing their strike. Greed has indeed clouded the judgment of this young man. Truly, he is a member of the Uchiha clan, and his reputation is well-deserved. Perhaps realizing that further concealment would prove futile, the figure finally revealed himself to Qingxuan. Before him stood a boy of approximately 8 or 9 years, clad in remarkably simple attire, adorned with several patches. The initial impression he conveyed was that of one hailing from a destitute background. His complexion was fair, and he was only slightly less handsome than Qingxuan, but alas, he bore the countenance of a stoic. What captivated Qingxuan's attention further were the boy's eyes, resembling the sage mode of the toad sage, characterized by a straight-line shape. Yet, the pupils were black, while the sclera appeared a vivid crimson, with droplets of scarlet trickling down the boy's cheek. A bloodline trait reminiscent of ocular powers? Why does it evoke such a sense of familiarity? Qingxuan felt a sense of uncertainty. Had the boy's eyes been of a different hue, he would surely have assumed it was a divine mode. Yet, the peculiar and sinister color evoked an uncanny familiarity within him. Who are you? Why did you attack me? After much contemplation, Qingxuan finally inquired. The boy cast a fleeting glance at Qingxuan and replied, I am Qianli. Today, I represent the Bloodpool clan and challenge you. I aim to demonstrate that the most formidable Genjutsu lies within the Blood Dragon Eye, not the Sharingan. As Qianli's words echoed in Qingxuan's mind, a spark of realization ignited. He finally recalled the source of his familiarity. The Blood Dragon Eye made its appearance only in the later stages of the original narrative, vanquished in the arena by the Great Pillar. However, based on the lore, this clan held a deep-seated vendetta against the Uchiha. He had even taken the time to peruse the official novel to grasp the supplementary lore. In summary, the ancestors of this clan had wed into the ruling family of the Land of Lightning. Following a failed court intrigue, the entire clan was imprisoned, with the Uchiha clan tasked as their jailers. Ultimately, the one who battled against the Great Pillar was the last scion of this lineage. Thus, the question arose, what was the situation with this Qianli before him? Whatever happened to the last descendant? Furthermore, the widespread notoriety of the Sharingan's Genjutsu can be attributed to two factors: its undeniable potency, one mere glare could ensnare an onlooker in an illusion, and the fact that the Uchiha clan was numerous, whereas the Bloodpool clan was but a handful. How could they possibly contend? Moreover, the Bloodpool clan held grudges with fervor. Their ancestral court struggles dated back to an era before the Warring States. How archaic was that? The Uchiha had likely forgotten the details, and even if they remembered, it would be regarded as a dark chapter in history. A proud Uchiha reduced to a mere jailer? What a disgrace to their name. Yet, regardless of the time, upon encountering an Uchiha, the animosity surged to its zenith. No taunts were necessary. They launched straight into confrontation. Ah, yes. Your Blood Dragon Eye is the most powerful in terms of Genjutsu. Is that satisfactory? May I take my leave now? Qingxuan, with an expression devoid of emotion, casually uttered a few words that dripped with insincerity. What a jest. This title was not self-bestowed by the Uchiha clan. It is universally acknowledged within the ninja world. If one truly wished to challenge it, why not set up a competition and invite all those who dare? Victory would rightfully bestow the title upon you. How simple could it be? Yet, observe the mischief this young rascal has wrought. He has resorted to stealthy ambushes. Even if he were to triumph, who would be the wiser? Qianli found himself rendered incoherent by Qingxuan's words. Aren't the Uchihas known for their pride? Just moments ago, his provocations ought to have ignited a fierce response, leading to a life-or-death struggle between them. Could it be that this is a mere pretense of an Uchiha? Were Qingxuan aware of Qianli's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be compelled to chuckle. This tactic might work on other Uchihas, even on the likes of Shisui and Itachi. But it would not faze him, an interloper, impervious to such taunts. He would never allow the esteemed figures of his past life to be embarrassed. You. Despicable. The tried and true strategy of mockery had backfired, and now it was Qianli's turn to be engulfed in rage and embarrassment. His blood dragon eye flickered ominously, crimson fluid flowing from his eyes as his hair suddenly spiked upwards, resembling a super scion. Ahem, that might have been a bit of an overreach. The blood dragon eye does indeed undergo transformations driven by emotion, akin to the Sharingan, yet this merely enhances one's ocular prowess. It does not change hair color. My good fellow, this filming set is not one for hair dye. Qingxuan silently scoffed to himself, considering that the other party was entirely under his control, completely unfazed. Then, he beheld shadows emerging from the forest, encircling him. Qingxuan, the slap in the face always arrives unexpectedly. Just now, while I was busy making sarcastic remarks, I completely forgot about the Blood Dragon Eye's ultimate move, the Human Bomb. This technique inflicts damage upon opponents with chakra-infused attacks or ninja tools, causing their wounds to heal rapidly while ensnaring them in an illusion. Those trapped in the illusion are compelled to harm themselves. Subsequently, they transform into biological explosives resembling a heart. Observing the state of those around me, it appears they have only just fallen into the illusion and have yet to begin self-harm. This indicates that there is still hope for these individuals. Chapter 28, Human Bomb. Yet, a new dilemma arises. How can we save them? Qingxuan found himself devoid of experience. How did the protagonist resolve the situation with the Great Pillar in the original text? After pondering for a considerable time, he gazed helplessly at the heavens. He indeed recalled that in the original narrative, the Great Pillar employed an illusion technique to restore the afflicted individual to their original state, thereby unraveling the ninjutsu. However, this method was beyond Qingxuan's capabilities. The Great Pillar of that time wielded the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, while he possessed merely a 3-tomo Sharingan. Consequently, Qingxuan felt utterly paralyzed. He could neither engage in combat nor stand idly by. The individuals surrounding him were predominantly students from the Ninja Academy. Should he resort to violence? A misstep could jeopardize his future in Konoha. Conversely, remaining passive was equally troubling, as those individuals had already begun to harm themselves in the brief interval. It seems you have no alternative, do you? Perhaps you should concede that the Sharingan pales in comparison to the Blood Dragon Eye. Who knows? I might just grant you a chance at survival, remarked Qianli with a somewhat deranged smile. Qingxuan shot him a glare, exasperated. Could this reckless child not assess the situation unfolding around them? While it was true that Qingxuan was encircled, Qili's predicament was hardly any better. The steel wires still loomed ominously nearby. If Qingxuan were to steel himself and take decisive action, Qili's life could be forfeited in an instant. Moreover, even in the absence of these wires, could Qingxuan not simply flee? The formation of a human bomb requires time, and given the current circumstances, that time was ample enough for Qingxuan to circle Konoha twice. Perhaps if it were someone else, they might consider the lives of those involved. Yet, what concern was that to Qingxuan? He harbored no emotional ties to Konoha. Of course, if there were a chance to save them, he would be willing to make an attempt. For instance, he still had one more method to explore, albeit uncertain of its success. Illusion technique, eternal descent into reincarnation. Qingxuan murmured softly, and in an instant, a crimson light flickered in his eyes as he unleashed a mass illusion. The name was one he had just concocted. While it may have sounded somewhat juvenile, it served its purpose. Did you not see how Qili was momentarily entranced? Otherwise, why would Qingxuan have uttered the name of the technique? Admittedly, it was also to appear more impressive. Strength may be fleeting, but style is everlasting. This illusion was, in fact, the very technique Qingxuan had employed to stimulate the unlocking of his 3-tomo Sharingan. As this A0E technique took effect, those ensnared in the illusion abruptly halted their movements. Conversely, Qingxuan felt a drain on his own energy. He had never anticipated that casting a mass illusion would consume such a significant amount of chakra, coupled with the previous exertions of battle. His chakra levels had plummeted to a critical threshold. Should he continue further, his seals would surely weaken. Qili, too, was taken aback. He had never encountered such a scenario before. The human bomb technique either detonated or was dispelled. Yet, the current state was peculiar. Those under control twitched momentarily before freezing again. It resembled a buffering video, leaving one in a state of discomfort. The atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically, with Qingxuan striving to stabilize himself while Qili struggled to maintain the human bomb technique. The individuals around them, frozen in a stuttering manner, rendered the situation oddly humorous, despite its inherent tension. What on earth have you done, you scoundrel? Qili exclaimed in frustration. If this continued, Konoha's ninjas would soon discern the unusual happenings here. Qingxuan tugged at the corner of his mouth, refraining from answering Qianli's question, for he himself was at a loss as to what was happening. Previously, Qingxuan contemplated that since illusions could be unraveled, he would employ a collective illusion, leaving the outcome to fate. In his understanding of the current predicament, the illusionary prowess of both parties was comparable, resulting in a continual interchange of illusions among the individuals present. Nonetheless, Qingxuan did not relent, for he was acutely aware of the peril that still loomed. In essence, the human bomb technique was merely a delayed skill, and by augmenting it with an illusion, he effectively elongated this duration. Yet, the technique would ultimately come to fruition. This meant the human bomb would still detonate, albeit the timing could range from 1 hour to 2. Isolated and defenseless, Qingxuan recognized that the only path to ensure his safety lay in retreat. Qingxuan, where are you? Just as Qingxuan found himself ensnared in a dilemma, uncertain of his next move, his reinforcements arrived. In the distance, Yamazonglei called out while hastening towards him. Despicable Uchiha! You dare summon assistance? Qianli shot Qingxuan a glare, perplexed by the audacity of the Uchiha. The latter retorted with a glance, if you possess the capability, why not call for help yourself? Why bother with a one-on-one when a brawl can ensue? Moreover, Qingxuan had not summoned anyone. Yamazonglei had come of her own accord. Could he be blamed for that? Soon, Yamazonglei spotted the two and rushed forward, gazing at Qingxuan in confusion. Qingxuan, there you are. I've been searching for you. Oh, are you engaged in some peculiar game? Quickly, summon assistants. Qingxuan did not provide an explanation and hastily instructed Shanzhong Lai Shui to summon reinforcements. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Qingxuan suddenly felt as though he had uttered similar words at some point in time. Soon, he recalled that this was precisely 2 years ago. During his encounter with Miss Ninja, he had fought alone, sending Yamashiro Reishu to fetch reinforcements. It was not a matter of Qingxuan seeking heroism, rather. The adversary was directly targeting him. Yamashiro Reishu had merely been fortuitously present on both occasions. Oh, I shall go at once. Upon hearing Qingxuan's command, Yamashiro Reishu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly responded. Watching the girl's figure retreat into the distance, Qingxuan added, "Find the Hokage and have him bring Shisui." At this moment, the only solution lay in illusionary techniques, and the only illusion master from Konoha that Qingxuan could think of was Shisui. Itachi had yet to mature, and his Manjiki Sharingan remained dormant. As for Kurenai Yuhi, it was unlikely she could break through either. Observing Yamashiro Reishu's departure, Qianli's composure shattered instantly. Initially, he had underestimated the newcomer, viewing her merely as a little girl. He did not anticipate that she was merely a means to summon reinforcements. "You have forced my hand." Qianli bellowed, as blood flowed increasingly from his eyes, his complexion paling at a visible rate. Meanwhile, those under his control, whose movements had been sluggish, suddenly became fluid and agile. This was dire. Qingxuan's pupils constricted, and a sharp pain surged through his mind. His illusion technique was suppressed within mere seconds. A cold sweat trickled down his cheek, and a fierce determination welled up in his heart. With a sudden, forceful tug of his hands, the steel wire tightened instantaneously. The shurikens, influenced by this force, hurtled towards Qingxuan's position. Several shurikens pierced into Qianli's back at an astonishing speed, only to be yanked out again, leaving behind a series of gaping, bloodied wounds. Qingxuan deftly sidestepped the returning shuriken, his footwork propelling him towards Qianli with urgency. Should this situation persist, Qingxuan surmised that he would likely meet his demise before the arrival of the Leaf Village reinforcements. Upon closing the distance, Qingxuan delivered a powerful punch to Qianli's face, causing the latter to stagger back and fall to the ground. Yet, Qianli merely cast a fleeting glance at Qingxuan, displaying no inclination to retaliate. Instead, he mockingly remarked, "Do you think you can escape while I cannot?" Qianli was acutely aware that once the elite forces of the Leaf Village arrived, his fate would only lead to certain doom. At that moment, a metallic scent of blood filled the air, prompting Qingxuan to furrow his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the garments of those present had become soaked in blood, the crimson liquid dripping from their sleeves and staining the ground beneath them. Having a Uchiha genius accompany me to the afterlife seems rather favorable, don't you think? Despite being slightly younger than Qingxuan, Qianli exhibited an unsettling composure in the face of death, entirely uncharacteristic of a child. Qingxuan remained silent, quietly retrieving a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Qianli exclaimed, "Why didn't you bring that out earlier?" Since the onset of their battle, Qingxuan had solely relied on his fists and feet for combat. Consequently, Qianli instinctively assumed that he was unarmed, leading him to feel an unwarranted sense of security. He was confident that by the time Qingxuan resorted to his physical prowess, the human bomb would have already been fully activated. "It is not wise to underestimate my intelligence." Qingxuan spoke softly. "What a joke. Until now, I have been ensnared by illusions. Drawing a weapon is akin to offering it to Qianli as a gift. Regrettably, I initially intended to capture you alive." As the shuriken sliced through Qianli's neck, Qingxuan calmly uttered these words. He did not believe that Qianli was acting alone. It was only natural that he would have accomplices bold enough to orchestrate a terror attack in Konoha. Once Qianli was captured, with the interrogation methods employed by Konoha's department, uncovering the truth would be inevitable. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Qianli's body fell heavily to the ground, his blood-red dragon eyes wide open, reflecting a look of lingering disbelief. Qingxuan also collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted after such a prolonged struggle. Now, all that remained was to wait for Shisui to resolve the situation. Qingxuan observed the individuals who had resumed their self-destructive tendencies, curling his lip in disdain before choosing to disregard them. Despite the ongoing peril of the human bomb technique, he remained utterly unperturbed, even feeling a hint of drowsiness. Should the situation demand it, he could simply unseal his powers and unleash a mass illusion once more. However, he was resolute in his reluctance to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. While the human bomb was indeed a terrifying threat, the cells of Hashirama should not be underestimated. In the face of two evils, one must choose the lesser. One technique promised instant death, resulting in immediate obliteration, while the other, though immensely damaging, allowed for the possibility of survival. In comparison, any rational individual would undoubtedly opt for the latter. Fortunately, the Ninja Academy was not too distant from the village center, and soon, Qingxuan caught sight of figures approaching from the rooftops in the distance. Remarkably punctual. He mused sarcastically as the human bombs drew ever closer. Chapter 29. A-rank mission. The third Hokage arrived with a contingent of Umbu, gesturing with his hand. The human bombs were swiftly subdued by the Umbu operatives. Well then, what brings you here again? The third Hokage gazed down at Qingxuan, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Why did this boy always seem to attract trouble? Every time, it necessitated his direct intervention. And yet he could not afford to ignore the matter. As the esteemed third Hokage, was he to sacrifice his dignity? Whether it was an attack or espionage. Even with his busy schedule, he could not turn a blind eye. Qingxuan let out a helpless sigh, pondering why it always seemed to be him entangled in such matters. Why was it that, in the vast Uchiha clan, he alone appeared to be an easy target? Yet, despite his frustrations, he understood that he still had to provide an explanation. Qingxuan meticulously detailed every aspect, emphasizing the necessity of employing illusionary techniques for resolution. It was as if he were ready to underscore his points with pen and paper. After listening attentively, the third Hokage nodded in understanding and remarked, "You must be fatigued. Return and rest. I prefer not to see you for the next couple of days." "Yes, Lord Hokage." Qingxuan responded succinctly, yet within her heart. She pondered, "You do not wish to see me? I have no desire to see you either. That old curmudgeon, how insidious he is." Qingxuan departed, indifferent to whether Shisui had arrived or not. After all, should anything go awry, the third Hokage would have it covered. What was there to fear? He felt no remorse for having ended a life, his heart tranquil. Please, this is the ninja world. Lives are not valued here. Moreover, this was not Qingxuan's first encounter with such matters. The graves of those two missed ninjas were likely overgrown with grass half a meter high. Furthermore, what is a ninja academy? It is a place that teaches one to kill with greater efficiency. Peruse the annals of ninja history, which page is untainted by blood. Examine the renowned ninjas, which one is not burdened with a debt of blood. Just as Qingxuan thought he could enjoy a period of respite. The following day he received a summons from the third Hokage. In the Hokage's office, Qingxuan stared into a pair of lifeless eyes and inquired, "Are you serious, Lord Hokage?" To his astonishment, the third Hokage tossed him a mission scroll, instructing him to undertake a task. What nonsense was this? He, Uchiha Qingxuan, a mere student of the Ninja Academy, tasked to venture alone? An A-rank mission at that? Employing child labor is illegal, you know? The third Hokage maintained a stern expression. Do you believe I would jest with you? Moreover, I believe you possess the capability to complete this mission. I have already arranged for your leave from school. You shall depart this afternoon. These words translated in Qingxuan's mind to, "You truly think I am unaware of your abilities? You must go on this mission, whether you wish to or not. I have taken care of everything else. Travel with peace of mind." There was no room for Qingxuan to refuse. Thus, he had no choice but to acquiesce. With a grimace, he exited the Hokage building, a mission scroll now in his possession. The contents of the scroll were straightforward, merely instructing him to investigate the Bloodpool clan in the Land of Soup, with intelligence sourced from Qianli. At that moment, a single thought occupied Qingxuan's mind. He must learn the reanimation jutsu. Then he could summon Qianli and give him a good thrashing. Even in death, he would torment him. It was noon, and the sun shone brightly. Within Qingxuan's heart, a chilling void lingered, for the unfolding narrative was ominously aligned with the moment of Shisui's demise. At this juncture, the summons for a mission inevitably led him to question whether Konoha was preparing to take action against the Uchiha clan. However, upon further reflection, Qingxuan dismissed this notion. Judging by the third Hokage's demeanor, it was evident that this elder harbored no intent to annihilate the Uchiha. His motives seemed rather benign, aimed solely at establishing absolute control over the clan. This understanding rendered the assignment of a mission to Qingxuan comprehensible. It was merely an attempt to have him operate under the Hokage's guidance. If his deductions were accurate, this mission was merely the initial step, with the subsequent path likely leading to an entry into the Umbu, mirroring the trajectories of Shisui and Itachi. Several hours later, Qingxuan arrived at the gates of Konoha. He presented the mission scroll, eliciting a wave of skeptical glances from the two gatekeepers. Given Qingxuan's tender age, it was hardly surprising. Had it not been for the distinctive markings on the scroll, they might have suspected him of forgery. Qingxuan observed the two individuals with considerable interest. In a previous life, The gatekeepers of Konoha were renowned for their formidable reputation, with tales suggesting that even Pain dared not enter through the main gate. However, Qingxuan had dismissed such notions with disdain at the time and had not paid them much heed, thus he did not recognize the two before him. Very well. You may leave the village now. I wish you a safe return. After a thorough inspection, the heavy gates of Konoha finally swung open. Qingxuan cast a final glance at the bustling Konoha, feeling an indescribable sensation within. If only that lass, Yuki from the mountains, weren't in class. She would surely come to see me off, wouldn't she? This peculiar thought weighed heavily on Qingxuan's heart. While others embarked on their missions in pairs or, at the very least, were accompanied by friends, he found himself utterly alone. The essence of this solitude was a sentiment only he could fathom. Nevertheless, this emotion swiftly dissipated the moment he stepped beyond the threshold. In his heart, only a singular thought remained. Henceforth, he would soar like a dragon into the sea. Liberated at last. Although Qingxuan was acutely aware that this was merely an illusion, it did nothing to dampen his spirits. However, mere hours after departing Konoha, Qingxuan found himself utterly bewildered. For he, alas, did not know the way. At that moment, he stared at the mission scroll with an expression of exasperation, which contained a map so rudimentary it was scarcely recognizable. A few crooked lines were scrawled upon it, with only 3 words inscribed, Country of Fire. Really? Why not provide me with a world map instead? What a bother. Qingxuan was tempted to discard the map upon the ground, for he had yet to even cross the borders of the Fire Nation. Where could he possibly seek the land of soup? There was no alternative but to rely on chance. He fervently hoped that fortune would favor him today. Qingxuan comforted himself and then folded the scroll before setting off towards the distant horizon. Whether by sheer misfortune or fate, it took him a full 3 days to discover a small village. By the time Qingxuan boarded the carriage bound for the land of hot water, an entire week had elapsed since his departure from Konoha. This caravan was en route to the land of hot water for trade. And after revealing his identity as a ninja, he managed, through persuasive means, to secure a place among them. Naturally, he also had to assume the role of a guard during the journey. Hey there, little brother, are you really a ninja? You don't seem like one, remarked a guard from the caravan, perhaps driven by boredom, as he approached Qingxuan for a conversation. Qingxuan glanced at him before responding, Indeed, take a look. With that, Qingxuan formed a seal and exhaled, releasing a small fireball. The technique of fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu, abridged version. This was something Qingxuan had learned while deceiving Erjuzi, possessing no destructive power whatsoever. However, it proved quite effective in startling ordinary individuals. Take, for instance, the guard before him, whose eyes widened in disbelief. He exclaimed, Impressive. Speaking of which, my son has always aspired to become a ninja, but those people said the extraction efficiency is too poor. Chakra. Yes, that's it. Thus, my son. Once the guard began to speak, he could not be halted, recounting tales from the birth of his child all the way to his schooling. Out of courtesy, Qingxuan could only feign compliance. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from the situation, an opportunity presented itself. Everyone stay still. Leave behind all valuables, or I will slay you one by one. A resounding shout echoed from the front of the convoy as bandits emerged from the surrounding woods, brandishing rusted long knives that betrayed their neglect. In the realm of ninjas, these were merely inconsequential figures. Yet, Qingxuan's eyes brightened with the prospect of escape from his guard. To be candid, Qingxuan was not particularly fond of such individuals, who incessantly prattled on. This included the guard before him and others like Yamanaka Saku from Konoha. However, even Qingxuan did not anticipate that before he could confront the bandits, the guard would swiftly position himself in front of Qingxuan. Little brother, quickly hide in the carriage. Once we handle this, you may emerge. Though the guard trembled with anxiety, his tone remained resolute. Observing the guard, whose grip on the weapon was flawed in several respects, Qingxuan could not help but question, Why must I hide? I am also a guard. Nonsense. You're no older than my young master. What heroics are you attempting? The guard shot Qingxuan a glare, unceremoniously pushing him onto the carriage and shutting the door behind him, plunging the space into silence. It was not until the sounds of negotiation between the caravan leader and the bandits reached his ears that Qingxuan regained his composure. From their earlier exchange, he gleaned that the guard was merely a peasant who had become a protector due to his physical strength, earning meager wages to support his family. This guard epitomized the plight of the majority of common folk in the world of shinobi. In times of war, their circumstances would be even more dire. After a prolonged silence, Qingxuan let out a deep sigh. Although the guard had dominated the conversation, Qingxuan had gleaned a wealth of information. For instance, this trade route was typically patrolled by the armies of the daimyo, who routinely eliminated bandits. Those who lingered were undoubtedly backed by formidable forces. Under such circumstances, a merchant convoy encountering bandits could hardly escape without incurring losses. Before long, the clash of weapons reverberated outside. It appeared that negotiations had failed, and conflict had ensued. In that case, perhaps it was time to lend a hand. Qingxuan retrieved a kunai from the pouch at his waist and stealthily descended from the carriage. Although they had only spent a few hours together, the entire caravan held a favorable view of Qingxuan, despite his identity as a ninja. He was also a protector of the caravan. He questioned within himself whether he could ever indulge in the cowardice of letting others risk their lives while he reaped the rewards from behind. Chapter 30. The unexpected individual. As soon as he exited the carriage, Qingxuan witnessed the caravan's guards retreating under the relentless assault of bandits. The encirclement was steadily tightening, and defeat seemed merely a matter of time. Gripping his kunai more firmly, he activated the body flicker technique. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear right before a rugged bandit. The bandit was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, Qingxuan's kunai had already sliced through his throat. With a chilling scream, the bandit's body fell heavily to the ground, lifeless in an instant. Qingxuan moved incessantly, employing the technique of instantaneous movement in rapid succession. With each emergence, a life was extinguished. The sound of clashing weapons gradually ceased, and fear began to take root in the hearts of the onlookers. They were merely ordinary individuals, far removed from the world of ninjas, and had never witnessed such bizarre methods. The greatest fear of humanity lies in the unknown. Now, it was not only the mountain bandits who were terrified, even the guards of the merchant convoy were struck with dread. At this moment, Qingxuan also came to a halt, casting a puzzled glance at the surrounding individuals who had ceased their activities. Why had the battle, which had been so fierce, suddenly come to an end? His crimson eyes surveyed the scene, striking fear into the hearts of the bandits as if he were a harbinger of death from the depths of hell. Suddenly, one of the bandits could no longer contain himself and shouted in terror. This outburst ignited a surge of panic among the remaining bandits, and in an instant, more than 10 of them scattered in all directions, fleeing into the forest. Once they entered the woods, their familiarity with the terrain would render survival a trivial matter. Qingxuan would certainly not let them off easily. Silently, he retrieved a shuriken from his tool pouch. As the 3 tomo of his Sharingan slowly rotated, he calculated the trajectory, after which he released the shurikens with precision. Accompanied by the sound of sharp blades piercing flesh, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Over a dozen bandits lay slain, with none surviving. All is well now, Qingxuan remarked calmly as he turned around, as if the menacing figure from moments ago was not he. Observing his cold, piercing Sharingan, the members of the merchant caravan instinctively took a step back. A few guards even pointed their weapons at Qingxuan, fearful that he might unleash his fury upon the caravan. "Sigh, please hand me a map. I shall not accompany you any further." With a melancholic sigh, Qingxuan had anticipated such an outcome before taking action. The caravan leader hurried back to the wagon, rummaging through their belongings before presenting the map to Qingxuan. "Take care." Qingxuan nodded slightly, turning to walk down the road into the distance. The reason the caravan leader allowed Qingxuan to accompany them was largely due to his youth. Bringing along a child seemed an inconsequential act of kindness. Now that Qingxuan had aided them in dealing with the mountain bandits, it could be seen as a form of repayment. However, despite this reasoning, a sense of melancholy lingered in Qingxuan's heart, the cause of which he could not quite articulate. Yet, this sentiment was fleeting, dissipating after only a few hours as Qingxuan adjusted his mindset. A new dilemma soon presented itself. The distance was simply too great, by Qingxuan's estimation. By the time he reached the mission location, it would already be 2 months later. This was merely the duration of the journey there, not accounting for the return trip. In total, this round trip would consume nearly half a year, and by the time Qingxuan returned to Konoha, it was likely that only one member of the Uchiha clan would remain as Juzi. In truth, this predicament was partly of Qingxuan's own making. Firstly, he was unfamiliar with the route, necessitating frequent stops to ascertain his direction. Secondly, there was the issue of speed. While it was true that ninjas traveled faster than ordinary individuals, this speed relied heavily on their chakra reserves. Due to his ceiling, Qingxuan found himself needing to pause intermittently, which meant his pace was not significantly swifter than that of an average person. As Qingxuan furrowed his brow, absorbed in studying the map, an unexpected figure emerged before him. The space around him warped suddenly, and a silhouette stepped forth, clad in an oversized cloak. The brim obscured much of the figure's face, revealing only a mask. Despite the scan information, Qingxuan was able to discern the identity of this individual, the enigmatic masked man, who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but was in truth Uchiha Obito. In an instant, Qingxuan was taken aback, swiftly drawing a kunai and regarding Obito with suspicion. This was unexpected. What was Obito doing here at this juncture? Thoughts raced through Qingxuan's mind, but he could not fathom a reason for Obito's presence. Logically, Obito had yet to reach the point of causing widespread turmoil in the ninja world, as Nagato had not yet matured. And the Akatsuki organization was still in its nascent stages, with future recruits yet to be gathered. Meanwhile, Obito had seized control of the 4th Mizukage and had established the infamous Blood Mist Village. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Obito's gravelly voice resonated. His exposed Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, curiously fixed upon Qingxuan. Who are you? Uchiha does not conceal themselves. Though Qingxuan was aware of Obito's true identity, he knew he had to maintain the facade. After all, how could he explain himself? Given Obito's current suspicious nature, it was entirely possible he would resort to violence. Confronted with the Kamui, an overpowering ocular technique, Qingxuan lacked confidence in his ability to escape unscathed. Obito turned away, hands clasped behind his back, striking a pose of high stature before finally speaking. I am Uchiha Madara. Qingxuan secretly curled his lip, thinking to himself, what a charade. You may continue to pretend. It is evident that you are nothing like him. If Uchiha Madara were present, he would never resort to such antics. Given Madara's nature, he would most likely deliver a beating first and then speak over you. Though these thoughts lingered in his mind, Qingxuan feigned astonishment and exclaimed, impossible. Uchiha Madara has long since perished. As he spoke, he silently commended himself. Indeed, a typical Uchiha would react in this manner. From this moment forth, call me an actor. My power is beyond your imagination. Obito refrained from attempting to argue, for the more one tries to defend, the greater the flaws become. Instead, he stated plainly, Uchiha Qingxuan, do you not wish to uncover the truth? The truth? Qingxuan was taken aback. This time, it was not an act but genuine bewilderment. The implication of Obito's words was unmistakably directed at him. Moreover, it was evident that Obito had researched his background, wielding the so-called truth to bewilder Qingxuan. This only deepened Qingxuan's confusion. What was the motive behind it? A member of the Uchiha lineage, a mere 10-year-old male student at the Ninja Academy, what could possibly warrant such deception? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed there indeed was a reason. Qingxuan suddenly recalled his shameful title. Despite his profound resistance, it is undeniable that within the shinobi world, the mention of Uchiha Qingxuan most often evokes the moniker Uchiha Young Lin, which has become quite well known. Furthermore, based on the portrayal of Obito in the original narrative, he possesses a peculiar obsession. Within the Akatsuki organization, there must be an Uchiha, yet it cannot be himself. The massacre of the Uchiha clan bears traces of Obito's involvement, as he went so far as to expose himself to ensure that Uchiha Itachi joined the Akatsuki, all while being fully aware that the latter was a spy. Later, during the Pacific War, after Itachi's demise, Obito turned to deceive Sasuke, urging him to capture the 8 Tails. When only a tentacle was returned, he expressed no anger, instead offering excuses for it. Even amidst Obito's reckless actions, he managed to save Sasuke, simultaneously declaring war on the entire shinobi world. This clearly illustrates the profound affection Obito harbors for these 2 brothers. Upon reflecting on this, Qingxuan was suddenly startled. Could it be that this fellow has set his sights on me? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And Qingxuan's gaze towards Obito grew increasingly peculiar. However, Obito paid no heed to Qingxuan's scrutiny, considering suspicion to be a natural response. Should Qingxuan have believed him outright, Obito would likely have to contemplate whether he had inadvertently revealed himself. Do you not wish to uncover the truth behind your parents' demise? Obito's calm voice broke the silence as he recounted a tale. It was about an Uchiha clan member who, weary of war, feigned death on the battlefield. Afterward, he fell in love with a commoner girl, and they married and bore children. However, their happiness was short-lived, as the Uchiha clan soon discovered their existence. As a traitor, the Uchiha could not tolerate this, leading to the annihilation of the family, leaving only Qingxuan alive. He was subsequently adopted by an elderly couple from the same village. Yet, within 2 years, individuals from the root organization arrived, seeking experimental subjects, and unfortunately, Qingxuan caught their eye. Consequently, the elderly couple met the same tragic fate. Qingxuan thus fell into the hands of Orochimaru, embarking on a tragic existence that would span several years. Qingxuan clenched his teeth and tightened his fists. Do not misconstrue his emotions. He was not angry, but rather suffocated. He feared that if he lost control, he would inevitably voice his disdain. Such a cliché plotline is something even a mediocre domestic screenwriter would shy away from. Is it now the case that one must endure profound suffering and deep-seated grievances to be deemed worthy of the protagonist role? Have we truly descended into such a state of competition? Qingxuan did not harbor any suspicions towards Obito. For concocting such an absurd tale to deceive him was beyond Obito's capabilities. Moreover, Heiju, the foremost intelligence agent in the shinobi world, was no fool. Thus, it was highly likely that this was indeed the truth. What can Qingxuan say? One can only assert that art originates from life, yet it does not necessarily surpass it. For there are instances in life that are indeed more absurd than art. As for revenge, what a commotion! Qingxuan has traversed through time, inheriting only fragmented memories. It can be said that he harbors no feelings whatsoever for the parents of his original self. Does Obito think he can deceive him with this? Surely, he must be living in a dream. Yet, Obito holds a different opinion. He is convinced that Qingxuan's gritted teeth indicate that his plan has already succeeded halfway, and the rest will be considerably easier. With this thought, a smile inadvertently graced Obito's face beneath his mask. Chapter 31. The method to resolve the cells of Hashirama. Do you see? This is the truth of the world. Obito turned to face Qingxuan, spreading his hands as he spoke. At that moment, Qingxuan was bewildered. How does this relate to the truth of the world? Nevertheless, Obito's eloquence is undeniable. No wonder he nearly outmaneuvered Naruto with mere words. In just a few sentences, he elevated ordinary hatred to the level of the world's truth. Impressive, the perspective has broadened. What exactly is your objective? Qingxuan intentionally maintained a stoic expression as he inquired. Yet, his gaze unmistakably conveyed the message. Please commence your performance, young man. Join us. Uchiha Qingxuan. Obito's voice carried a hint of excitement. It seemed this lad was finally willing to play along, which was no small feat. And you? We are Akatsuki. The dawn of dawn. We shall bring an end to the darkness of the shinobi world and usher in true peace. Obito spoke with compelling fervor. And perhaps if he were addressing others of his age, he might have succeeded in his persuasion. However, for Qingxuan, there was no allure whatsoever. His prevailing sentiment was, it appears Obito is still young, his verbal skills lacking finesse. Yet, Naruto's verbal prowess had yet to awaken. Could this be considered verbal skill on Obito's part? Lost in thought, Qingxuan's mind began to wander. After a considerable time, he regained his focus and posed a question to Obito. Why choose me? I am merely 10 years old. This inquiry encapsulated Qingxuan's true curiosity. He could not fathom why Obito had sought him out at this juncture. After all, the Uchiha clan still boasted Shisui and Itachi, and if all else failed, there was always Sasuke in the future. Obito fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond to Qingxuan. Our plan requires manpower, and it is rare to find Uchiha clansmen with an 8-year-old double tomo or a 10-year-old triple tomo. Ultimately, Obito chose to speak the truth, as there was no need for concealment. Of course, he omitted the most crucial point. A person of Qingxuan's background had yet to be indoctrinated by the will of fire, making him ideally suited to plunge into darkness. As one who had been labeled a hero by Konoha, Obito understood all too well the terrifying implications of the phrase, where the leaves dance, the fire continues to thrive. The flames will illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. How horrifying those words were. Countless individuals, believing in this so-called will of fire, sacrificed their lives, only to be betrayed and discarded by the Konoha elite led by the third Hokage. After listening to Obito's words, Qingxuan merely curled his lips and replied, "Oh, I see." This reaction completely took Obito by surprise. He had anticipated that Qingxuan would either beam with delight at the praise or be astonished by their grand plan. At the very least, he expected a hint of curiosity about the details of the scheme. This unexpected response left Obito momentarily at a loss. He had prepared for every possible follow-up, yet Qingxuan, this unpredictable youth, defied all expectations. Aren't you curious about what the plan is? Obito inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Since the tumultuous Ninetales incident, Obito had spent most of his time wandering the ninja world, having taken control of the Mist Village. Though he had witnessed much darkness, he remained a mere observer in the ninja realm. His cunning was evidently not as profound, and now, confronted by Qingxuan, a seemingly 10-year-old boy who played by his own rules, he inadvertently revealed a slight crack in his composure, one he failed to notice. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback by Obito's query. What was he asking? I am all too familiar with your plan. It revolves around nuclear deterrence, does it not? The objective is to create an immensely powerful weapon capable of annihilating an entire nation in an instant, thereby threatening the entire ninja world to prevent any war. To speak candidly, this line of thought is not entirely flawed. Yet it harbors a significant peril: the individuals who wield nuclear power. Perhaps the first and second bearers of such power will remain unchanged, but who can guarantee this will hold true in the future? After all, at that juncture, the wielder would signify the zenith of authority within the ninja realm. Naturally, the aforementioned plan is merely a ruse crafted by Obito to deceive Nagato. In Qingxuan's perspective, the deeper, more profound scheme is even less commendable. Envisioning a collective dream for the entire ninja world? What kind of folly is that? A few mere pawns? To the extent of intoxication. Noticing Qingxuan's silence, Obito assumed he was still skeptical, prompting him to add, "If you do not believe me, feel free to investigate on your own. I trust that once you uncover the truth, you will choose to join us." After uttering these words, Obito attempted to depart, feeling he had already divulged too much, his aloof persona crumbling before him. "Wait." Unexpectedly, as he made to leave, Qingxuan called out to him. Obito cast a puzzled glance back at Qingxuan, who had just moments ago seemed impervious to persuasion. How could he change his stance so swiftly? Could you possibly escort me to the land of soup? I am unfamiliar with the way." Qingxuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Obito was taken aback, as it was the first time he had encountered a ninja who could get lost after traversing the ninja world for so many years. Nevertheless, he ultimately placed his hand on Qingxuan's shoulder, and in an instant, the power of Kamui was unleashed. Qingxuan felt an immense force pull him, and then his vision blurred. When he regained his composure, the scene before him had transformed from a dense forest to an expansive plain. In the distance, a village came into view, and he could faintly see several children at play. "We have arrived," said Obito, releasing his grip from Qingxuan's shoulder, his tone nonchalant. For one endowed with such divine power, this was merely a trifling task. Wherever he traversed, Obito could instantaneously appear, a convenience beyond measure. "We have departed, but I believe we shall meet again," he remarked before vanishing into the swirling vortex of space. "Ah, how enviable indeed." Qingxuan tapped his lips, feeling a profound envy towards Obito's kaleidoscope abilities. With the ability to manipulate space, become intangible to evade attacks, and enjoy the privilege of instantaneous teleportation without cooldown. Was this not far superior to the Flying Thunder God technique? The critical point was that Obito was currently endowed with but a single eye, the other resting upon the head of a certain white-haired individual. As this thought crossed his mind, Qingxuan seemed to stumble upon a revelation of great significance. It was evident that Obito, despite being merely a wielder of the kaleidoscope, had no means to upgrade to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Given the frequency with which he utilized Kamui, one would reasonably expect him to have succumbed to blindness by now. Yet, remarkably, he remained unscathed and fully functional. Moreover, he possessed the wood-release technique. In the battle that awakened his kaleidoscope, Obito had employed the wood-release, cutting technique. After all, he too bore the cells of Hashirama. It appeared that a solution to the dilemma of Hashirama's cells had been unearthed. Qingxuan murmured softly, yet his heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. This joy could be traced back to the dark transformation of Obito. During the battle at the Shinobi Bridge, Obito suffered a grievous injury, having half of his body crushed by a colossal boulder, and he bestowed one of his Sharingan upon Kakashi as a token for the latter's promotion to Jonin. Following that, he resigned himself to fate. However, he was salvaged by Madara, his mangled form reconstructed with cells from Hashirama. In other words, the reason Obito had not succumbed to blindness was likely due to the residual potency of the Uchiha bloodline, though it was more significantly attributed to the Hashirama cells. This revelation held profound importance for Qingxuan. It implied that Obito possessed the means to suppress the backlash of Hashirama's cells. According to his conjecture, it must be a legacy from Madara. The Shinobi Bridge, you say? It appears a visit there is in order. Qingxuan smiled faintly and set forth towards the village. A few days later, he arrived at the entrance of a valley. This was the location indicated by the mission scroll, the hideout of the Bloodpool clan. A gentle breeze wafted from within the valley, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. This discovery caused his brows to furrow deeply. After all, Qingxuan was still quite some distance from the valley, and the ability to perceive such a scent from afar was indeed peculiar. After some contemplation, he climbed a tree and began to meditate. As night fell, Qingxuan slowly opened his eyes, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. His enhanced dynamic vision allowed him to discern the situation outside the valley with greater clarity. He hastily consumed a military ration pill and proceeded towards the valley. Perhaps due to the seclusion of this remote valley, the Bloodpool clan had grown complacent. Qingxuan encountered no obstacles along the way, not even a single sentry. It was only upon reaching the valley's mouth that he spotted two drowsy young guards. Silently drawing out a shuriken, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed across Qingxuan's face, only to be concealed moments later. Although he had initially intended to eliminate the two guards, a more cunning idea soon took shape in his mind. With this thought in mind, Qingxuan turned and ascended the nearby mountain. Upon reaching a midway point, he was able to survey the valley from an elevated position. Utilizing the vision granted by his Sharingan, he could barely make out the scene within the valley. The layout was quite simple, consisting of a few scattered wooden houses. Several indistinct figures sat around a bonfire, seemingly engaged in a feast. Beside them was a moderately sized lake, shimmering under the glow of the firelight. Strangely, they appeared to be living a tranquil and prosperous life, far from the demeanor one would expect of a ninja clan's encampment. Counting silently, he observed the number of inhabitants, 15, 16, 17. As he scrutinized the scene, he meticulously recorded their numbers. This was a requirement of his mission to gather intelligence on this encampment and report back to the village, thereby fulfilling his task. However, what puzzled Qingxuan was the phrase act according to the situation inscribed at the end of the scroll. Perhaps the third Hokage had anticipated that Qingxuan might be discovered, which was why the mission was classified as A-level. This line served as an implicit reminder from the third Hokage, demonstrating his concern for those who undertook tasks on his behalf. It wasn't until the moon hung high in the sky that Qingxuan completed his intelligence report on the valley. The number of inhabitants was approximately 23, yet curiously, he observed no children or elderly among them. Furthermore, the lake within the valley struck him as particularly odd. However, when pressed to articulate his thoughts, he found himself at a loss for words. Never mind, he thought. It was time to rest and prepare to return home the next day. Qingxuan shook his head and found a comfortable spot to recline, slowly closing his eyes. He discerned that the vigilance of these individuals was remarkably low. The guards at the entrance merely feigned diligence, thus he harbored no concerns about being discovered. Chapter 32. The Divine Sun Rebirth planned the following morning. A faint sound echoed from the foot of the mountain. Qingxuan suddenly regained consciousness. Even during moments of rest, he remained ever vigilant. After nervously scanning his surroundings to ensure his safety, he let out a sigh of relief, only to be met with a wave of discomfort from his aching back and waist. At this hour, just before dawn, the sun had yet to make its appearance. Nestled within the forest, Qingxuan felt a damp chill and instinctively tightened his clothing. As the sounds in the distance began to fade away, his brow furrowed. For the direction of the noise led straight to the Valley of Blood. Instantly, Qingxuan felt a surge of energy. Fortunately, he had not rushed to leave the previous night. Had he done so, erroneous information could have led to the failure of his mission. Swiftly climbing to the treetops, Qingxuan took cover among the branches to observe the valley below. The visibility at dawn was considerably better than the night before, allowing him to discern more details. In the valley, a convoy of vehicles moved slowly along the path. The very sounds that had roused him were emanating from this caravan. Alongside the road traversed by the convoy lay the horrifying corpses, carelessly discarded. Due to the distance, Qingxuan could only ascertain the fates of these individuals. Soon, the convoy approached a lake. Qingxuan's gaze followed the convoy as it swept towards this direction, and in the next moment, his body trembled violently. The lake before him was entirely drenched in a deep crimson hue, its surface eerily tranquil. At that moment, an individual emerged from the convoy, gesturing animatedly as if orchestrating the unloading of cargo. With a commanding shout, several members of the convoy began to force shadowy figures down from the carriages. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced the air, and a large severed head soared forth, crimson blood spraying forth and ultimately cascading into the depths of the lake. Qingxuan was profoundly shaken, realizing the origin of the lake. In a mere moment, the banks of the blood lake were strewn with such corpses. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. Shortly thereafter, over a dozen women descended from the carriage, seemingly cradling something in their arms. They approached the edge of the blood lake and cast forth what they held, causing droplets of crimson to scatter. After completing this act, the women seated themselves upon the ground, forming a complex pattern as if engaging in some eerie ritual. Qingxuan gazed intently, suddenly realizing that they were, in fact, mere infants just a few months old. Calmly, Uchiha Qingxuan remained composed. As Qingxuan engaged in deep breaths, he compelled himself to regain his composure. However, the attempt was futile. Within mere seconds, he abandoned the notion. Grasping the pouch of ninja tools beside him, he hastened down the mountain. Since his arrival in the world of Hokage, Qingxuan had endured numerous tribulations to survive in this perilous realm. He had learned to tolerate many things, observe others with indifference, and even utter a quip or two. When the time came to strike, he showed no hesitation, and his subsequent feelings of guilt were minimal. In his worldview, every unfortunate soul in the ninja realm bore some culpability. To be powerless was to be guilty. Yet, he made an exception for infants who had just entered the world, knowing nothing and, thus, committing no sins. Why should they suffer misfortune? Thus, Qingxuan resolved to abandon the path of survival, exclaiming in frustration. As he raced onward, his speed intensified. Still, he felt it insufficient, urging himself onward. Faster, swiftly. With each moment he gained, the probability of saving those infants increased. Soon, he beheld the entrance to the valley, where two guards swayed unsteadily, appearing on the verge of slumber. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingxuan executed a swift movement technique, sending his kunai slicing through the air, inflicting grotesque wounds upon the vital points of his adversaries. The guards barely had time to utter a warning, careening towards death in a state of half-slumber. Yet, Qingxuan did not spare them a glance. With another swift motion, he surged into the valley. Having observed the terrain the previous night, Qingxuan had grown quite familiar with the valley's layout. Midway through, he began to form seals. And upon reaching the heart of the valley, the grand fireball was perfectly completed. Boom! A colossal fireball erupted from Qingxuan's mouth, crashing into the midst of the crowd with a deafening explosion. As the smoke and dust settled, Qingxuan beheld the charred remains of a dozen corpses before him. Crack! Qingxuan retrieved a military grain pill and consumed it, his three-tomo Sharingan swiftly scanning his surroundings as he murmured, "There are still 23 left." The sudden shift left many present momentarily stunned, and by the time they regained their senses, numerous copies of Qingxuan had emerged. Utilizing the water-stopping flow instantaneous technique, Qingxuan, akin to the Grim Reaper, began reaping lives with his kunai in hand. Shuriken were hurled forth, striking vital points in an instant. Soon, Qingxuan had slaughtered everyone present, not even granting them a moment to plead for mercy. The ordeal concluded swiftly, from the moment Qingxuan dispatched the guards at the valley entrance to now. Nearly a few minutes had elapsed. However, the exertion had taken its toll on him, and the seal over his heart began to show signs of instability. Had he not taken medicine along the way, it was likely he would have collapsed to the ground by now. A mere 5 minutes of combat necessitated a week's recuperation in the hospital. After adjusting his condition, Qingxuan staggered to the edge of the blood lake. Instantly, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, a mixture of the metallic scent of blood, the stench of decaying flesh, and an indescribable sourness, resolutely stifling his discomfort. Qingxuan plunged into the viscous liquid. Struggling through the thick substance, he eventually discovered an infant. However, when he cradled the child in his arms, he was rendered speechless. The infant's chest had been brutally slashed open, the heart exposed and long since stilled. This cannot be. It cannot be like this. Qingxuan couldn't help but murmur to himself. After shaking his head vigorously, he plunged once more into the crimson waters. However, the reality was utterly disheartening. He searched the blood lake for a full hour. Every infant he discovered was identical to the first, without exception. Qingxuan climbed ashore and reclined by the lake. Gazing at the sky, he felt as if a colossal stone was lodged within his heart, causing him considerable discomfort. Ultimately, he had underestimated the ugliness of human nature and overestimated himself. This, indeed, is the harsh truth of the world. Memories of what Abido had once said surfaced in his mind, prompting Qingxuan to smile wryly at his own folly. At times, the truth is simply unbearable, particularly in this distorted ninja world. It can be said that the entire ninja realm is a tragedy. How pitiful it is that Qingxuan had once harbored vain hopes of alleviating others' misfortunes, oblivious to the fact that he himself was ensnared in the greatest misfortune of all. The impact of this realization weighed heavily on him, and despite his resilient mindset, it took him several hours to regain his composure. Eventually, he rose in silence, casting a final glance at the blood-red lake before stepping into the sunlight and making his way toward the nearby wooden huts. He understood the principle that one must eradicate the roots of a problem, particularly now. Qingxuan desperately needed an outlet for his pent-up emotions, and thus he intended to leave no survivors today. 20 minutes later, he stood within one of the wooden huts, his gaze fixed upon the wall, deep in contemplation. The entire valley was devoid of life, save for him. It was hardly surprising. After such a commotion, anyone with a modicum of sense would have fled. Before Qingxuan lay another conundrum, the patterns etched upon the wall, a circle enclosing a triangle. If his memory served him correctly, this was the exclusive, sacrificial emblem of the evil god cult. The very cult associated with Haydn, though it had produced only him. Nevertheless, Qingxuan recalled that this cult seemed to have spread only within the land of hot water. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. Qingxuan rubbed his temples, sensing that this task was proving to be more complex than he had initially anticipated. The multitude of uncertainties weighed heavily upon him. According to the information provided by Konoha, this location was the stronghold of the Bloodpool clan, and the intelligence stemmed from fragmented memories of 1,000 miles. However, what Qingxuan observed here were predominantly ordinary individuals. Not a single entity could even be considered a ninja by the most lenient standards. It was then that he discovered traces of the cult of the evil god following the trajectory of the original narrative. At the time Haydn joined the Akatsuki, this cult was left with only him. Whether the others had departed or had been sacrificed by Haydn, the fool, remained a mystery. After all, AB had not disclosed such details. Was it possible that by mere chance, I have unwittingly eradicated this sect? A chilling thought surged through Qingxuan's mind. If that were indeed the case, it would mean he had incurred Haydn's wrath. The latter's methods were notoriously ruthless, and if given the choice, Qingxuan would prefer not to confront him. After all, who could guarantee a lifetime free from injury? If Haydn were to acquire his blood, it would not be a mere jest to suggest that his demise would be imminent. Moreover, there was a crucial point to consider. The stronghold of the Bloodpool clan was not located here. So where could it possibly be? Given the current circumstances, Qingxuan realized that he had become a target of this clan. If not resolved swiftly, the repercussions could be dire. After all, one cannot maintain vigilance against thieves indefinitely. The more he pondered, the more furrowed his brow became. Suddenly, Qingxuan noticed a tattered notebook lying in the corner of the wooden cabin. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up. The first page read in bold letters, Divine Child Rebirth Plan. Qingxuan's gaze sharpened, for this might well be a significant clue. A few minutes later, he tucked the notebook into his bosom, his expression one of utter disbelief. To summarize succinctly, the inhabitants of this valley were among those who personally witnessed the awakening of Fei Duan's immortal form. However, no one could comprehend how Fei Duan had undergone such an awakening. Moreover, it appeared that his intelligence had diminished considerably post-awakening, presenting a grave disadvantage. Consequently, everyone believed that replicating the entire process in a one-to-one manner was imperative. What Qingxuan witnessed was merely the initial stage of the entire process, the creation of the foul pool. Regrettably, they had only just begun a few days prior when Qingxuan arrived. In truth, there lies a crucial piece of information within this. Qianli had never resided here. Otherwise, how could the name of this young man be absent from the list in the notebook? Chapter 33. If I were to say that I am lost, would you believe me? Qingxuan departed, harboring no intentions of annihilating this place. Although the presence of the Blood Lake repulsed him greatly, it was inevitable that Konoha would return for further investigation. In summary, it is feasible, yet unnecessary. Furthermore, he was constrained by the limited time allocated for this mission. Otherwise, he would miss the unfolding of the Shisui narrative. While he had been accompanied by Obito on his arrival, the return journey lacked the convenience of Obito's transportation, leaving him reliant solely on his own two legs. Given his familiarity with the map, the likelihood of getting lost was exceedingly high. Thus, Qingxuan prudently granted himself a 2-month window to ensure his return to Konoha. However, in truth, he possessed little confidence and could only leave his fate to chance. After Qingxuan's departure, the valley returned to a state of tranquility. Were it not for the gruesome corpses strewn across the ground and the blood lake at the center, the scenery would have been quite pleasant. At that moment, the space began to twist into a vortex, from which Obito emerged. Gazing at the method by which Qingxuan had left, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Obito, I remarked, do you truly believe this will be effective? 2 aloe leaves materialized from the ground, accompanied by ethereal whispers. Placing the Blood Dragon Eyes piece here seems rather inappropriate. The newcomer was a founding member of the newly formed Akatsuki, the foremost intelligence operative in the ninja world, Zetsu. Those 2 aloe leaves, along with the contrasting black and white faces within, served as his insignia. Only by witnessing the world's reality can one develop disdain for it. Obito scoffed. When he becomes utterly disillusioned with this world, that's when he will join us. As for the Blood Dragon Eye, it is merely an inconsequential piece. Discarding it is of no consequence. In that moment, Obito's ruthless demeanor was vividly apparent. Zetsu cast a deep glance at Obito, sensing that this fellow seemed to be slipping from control. However, with the talisman left by Madara, it was unlikely to stir any significant upheaval. Contemplating this, Zetsu inquired, what are your next steps? Once Uchiha Qingxuan returns to Konoha, we shall stoke the flames further, Obito's voice replied coolly. By the time Zetsu looked back, the man had already teleported away. TCH, such a troublesome character. Zetsu muttered, then utilized his flight technique to delve underground, departing at great speed. When Qingxuan finally returned to Konoha, it was a month and a half later. Fortunately, it was still half a month earlier than he had anticipated. The first thing on his agenda was, of course, to return home for a good night's sleep. Although the wooden bed was rather hard, it was home. providing an inexplicable sense of security. However, along the way, he was intercepted by the Umbu. Uchiha Qingxuan, you were summoned by the Hokage, the Umbu declared before departing, disregarding Qingxuan's sentiments entirely. What? Is it really that casual? Do you think I won't go? He thought defiantly. Well, I wouldn't dare. As this notion crossed his mind, Qingxuan's bravado waned. The third Hokage summoned him merely to inquire about the mission's details. While it was not particularly significant, Qingxuan dared not refuse. After all, the third's penchant for retribution was truly formidable. Arriving at the Hokage's office, Qingxuan first knocked on the door before stepping inside. The purpose behind Qingxuan's actions was to remind the third Hokage, lest the latter be engrossed in his peculiar art of gazing through a telescope. Imagine if Qingxuan were to push open the door, only to find the third Hokage eagerly observing the crystal ball, which contained some indescribable images. How awkward would that be? Within the confines of the office, the third Hokage was not engaged in any clandestine activities, surveilling Konoha. Rather, he was occupied with some paperwork. Upon hearing a noise, he glanced up and casually remarked, "Back already? You've taken quite a while this time." At that moment, cold sweat trickled down Qingxuan's brow as he realized he had overlooked a crucial detail. In this peculiar place known as Konoha, missions come with time constraints, generally. Ample time is allocated, often with an additional 7 days provided for unforeseen circumstances. If I were to say that I got lost, would you believe me? After considerable contemplation, Qingxuan finally spoke the truth. The third Hokage responded with a bemused expression. What are you joking about? Doesn't the mission scroll include a map? Even without one, wouldn't you ask for directions? Are you truly that directionally challenged? If it's this serious, how did you manage to return? Despite having lived for many years, Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself wanting to express his incredulity for the first time. Yet, out of respect for his position as Hokage, he ultimately said, "Never mind. This was your first mission." With that, the third Hokage seemed to suddenly recall something. Waving his hand dismissively, "Leave the mission scroll. I will review it. You may return for now." Qingxuan, what is the meaning of this? After going to great lengths to summon him, is this the outcome? Has the Hokage become so invested in every trivial matter? With a heart full of questions, Qingxuan departed from the Hokage building. As he strolled along the streets of Konoha, he was unexpectedly enveloped by a sense of tranquility, particularly precious after the recent mission. For years, Qingxuan had relentlessly pushed himself, striving to survive the night of the clan's annihilation and alter Shisui's fate. There were countless such endeavors, and possessing adequate strength was the fundamental prerequisite to achieve them. Reflecting upon it now, was it truly worthwhile to merely change the fates of a select few? The essence of this world lies in the pursuit of peace amidst war, and under such circumstances, tragedies are inescapable. Even Qingxuan could find himself ensnared. Haha. I am the Hokage. You cannot defeat me. How infuriating. Retreat. Abandon the mission. From the roadside, the sounds of children at play reached his ears. This is an experience that every child in the ninja world inevitably encounters, the game of ninja role-playing. Observing those frolicking children, Qingxuan suddenly realized that despite his deep-seated aversion to the higher-ups of Konoha, it was undeniable that among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha boasts the most favorable atmosphere. As for the issues concerning Root, which ninja village is devoid of darkness, compared to Konoha, the shadows of other villages are far more pronounced. With this thought, Qingxuan came to an epiphany. He had previously only perceived one side of the situation when he truly stepped back to observe. He found that the third Hokage was not as detestable as he once believed. Perhaps in his old age, he had become excessively benevolent, compounded by Konoha's lack of capable successors to the Hokage title. Thus, he clung tightly to power. For no one understood better than the third what it meant for authority to rest in the hands of the elite. As for Danzo, there is no need to elaborate. This man is beyond redemption. He constantly proclaims for the sake of Konoha, yet in reality, he is behind nearly every wrongdoing, vanishing when it comes to genuine good for Konoha. The most glaring example was the Night of the Nine Tails incident, where not only did he prevent Root from providing assistance, but he also falsely conveyed the Hokage's orders, forbidding the Uchiha from leaving their station, thereby deepening the rift between the Uchiha and Konoha. In summary, when it comes to matters concerning others, he does not lift a finger. Lost in thought, Qingxuan arrived at the training ground where he often practiced. There, he spotted a familiar figure, Yamashiro Reiketsu. What is she doing here? Qingxuan felt a tinge of perplexity, for the training ground was situated in a remote location. It was precisely this reason that led Qingxuan to choose this place for cultivation. At this moment, Lai Shue was oblivious to Qingxuan's arrival, seated on a patch of grass, gazing vacantly at the distant sunset. As Qingxuan approached, he discerned Lai Shue repeatedly murmuring the same phrase, "When will Jun Qingxuan return?" Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, as a peculiar sensation blossomed within his heart. It felt as if, in that fleeting moment, his previously restless heart had suddenly found tranquility. The chaotic thoughts that once plagued his mind began to dissipate, revealing the realization that someone was indeed waiting for him. Qingxuan gently exhaled, whispering, "I have returned." As the words fell, the body of Lai Shue in the mountains trembled slightly, then abruptly turned around, her face a mask of disbelief. "Qingxuan, you are back? When did you return? Did you come to find me right away because you missed me?" The smile on Qingxuan's face faltered, as this girl had commenced her incessant chatter once more. Perhaps it was due to their prolonged separation that he had forgotten her habit of rambling on without pause. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from uttering that particular statement. The rare moment of warmth was abruptly shattered. There was no alternative. He had to resort to a decisive measure. Observing that Shanzhong Lai Shue showed no signs of ceasing her monologue, Qingxuan suddenly stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace. "May I hold you for a moment? Just for a while." Qingxuan's voice echoed in the mountains, reaching Lai Shue's ears with an ineffable weariness. Lai Shue herself was unaware of why she suddenly fell silent. Yet, in that stillness, it seemed rather pleasant. Qingxuan seems to have endured much. As for the task assigned to Qingxuan, she is merely aware that it involves leaving the village. The specifics remain known only to Qingxuan and the Hokage. In fact, it was Sasuke, Itachi's younger brother, who informed her of Qingxuan's mission. Naturally, Qingxuan is oblivious to what Yamashiro Reiketsu is contemplating, while he secretly revels in his thoughts. He never anticipated that the absurd methods suggested by those internet users in his previous life would prove effective. What to do when your girlfriend is upset and unresponsive? Embrace her in silence. However, it is worth noting that Qingxuan is not entirely feigning his demeanor. Prior to this moment, he indeed bore a heavy heart. Yet, he possesses a remarkable ability to self-regulate, often resorting to relentless banter. Thus, he appears unperturbed on the surface. The two remained locked in an embrace for an extensive duration until the arrival of another individual. Oh, Qingxuan has grown up. Returning and immediately seeking out the young lady. Chapter 34. The root of the problem. As the words fell, Shizuku leaped down from the tree, landing before the pair. "Ah, I must take my leave." Yamashiro Reiketsu's face flushed instantly as she hurriedly extricated herself from Qingxuan's embrace and dashed away in haste. Qingxuan expressed his gratitude with a glance towards Shisui. "Your arrival is indeed timely." Had Shisui not appeared, Qingxuan would have been at a loss for how to conclude the situation. After all, throughout his life, including his previous existence, this was the first time he had engaged in such behavior. Following the whimsical advice of internet friends, the next step was to share a kiss, among other things. Qingxuan found it difficult to take action, considering the person was merely 10 years old. Shisui smiled and said, "Have I interrupted something good for you?" Qingxuan shook his head, indicating a negative response. After a moment, he inquired, "By the way, Shisui, what brings you to me?" Prior to Qingxuan embarking on his mission, Shisui had been perpetually occupied, often disappearing for several days at a time. "I heard you have returned, so I thought I would come and see you. Please, share with me the details of your mission." Shisui, with a gentle smile, extended his hand and affectionately ruffled Qingxuan's hair. Qingxuan cast a glance at him, then walked over to a nearby chair and sat down, finally speaking softly. "There isn't much to say, is there? Everything that needs to be discussed is contained within the mission scroll, which I trust you have perused." Jishui's acting skills were indeed lacking, if his claims were true. He should have been at home awaiting Qingxuan, with the lights dimmed and his Sharingan wide open. Instead, he had come straight to the training grounds. It was evident that someone had informed him of Qingxuan's whereabouts. There was no need to ponder who that might be. Aside from the third Hokage, there was no one else. It is said that intelligence often breeds solitude. Shisui helplessly remarked as he took a seat beside Qingxuan. The mission scroll submitted by the latter had indeed been reviewed by Shisui. Even he, in the face of such circumstances, would likely find it unbearable, especially considering this was Qingxuan's inaugural mission. Qingxuan, displaying a remarkable nonchalance, simply shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "If it's not there, then it's not there. After all, we cannot connect." Shisui, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, only to soon grasp the underlying meaning. In his eyes, although Qingxuan was youthful, his intellect was exceptionally mature, devoid of any semblance of childishness. Moreover, Qingxuan himself shared this sentiment, feeling entirely isolated from his peers. While others were preoccupied with navigating graduation, he was preoccupied with the looming night of annihilation. How could they possibly find common ground? Suddenly, Shisui appeared to recall something and inquired, "By the way, Qingxuan, what are your thoughts on the village and our clan?" Qingxuan glanced at Shisui in surprise. How to see? Naturally, it was to stand on one side and watch the unfolding drama. The standoff between the Uchiha and Konoha was utterly stagnant. As long as the Uchiha refused to bow down or completely submit to the third Hokage, there was no way forward. Yet, even when the first Hokage had once hung the Uchiha out to dry, this group of crimson-eyed clansmen had not yielded. The third Hokage? Did he even deserve such respect? However, these thoughts remained unspoken in Qingxuan's mind, for he feared that Jishui's obstinacy would lead to a confrontation. Thus, he chose silence, refraining from addressing the matter. Perhaps having bottled up his emotions for too long, Shisui did not spare Qingxuan his intentions. "You have just returned, so you may be unaware. The clan has already planned to stage a coup. I wish to dissuade them, but they refuse to listen. Moreover, the Hokage is also aware of this situation. Between the clan and the village, what should I do?" He expressed his worries all at once, feeling considerably relieved. He did not genuinely seek Qingxuan's assistance. Rather, he merely needed an outlet for his emotions. As Qingxuan listened, he grew increasingly speechless. To him, Shisui appeared entirely consumed by self-pity. "Look at all I have done for the clan. Look at all I have done for Konoha." In truth, however, Uchiha Shisui was better known as the Uchiha's greatest traitor. If it were not for his role as a double agent, perhaps the standoff between the Uchiha and Konoha could have persisted for over a decade. The third Hokage's intention was to incorporate the Uchiha, not to annihilate them. Yet, Shisui, in his obstinacy, had revealed the Uchiha's intentions to rebel before all the Konoha elite. Qingxuan could hardly fathom how to respond to such a divine blunder. Moreover, it was also due to Shisui that Itachi had joined the Umbu, becoming the Uchiha's second traitor. Later, driven by his final wishes, Itachi planned to employ the Kodo Amatsukami on his brother. It is worth noting that Itachi was an unwavering brotherly protector. To implant the will to defend Konoha into his brother's mind using Kodo Amatsukami was a feat that seemed implausible unless Itachi had indulged too much in his drug use. Wait a moment? Kodo Amatsukami? Suddenly, a horrifying thought flashed through Qingxuan's mind. Based on the trajectory in the original narrative, the frequency of Kodo Amatsukami's usage was rather low. One had been used by Danzo on Shin, while the other had been employed on Itachi during the Edo Tensei. Given its extensive cooldown period, the time from Jishui's awakening of the Manjiki to its eventual destruction was certainly sufficient for two uses. The question now arose, on whom had Jishui first used Kodo Amatsukami? Considering Jishui's character and his social circle, Itachi was the most likely candidate. Just then, Jishui spoke up. "Actually, I possess a technique that can permanently alter a person's will. Once I take control of the clan, the problem will be resolved. Yet, I am uncertain if this is truly the right course of action." In truth, this was the source of Jishui's recent turmoil. Rationality urged him that this was the best solution, yet his emotions insisted that such an act was fundamentally wrong. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was taken aback. What technique? Is it reliable? Of course, this was merely a fade put on by Qingxuan. After all, how could he not be aware of what Jishui was referring to? He was no mere mortal. Suddenly, Jishui's eyes widened as he activated his Sharingan. Adorned with 3 tomo. The 3 tomo began to whirl furiously, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar pattern. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the prerequisite for unleashing its formidable power. After activating the Kaleidoscope, Jishui pondered for a moment before elucidating to Qingxuan. In fact, beyond the 3 tomo, the Sharingan possesses another form, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. My Kaleidoscope ability, akin to a divine entity, allows for the alteration of perception through ocular techniques. As for its effectiveness, I have experimented with Itachi, and it is highly likely to prove useful. Qingxuan, indeed, he could not continue this topic. What a peculiar notion to use Kodo Amatsukami for experimentation. At this moment, his mind was flooded with a vivid image. Shisui, Itachi, look. I have activated the kaleidoscope. The ocular technique can alter one's will. Itachi, are you certain? Shisui, why not give it a try? Subsequently, Shisui cast Kodo Amatsukami on Itachi. Qingxuan shook his head vigorously, overwhelmed by the intensity of the imagery. If this were indeed the case, it would elucidate Itachi's unwavering resolve. Given Shisui's unwavering commitment to Konoha, the essence of Kodo Amatsukami was all too obvious, nothing but the imperative to protect Konoha. Itachi, having been brought to the battlefield by Fugaku at a tender age, harbored a deep-seated aversion to war, thus valuing the peace Konoha promised. A single application of Kodo Amatsukami would be akin to stacking buffs. To return to the crux, Shisui's plan was fraught with potential. Yet, it required an extensive duration. Kodo Amatsukami was a singular skill with a cooldown spanning decades. To fully exert control over the Uchiha leadership would necessitate decades of effort. However, Shisui chose to divulge this plan to Konoha. Upon hearing of such a perilous ninjutsu, Danzo resolved to seize control of it. Thus, Shisui met his demise. This signified that the rift between Konoha and the Uchiha had become irrevocable. When Qingxuan first beheld this narrative, he contemplated abandoning the series. Such naivety bordered on folly. Shisui exemplified this kind of person. In Qingxuan's view, the fundamental issue remained. Is the village of greater importance than the clan? For many, this is a multiple-choice question, allowing for both options. Yet for the Uchiha, it became a binary choice. One could only select one. In truth, Konoha harbored trepidation regarding the Uchiha, or rather, a fear of the resurgence of a power akin to Uchiha Madara. Following the demise of the first Hokage and the second Hokage, the Senju clan gradually waned. Not to mention the revival of wood release. The Uchiha, who had never truly integrated into Konoha, were inevitably targeted in such circumstances. Otherwise, why would Konoha expend such effort in fostering wood release? Was it not to suppress the Uchiha? Although it ultimately resulted in a technique that could merely promote greenery. Shisui, oblivious to these intricacies, opted to betray his clan, believing that only through the village's existence could the specter of war be laid to rest. Itachi, too, lacked understanding. Yet he found himself devoid of options. The Uchiha planned to initiate a coup. Whether it would succeed remained uncertain. The ensuing chaos within Konoha was inevitable. And would other ninja villages forfeit such an opportunity? Clearly not, as at that juncture, the Uchiha's rebellion would ignite the flames of war. Thus, Itachi also turned against his clan, even going so far as to slay his own kin, all to ensure that his brother could exist in an environment of peace. And to preserve the honor of the Uchiha. Were they mistaken? From their perspective, they were not. In the eyes of Shisui and Itachi, Konoha's existence was of paramount importance. However, it could not be governed by the Uchiha, for they understood their clan's temperament all too well. Were the higher-ups of Konoha erroneous in their stance? They were not. The proud Uchiha constituted an unstable element. This had been the case since Konoha's inception, Uchiha Madara's defection, the Nine-Tails incident, the intent to rebel. Yet Konoha could not withstand the tumult of expelling the Uchiha. Thus they opted for a softer approach, marginalizing the Uchiha from the centers of power. Neither side was wrong. The fault lay solely in their incongruent ideologies. The Uchiha sought equitable treatment and the restoration of their former glory. Konoha demanded stability. Yet the Uchiha clan threatened to disrupt this equilibrium. Hence, this was a stalemate. Those who chose to engage would find no favorable conclusion. Shisui, what were your thoughts? And Itachi, what of you? Chapter 35. Sustaining momentum is a significant concern emerging from his reverie. Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon Shisui and inquired. Over the years, Shisui and Itachi had repeatedly probed his stance, both overtly and covertly. Yet Qingxuan consistently chose to evade, reluctant to confront this dilemma, even wishing to extricate himself. However, he found himself unable, regardless of whether it was under the third Hokage, Danzo, or even Obito scrutiny. Qingxuan bears the indelible mark of the Uchiha clan, a label that cannot be cast off. Regardless of his resistance, he remains an integral part of the chessboard. Upon hearing Qingxuan's inquiry, Shisui fell into a prolonged silence before eventually posing a question. On which side do you stand, the Uchiha or Konoha? This was a question that Itachi had also asked. At that time, Qingxuan had retorted with another question. Whose Konoha is it? After all, was that not a form of evasion? Yet, this time, Qingxuan realized he could no longer flee from the truth, and thus he responded, I stand with you. Shisui smiled and affectionately patted Qingxuan's head, remaining silent. Between them, there had never been an ounce of concealment, particularly regarding their stance. Their dark attire spoke volumes. To stand with them signified that Qingxuan had chosen the latter in the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. However, in contrast to Shisui's calm demeanor, Qingxuan's expression grew increasingly grim, his anger nearing its boiling point. This was due to Shisui's hand resting on his head, continuously stroking him. Was he treating Qingxuan like a pet? How could he endure this? Well, indeed he could endure it, and he had no choice but to do so. Did he not see that this fellow was still wielding the Manjiki Sharingan? What if Qingxuan was struck by a devastating technique? Where would he seek justice for that? Who could ascertain whether the cooldown for that skill had even expired? What if there was a peculiar rule that combined two eyes to reduce the cooldown? Qingxuan dared not take the gamble, for he had no desire to become the third traitor of the Uchiha clan. Fortunately, Shisui only stayed for half an hour before departing, as he was still part of the Umbu and concurrently served as a double agent. Shisui's time was indeed quite limited. Had it not been for his concern regarding Qingxuan's condition, he likely would not have appeared before him at all. Before leaving, Shisui left behind a scroll. According to his own words, it contained the subsequent teachings of the body flicker technique. Qingxuan held the scroll tightly, his gaze fixed on the direction from which Shisui had departed. The rays of the setting sun filtered through the canopy of leaves above, casting a warm glow upon him. The beauty of the sunset was unparalleled, yet it heralded the approach of dusk. With a soft sigh, Qingxuan rose and retraced his steps. The following day, Qingxuan awoke at the crack of dawn, arriving at training ground number 7. He had almost forgotten the last time he had earnestly practiced. Lethargy was a pernicious habit. Once it took root, it was challenging to uproot. Thus, Qingxuan resolved to restore his discipline before complacency ensnared him. As for the Ninja Academy, he was merely a name on the roster, intending to merely scrape through the graduation examination. Otherwise, he could very well undertake missions, so why should he return to the mundane routine of classes? Taking a deep breath, Qingxuan produced a bag of balloons and several rubber balls. The essentials for training the Rasengan. Regrettably, the original text dictated this method of practice, and the intellectual property belonged to the two silver-haired individuals. It was unlikely they would impart their knowledge to him. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on his own ingenuity. After all, imitation was a form of flattery. Qingxuan felt confident, for his soul hailed from a previous life. The key points for mastering the Rasengan were threefold: stability, rotation, and power, each requiring the use of a balloon, a water balloon, and a rubber ball respectively. Initially, Qingxuan believed the task to be straightforward, yet as he attempted it, he realized how profoundly mistaken he was. Merely the first stage with the balloon consumed an entire morning, and he barely managed to complete it. As for the water balloon, he was utterly at a loss. A true theoretical master, he faltered in practical application. Throughout the afternoon, Qingxuan did not continue with the Rasengan training, but instead delved into the scroll left behind by Shisui. This was his self-devised training regimen, practicing the Rasengan in the morning and mastering body flicker technique in the afternoon. Previously, he had recognized that his combat techniques were woefully inadequate, which rendered his strategic options limited and prone to countermeasures. However, he had not anticipated that mastering the body flicker technique would prove even more challenging than the Rasengan. According to the scroll, Qingxuan's previous method of employing the body flicker technique was merely a rudimentary version. If his opponent were attentive during his movement, they would easily discern his trajectory. The authentic Shisui-style body flicker technique required the infusion of illusions to obscure any vulnerabilities. This realization left Qingxuan in dismay. Executing a swift movement, while simultaneously casting an illusion upon his opponent, was Chakra so abundant? The body flicker technique was already a Chakra-intensive endeavor, and now he was expected to incorporate an illusion? It was likely that before long, his Chakra would be utterly depleted. 2 hours of charging for a mere 2 minutes of glory? What was the point? After thoroughly examining the scroll, Qingxuan tucked it away, gazing skyward in silence. Strength and allure were admirable traits, yet they held little utility if one's stamina was so fleeting. Nevertheless, practice was imperative. The absence of a trump card was an entirely different matter. Thus, throughout the afternoon, Qingxuan's figure flickered ceaselessly within the training ground. He paused only briefly to replenish his chakra, never allowing himself to rest. By the end of the day, he was utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. Lying on his bed, he felt too fatigued to even move. Shisui had yet to return, and Itachi was nowhere to be found. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that since his return, he had not encountered the two Uchiha brothers at all. Distant sounds of revelry reached his ears, and Qingxuan frowned in displeasure. Were these Uchiha truly reckless? Holding clan meetings daily, whether it be for a coup or rebellion, did they really need to be this loud? Qingxuan's residence is situated within the Uchiha encampment, which can be deemed rather secluded, yet even here, one can discern the sounds of activity. What of other locations? Truly, such conspicuous plotting. In this scenario, one either regards the village's covert operatives as fools or possesses a rather diminished intellect oneself. At present, the villagers perceive the Uchiha as having succumbed to madness, appearing rather lacking in intellectual capacity. Qingxuan, however, harbored his own thoughts on the matter. After all, where could one find so many fools? In his view, it seemed that Fujiwara was attempting to stage a coup. To put it simply, I am angry, truly angry. Here is an opportunity for you to appease me. If you fail to do so, I shall create a ruckus. Ah, indeed, one cannot fault the Uchiha. Their pride is ingrained in their very DNA. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that the third elder has already succumbed to the ravages of age. Cough. Wisdom comes with years. He is not swayed by such antics. Create as much chaos as you wish. Once you have exhausted your antics, you shall find yourself without recourse. Thus, it is evident that the Uchiha truly lack foresight. Qingxuan wore a displeased expression as he spoke. Such a simple question, yet he could not comprehend it. The Uchiha clan's annihilation was indeed deserved. No wonder Madara chose to abandon this clan. Ironically, these individuals believed it was they who had discarded Madara. Amidst this chaotic train of thought, Qingxuan gradually drifted into slumber. He practiced by day and succumbed to sleep amidst the clamor of the Uchiha clan gatherings by night. This routine persisted for a full 10 days. Who could fathom how Qingxuan endured this span? Even during his training, he contemplated whether to find an Uchiha to berate, indicative of his deep-seated grievances. Consequently, his progress in training had significantly slowed. He had yet to master the water sphere technique, though the body flicker technique was somewhat manageable, allowing him to move while casting Ninjutsu, albeit with precision issues and a substantial chakra deficit. One day, Qingxuan, exhausted from a day's toil, ambled homeward. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes fixated on him from a nearby tree. The figure, clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, peered out from the tree trunk. His face, divided in black and white, appeared exceedingly sinister, with two aloe-like leaves extending from his shoulders, enveloping his head entirely. It was none other than Zetsu, the foremost informant of the ninja world. At that moment, a spatial vortex materialized, and Obito landed on a nearby branch. "How goes it?" he inquired nonchalantly, his mask obscuring any hint of emotion. Zetsu replied candidly, "This Uchiha Qingxuan does not seem to have succumbed to despair. Has your plan faltered?" Having observed Qingxuan for several days, Zetsu noted that the lad remained unscathed, as if nothing troubled him. That is merely a fade," Obito retorted with a cold smirk. "The seeds of darkness have already been sown. They merely require a bit of nourishment to sprout." As he spoke, Zetsu cast a puzzled glance at Obito. Why complicate matters when they could be articulated simply? However, he inquired, "What is your next plan?" "Next?" Obito chuckled ominously. "It is time to stoke the flames." With that, the spatial vortex reappeared, and he vanished from sight. Zetsu, left in silence, opened his mouth but found no words. Sighing, he gradually retreated into the tree trunk. Moments later, at Danzo's residence, having concluded a day's work, Danzo chose to rest at his abode rather than the root headquarters for the first time in ages. Just as he changed into his night attire, he discovered an unaddressed letter on his bed. His eyes turned icy. Although his residence lacked guards, it was situated within the Shimura clan's domain. Not just anyone could enter, especially not into his chamber. If it were an assassin, the consequences would be dire. Cold sweat trickled down his brow as he resolved to sleep at root from now on. Comfort was secondary. Safety was paramount. Danzo reached into the envelope and extracted the letter, scrutinizing the neatly pinned characters, reminiscent of printed text. Soon, he finished reading the entire letter, only to find his brow furrowed deeply. The contents were neither intelligence nor threats, but a revelation of a forbidden technique known as Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 36, Itachi's visit in a dimly lit room. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, and Mito Kohara gathered among the higher echelons of Konoha. Their expressions were grim, centered around the letter detailing Kodo Amatsukami. The room was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the flickering candlelight. After an indeterminate period, a figure entered, half kneeling on the ground. "Lord Hokage." It was Shisui, perplexed by the summons at such a late hour. The third Hokage nodded and inquired, "Is there any new information from the Uchiha? Perhaps regarding high-level combat capabilities?" His words hinted at deeper implications, yet the naive Shisui failed to grasp them, responding earnestly, "No new intelligence to report, Lord Hokage." At this, a chill entered Hiruzen's gaze. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. "Understood. You may return." "Yes." Although bewildered by the sudden dismissal, Shisui complied and exited. Once Shisui departed, Danzo spoke up. "Hiruzen, this technique poses a significant threat to Konoha. It must remain under our control. The ability to alter one's will is an exceedingly terrifying ninjutsu. The manner in which Konoha handled such techniques could be discerned from the scrolls of forbidden jutsu." However, the third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. "The authenticity of this information is debatable. Besides, Shisui is a good boy with the will of fire in his heart." "Hiruzen, Your compassion blinds you. Enough. We shall discuss this matter further once we have gathered more information. With Danzo's outburst, Hiruzen's temper flared. After all, he was the Hokage. Danzo's display was scarcely respectful. Did he truly believe Sarutobi Hiruzen cared not for his dignity? With Hiruzen's furious departure, the meeting concluded on a sour note, leaving Danzo alone in the room. His expression cold and contemplative. Of course, Qingxuan remained oblivious to all of this. The following day, just as dawn broke, Qingxuan, still in a daze, arrived at the training ground. He skillfully grasped the prepared water sphere, commencing his training for the day. This encapsulates the sentiment, my body has awakened. Yet my spirit remains ensnared in slumber. After several days of intensive training, Qingxuan had begun to acclimate to this regimen. With a crisp sound, the water sphere in his hand burst, cool droplets cascading through his fingers and splattering onto the ground. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He had finally passed the second challenge. Halfway through the training of the spiraling sphere, success was within reach. With renewed clarity, Qingxuan eagerly picked up the rubber ball to begin his attempts. Among the 3 training exercises, the balloon symbolized stability, the water sphere represented rotations, and thus the rubber ball embodied power. This was indeed the most challenging phase, requiring the seamless integration of the preceding 2 attributes to achieve success. Qingxuan held a leather ball, his face flushed with exertion. Yet, there was no sign of change. Sighing heavily after numerous attempts, Qingxuan finally set the ball down. A deep sense of frustration washing over him. Once again, he found himself questioning his own talent. After all, Naruto had mastered this technique in a fraction of the time. Although he employed a rather clever method, one must not forget that a proud fox resided within him, adding to the chaos. However, contemplating further, if Naruto were devoid of the Nine Tails, his innate abilities seemed rather formidable. Lost in thought, Qingxuan's mind began to drift. According to the original narrative, while the Nine Tails became a boon in later stages, for early Naruto, it was nothing short of a burden. After all, how could the son of the 4th Hokage of Konoha be thwarted by a mere shadow clone technique? It seemed even the Nine Tails, stifled by boredom and overflowing with chakra, sought an outlet for its excess energy. Only when Naruto mastered the multi-shadow clone technique did this outlet finally emerge. At that moment, the Nine Tails' eyes gleamed with excitement. Wasn't he at chakra? Take it, take it. I have more than enough. Thus, a multitude of Narutos came into existence, with Mizuki becoming the first casualty of this phenomenon. And so, Naruto embarked on his inaugural adventure with an external advantage. Snapping back to reality, Qingxuan suddenly realized he had once again picked up the leather ball, determined to persist. This was purely an unconscious action, even when lost in thought. He felt an inexplicable discomfort if he didn't engage in some activity. Glancing at the sky, he noted it was nearly noon. Time for a meal. Muttering to himself, Qingxuan retrieved the lunch he had prepared, which consisted merely of bread and milk. There was no alternative as he lacked culinary skills. Shisui was too busy, and while Itachi could cook, he reserved his talents exclusively for Sasuke. Nibbling on his bread, Qingxuan gazed at the sky. His brow furrowed in contemplation. An unsettling feeling lingered in his heart, as if something significant were about to unfold. At that moment, Itachi arrived at the training ground, accompanied by Sasuke, bearing several lunchboxes in hand. Qingxuan was taken aback upon seeing Itachi. Itachi? What brings you here? He inquired, realizing it had been quite some time since their last encounter. Ever since Itachi joined the Umbu, his availability had diminished significantly. With the scant moments he could spare devoted to accompanying Sasuke, there was hardly any time left for Qingxuan. Today, with no pressing matters at hand, he had prepared a bento. Itachi smiled faintly, placing the bento before Qingxuan. Instantly, Qingxuan discarded the bread in his hand and eagerly began to devour the bento. After all, who would choose bread when a delightful bento was available? As Qingxuan savored the contents, Itachi settled beside him and casually asked, I heard you haven't attended school for several days? Qingxuan was preoccupied with devouring his bento, oblivious to Itachi's words, only nodding in response. Perfect. Could you please instruct Sasuke in his training for a few days? Qingxuan. Ahem. What did you say? As soon as Itachi finished speaking, Qingxuan suddenly choked, coughing several times before regaining his composure. I said, could you kindly teach Sasuke for the next few days? Itachi, unfazed, reiterated his request. Qingxuan gazed at the bento before him, feeling a wave of incredulity wash over him. Indeed, one cannot expect quality from something so inexpensive. The wisdom of the ancients rings true. The current situation with Erjuzi resembles that of a troubled child, and the idea of Qingxuan imparting guidance to him seems nothing short of a jest. What could possibly be taught? At this point, Erjuzi might surpass Qingxuan in knowledge. It remains uncertain whether this is a consequence of Qingxuan's influence, but Erjuzi has certainly exhibited a remarkable improvement compared to the original narrative. Without delving into the merits of the Great Fireball technique, it is noteworthy that this individual has commenced his training in the Fire Release, Phoenix Fire technique. If not for his tender age, he might have already mastered the Shadow Clone technique. Notably, Erjuzi's Sharingan has yet to awaken. Itachi, too, finds himself perplexed, pondering why his younger brother's awakening has been so delayed. For the Uchiha clan, an earlier awakening signifies greater talent. However, exceptions do exist. Take Obito, for instance. A prime example of late-blooming greatness. Practical instruction. Itachi observed Qingxuan's puzzled expression and began to elucidate. Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he readily agreed. If only this had been mentioned earlier. While he may not excel in guidance, who does not possess the ability to administer a good thrashing? Especially when it concerns Erzuzi. Qingxuan was more than willing. In the past 2 years, Erzuzi had shown signs of awakening his evasion skills, making it imperative for him to receive a corrective punch to his character. Yet, given Itachi's current disposition, he could hardly bring himself to act against his own brother. Thus, this task fell squarely upon Qingxuan's shoulders. After conveying these instructions, Itachi departed, as he had duties awaiting him in the Umbu. Reluctantly, Erzuzi remained in the training grounds, casting a dubious glance at Qingxuan. After satisfying his hunger and taking a moment to rest, Qingxuan turned to Erzuzi and inquired, "Are you prepared?" Erzuzi offered no concealment of his ill intentions, which Qingxuan readily sensed. It was merely the temper of a child. Rising to his feet, Erzuzi bowed respectfully and assumed a stance, declaring, "I am ready." Truly, one could see the refinement of a noble upbringing in his manners. Unlike Qingxuan, who, had he been in Erzuzi's position, would have likely charged in with a fist already thrown. "Then let us proceed." Qingxuan chuckled softly. For it was the afternoon when he practiced the art of instant movement. Suddenly, the scene transformed to evoke memories of the past, where Shisui trained Qingxuan. In an instant, numerous copies of Qingxuan appeared, encircling the 2 pillars. Sasuke found himself ensnared by Qingxuan's duplicity, utterly bewildered. Moreover, unlike Shisui, Qingxuan shamelessly employed an illusionary technique to mislead the senses. It is worth noting that in those days, Shisui had shown him leniency, for not only were the strikes gentle, but also no illusions were cast upon him. Qingxuan had no intention of holding back. Each time the attacks from the second pillar struck the phantom, he would momentarily be taken aback due to the misses. Qingxuan approached and delivered 2 powerful punches, causing tears to shimmer in the eyes of the second pillar. It seemed he was on the verge of crying, standing there trying to hold it back. "What is this? Can you not bear such a slight grievance? How do you expect your enemies to show mercy in the future?" Qingxuan also came to a halt, standing before the second pillar, his hand resting upon the latter's head, engaging in a playful tussle. Ah, no wonder Shisui delights in petting. It is indeed a pleasurable experience. And to caress the second pillar, the joy is magnified. Qingxuan felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet maintained the facade of a stern mentor on the outside. "Do not blame me for being so harsh. It is all for your own benefit." Qingxuan uttered a statement that left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, for after all, he had heard his fair share of such profound remarks in his past life. While chastising the second pillar, Qingxuan seized the opportunity to replenish his chakra. Alas, he found himself in a state of utter exhaustion. It had only taken a brief moment to employ the body flicker technique. Yet simply subduing a single second pillar felt laborious. How would he manage in the future? Was it truly a matter of charging for 2 hours to exert dominance for just 2 minutes? Qingxuan's demeanor began to crumble, as he and the smaller figure stood in the training ground, both wearing expressions of despair. Yet, Qingxuan's hand remained atop the second pillar's head, tousling his hair. Chapter 37. Farewell. My brother. Time slipped by in the blink of an eye, and before long, several days had passed. On this particular day, Qingxuan bid farewell to the bruised and battered second pillar, collapsing into a chair himself. The satisfaction of vanquishing the second pillar was undeniably exhilarating. Qingxuan found himself nearly addicted to it, to the extent that the mere sight of him now made the second pillar tremble involuntarily. No wonder, he mused, that Shisui and Itachi took turns confronting him. These two must have been similarly enthralled. With a silent vow in his heart, Qingxuan resolved to be even more ruthless when he faced the second pillar again the following day. There was no other motivation, after all. Your brother bullied me back in the day. Now, it is my turn to retaliate. His thoughts were refreshingly simple. If he could not overpower the formidable Itachi, then surely he could triumph over the second pillar? Yet, this could only be accomplished while the second pillar remained in his youth. Once he matured and fully awakened his abilities, things would undoubtedly change. To pursue such actions, Qingxuan inevitably faces a fierce struggle with Erjuzi. It is a matter of either one's demise or the other's. A glance at the original text reveals that this individual is indifferent to many things, yet maintains an unwavering sense of pride. Having acquired the kaleidoscope merely a few months prior, he is already on the verge of losing his sight. Were it not for the inheritance left by his brother, what relevance would Erjuzi have in the Fourth War? A mere disagreement could lead to the use of Amaterasu, or perhaps the summoning of a mech. Even Uchiha Madara would not have dared to act so brazenly in his time. However, the exhaustion is palpable. A single bout with Erjuzi leaves Qingxuan needing to rest thrice. The crux lies in devising an excuse to chastise Erjuzi, for should he perceive Qingxuan's feigned bravado, it would reveal his vulnerability. What, then, can Qingxuan accomplish? Certainly, nothing. Consequently, Erjuzi finds himself questioning the very essence of his existence under Qingxuan's admonishments. As there always seems to be a flaw to exploit in their battles, it is worth noting that even during his brother's reproaches, a gentle tone was maintained. How could Erjuzi endure such indignity? In just a few days, he has wept 7 times. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberates from afar, prompting Qingxuan to instinctively direct his gaze towards the source of the sound. In the distance, a wisp of green smoke ascends, tinging the crimson hues of the sunset with a unique shade. Is there a battle unfolding? Such audacity is remarkable at this distance. Qingxuan can still hear the sounds of conflict, suggesting the use of potent ninjutsu. If he can hear it, then certainly the third Hokage must be aware as well. At the very least, pain has not made an appearance. This venerable elder remains a pinnacle of power within the ninja realm. It is only after the emergence of those celestial beings that one realizes there are still several layers above this pinnacle. Initially, Qingxuan had no intention of intervening, believing that others would shoulder the burden should the sky fall. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingers in his heart, as if he has inadvertently overlooked something significant. Qingxuan gazed intently at the sky, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. This was dire. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and hurried towards the direction of the battle. In recent days of cultivation, he had overlooked a matter of utmost significance, the death of Shisui. The original text did not specify the precise moment of Shishui's demise, and Qingxuan was only aware that it occurred at dusk. But was it not dusk at this very moment? The only ones audacious enough to act in Konoha were the third Hokage and Danzo of the Root. All the elements were in place, and panic surged within Qingxuan. By the time he arrived at the site of the conflict, an eerie silence enveloped the area. Only a few shattered corpses lay amidst the ruins, and the pungent scent of blood pervaded the air. Qingxuan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, meticulously observing the intricacies of the battlefield. The deceased were undoubtedly from the Root, yet the chaotic surroundings rendered it impossible to discern the direction in which they had gazed. In the distance, several figures were hastening towards him. After a moment's hesitation, Qingxuan ultimately chose a path and departed. As he sprinted along, he pondered the potential whereabouts of Shisui. The Uchiha stronghold could be effectively ruled out. Given that Danzo had taken action, there would surely be an ambush nearby. Thus, Shisui would likely head to a place known only to Itachi and Qingxuan, the training grounds. With Shisui's fate hanging in the balance, Qingxuan disregarded the exhaustion of his chakra, propelling himself nearly twice as fast as usual. Nevertheless, by the time he arrived at his destination, night had already fallen. The stars twinkled in the darkened sky, and the bright moon hung high, casting its luminous glow. Qingxuan gazed upon the uneven training grounds, where vivid memories of past training sessions with Shisui and Itachi unfolded before him like a cinematic reel. The reason why Qingxuan chose to change his place of cultivation was primarily due to the psychological shadows left by this location. To his surprise, upon returning, he encountered such circumstances. Shisui, do not be so stubborn. Qingxuan searched for the traces of Shisui, his heart growing increasingly anxious. He had previously cautioned Shisui to be wary of Danzo, though he was uncertain if his warning had any effect. Was this merely the inertia of the plot? At that moment, a flash of crimson caught Qingxuan's eye. Judging by the markings, they must have been left not long ago. I have found it. Clearly, I have not erred in my pursuit. With the traces of Shisui now in hand, Qingxuan hesitated no longer and followed the trail of blood. Soon, he arrived at the edge of a precipice where 2 figures stood before him, one in front of the other. It was none other than Shisui and Itachi. Shisui. In an instant, Qingxuan arrived beside the two. With a look of concern, he called out softly. Shisui smiled faintly. Ah, Qingxuan has come? I apologize for disappointing you. Observing the blood trickling from Jishui's lips and the myriad of wounds adorning his body, Qingxuan fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Why? Why did you not heed my warnings? It was evident that Qingxuan had cautioned Jishui long ago, reiterating his concerns countless times over the past 2 years. Yet, how had circumstances devolved into such a state? Qingxuan was perplexed and could not fathom the situation. However, it appeared that matters had not yet deteriorated to such an extent, for the eyes of Jishui still remained intact. Qingxuan's reminder proved to be somewhat effective. Jishui gazed at Qingxuan, gently placing his hand upon his head. The situation is not as straightforward as we had envisioned. My kaleidoscopic abilities have been revealed. Thus, I did not foresee it unfolding this way. His gesture was remarkably tender, or perhaps one might describe it as feeble. Qingxuan could not help but feel a twinge of emotion, as if something profound were taking shape within him. Nevertheless, he uttered, as long as all is well. Let us go home. Just as he was about to take Jishui's hand to head home, Itachi intervened, halting him mid-sentence. Itachi shook his head at Qingxuan, his eyes brimming with sorrow. At this moment, Qingxuan sensed something amiss, for he caught a whiff of a pungent odor. In disbelief, he turned to gaze at Jishui, and within the depths of the latter's three-tomo Sharingan, he beheld the wounds beginning to rot. Is this poison? Qingxuan was taken aback, realizing the extent of Danzo's cruelty. Every wound on Shisui's body was poisoned. Qingxuan, it is too late. Seemingly perceiving Qingxuan's thoughts, Shisui smiled and shook his head. I hope my death can awaken the clan, if only a little. Had it been shortly after being poisoned, Shisui might have found a way to detoxify himself. But entangled by the roots for so long, he had no time left. Now, it was indeed a case of being beyond salvation. Before Qingxuan and the others could utter a word, Shisui suddenly withdrew his hand from Qingxuan's head. Then, with remarkable speed, he removed his own eyes. Blood oozed from Shisui's eye sockets, staining his hands. Itachi, Qingxuan, this is a gift for you both. The future of the village is entrusted to you. Itachi silently accepted one of the eyes, tears shimmering in his eyes, yet he uttered not a word. He chose to honor the final wish of his dear friend, Shisui. Meanwhile, Qingxuan stood frozen, trembling, unwilling to accept such a fate. If you wish to protect Konoha, then do it yourself. You bastard. Ultimately, with Itachi's assistance, Shisui forced the bloodied eye into Qingxuan's hands. Leaning close, he whispered softly, Qingxuan, this is the last gift I can give you from your brother. I do not know what thoughts occupy your mind, but whatever choices you make in the future, I will support you. Farewell, my brother. With those words, Shisui did not wait for Qingxuan's response. He leaped backward, plunging off the cliff. In the darkness that enveloped him, fragments of life flashed by. Finally, one scene crystallized in his mind, his hand resting on Qingxuan's head. The latter visibly displeased yet managing to force a strained smile. And Itachi stood beside him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Sasuke, hiding behind the door, cautiously peered out. Shisui. Qingxuan had yet to fully grasp the situation when Jishui leaped down. At that moment, three tomo within his eyes spun wildly, ultimately forming a bizarre pattern. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan was activated. However, Qingxuan remained oblivious to this. Tears of blood streamed from his eyes, his mind consumed by seething rage. On the other side, Itachi was in a similar state, though their animosities were directed towards different targets, one towards his family, the other towards Danzo. Let us depart, Qingxuan. They are approaching, Itachi suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence, for faint sounds of movement could be heard in the distance. Others were searching for Jishui. They had no time for sorrow. They could not allow Jishui's death to be in vain. Qingxuan nodded slightly, sensing the arrival at the roots. He cast a final glance at the spot where Shisui had leapt, then turned and walked away into the distance. Upon returning home, Qingxuan found himself lost in thought as he gazed out of the window. Itachi had not followed him. After all, both needed time to recuperate. On one hand, Shisui's demise was intended to serve as a reminder to the Uchiha clan. This was a matter for Itachi to handle, and Qingxuan felt it was not his concern. On the other hand, both had activated their Meijiki Sharingan almost simultaneously. Without mastery over their powers, it was all too easy to inadvertently reveal their presence. Their exposure would be detrimental to both Konoha and the Uchiha, hence Qingxuan had no intention of making an appearance in the coming days. At least until he had fully mastered the Meijiki, he would remain hidden. In that moment, Qingxuan was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Instead, he pondered, is it truly impossible to alter the course of fate? With Shisui's death now a foregone conclusion, could Itachi's fate still be changed? Chapter 38. The awakening of the two pillars in the original narrative. Itachi's death was rather intricate. The Pacific War was merely a catalyst, in truth. His demise was greatly influenced by the illness that plagued him. The toll of overexerting his body in battle against the two pillars also played a role, as did his crumbling mentality. However, the crux of the matter lay in the third point. Itachi's inner turmoil began on the night of the clan's massacre. Ever since he resolved to bear the darkness alone, Itachi had neglected his own health, allowing his ailments to fester until they became irreparable. Thus, to summarize, Itachi could have been saved. The reason Shisui was not rescued was that Qingxuan had not done enough. On one hand, he wished to alter Shisui's fate. On the other, he feared disrupting the narrative's progression. Caught in this conflicting state, Qingxuan instinctively chose to evade responsibility, believing that merely alerting Shisui could alter his destiny. How foolish. In the darkness, Qingxuan bitterly scolded himself. It became evident that the change most urgently needed was within himself. Although he had often spoken of transformation, Qingxuan had yet to liberate himself from the shadows of his past life. Lost in contemplation, he was unaware of the sun climbing high in the sky. Observing the sunlight streaming through the window, Qingxuan sighed deeply. After a night of reflection, he had come to understand many things and recognized what he must do next: continue to endure. Though he had awakened the Mangeki, now was not the time for Qingxuan to reveal himself. He needed to wait until he could exact vengeance for Shisui. As for the matter concerning Itachi and Shisui, he had gained some clarity. Itachi's illness had yet to manifest, so preventative measures were necessary. As a time traveler, Qingxuan believed it was not beyond possibility to resurrect Shisui. The rebirth technique was an option. Yet, this technique required two prerequisites: the Rinnegan and sufficient vitality. To fulfill these conditions, he needed to amass enough power. Therefore, Qingxuan had no time for sorrow. He must seize every moment to grow stronger. Originally, Qingxuan had intended to request an early graduation, then undertake missions to escape the whirlpool of Konoha. Now, he had overturned all previous plans. He would attend the Ninja Academy, as it would afford him ample time for training. Resolute, Qingxuan rose and made his way toward the training grounds. However, upon his arrival, he was greeted by the figure of Yamashiro Reiketsu. "Qingxuan-kun, are you all right?" Yamashiro Reiketsu approached him hurriedly, concern etched on her face as she cautiously inquired. Qingxuan was taken aback. "You know? How could this girl have learned of the events from last night so swiftly? The death of Shisui occurred just last evening, yet the news had circulated so rapidly this morning." Yamashiro Reiketsu was merely a member of a mountain tribe, having lost her parents at a young age, leaving her with limited channels for information. Her awareness of the situation implied that very few in the entirety of Konoha remained oblivious to this incident. Instantly, Qingxuan's expression darkened. It was unnecessary to deduce the orchestrator behind this. "Root, Danzo, you truly are remarkable." A surge of fury welled up from within, and a faint aura of menace emanated from Qingxuan. In that moment, however, Yamashiro Reiketsu suddenly leaped into his embrace, softly declaring, "Qingxuan-kun, no matter what happens, I shall remain by your side." The murderous aura surrounding Qingxuan momentarily halted, then gradually dissipated. He had never anticipated such a declaration from his counterpart. Yet the resolve in those words was unmistakable. However, it was precisely for this reason that Qingxuan felt compelled to decline Lai Shui's proposal from within the mountains. Given the current predicament of the Uchiha clan, with Shisui's demise, it was inevitable that he and Itachi, the two young leaders of their generation, would attract attention. Meanwhile, Itachi, supported by the entirety of the Uchiha clan, remained utterly unperturbed. Qingxuan found himself alone, unperturbed by the notion of defection if necessary. However, the closer Shanzhong Lai Shui drew to him, the more vulnerable he became. Should that happen, not only would Qingxuan be at risk, but Shanzhong Lai Shui would also become a target. Thus, Qingxuan pushed Shanzhong Lai Shui away, his voice cold and resolute. "There is no need." "Why? Are you jesting?" Shanzhong Lai Shui was utterly perplexed, her eyes filled with a plea as she spoke. Qingxuan turned his head away, stating, "I am not joking. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and began to walk away, resolute in his decision not to show any weakness. For he was acutely aware that, at this very moment, there were certainly eyes lurking in the shadows, keeping watch over him. Once Qingxuan had departed, Lai Shui in the mountains seemed to lose all her strength, collapsing onto the ground. Her eyes appeared devoid of their usual luster, staring vacantly in the direction of Qingxuan's retreating figure. After departing from the training grounds, Qingxuan found himself on the bustling streets of Konoha. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the ebb and flow of passers-by, and the lively calls of shopkeepers echoed from the stalls, painting a picture of prosperity and exuberance. Yet, All of this seemed to bear no relevance to Qingxuan, who wandered through the streets like ink splattered on a blank canvas, feeling utterly out of place. Ah, young man. It's been a while. Care for a bowl of ramen? Suddenly, a voice called out to Qingxuan. Turning to the source, he saw a middle-aged man with slanted eyes. Standing within his shop, a warm smile illuminating his face as he regarded him. Qingxuan paused for a moment, glancing up at the sign, Ichiraka Ramen. So, I have arrived here. Murmuring softly, Qingxuan stepped into the establishment and smiled at Uncle Ichiraku, saying, "It's been a while, Uncle. I would like the tonkatsu ramen, please." "Certainly." Uncle Ichiraku replied cheerfully before hastening back to the kitchen. Qingxuan casually found a seat, gazing at the table lost in contemplation. He recalled that the last time he visited this place was with Shisui. Ever since that encounter with Naruto here, Qingxuan had not set foot in Ichiraka Ramen again. Thus, it came as a pleasant surprise that Uncle Ichiraku still remembered him. Unfortunately, the companion with whom he had shared ramen on that occasion was no longer present. "Here you go, young man, your tonkatsu ramen." Shortly thereafter, Uncle Ichiraku brought a bowl of ramen to Qingxuan. Placing it before him, he inquired, "Oh, where's that young man you came with last time? Why isn't he here this time?" As soon as the words left his lips, Qingxuan's expression darkened. "He passed away last night." "Oh, I'm so sorry." "My condolences." Uncle Ichiraku, taken aback by the revelation, hurriedly expressed his sympathies. Qingxuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was all right. After all, it was an unintentional oversight on Uncle Ichiraku's part, and Qingxuan bore no ill will. A heavy silence enveloped the scene, leaving only the sound of Qingxuan consuming his ramen. Before he could finish, a bright orange figure burst through the door, exclaiming loudly, "Uncle, I'm back. Hurry and make me a bowl of ramen. I'm starving." "Naruto?" Hearing the familiar voice, Qingxuan turned in surprise to the speaker. Who else could it be but Naruto? Curiously, Qingxuan had visited Ichiraka Ramen twice, and both times he had encountered Naruto. "Hey, brother Qingxuan, you're here too? That's fantastic. Someone is paying for ramen," Naruto exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. Today was the day he received his allowance, and he had hoped to indulge a little. However, with Qingxuan present, he thought differently. Every bit saved counted. "Come, take a seat." Qingxuan, seemingly unperturbed, casually uttered a remark. Naruto, sensing an unusual tension, realized that this was not the typical demeanor of Qingxuan. Thus, he took a seat beside him and inquired, "Brother Qingxuan, are you feeling unhappy?" Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Had his demeanor been so conspicuous? At that moment, Uncle Ya leaned in closer to Naruto and whispered a few words. Instantly, Naruto's expression shifted, and he appeared considerably more somber. He had a memory of Shisui, that gentle older brother who always wore a warm smile. The sudden news of his demise struck him deeply. Even Naruto, with his typically optimistic outlook, found himself engulfed in sorrow. However, it wasn't long before he regained his composure, adopting a fade of seasoned wisdom. He addressed Qingxuan, stating, "Once a life has departed, it cannot be revived. Thus, those who remain must embrace joy even more fervently. This is the least we can do to honor the expectations of the departed. Yes, expectations." Qingxuan helplessly rubbed his forehead with a sigh, realizing that Naruto had undoubtedly learned this behavior from someone else. If he were to hazard a guess, it would be from the third Hokage. In the entire Hidden Leaf village, only this old man could utter such words without a hint of burden. However, after Naruto's antics, Qingxuan found his mood considerably lifted. "Thank you." He gently patted Naruto's head, forcing a rather unappealing smile. As night fell, Qingxuan, who had been pestered by Naruto for the entire afternoon, was making his way back to the small cabin. To his surprise, he spotted a small figure seated on the chair in front of the cabin from a distance. As he approached, he realized who it was. Sasuke? Indeed. It was the young Uchiha. At that moment, he was slouched against the back of the chair, curled up and fast asleep. Observing the tear stains on Sasuke's face, Qingxuan paused in astonishment. Logically speaking, after knowing Sasuke for so long, he had only seen him cry when he had been beaten up. Never had he witnessed him weep for any other reason. What could be the matter? Perhaps disturbed by Qingxuan's presence. Sasuke groggily opened his eyes, revealing the glaring single tomo Sharingan. Gasped. Sasuke has awakened? What could have triggered this? In the original narrative, Sasuke's awakening was significantly delayed compared to his brothers. On the night of the massacre, he had only activated one eye and one full eye later, only truly unlocking the double tomo Sharingan during the battle against Sabuza. Although Sasuke was considerably stronger at this point due to Qingxuan's influence, this awakening seemed excessive. Qingxian. Brother, is Itachi really dead? The moment Sasuke opened his eyes, he immediately spotted Qingxian lost in thought and asked. At this question, Qingxian was utterly taken aback. What had he just heard? Sasuke called him brother? Was this truly the Sasuke he knew? Qingxian was certainly skeptical. He immediately distanced himself, regarding the figure with a wary expression, and inquired, "Who are you? Why do you impersonate Sasuke?" It was absurd. The Sasuke he knew would never utter such words. Chapter 39, The Strongest Crow in the Ninja World. Qingxuan's sudden appearance left Sasuke utterly bewildered. However, he managed to explain, I am Sasuke. I heard from my clan that Itachi has taken his own life. Is it true? I wanted to ask my brother, but he hasn't returned all day. As he spoke, a profound sense of despondency washed over Sasuke's expression. Qingxian opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that the Sasuke before him was not an imposter. The disparity was simply overwhelming, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Perhaps it was due to the training that Itachi and Shisui often spent time together. Consequently, Sasuke's bond with them had undeniably deepened. After a considerable pause, Qingxian finally spoke. The moment Sasuke heard him, his eyes instantly brimmed with tears, glistening like dewdrops. Ultimately, the current Sasuke was merely a child, struggling to come to terms with the departure of those he held dear. This completely flustered Qingxian, for he dreaded the sight of a child weeping. He was utterly at a loss on how to console him. Sasuke, could you please uphold your persona? Your current demeanor makes it exceedingly difficult for me. Unlike Naruto, who could quickly recover after a good cry, this boy was prone to brooding. If not handled delicately, it would lead to complications. Listening to Sasuke, he pondered that while the departed could not be brought back, the living must maintain an optimistic outlook, so as not to disappoint the hopes of those who have passed on. In resignation, Qingxian steeled himself and echoed Naruto's words. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke's tears ceased, and he lifted his head with newfound resolve, declaring, I understand. Thank you, brother Qingxian. It's getting late. I must return. With that, Sasuke took off running, leaving Qingxian in a state of disbelief. Was it truly possible that verbal persuasion could naturally counteract emotional turmoil? No sooner had Sasuke departed than his brother arrived. Itachi, clad in his umbu attire, placed a summoning scroll before Qingxian, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if the events of the previous night had not troubled him in the least. Yet, Qingxian understood that this man was a master of disguise. Itachi rarely revealed his emotions except in their presence. Do you not wish to see him? Itachi inquired, as Qingxian, perplexed, glanced at him while accepting the scroll. He was, of course, referring to Sasuke. Itachi's demeanor was unmistakably evasive regarding the latter. Sasuke would grow up and inevitably confront these matters. However, the time was not yet ripe. A flicker of tenderness passed through Itachi's eyes, for as an elder brother, was it not his duty to shield his younger sibling from life's tempests? Qingxian fell into silence, refraining from further words. It was evident that Itachi was deeply infatuated with his younger brother, which explained the profound grievances of the original work's second pillar. Anyone would exert every effort to grow stronger, driven by the desire for vengeance. Ultimately, however, one discovers that they have been orchestrated with utmost clarity. The external assistance has been activated. All that remains is to log into the account and conclude the affair. How can such a mindset not shatter? Although after defeating Orochimaru, the second pillar finally found solace, he was still clearly destined in the fourth great ninja war. Hashirama remarked, You bear a striking resemblance to Madara's brother. He surely would not harm you. Allow me to impart a technique that guarantees victory in this battle. Yet, we remain unaware of the technique Hashirama transmitted to the second pillar. Under Itachi's watchful gaze, Qingxian gradually unfurled the summoning scroll. It contained only two names, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Upon seeing these names, Qingxian instantly comprehended. Was this not the Raven's summoning scroll? In the entirety of the ninja world, only these two possess the Raven as their summoning beast. No. Now there should be an additional name, Qingxian. Prior to this, Qingxian had already familiarized himself with the application of summoning techniques, yet had never signed a contract with a summoning beast. With a decisive bite to his fingertip, Qingxian let his blood inscribe his name upon the scroll, then slapped the ground. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing a pitch-black raven before Qingxuan's eyes. If one were to discern any distinction between this raven and an ordinary one, it would be its size, nearly twice as large as the average raven, and the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan glimmering in its eyes. The previous night, prior to their parting, Qingxuan entrusted Shisui's Sharingan to Itachi, as he had no means of preservation. Allowing it to remain with him would only lead to its gradual decay. It was anticipated that Itachi would bestow Shisui's eyes upon the raven, for these ravens were, after all, raised by Shisui. A raven possessing 2 Sharingan is likely the most formidable raven in the entire ninja world. Qingxuan gazed at the raven before him, silently contemplating. Since the task was accomplished, I shall take my leave. Itachi retracted the scroll and addressed Qingxuan. He felt a certain aversion to this place. After all, it was where Shisui had once lived. And memories of him flooded back with the sight of familiar objects. With Shisui's passing, Itachi found himself bereft of a peer with whom he could share equal discourse. A peculiar sense of loneliness gnawing at his heart. As for Qingxuan, despite Itachi's perception of him as mature, he had always regarded him in the light of a younger brother. Just as Itachi was preparing to depart, Qingxuan suddenly called out to him. What is it? Itachi inquired with a hint of confusion, for despite their close bond, their exchanges had been rather infrequent. Qingxuan hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Do not attempt to bear everything alone. Brother Shisui has departed, yet I remain. Qingxuan's words were articulated after careful contemplation. Given Itachi's current state, it is evident that he intends to tread the path outlined in the original narrative, bearing the weight of everything alone and allowing Sasuke to emerge as the hero of Konoha, thereby enabling his brother to integrate into this thriving village. The final step of this plan involves his own demise at Sasuke's hands. Fortunately, Itachi has yet to contemplate this far. There is still time for everything to change. It is precisely for this reason that Qingxuan expressed such sentiments. Itachi offered no verbal response, merely smiling at Qingxuan before turning away, neither affirming nor rejecting his goodwill. This, too, can be seen as a commendable beginning. Qingxuan also smiled, murmuring to himself, as long as Itachi had not explicitly declined, there remained a chance for change. A few days later, at the training ground, Qingxuan stood in the open space, gazing at the orb of chakra in his hand. Indeed, he had finally mastered the art of forming chakra orbs. Furthermore, he had also completed the body flicker technique left behind by Shisui. It was likely due to the activation of his Manjiki Sharingan that Qingxuan was now acquiring ninjutsu at a pace far swifter than before. However, new challenges soon followed. As he had yet to fully grasp the Manjiki, Qingxuan remained unaware of the nature of his ocular techniques. Paradoxically, the rapidly increasing chakra within him instilled a sense of unease, particularly given the presence of the legendary Hashirama cells within his body. He resolved that once he became familiar with the Manjiki, he would seek to exploit Obito's resources. As it stood, only Obito possessed the means to address the Hashirama cell's influence. As Qingxuan was about to recall Obito, a vortex of space materialized beside him. How is it? Have you sensed the despair of this world? Obito emerged from the swirling portal, uttering these words. Qingxuan's lips twitched slightly. Could such a coincidence truly exist? Obito, you do not actually bear the Uchiha name, but rather the surname Chao, do you? Nevertheless, Obito's emergence signifies that Qingxuan has been under his scrutiny all along. Before his demise, Shisui had mentioned that his Manjiki Sharingan had been exposed, leaving Qingxuan perplexed at the time. From the narrative perspective, it should have been Shisui himself who revealed this. Now, everything is clear. Shisui once spoke to Qingxuan about the matter of Kodo Amatsukami, and it seems he was already orchestrated by Obito back then. Indeed, it is you, Obito. Qingxuan's gaze turned icy, and the kaleidoscopic Sharingan involuntarily manifested, fixating intently on Obito before him. Prior to this moment, Qingxuan had harbored suspicions regarding Obito, though he had yet to comprehend the motives behind his actions. It now appeared that they were indeed for his sake. Logically speaking, Shisui, whether in terms of innate talent or combat prowess, were greater value than Qingxuan. However, Shisui's character predetermined that he could never ally himself with Obito. The existence of Kodo Amatsukami further compelled Obito to resort to underhanded tactics against Shisui. Any ruler would find it intolerable to allow such a technique to exist. Yet, this was not the moment for confrontation. Qingxuan was currently no match for Obito. Thus, he resolved to bide his time. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. With a frigid expression, Qingxuan directed his gaze at Obito and remarked, Despair? What of it? Is it of any significance? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Obito's eyes, for Qingxuan's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Only in this manner could Qingxuan be made to serve his purposes. If you have come to persuade me to join your ranks, Abandon that notion. I have no interest. Having spoken, Qingxuan turned to leave, utterly disinclined to grant Obito the opportunity to respond. What a farce. Expecting others to risk their lives without any proof? That is not how negotiations are conducted. I possess a method to revive Uchiha Shisui. The calm voice of Obito resonated from behind, causing Qingxuan to halt abruptly. What did you say? I have a method to bring Uchiha Shisui back to life. Obito reiterated, confident that this proposition would stir Qingxuan's interest. Qingxuan hesitated for quite some time before finally uttering, "Do you truly believe that I would place my trust in you?" This time, it was Obito's turn to fall silent, for the situation diverged from the script he had envisioned. When Madara had revealed the Moon Eye plan to him all those years ago, he had not posed such a question. Alas, there was no answer to be found this time. Gritting his teeth, Obito replied, "Only by joining us can I divulge the truth to you." Qingxuan appeared to be calm and composed, yet inwardly he was filled with disdain. "Oh, please, I am far more aware of your scheme than you realize. It is merely an endeavor to have the entire ninja world share a collective dream, is it not?" Moreover, what Qingxuan comprehended was far beyond this. The Moon Eye plan, to put it plainly, was devised by Kage Atsutsuki to counter the Tsutsuki clan. Once humans fall under the influence of the Moon Eye, they are gradually transformed into white Zetsu in their slumber. Kage had previously employed this tactic, intending to use the white Zetsu as her forces against the Tsutsuki. Otherwise, do you think the 100,000 white Zetsu during the Fourth Great Ninja War simply appeared out of nowhere? They were ancient humans. Had Kage not been sealed away by her two devoted sons, the Moon Eye would have remained effective. The existence of the ninja world today is still a matter of debate. Chapter 40. Rift and Soul Prison. Given this, there is no need for further discussion. I shall discover a way to resurrect Shisui myself, if such a means indeed exists. Qingxuan said coldly, "I will join the Akatsuki organization." This was a path Qingxuan had long contemplated. To resurrect Shisui, the Rinnegan was indispensable. However, there was no pressing need to join at this moment. Obito showed not a shred of sincerity, clearly attempting to deceive him. Qingxuan would never be so foolish. "I can resolve the issues that afflict you." Obito remained silent for an extended period before finally relenting. For instance, the cells of Hashirama and the kaleidoscope. These were the means by which Obito intended to manipulate Qingxuan in the future, originally not meant to be revealed at this moment. Unfortunately, Qingxuan was not ensnared. Well, it seems he has finally fallen into the trap. Extracting benefits is indeed quite challenging. While pondering this, Qingxuan's face displayed considerable hesitation. After a long while, he finally spoke. "Since that is the case, I shall tentatively place my trust in you." He understood the principle of moderation. Overindulgence is counterproductive. Obito was inherently suspicious, and continuing to feign would only be detrimental. Moreover, the resurrection of Shisui, the information regarding the kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Hashirama's cells were powerful bargaining chips. Had Qingxuan not been privy to the storyline, he would undoubtedly have acquiesced. Upon seeing that Qingxuan was finally willing to join, Obito breathed a sigh of relief. It was not that Qingxuan's participation was absolutely necessary. Rather, the advantages of the kaleidoscope Sharingan in combating tailed beasts were tremendous. In Obito's eyes, Qingxuan was far easier to manage than Itachi. Therefore, I shall elucidate our plan. Obito organized his thoughts and began to outline a grand vision for Qingxuan, entitled Eye of the Moon. Qingxuan's eyes twitched at the corners as Obito described a world where every individual could realize their desires, and the departed could return. Have I truly aligned myself with Obito's faction? Qingxuan wore a look of bewilderment. In his recollection, Tizage was supposed to be a person rife with suspicion. How could he so readily place his trust in him? Surely this was a deception? At this juncture, one must address the internal dynamics of the Akatsuki organization. Intriguingly, while they appear as a unified entity, they are, in fact, divided into three factions: Nagatos, Obitos, and Madaras. Each of them harbors distinct ambitions, yet none has achieved success. It is Black Zetsu who emerges as the ultimate victor. Lost in thought, Qingxuan's mind began to wander once more. Meanwhile, Obito perceived Qingxuan as being captivated by the idyllic world he had painted. This only fueled his enthusiasm further. It was not until Obito had nearly exhausted his breath that Qingxuan finally returned to the present. Indeed, there was a semblance of feasibility in the proposition. Obito exclaimed, "After all this time, is that all you have to say? Just this. If it weren't for the arduous effort it took to draw Qingxuan into my camp, I would genuinely feel inclined to unleash a devastating retort upon him." Taking a deep breath, Obito forced himself to regain composure and inquired, "Do you not have anything to contribute?" Implicit in his words was the expectation that, after all he had articulated, Qingxuan might offer at least a modicum of acknowledgement. With a swift turn of his azure eyes, Qingxuan suddenly conceived a bold maneuver. "The state of this world, whether peaceful or not, holds no significance for me. To me, it is all an illusion. However, I concur with your plan, for I aspire to create a realm where tranquility exists." Having said this, Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon Obito, his face radiating determination. "Are you bewildered? I'm audaciously stealing your words." Hee. Obito appeared momentarily stunned. Why did those words sound so familiar? Were they not the very sentiments I once expressed to Madara? Gazing upon Qingxuan's youthful yet resolute visage, Obito found himself recalling his own past. A sense of finding a kindred spirit surged within him, and he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this illusory world holds no intrinsic value." Qingxuan cast a fleeting glance at Obito, momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder he was so easily deceived by Madara. Was this foolish child truly so gullible? Nonetheless, I have a task to complete before I can officially join you. Despite his words, Qingxuan had no intention of joining Akatsuki at this moment. He indeed had an unfinished business, and it was impossible for him to leave Konoha before that. "Oh, what is it?" Obito pondered, unable to comprehend Qingxuan's intentions. He spoke of joining, yet seemed reluctant to depart from Konoha. The intelligence regarding the latter was already thoroughly investigated. Within Konoha, Qingxuan cared for only a few individuals. With Shisui deceased and Itachi and Sasuke no longer requiring his concern, was it perhaps due to that girl from the Yamashiro family? As this thought crossed his mind, Obito's gaze toward Qingxuan grew increasingly approving. Unbeknownst to him, Qingxuan remained oblivious to this shift, continuing, "I want to personally eliminate Danzo." Upon uttering these words, Obito felt a piercing gaze filled with murderous intent fixated on him. Qingxuan's eyes. The gaze of one intent on slaying another cannot be concealed. With a moment's reflection, Obito grasped Qingxuan's meaning. The perpetrator behind Shisui's death was none other than Danzo. How could one think of fulfilling any plans before avenging such a loss? Yet, what Obito did not realize was that Qingxuan's desire for vengeance was genuine, and the murderous intent in his eyes was sincere. However, Obito's name was also conspicuously on the list of those to be avenged. "Very well, then. I shall entrust this matter to you. Whenever you decide to leave Konoha, do not hesitate to contact me." After rationalizing Qingxuan's motives to a plausible extent, Obito retrieved a package from the Kamui dimension and handed it to Qingxuan. With that, he stepped into the spatial vortex and vanished. In this moment, Qingxuan found himself sensing an urge to flee, leading him to ponder whether this individual had been discovered by the third Hokage. It seemed he truly had escaped, as he absorbed the tranquility of his surroundings. Qingxuan muttered softly to himself. In fact, he had sensed the fluctuations in space even before Obito's arrival, a gift attributed to his right eye's ability, Rift. Currently, Qingxuan was aware that its primary function was to perceive spatial disturbances, limited to his line of sight. Other potential uses remained untested and thus unknown to him. Conversely, he was well aware of the function of his left eye's ability, Soul Prison. Strangely, this was a Jinjutsu. The right eye governed space, while the left eye commanded illusion. This comprised Qingxuan's kaleidoscopic powers. The spatial aspect was inherently peculiar, yet the illusionary nature of the left eye was even more enigmatic, to the point that Qingxuan found himself at a loss as to how to employ it effectively. The soul prison technique possessed two primary applications. The first was a conventional genjutsu, albeit this description was somewhat misleading. In truth, it was an illusion layered upon another illusion. To dispel it, one had to either surpass the speed at which the soul prison was conjured or fulfill a pre-established condition set by Qingxuan, which could not involve self-harm. The second application involved sensory linkage. In simpler terms, it was a replica of Haiden's ability. For the duration of the soul prison, any harm Qingxuan endured would be reflected back onto the linked target at twice the intensity. However, it was crucial to note that if Qingxuan was injured, it was genuine pain, while the opponent's suffering was merely an illusion. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan acted as a mirror to the soul. The spatial aspect was comprehensible to Qingxuan, especially since, during Shisui's demise, his thoughts revolved around tearing apart this world. Thus, Rift seemed aptly named. Further experimentation would reveal its true capabilities. Yet, the soul prison left Qingxuan perplexed. What could he possibly conceive to awaken such a cryptic ability? After much contemplation, he arrived at the most plausible conclusion. At that time, Qingxuan wished for everything to be but a dream. thus birthing the first capability of soul prison, reminiscent of Inception. He also longed for the one suffering harm not to be Shisui, but himself, even if it meant enduring double the pain. This desire manifested in the second, bizarre ability of soul prison. With a sigh, he resolved to examine the contents of the package left behind. He could not experiment with his kaleidoscopic powers here. Who knew if the third Hokage was watching? In such a crowded and noisy environment, the potential for exposure was perilous. The items within the package were few: a black robe adorned with red clouds, a ring etched with the character, a weathered notebook, and a bottle of nail polish. Qingxuan silently picked up the bottle of nail polish, feeling an urge to discard it. Yet, he could not do so. The Akatsuki uniform, the ring, and the flamboyant nails were all indispensable. After all, how could he prove his affiliation with Akatsuki otherwise? Stowing away the exclusive items of the organization, Qingxuan then began to peruse the notebook. Unsurprisingly, it contained notes on Uchiha Madara's research on Hashirama's cells. To his dismay, it was filled with nonsensical ramblings at first glance. Remarkably, it was recorded in the form of a diary. Can you believe it? Even the increase in his food intake was documented. It was as if he was on the verge of detailing every aspect of his daily life. To be honest, the last time he encountered such trivial writing was during his previous experience. Qingxuan could not help but exclaim, feeling overwhelmed by the entirety of the diary. In the end, it could be succinctly summarized in just a few sentences. Since one cannot resist the backlash of the Hashirama cells, it is better to surrender one's body. Either it assimilates you, leading to your transformation into a verdant entity, or you consume it, emerging as a formidable power. Snap! Qingxuan threw the diary down with great force, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? The diary even states a success rate of 50%. Is there any difference between this and having nothing written at all?" Qingxuan was so infuriated that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. No wonder Obito had slipped away so swiftly. He likely knew the contents within. After a moment of composure, Qingxuan noticed a piece of paper lying quietly on the ground. Driven by curiosity, he picked it up and read, "Kaleidoscope Upgrade Path. Please refer to the Uchiha stone tablet." It was adorned with an illustration of a half-black, half-white visage. Qingxuan struggled to articulate a few words, his frustration evident as he crumpled the note in his hand. It was clear that he was thoroughly vexed by the situation. However, one must admit that Obito had not deceived Qingxuan. The diary of Uchiha Madara indeed contained valuable intelligence concerning the Hashirama cells and provided a method to harness them. Furthermore, the Uchiha tablet did indeed elucidate the process of upgrading the Sharingan to the Meijiki Sharingan. Nevertheless, the more he pondered, the more incensed he became, feeling as though he had signed a contract of servitude without reaping any benefits. What a grievous loss. As night fell, a shadow stealthily traversed the Uchiha compound. Making its way outward, bathed in moonlight, one could discern a pair of luminous three-tomo Sharingan, none other than Qingxuan himself. Before long, he found himself in the forest beyond the Uchiha compound. "Is anyone following?" he whispered. "No. Are the tigers ruling the earth?" Chicken stew with mushrooms." With the code successfully matched, Qingxuan emerged from his hiding place, only to be greeted by an exasperated Itachi. Earlier that afternoon, Qingxuan had approached him, expressing a desire to test the capabilities of the Meijiki Sharingan. He insisted on conducting the experiment in the dead of night, complete with all these elaborate codes. Were it not for the camaraderie he shared with Qingxuan, Itachi would have never agreed to come. "Now that I'm here, let us proceed swiftly. We have a mission tomorrow," Itachi urged as they met. Qingxuan shot him a disgruntled glance. "I am merely being cautious. The capabilities of the Meijiki relate directly to our safety. One can never be too careful." Despite his words, Qingxuan obediently activated his Sharingan and unleashed a soul prison technique upon Itachi. Silently, Itachi's head lowered, indicating that he had succumbed to the illusion. Qingxuan, on the other hand, was not faring much better. A trickle of crimson flowed from his left eye, the sharp pain causing him to instinctively cover it. The sensation was peculiar. It was painful yet bearable. To articulate it, it felt akin to accidentally touching one's eye after chopping chili peppers. Resuming his focus, Qingxuan directed the ability of his right eye space tier toward a nearby tree trunk. Suddenly, the air shimmered with ripples, and dark sparks flickered along the bark before expanding abruptly, completing the process in merely a second. Ceasing the ability, Qingxuan observed a jagged gash on the tree trunk, as if it had been torn apart by an unseen force. Indeed, it was a spatial rift, albeit the speed of its formation left much to be desired. While the destructive potential of the spatial rift was formidable, Its sluggish formation might allow an agile ninja to evade it easily. Suddenly, a thought struck Qingxuan, igniting a spark of brilliance in his eyes. The energy consumption of this space tier was significantly lower than that of the soul prison, approximately 1/10. For someone like Qingxuan, who often found himself low on chakra, this was nothing short of fortuitous. Without delay, Qingxuan continued to experiment with space tier, sensing that this ability harbored further potential yet to be unveiled. After all, such minimal chakra consumption would not blind him. The reckless overuse of the Manjiki was the true path to blindness. Minutes passed, and he indeed discovered another aspect of space tier. Observing the rift before him, Qingxuan inhaled deeply and extended his hand into the void. In a nearby clearing, his hand emerged from another spatial tear. Indeed, space tier could create a portal, with its range mirroring that of his spatial perception. As long as Qingxuan could see an area, he could open a rift there, provided he had 2 spatial tiers. Moreover, he realized that opening a rift on an object consumed several times more energy than opening one in an empty space. Chapter 41. No one will shield me from the storm anymore. Within the forest, spatial rifts began to manifest, with Qingxuan's form weaving through them. At this moment, he reveled in his newfound abilities, and as he opened more spatial rifts, their formation accelerated. However, the downside remained. Creating rifts on objects was still excruciatingly slow, suggesting a fixed limitation. With low consumption, rapid formation, and considerable displacement distance, what more could one desire? He could simply regard it as a teleportation skill. After a considerable duration, Qingxuan finally halted, feeling a sharp pain in his right eye. 7 minutes? Was this truly his limit? Just moments ago, the consumption of space tier had surged exponentially, accompanied by the piercing pain in his right eye. Qingxuan immediately understood that he had reached a certain limit, necessitating a period of rest before he could proceed further. In his contemplation, he surmised that this limit was likely due to excessive consecutive usage. With the inability to continue, Qingxuan chose to sit down and reflect on the practicality of the void-splitting technique during combat. Meanwhile, Itachi, upon witnessing Qingxuan employ the soul prison, instinctively sensed the shift. However, as he was accompanying Qingxuan to test his abilities, he refrained from resisting and was swiftly ensnared within the illusion. When Itachi regained his senses, he found himself in a tranquil residential area, a pervasive scent of blood lingering in the air. In the distance, piercing screams echoed, startling Itachi into action as he hurried towards the source. Upon arrival, he beheld a shadowy figure mercilessly slaughtering defenseless civilians. Instinctively, Itachi reached behind him to draw his customary blade, only to realize that he was clad in simple linen garments, resembling an ordinary citizen. Before he could fully process the situation, a glint of cold steel flashed before him, and an agonizing pain surged through Itachi's mind. The figure had somehow approached him, its weapon piercing his heart. As he fell, all he could see were the crimson eyes of his assailant. In that moment, Itachi's consciousness wavered, and the next illusion began. Each illusion Itachi experienced saw him assume a different identity, sometimes a frail child, at other times a robust youth, and even once as an infant cradled in someone else's arms. Yet, the common thread woven through each scenario was the inevitability of his demise. After enduring numerous illusions, Itachi sensed it was time to escape and thus began to seek a way to break free from the illusion. However, having been ensnared for so long, he found himself unable to perceive the chakra within him, nor could he activate his Sharingan. How could he break free under such circumstances? Reluctantly, Itachi complied with the conditions set by Qingxuan. He fixed his gaze ahead and spoke. "You possess no value in killing my foolish little brother. If you wish to slay me, then harbor your hatred, nurture your resentment, and live on in your wretchedness. Run, run, and cling to survival." This was the directive from Qingxuan, to deliver these lines with an impassive demeanor. Despite his confusion over why Qingxuan insisted he refer to Sasuke as foolish, Itachi paid little heed, knowing that Sasuke had insulted Qingxuan before him on more than one occasion. As the soul prison faded, Qingxuan sensed the shift and opened his eyes, casting a malevolent glance at Itachi. He wondered how Itachi felt about the night of the Uchiha massacre, revised version, he had prepared for him. Indeed, the illusions Itachi had experienced were crafted by Qingxuan, based on his recollections of that tragic night, and the figure of slaughter was none other than Itachi himself. Under Qingxuan's gaze, Itachi's expression turned peculiar before he finally spoke. "Do not use this technique on Sasuke in the future, though it was merely an illusion." The pain he felt was all too real. In the soul prison, Itachi had perished countless times. Even for him, it would take a moment to recover from such an ordeal. Qingxuan curled his lips, pondering if it was fitting to say he was indeed a younger brother's protector. The first thing he did upon freeing himself was to ensure that he wouldn't harm the second pillar. What could Qingxuan do but acquiesce to his request? He harbored no ill intentions towards the second pillar. At most, he would administer a sound thrashing, but certainly not to the extent of utilizing the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With his capabilities having been thoroughly tested, Qingxuan rose, intending to return home. After all, it was the dead of night, and fatigue was overwhelming. Yet, Itachi appeared to be hesitating, as if there were matters he wished to discuss with Qingxuan, but was at a loss for words. Sigh. Qingxuan sighed and addressed Itachi, saying, "Speak freely. There is no need for us to be overly concerned about formalities." Observing Itachi's demeanor, it was evident that the higher-ups of Konoha were likely up to their usual schemes. Otherwise, given Itachi's character, he would not be so entangled in his thoughts. "The Hokage has instructed me to monitor the clan," Itachi finally divulged after a moment of hesitation. Upon hearing the words, Qingxuan fell into silence. This task was originally meant for Shisui, yet now it had fallen to Itachi. On one hand, he was ordered by the village to surveil the Uchiha clan. On the other, his family urged him to exploit his position within the Umbu to gather intelligence on Konoha. It is no wonder that Itachi found himself in such a quandary. One might not realize how challenging it is to be a double agent. "Do not worry. I shall assist you. But you must reveal your thoughts to me, Itachi," Qingxuan said, observing the bewilderment in Itachi's eyes. After all, in the original narrative, Itachi's actions were truly perplexing. The death of Shisui did not awaken the clan. Rather, it swayed the previously indecisive Fugaku entirely towards the coup d'etat. Consequently, he directed his beloved son, Itachi Uchiha, to seize control of the Konoha elite and orchestrate a significant overhaul. This strategy would not only minimize casualties, but also restore the Uchiha clan to the heart of power in Konoha. Logically, it was quite reasonable for a member of the Uchiha, an esteemed elder of Konoha, to aspire to the position of Hokage. However, how did Itachi choose to respond? He promptly reported to Konoha, declaring, "The Uchiha are plotting a rebellion." Furthermore, he forged an agreement with Danzo, trading the lives of his kin for the survival of Sasuke, even taking matters into his own hands. Although threats from Obito were also at play, could Itachi's strength at that time truly not protect a mere 7-year-old Sasuke? This series of actions stands as the sole blemish on Itachi Uchiha's character. What manner of warped perspective would lead one to make such a choice? It is no surprise that some in the past claimed that before Shisui's death, he had bestowed upon Itachi a forbidden technique. Yet in this lifetime, Qingxuan personally witnessed all that transpired. He can assure, with unwavering integrity, that such a notion is far from the truth, for he was present at that moment. It would be absurd to suggest that Shisui only imparted a forbidden technique to Itachi, would it not? Ultimately, Qingxuan's current sentiment towards Konoha can be summed up in a single phrase: let it perish. As Qingxuan reminisced about the details of the original story, Itachi too was lost in contemplation, ultimately failing to uncover an answer. Could it truly be that the village and the clan could not coexist? Must one side be sacrificed for the other? Qingxuan felt a sense of helplessness. "Itachi, dear Itachi, great Itachi, how can you claim ignorance at such a critical juncture? If this indecision continues, the opportunity for you to choose will slip away." Based on Qingxuan's understanding of the higher-ups in Konoha, if Itachi does not make a choice, they will impose one upon him. Ultimately, this could lead him down the path of clan extinction. Itachi, with his obstinate nature, is the kind of person who, once he sets his mind to something, will not turn back. If he becomes resolute, he is destined to follow the same tragic fate as depicted in the original narrative. In the later stages, Sasuke's demeanor closely mirrors that of his elder brother. Qingxuan found himself thoroughly numb, while he felt compelled to offer counsel. The manner in which he should do so required careful consideration. It is nothing to worry about. Circumstances invariably present opportunities for change. Let us return and rest. It is quite late, he finally articulated, unable to devise a more effective solution in that moment. The child had been deeply tainted by Jisui's misguided loyalty, and reversing such a mindset necessitated Qingxuan diminishing Jisui's influence. This implied that Qingxuan must, at the very least, attain a position in Itachi's heart comparable to that of Jisui, if not usurp it entirely, before instilling new beliefs. This was no longer merely a question of difficulty. It was a seemingly insurmountable challenge. Thus, Qingxian contemplated a gradual approach, waiting for an opportune moment to proceed. Listening to Qingxuan's words, Itachi nodded in agreement, recognizing the complexity of the situation. This encounter was merely an occasion for someone to unburden themselves. As previously stated, since Jishui's demise, the Uchiha clan had lost the ability to communicate freely with him. Indeed, Qingxian was somewhat of a surrogate. After parting ways with Itachi, Qingxian returned to his modest cabin. The location chosen by Jishui was quite commendable, being secluded and devoid of other Uchiha clan members. However, the two quaintly askew wooden houses were rather an eyesore. Qingxian approached the door, but suddenly halted, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. Ultimately, he chose not to enter but instead made his way into the adjacent wooden cabin. Though masked, Qingxian discerned unmistakable signs of someone having entered his cabin. Furthermore, the presence lingered. He could distinctly sense another individual within the confines of the house. In this moment, reflecting upon who might seek him out, Qingxian could only think of one person, someone whose presence left him at a loss for how to respond. In the tranquil chamber of Jishui, Qingxian reclined upon the bed, his expression a tapestry of emotions. The room itself was stark, furnished solely with a single bed and devoid of any other items. It seemed he had risen in haste, unprepared for anything. Subsequently, Jishui had become engrossed in tasks, leaving no time for further arrangements. With a deep sigh, Qingxian sat up, perhaps due to his melancholic mood, as sleep eluded him entirely. The night of annihilation. Tuanzong, Abito, Itachi, troubles indeed loomed large. A bittersweet smile involuntarily graced Qingxian's face. What on earth is happening? These myriad troubles entwined like slender threads, coalescing into a tangled ball. Qingxian found himself utterly at a loss, as if every course of action was fraught with missteps. A hasty move would only set off a chain reaction, spiraling into chaos. Ultimately, it was a matter of Qingxian's insufficient strength. Were he powerful enough, he could simply bulldoze through obstacles, without the need to expend precious mental energy. These matters were initially shrouded in secrecy, seemingly unrelated to Qingxian. However, with Jishui's death, everything surged forth into the light. Before me, there was no one left to shield me from the storms. Chapter 42, Knowing Loneliness. I wish not to leave you alone. It is often said that solitude is merely a product of the deepening night. Qingxian felt that his current state was characterized by a peculiar sense of solitude that sprouted from the depths of his heart, gradually encroaching upon his innermost being. The creaking sound of the door opening reached his ears, and Qingxian turned to gaze in that direction. A small figure cautiously peeked in from outside, observing him with care. Qingxian, may I enter? It was Shanzhong Lai Shui, whom he had not seen for several days. And now her delicate face bore an expression tinged with a hint of grievance. Sigh, if you wish to come in, then do so. Qingxian found himself in a predicament. It wasn't he that he particularly abhorred Yamashiro Rika. On the contrary, he felt most at ease in her company. Unlike with Shisui and Itachi, when he was with them, his thoughts were often occupied by their tragic fates. However, the current circumstances instinctively prompted Qingxian to maintain a certain distance from her, as the situation was perilously precarious. For instance, today, he was relieved that Yamashiro Rika arrived in the evening. Had it been earlier in the day and he encountered Abito, his fate could have been sealed. Abito was no longer the reckless individual of later times. Rather, he had become quite composed. If they were to converse and Rika happened to stumble upon them, he would undoubtedly resort to nefarious means. What brings you here? Qingxian inquired as he subtly shifted away from her once she settled beside him. Is it truly the dead of night? Or does the Yamashiro clan have such unwavering trust in me? Or perhaps, Yamashiro Rika, you have become rather audacious? Reflecting on this, he instinctively tightened his clothing, feeling a sudden chill. Yet, Yamashiro Rika appeared oblivious to his unease and leaned closer, responding, Qingxian, I am an orphan. Merely a branch of the Yamashiro clan. I can often claim that I am unworthy of the name Shiratori. At her words, Qingxian felt a chill run down his spine. I did not inquire about that. Why are you launching into a self-introduction? This is hardly an unusual matchmaking program. Nevertheless, Yamashiro Rika seemed lost in her reminiscences. Continuing, thus, my clan's folk do not concern themselves with me. Even residing in the chief's household, I could only feel a modicum of warmth. Yet, Rika is quite content. For all I have known are the frigid gazes of my kin. So swiftly did she enter into this somber narrative? Qingxian found himself ill-equipped to respond to such dramatics. In the war-torn shinobi world, tales of tragedy were abundant. Yet knowing of them and experiencing them were entirely different matters. Thus, Qingxuan was unable to engage with such topics. Without personal experience, genuine empathy was unattainable. At that moment, Yamashiro Rika, still enveloped in her sorrow, suddenly raised her gaze, locking eyes with Qingxuan. But you're different, Qingxuan. Though you appear cold and distant, Rika knows that you possess a gentle heart. Even if you wish to avoid me. I believe you have your reasons. Please cease your self-victimization. Qingxuan was utterly exasperated. Can this matter truly be interpreted in such a manner? He is clearly a reserved member of the Uchiha clan. Gentleness is simply non-existent, is it not? Qingxuan let out a gentle sigh, suppressing his desire to voice his grievances, and turned to Shanzhong Laishue, inquiring, why? He was perplexed as to why she had sought him out and why she would express such sentiments. Shanzhong Laishue stepped closer, tenderly embracing Qingxuan, and replied, Laishue only recently learned that Qingxuan has been enduring far greater hardships than I, brother Shisui. Qingxuan must feel incredibly lonely, right? Because Laishue has experienced solitude and knows how unbearable it can be. Thus, I wish to spare you from such anguish. To be candid, Qingxuan was initially taken aback by Shanzhong Laishue's unexpected gesture. After all, it was the dead of night, with a lone man and woman confined in a single room. Though his body remained innocent, Qingxuan's spirit was anything but pure. However, upon hearing Laishue's words, a sense of tranquility washed over him. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate this feeling, hardly able to fathom that it was the typically loquacious Shanzhong Laishue who had spoken such profound thoughts. Yet, from her words, he sensed an unwavering resolve. Qingxuan, Laishue continued, I have vowed that no matter what transpires, I will stand by your side. Please, do not push me away, all right? At that moment, Shanzhong Laishue spoke once more. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan lowered his hand once more. This girl had surprisingly anticipated his actions. Sighing deeply, he ultimately refrained from pushing aside Yamazaki Reisuke. Silence enveloped the room as neither spoke. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Qingxuan unexpectedly experienced a rare sense of tranquility. Perhaps this wasn't so bad after all? Time swiftly passed until morning arrived. Qingxuan, cradling Yamazaki Reisuke, wore an expression of utter despair. Who would have thought this girl could fall asleep so easily? It left Qingxuan feeling as if he could do no right. Forced to sit by the bedside through the night, having endured a sleepless vigil, his eyes were bloodshot and painfully weary. In contrast, Yamazaki Reisuke slept soundly, drooling and dampening the hem of Qingxuan's garment. Today was supposed to be the day for Qingxuan to train the second pillar. However, upon arrival, the second pillar was greeted with an astonishing sight. Stunned, the child stammered, I apologize for the interruption, and promptly retreated, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Second pillar, come back here. Since when did you become so considerate? Qingxuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This rascal dared to turn a blind eye to someone in peril? You are finished, Erjuzi. You are done for. Just watch if I do not take action against you. For Sasuke, training under Qingxuan was akin to enduring a beating, with little distinction between the two. Fortunately, the commotion caused by Erjuzi closing the door was substantial enough to rouse Yamashiro Reisuke from her slumber. Is it dawn already? She mumbled sleepily as she rose, stretching languidly. Then her eyes fell upon Qingxuan, whose lips were twitching in irritation. Qingxuan, what brings you to my abode? At this, Qingxuan's lips twitched even more violently. This is my home. The words were delivered with palpable frustration. Was this girl truly living in a dream? With such a lackadaisical approach to her wooden dwelling, could one find a third such place in all of Konoha? Though the house ultimately belonged to Shisui, does that render any difference? It is Shisui's legacy. What is wrong with inheriting it as his brother? Yamashiro Reisuke soon snapped out of her daze, realizing that she was indeed not in her own room, her face flushing crimson. Qingxuan, allow me to prepare breakfast for you. She stammered before dashing out in haste. Bang! The already precarious wooden door, having endured much wear and tear, finally succumbed and collapsed to the ground. The morning breeze wafted in, bringing a hint of chill to Qingxuan. He shook his head and rose, making his way toward his own room. His expression returned to its usual aloofness, yet the clenched fists betrayed a lingering turmoil within. After changing into fresh attire, Qingxuan made his way to the nearby training ground, where Erjuzi had already commenced his daily regimen. It seemed that the academy was on break for the next couple of days. It appeared that he would have to take Erzuzi under his wing for a while. Qingxuan observed Erzuzi practicing martial arts, lost in contemplation. It is indeed peculiar. Ever since he began training Erzuzi, during the times when the Ninja Academy was not in session, it has been he who engaged Erzuzi in playful activities. The only exception being when Itachi, free from missions, would join them in their endeavors. Thus, does Fugaka's concern extend so little? Has he been oblivious to the misdirection of his eldest son, while remaining indifferent to the younger? Qingxuan Yu. At that moment, Erzuzi noticed Qingxuan and hurried over. Qingxuan hurriedly raised his hand to silence Erzuzi. Do not continue. Let us pretend we have not seen anything. Do you understand? This, indeed, is a matter of dark history, and he is determined to make Erzuzi forget it. Were it not for Itachi's refusal to allow him to use the soul prison on Erzuzi, Qingxuan would have relished the opportunity to unleash it. Come on, let us commence today's training. Thus began the unfortunate plight of Erzuzi. In merely half an hour, Erzuzi found himself battered and bruised, his single tomo Sharingan reflecting a look of deep grievance. Meanwhile, Qingxuan, well, his proficiency in body flicker technique increased by 1. And his spirits soared by a staggering 10,086 points. Of course, it is not that Qingxuan was unwilling to deliver a beating. After all, this is Erzuzi. If he did not take advantage of the fact that the latter's Manjiki Sharingan had yet to awaken to land a few more strikes, he might not have another chance in the future. It was not due to a lack of chakra, either. Upon awakening the Manjiki, his chakra reserves had significantly expanded. At least for now, there was still plenty left. However, he could not afford to beat Erzuzi too severely, lest Makoto Uchiha come seeking retribution. Last he heard from Itachi, had it not been for the elder Uchiha taking the blame and claiming it was his request, this diligent mother might have already come to hold him accountable. In contrast to the indifferent Fugaku, Makoto was a paragon of responsibility, caring for both Itachi and Sasuke with great devotion. If Itachi had sensed darkness in others, leading him to ponder the cruelty of this world prematurely, then Makoto was the first light he encountered, a vital reason for his perseverance in retaining his true self. To be honest, facing such an individual made Qingxuan quite anxious. After all, having inflicted such damage upon her son, what defense could he possibly muster when the parent came knocking? Yet, each time he beheld Erzuzi's face, he found himself unable to restrain his hand. Nevertheless, progress was evident. At the very least, Erzuzi's resilience had greatly improved, and his physical prowess had seen a marked increase. As for Qingxuan, his mood had certainly improved. As per usual, the two would subsequently attend to their own matters, waiting for Erzuzi to recover a bit before resuming their sparring. Then they could part ways, with Sasuke seeking his dear older brother, and Qingxuan peacefully indulging in slumber. However, today was different. Chapter 43. Application for early graduation. A few Uchiha clan members, slightly older than Qingxuan, approached from the distance, their expressions filled with fury. Uchiha Qingxuan. You are unworthy to bear the Uchiha name. A branch of the clan is merely a branch. Ultimately, it is unreliable. Uchiha's third-rate talent, PFF. Even before their arrival, they had already begun their tirade. Qingxuan stood there, bewildered. Who were they? Where was he? What had he done? Truth be told, if these individuals had grievances to air, they should have voiced them years ago when he first joined the Uchiha. Why wait until now? It was evident that someone was stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Danzo. It was undoubtedly him. There was no need for guesswork. This blame lay squarely on Danzo's shoulders. He had now secretly become an official member of the Akatsuki, and Obito would no longer target him. The third Hokage would not concern himself either, considering he had yet to return to the Ninja Academy, a situation the third had tacitly approved. Perhaps he was even devising a way to assign him a mission. Thus, when it came to taking the fall, it was best to leave it to the professionals. Just as Qingxuan was lost in thought, the group picked up stones and hurled them at him. Judging by their urgency and speed, the force behind the projectiles was likely substantial. Although Qingxuan could easily evade, these few stones posed no challenge whatsoever. Yet, let us not forget that Erzuzi remained by his side. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Qingxuan could indeed confront Sasuke, for the latter had, after all, called him brother. However, with others, it was a different matter entirely. Thus, Qingxuan stepped forward, enveloping Erzuzi in his embrace, exposing his own back to the trajectory of the incoming attack. As the stone struck his back, a surge of pain coursed through him, prompting a slight furrow of his brow. Meanwhile, Sasuke, nestled within Qingxuan's protective hold, was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, he had harbored resentment towards Qingxuan prior. Anyone subjected to repeated beatings would likely feel the same. Was it not the case that just as his wounds had begun to heal, new ones were inflicted? Yet, at this moment, Sasuke finally comprehended that Qingxuan genuinely cared for him, albeit in a less overt manner. "Brother Qingxuan, I am fine. Please let me go." Sasuke murmured softly, even though he still felt a lingering ache and was reluctant to remain sheltered within Qingxuan's protection. "Silence. What concern is it of yours? Just stay put." Qingxuan, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "What nonsense. The injuries on Erjuzi were inflicted by my own hand." This young lad was utterly unable to escape the consequences. Allowing him to roam freely would only result in an inevitable confrontation with the Great Weasel that very night. No grudges lingered until dawn. The farcical scene, however, was short-lived, swiftly interrupted by a newcomer. "Enough. You have gone too far." The arrival, adorned with lustrous black locks cascading down, wore a tear mole at the corner of her right eye. She sported a metallic Kanoa forehead protector and wore a striking purple chipao, her hands clad in protective arm guards. Upon recognizing her as a bearer of the ninja headband, the group of Uchiha rascals immediately lost their bravado and fled in haste. "Are you all right? Allow me to tend to your wounds," she said gently as she approached Qingxuan. "It's nothing. Thank you," he replied. Qingxuan released Sasuke and responded with a faint remark. His current feelings were predominantly filled with anger towards those mischievous children. Had it not been for the presence of the second pillar, he would have certainly made them acquainted with the essence of suffering. Sasuke, upon catching sight of the newcomer, was taken aback. "Sister Izumi? What brings you here?" This revelation left Qingxuan momentarily stunned. Izumi Uchiha, the rumored girlfriend of Itachi? Turning to look, he was indeed astonished. The tear mole at the corner of her eye was unmistakable, and beside her lay a bag, from which he could discern the three-colored dumplings inside. This was Itachi's favorite delicacy, and Qingxuan was well aware of it. What could be Izumi Uchiha's intention? It was quite evident she was attempting to win over Itachi. Yet, Qingxuan recalled that she had been pursuing him since the second pillar was merely an infant. Now, with the second pillar nearly 8 years old, her pursuit remained unfulfilled. For a moment, Qingxuan was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend her perseverance or to lament Itachi's unyielding heart. However, upon further reflection, he realized he was not so different from Itachi, leaving him momentarily dazed. Izumi also noticed Sasuke, observing the bruises adorning his face, and exclaimed with indignation, "How could they treat you like this? It's utterly outrageous. Sasuke, come here, let your sister attend to your wounds." With that, Izumi retrieved medical supplies from her ninja pouch and began tending to Sasuke's injuries. Qingxuan stood awkwardly to the side, scratching his head. Indeed, those injuries were inflicted by him. Moreover, it was not only him. Even Erjuzi had begun to grow accustomed to it. After spending a considerable amount of time tending to the wounds, Izumi finally inquired, "By the way, Sasuke, have you seen Itachi? I'm searching for him. Nisan has a mission today." Erjuzi, perhaps due to the recent assistance with his injuries, responded honestly, "Thank you." Upon hearing this, Izumi's expression suddenly dimmed. With a murmured thanks, she swiftly departed. Qingxuan gazed at the departing figure, pondering deeply as he rested his chin on his hand. Did Itachi truly harbor feelings for Izumi? Perhaps this presented an opportunity. For Qingxuan, it might be a chance to alter Itachi's fate. In the original narrative, had Itachi not been so consumed by a desire for death, but rather sought to remedy his affliction, even if a complete recovery were unattainable, prolonging his life could have been viable. To change Itachi's destiny, one must first transform his mindset. It is only with attachments that one can be dissuaded from a fatalistic resolve. The path of the second pillar seemed doomed to fail. Izumi, however, appeared to be a promising alternative. Yet, another question arose. Did Itachi genuinely have feelings for Izumi? At the very least, Qingxuan believed so, after all. Who else could share a meal of dumplings with Itachi? With this thought, Qingxuan gently patted the head of the second pillar, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was decided. He would assist Izumi in winning over the formidable Itachi. But how to go about this? That posed a considerable challenge. Firstly, Itachi had little time to spare. Even Qingxuan found it difficult to encounter him. Secondly, Izumi was destined to perish on the night of the massacre. Though in the world of Tsukuyomi she can spend a lifetime with Itachi, that existence remained illusory. Thus, Qingxuan needed to devise a method to rescue Izumi from the narrative of that fateful night. It seemed he would have to busy himself for a while. Muttering softly, Qingxuan's gaze toward the second pillar grew peculiar. Sasuke, I entrust you with a task. Convince Sister Izumi to take you on a training journey. How about that? Why? If you can persuade her, I shall teach you a Jinjutsu. All right. One must admit, apart from matters concerning his brother, the second pillar was rather easy to manipulate. What would Itachi do when he had time? The answer was to seek out his younger brother. He would only approach Qingxuan for significant matters. Thus, if Izumi took Sasuke under her wing, the likelihood of encountering Itachi would increase significantly. Moreover, Sasuke's attitude towards Izumi was not unfriendly with his support. How could one fail to win over Itachi, who possessed a brotherly obsession? As for Qingxuan, he had pressing matters to attend to. Consequently, once Sasuke departed to find Izumi, Qingxuan also left the Uchiha compound, making his way toward the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Yameka Ino, hurrying back with 2 loaves of bread, beheld the empty training ground. A look of confusion dawning upon her face. Inside the Hokage building, the third Hokage regarded Qingxuan with keen interest, inquiring, "You wish to apply for early graduation? What compels this decision?" 10 minutes prior, Qingxuan had submitted his application for early graduation, leading to his summons by the Hokage. During wartime, possessing talent could facilitate early graduation. But in times of peace, such aspirations were not easily realized. I feel that the Ninja Academy has exhausted all avenues for my advancement, hence my application for early graduation. Qingxuan gazed directly at the third-generation elder, fully aware that given the current circumstances surrounding Sarutobi Hiruzen, the likelihood of an affirmative response was exceedingly high. This elder had always adopted a conciliatory approach towards the Uchiha clan, and with both Shisui and Itachi having served under him previously, he remained remarkably unperturbed. However, now that only Itachi remained, managing him proved to be a far more daunting task than controlling Shisui. Thus, Qingxuan's emergence might potentially restore the situation to its former state. Upon the conclusion of Qingxuan's words, the third Hokage fell into a profound contemplation. Could he, as the Hokage, fail to grasp issues that were readily apparent to others? Yet, a perplexing dilemma loomed before him. Qingxuan's demeanor rendered it exceedingly difficult to ascertain whether the young man truly embodied the will of fire. If one were to argue in favor of his commitment, Qingxuan appeared disinterested, maintaining a distinct distance from Konoha. Conversely, if one were to assert the absence of such spirit, it was undeniable that he had impeccably fulfilled the tasks assigned by the Hokage. Both Shisui and Itachi were willing to vouch for Qingxuan's character. Thus, the third Hokage found himself in a state of inner turmoil until a certain white-haired individual came to mind. This individual, similarly aloof towards all, executed tasks with unwavering diligence. Resolute in his decision, the third Hokage declared, "Very well, I shall arrange an examination for you shortly. Should you succeed, you may graduate ahead of schedule." "What sort of examination?" "Follow me, and you shall find out." With that, the third Hokage rose and gestured with his hand. A figure gradually emerged from the shadows, then leapt through the window. The Hokage cast a knowing glance at Qingxuan before making his way outside. "If you want me to follow, just say so." "What does this glance imply?" "We do not share such an unspoken understanding." Despite his complaints, Qingxuan comprehended the meaning behind the glance. He was not foolish. The two proceeded at a leisurely pace, encountering numerous individuals who respectfully greeted the third Hokage. He responded graciously, pausing intermittently as they walked along. Qingxuan gazed at the third Hokage, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. To be candid, the tragedy that befell Konoha bears the weight of Danzo's misdeeds. While a fraction of the blame rests upon this venerable elder, at times, inaction can be a grievous error, especially for one in a position of power. Moreover, the establishment of the root organization was indeed his counsel, and he tacitly approved of Danzo's subsequent actions. Perhaps age had dulled his once fiery resolve, rendering him indecisive. It is essential to note that the person capable of withstanding multiple crises in Konoha was neither Hashirama nor Tobirama, but rather Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Contemplating the moment he assumed office, thrust into leadership amid chaos with the second Hokage fallen and war looming, it is difficult to fathom how he managed to navigate such tumult. Looking at the present state of Konoha, while it may not be a utopia, at the very least, large-scale conflicts have not erupted within its borders. It is conceivable that when he bequeathed the mantle to Minato, he was already contemplating retirement. Had the third truly been driven by an insatiable thirst for power, there would have been no need to pass the torch to Minato. Given his esteemed status in Konoha at the time, dissent would have been unlikely. However, none could have anticipated the fourth Hokage's untimely demise. Thus, Reluctantly, the third Hokage found himself compelled to rise once more, bearing the weighty responsibilities of the Hokage upon his aged shoulders. This was an unavoidable circumstance. Konoha was besieged by internal and external threats, and only Sarutobi Hiruzen could restore order amidst the chaos. Faced with the Uchiha's intentions to rebel, Danzo's machinations for power, and the watchful eyes of rival villages, it is no wonder that the third Hokage's desire for stability began to take root. As Qingxuan pondered these thoughts, the two arrived at a secluded arena. Within the expansive grounds stood a chunin clad in a vest, seemingly having awaited their arrival for some time. "You have arrived. Defeat him, and you may graduate early," remarked the third Hokage nonchalantly, exhaling smoke from his pipe, evidently confident in the chunin's abilities and skeptical of Qingxuan's chances. However, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as this presented a splendid opportunity to test his prowess, albeit without resorting to the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Were he to unleash its might, not even the Susanoo would be necessary. A single use of his soul prison would suffice to secure victory with minimal effort. The chunin, having noticed the duo, respectfully addressed the third Hokage. "Lord Hokage, may I inquire why I have been summoned?" "Nothing of great consequence. This young lad wishes to graduate early, and I have summoned you to assess his capabilities," the third Hokage stated. Upon hearing this, the chunin's gaze shifted to Qingxuan, and upon recognizing the Uchiha attire he donned, his demeanor shifted to one of heightened seriousness. In turn, Qingxuan scrutinized the examiner, noting his headband and handsome features, though the toothpick he chewed on lent him an air of arrogance. "Wait, is that a toothpick?" "Ah, it is actually a saban," Qingxuan observed for a considerable time before realizing the situation, a whisper of doubt creeping into his heart. Had he, too, succumbed to the affliction of the kaleidoscope eyes? Yet, such a distinctive attire swiftly brought to mind the identity of the individual before him. "It was you, Shiranui Mai's brother, Shiranui Jinkan." Speaking of which, the Shiranui clan boasts quite a number of notable figures. For instance, the likes of those oblivious to their own circumstances. Though jesting aside, Qingxuan remained vigilant regarding matters of significance. The person before him was a particularly high-ranking ninja, a member of the 4th Hokage's guard, far from a mere supporting character. In accordance with tradition, Qingxuan assumed the stance of opposition, proclaiming, "Uchiha Qingxuan, I humbly request your guidance." As he spoke, a flash of crimson surged within his gaze. The three-tomo Sharingan activated. Deep within, a thrill arose. For Qingxuan, combat was not a matter to be shunned. The exhilarating dance on the precipice of life and death had become somewhat addictive. Perhaps this inclination was influenced by his Uchiha heritage. Nonetheless, it can be summarized that Qingxuan relished battle, especially those that determined life or death. Shiranui Jinkan, too, took the stance of opposition, declaring, "Shiranui Jinkan, I humbly request your guidance. Let us begin." The third Hokage, with hands clasped behind his back, issued the command to commence. In an instant, Qingxuan surged towards Shiranui Jinkan, simultaneously weaving hand seals with fervor. Clearly, he intended to employ a tactical approach through ninjutsu, knowing that whether his opponent chose to evade or withstand, the initiative would be lost. Of course, this presupposed that Qingxuan could execute his seals more swiftly than his adversary. However, while Qingxuan was still in the throes of forming seals, Shiranui Jinkan raised his hands above his head, exclaiming, "I concede. Qingxuan, congratulations. You have passed." "Qingxuan, what is this? You concede without even trying?" "Third Hokage, have you truly found someone to impersonate me?" As the hand seals for the fireball technique remained incomplete, Qingxuan found himself at a loss, his hands unsure of where to rest, casting a complex gaze towards the third Hokage. The latter, equally bewildered, could not recall issuing such an order. "Qingxuan, I require an explanation." The third Hokage's expression turned grave. This was not how one should conduct themselves. "Lord Hokage, I concede that I am not as capable as Qingxuan. After all, 2 years ago." At this point, Noikid Shinjin fell silent, leaving his thoughts unspoken. The third Hokage, however, instantly grasped his implication. Recalling that 2 years prior, Qingxuan had triumphed over 2 Miss Ninjas, what chance did he stand now? Noikid Shinjin was merely a special jonin. It was indeed a considerable challenge for him. Ahem, in light of this, I hereby declare that, effective immediately, Uchiha Qingxuan shall officially be recognized as a genin of Konohagakure. With a swift cough, the third Hokage made his announcement before hastily departing, for he knew that lingering any longer would only bring shame upon himself. At this moment, Qingxuan regained his senses, realizing that the responsibility had ultimately fallen upon him. Ultimately, it was still no Hashirama who had guided Qingxuan through the entire ninja registration process. Holding the Konoha forehead protector in his hands, Qingxuan felt an odd sense of unreality. Was it truly this effortless to become a Konoha Genin? A title typically reserved for the elite of the ninja world? Was it really this simple? After some contemplation, Qingxuan decided to wear the forehead protector on his brow, as placing it elsewhere felt rather peculiar. When he emerged from the ninja registration office, Noara Hashirama had already vanished without a trace. It was time to commence his plans. Qingxuan's lips curled ever so slightly as he lifted his feet to return home. Emerging from the Uchiha shrine were several clan members, their expression somber. They were among the last to depart from the clan meeting, having lingered in hopes of persuading the clan leader, Fugaku, that hesitation was no longer an option. If the opportunity slipped away, who could say when it might arise again? As they exited the shrine, the warm sunlight cascaded upon them. One of them exhaled sharply. Indignation lacing his words, the leader still wavers, and it is all due to the death of Uchiha Shisui. At such a critical juncture, his fists clenched tightly as he spoke. And that Qingxuan, is he still considered the third prodigy of the Uchiha? Bah, a mere legacy. And the clan is in such dire straits, yet he remains unmoved. Indeed. And what of Itachi? I've heard he is already allied with Konoha, truly a treacherous wretch. As they conversed, their figures gradually faded into the distance. Once they were completely out of sight, Itachi leaped down from the rooftop, his expression betraying neither sorrow nor joy. In his hand, he held a scroll inscribed with the discussions from the clan meeting. The clan's lack of vision was indeed disheartening. In that moment, Itachi grasped a truth that eluded many of his kin, should the Uchiha clan choose to confront Konoha. The only outcome would be to drag the village into the quagmire of war. Gazing at the Uchiha clan emblem etched upon the wall, a flicker of disappointment rose within Itachi, who then turned and stepped back into the shrine. In the current state of affairs, it had become commonplace for the Uchiha to convene 2 or 3 clan meetings daily, compelling Itachi to continue with his duties. Zetsu, I know you're there. Come out. I have matters to discuss, he stated, sitting by the bedside in Shisui's cabin. Every half hour, he would repeat this, uncertain if Zetsu was indeed monitoring him. However, based on his own deductions, he surmised that Obito had recently infiltrated Konoha, attempting to manipulate Itachi into annihilating his clan. Thus, it was highly probable that Zetsu was surveilling Konoha as well. Fortunately, Zetsu eventually emerged, his half-black, half-white visage slowly rising from the ground. A scene reminiscent of a horror film. Had Qingxuan not been mentally prepared, he might have been genuinely startled. What is it? Zetsu inquired, cutting straight to the chase without any preamble. Qingxuan said little more. Transform into my likeness. I must step out for a while. Juan began to ponder, somewhat perplexed by Qingxuan's intentions for leaving at this moment, especially while concealing it from Mai. After some time, he finally spoke. I need to consult with Ban. With that, he sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Qingxuan's actions were undoubtedly driven by a reason. For the flaws in the transformation technique are glaringly apparent and easily discernible. However, the transformation technique employed by White Zetsu is far more sophisticated. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, had it not been for Naruto's keen sense of malice, the ninja allied forces would have suffered countless casualties under White Zetsu's guise. Before long, Zetsu returned, accompanied by the masked Obito. What do you intend to do? Obito inquired, fixing his gaze upon Qingxuan. He too was perplexed by Qingxuan's intentions, which prompted him to seek clarification in person. I am merely going to capture a traveling steed, otherwise, I risk losing my way. Qingxuan began to respond. Obito. This remark reminded him of the first time he encountered Qingxuan. The young man indeed appeared to be someone easily lost. At that time, it was Obito himself who had escorted Qingxuan to the land of soup. Reflecting on this, Obito harbored no further doubts. He nodded at Ju and subsequently departed from the scene. The latter, feeling helpless, emerged from the ground. With a puff of white smoke, another Qingxuan materialized within the wooden cabin. Is that sufficient? Yes. Qingxuan responded with a soft acknowledgement and then rummaged through a pile of items beneath the bed. He donned a robe of deep black adorned with crimson clouds, slipped on a ring, and even meticulously applied a vibrant shade of fuchsia nail polish. The member of the Dawn, Lin, was now online. In the next moment, the 3 Tomo and Qingxuan's eyes began to spin at an astonishing speed, ultimately coalescing into a swirling pattern formed by 3 dark lines. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. Suddenly, a rift in space materialized in midair, rapidly expanding to a height surpassing that of a person. Qingxuan stepped into the rift, which subsequently closed, leaving no trace of his presence. After Qingxuan departed, Ju reverted to his original state, murmuring, I still need to find a white Ju to assist. This is quite the hassle. Utilizing the power of space displacement. Qingxuan arrived at the boundary of Konoha. Gazing at the luminous barrier before him, he smiled faintly and, in the next instant, found himself outside the barrier. In the face of the rift, the barrier was rendered utterly inconsequential. Retrieving a pristine white mask from his pocket, Qingxuan donned it with a grin, contemplating it. Why not utilize an alias? At the moment the mask was affixed to his face, Qingxuan began to grasp Obito's reasoning. For no one could discern the visage concealed beneath the mask, thus alleviating much of the burden associated with committing misdeeds. Clearing his throat, he rasped, I am Uchiha Madara. With a slight cough, he spoke in a gravelly voice. After all, no one knew Obito's true identity, they only recognized the Sharingan paired with a mask. Thus, the matter became straightforward, don the mask, commit the mischief, and let the blame fall upon another. However, before heading to his intended destination, Qingxuan had one more place to visit. Days later, atop a high mountain. Standing atop the mountain, Qingxuan fixed his gaze upon the high skies, where a majestic eagle soared with outstretched wings. He had not deceived Obito, he indeed ventured forth in search of a steed, though other matters occupied his mind as well. What could be more convenient than a flying mount? Nothing. In the original narrative, the mount of the second pillar was precisely this kind of giant eagle. This seemingly mutated creature was a solitary type, and it took Qingxuan several days to trace its whereabouts. Now all that remained was to await its return to the nest. As time passed, the giant eagle descended amidst a fierce gale, landing not far from Qingxuan. Its sharp eyes fixated on him, gleaming with a wild ferocity. The eagle possessed exceptional vision, having spotted Qingxuan from the skies above. Initially, it assumed this human would soon depart, yet it was the eagle that succumbed to impatience first. However, no amount of caution could thwart Qingxuan's approach, as he promptly unleashed a Jinjutsu through his Sharingan. With the kaleidoscope of ocular power at his disposal, in the blink of an eye, the giant eagle fell under his control, bowing its proud form. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be called Shao Qing. Qingxuan stepped forward, gently caressing the head of the young eagle, Shao Qing. The creature exhibited remarkable docility, akin to a pet that had been tamed for many years. It was a jest. If even a formidable Ninetales could be subdued, how much easier would it be to manage a giant eagle with little intelligence? With a resounding cry from the eagle, Qingxuan mounted its back and soared into the sky, heading in a specific direction. After several days of travel, he finally arrived at his destination, the Land of Snow. This peculiar nation, with its bizarre technological developments, was chosen by Qingxuan as his stronghold. To alter the fate of Itachi as depicted in the original narrative and to establish his own influence was imperative, especially with the intention of rescuing Izumi. He required a secure location for her. The Akatsuki organization was utterly untrustworthy. Aligning with them would be tantamount to handing his vulnerabilities over to Obito. However, Qingxuan was confronted with a pressing issue. The frigid temperatures of the Land of Snow were too severe for Shao Qing to endure. After signing the summoning contract, he allowed the eagle to roam freely while he ventured alone towards the capital of the Snowy Realm. Yet, it seemed he had overlooked his own tendency to lose his way. Within mere hours, he could no longer discern direction. All around him lay an expanse of white, devoid of any landmarks to guide him. With no other recourse, he resolved to follow the sun. It was morning, and the sun should be. Mumbling to himself, Qingxuan looked up at the sky, only to be struck with dismay. It was a cloudy day, and the sun was nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, fate intervened, and he encountered a traveler who guided him to the capital of the Land of Snow. After bidding farewell to the kind stranger who had assisted him, Qingxuan promptly made his way toward the residence of the realm's sovereign, Fenghuanuda. Before long, he was intercepted by the guards. Who are you? Qingxuan paid no mind to the ordinary individuals around him, his expression behind the mask remaining utterly unchanged. As he continued to advance without offering a response, a guard raised his weapon and lunged towards him. Just as the weapon was poised to pierce Qingxuan's body, a spatial rift materialized, perfectly accommodating the weapon's trajectory. The weapon penetrated through this rift, only to emerge from another, where it tragically impaled a different guard. What just happened? This bizarre scene left the other guards in a state of shock, causing them to retreat in haste. Soon, one guard hurriedly dashed inside, presumably to relay the alarming news. Qingxuan remained unperturbed, continuing his leisurely advance. The guards encircled him, moving in tandem with his steps, each wary of taking action, fearful that they might be the next to meet their demise. In truth, Qingxuan had no intention of harming ordinary individuals. However, should they choose to strike first, he would not show mercy. In the realm of Naruto, weakness is indeed the original sin. Yet, this tense atmosphere did not linger for long. As three figures soon emerged from within, they stood before Qingxuan in a defiant line, their expressions haughty. The foremost among them was a man of dubious appearance, who stepped forward and inquired, "I am Shuebing, and you are?" But before he could finish his sentence, a rift in space manifested before him. In the next instant, a colossal fist collided with his face. Bang! In an instant, Shuebing was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Qingxuan emerged from the rift in space, and with a flash of the crimson kaleidoscope Sharingan, he bestowed upon the remaining two a taste of the soul prison. As for the condition for their release, Qingxuan merely posed a question. If the heavens possess emotions, do they not also age? The ability to articulate the following line would grant them freedom, and he was confident that the two would be unable to respond. The trio of snow ninjas? Mere supporting characters. Witnessing the swift defeat of the three esteemed figures, the guards immediately lost their nerve, screaming as they hurriedly fled, terrified that if they lingered, Qingxuan would eliminate them without hesitation. Qingxuan paid no heed to those around him and stepped into the grand hall. Upon entering, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in heavy armor seated upon a high throne. This was Fenghuan, the sovereign of the Snow Kingdom. Years ago, upon hearing rumors of a treasure possessed by his elder brother, he did not hesitate to raise an army in rebellion, ultimately taking the life of his own beloved sibling. Had it not been for the intervention of a certain white-haired individual, even his niece would have met a tragic fate. It must be said, he is both a ruthless man and a pitiable one. For Qingxuan knew that the treasure he coveted was merely a geothermal device, a mechanism capable of bringing forth the essence of spring to the frigid Snow Kingdom. In a certain light, it could indeed be deemed a treasure, for with the activation of this geothermal apparatus, the Snow Kingdom could cultivate crops. Deep within Qingxuan's soul, it seemed as though something was awakening. What is your purpose? The two locked eyes for a considerable time. Yet it was Fenghuan who ultimately broke the silence. He had merely been enjoying a performance of song and dance within the hall. Whom had he offended? Submit to me. Qingxuan replied faintly, a kaleidoscope of cold murderous intent emanating from his eyes. Why should he submit? How could a mere word from a ruler of a nation compel his obedience? On what grounds? Just because. I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? I have not heard of such a name. Boy, if you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave this place at once. Qingxuan suddenly recalled that the Snow Country had long been isolated from the outside world. It was entirely reasonable that these formidable figures from the shinobi realm had never heard of it. This left Qingxuan in quite the predicament, as he had meticulously crafted the script, only to find the actors unwilling to cooperate. What to do? Fight, of course, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Qingxuan utilized the body flicker technique, appearing before Kazahana Nuteo, a spiraling sphere in hand. Before Kazahana could react, Qingxuan forcefully pressed the Rasengan against his midsection. Bang! With a resounding thud, Kazahana staggered backward, struggling to regain his footing. Upon looking down, he was dismayed to see several prominent cracks snaking across the waist section of his chakra armor. Wait a moment. Kazahana was taken aback. This was the result of nearly a decade of research. He had believed that, if not invincible, his creation was certainly formidable. Yet now, after a single blow, it seemed on the verge of destruction. However, Qingxuan did not grant him the opportunity to speak, as he had barely uttered 2 words. In an instant, Qingxuan struck, pressing a small orb against his waist. The same routine, the same maneuver, yet Fenghuan Tao had fallen prey to it twice. Crack. This time, it was not merely a crack. Several fragments flew out. On the chakra armor, a gaping hole was conspicuous, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh within. My lord, cease the assault. I yield. I yield. In that moment, Fenghuan Tao chose to submit. There was no other choice, for defiance meant death. Oh, such a swift change of heart? With the orb in hand, Qingxuan halted his intended barrage, casting a surprised glance at Fenghuan Tao. In truth, having struck a few hapless targets, Qingxuan had not expended much effort. It was merely the aftermath of 2 soul abyss strikes that left his left eye still stinging. Nevertheless, since Fenghuan Tao opted to concede, he harbored no intentions of killing him. Qingxuan retrieved a pill from his robes and addressed Fenghuan Tao. Since you have surrendered, consume this. The latter's eyes flickered with hesitation, yet the thought of Qingxuan's terrifying prowess ultimately compelled him to ingest the pill. He then stood respectfully to one side, awaiting Qingxuan's command. Observing the astute Fenghuan Tao, Qingxuan nodded and took a seat in his place, resting his hand on the armrest, lost in contemplation. The pill was merely a concoction of worthless weeds, crushed and blended together, nothing more than a ploy to intimidate Feng Huanu Tao. This was, in fact, a manifestation of Qing Xuan's dark humor. Inspired by the numerous tales he had encountered in his previous life, the efficacy of the pill was inconsequential should Feng Huanu Tao remain disobedient. He could easily be replaced. Regarding such a callous individual who would slay his own brother and spare not even his niece, Qing Xuan felt no psychological burden in contemplating his demise. Presently, he pondered how to orchestrate the affairs of this nation, since it was to be his stronghold. It could not be allowed to appear meager. Moreover, establishing his own influence necessitated manpower. Otherwise, remaining a solitary figure would render the endeavor futile. Go. Gather the orphans of your nation, Qing Xuan commanded after a moment's reflection. Feng Huanu Tao acknowledged the order and withdrew. Qing Xuan's actions are undoubtedly driven by his own intentions. The formidable figures that have emerged within the ninja world have essentially established their own factions, making the prospect of undermining them impractical. Thus, the only option left for Qing Xuan is to focus on those who have yet to reach their full potential, Kimimaro, Guren, and Haku. Firstly, they are relatively young and more impressionable. Secondly, their innate talents are commendable, with substantial potential for growth. The swift progress of wind, flower, and angry waves has led to the gathering of orphans from across the nation and the capital within merely a week. Likely aided by the relatively small size of the snow country, today marks the day Qing Xuan embarks on his reconnaissance mission. However, the past week has not been particularly favorable for him. The snow country is not only unbearably cold, but it also lacks any form of entertainment. His options have been limited to either drinking while admiring the snow or enjoying songs and dances, neither of which piques his interest. At this moment, clad in the attire of the Akatsuki organization, Qing Xuan gazes at the group of orphans before him. His expression is tranquil as a still pond. This gathering comprises merely over 20 orphans, none of whom he recognizes. Sir, just as Qing Xuan begins to feel a sense of disappointment and turns to leave, a youthful voice calls out to him. Qing Xuan gazed in bewilderment at the source of the voice, only to discover a frail young boy clad in scant attire. The biting cold had rendered his entire body trembling involuntarily. Fetch some clothing and drape it upon them. Qing Xuan cast a fleeting glance at the windflower and angry waves trailing behind him, causing the latter to shudder and hastily flee. Qing Xuan's stance towards those capable of living autonomously has always been one of indifference to life and death. One must bear the consequences of their choices. Thus, when he vanquished his foes, he bore no psychological burden. However, when it came to children, Qing Xuan's heart softened considerably. As long as they did not overtly display malice towards him, he remained gentle and kind. What is the matter? Qing Xuan let out a soft sigh and inquired of the boy. It was then that he noticed the numerous frostbite marks adorning the boy's hands and feet, his entire being cloaked in filth. As he drew closer, a foul stench wafted towards him. Sir, look, the boy said after hesitating for a moment, glancing around. Subsequently, he extended his hand, and a block of ice rapidly took shape in his grasp. Ice escape? Qing Xuan furrowed his brow. Was this not the bloodline of the cross-dressing master Bai? Yet, how could Bai possibly appear in the land of snow? Moreover, the age did not align. What is your name? Responding to your esteemed presence, I am Yi. Mizuki Yi. Qing Xuan gazed at Mizuki Yoru with astonishment, pondering whether he truly belonged to the Mizuki clan. In Qingxuan's recollection, the Hidden Mist village had ruthlessly hunted down those with bloodline abilities, nearly leading to the extinction of the Mizuki clan. In the original narrative, only Hakuki was bestowed with a name. I am willing to submit to you, my lord. I beseech you to grant me this favor. Noticing Qingxuan's prolonged silence, Mizuki Yoru grew anxious and, with a sudden thud, knelt upon the ground, raising his voice in desperation. For him, Qing Xuan represented the sole glimmer of hope. Should their efforts prove futile, it was likely they would face execution by the tempestuous Feng Huanuta the following day. Mizuki Yoru possessed a keen understanding of the character of the sovereign of the Land of Snow. Chapter 46. The Tsukiyomi chat room. Qing Xuan was momentarily rendered speechless by this sudden action, but in the next instant, he comprehended the situation. This lad possesses quite the cunning mind. Rise and accompany me. Qing Xuan spoke softly and then turned to walk outside. As for the remaining orphans, they failed to comprehend the circumstances. What use would they be? It is not the scheming that poses a threat, but rather the absence of any utilitarian value. Thus, Qing Xuan departed, for in this world, compassion can exist, yet it cannot be perpetually bestowed. Within a grand hall, Qing Xuan observed Shui Wu Yueyi, who had bathed and donned fresh attire. The expression beneath the mask was rather intricate, stirred by the sight of the boy before him. He was strikingly handsome, to the point of being almost delicate, resembling a girl. It seems the genetics of the Shui Wuyue clan gravitate towards a rather effeminate aesthetic. At that moment, Shui Wuyue stood respectfully awaiting Qingxuan's instructions, undaunted by the fate that lay ahead, for it could hardly be worse than his previous existence. Little did he know, Qingxuan was grappling with a dilemma of his own regarding how to best manage this young man. Bringing him back to Konoha was out of the question. What if the third Hokage subjected him to reprogramming? The old man was quite adept in such matters, especially considering that the master of manipulation, Orochimaru, was his disciple. Allowing him to develop freely did not seem prudent either. The ninja world was fraught with peril. One could easily attract the attention of a nefarious entity should they gain even a modicum of renown. After much contemplation, it became apparent that the most prudent course of action was to keep him in the land of snow. Shui Wuyue's origins were not without complexity. According to his own account, he belonged to the main lineage of the Shui Wuyue clan, possessing the scroll of Ninjutsu inheritance. To gain Qingxuan's trust, this lad even presented a scroll detailing the ice release techniques. However, after a brief perusal, Qingxuan returned it to him. The scroll was indeed authentic. Of that there was no doubt. Yet Qingxuan lacked the bloodline limit for ice release. Acquiring it would serve no purpose. The singular issue at hand was that Shui Wuyue had no ability to refine chakra. All the inheritance was intact. Yet the scroll containing the method for chakra refinement was lost. Currently, the chakra within Shui Wuyue was merely that which awakened with his bloodline limit. Qingxuan was suddenly struck with a sense of urgency. This indicated that he must teach the boy how to refine chakra before he could depart from this place with peace of mind. The reason the land of snow was so easily manageable was that Fenghua Nuteo was, in comparison, exceedingly weak for Qingxuan. Once he left, if Fenghua Nuteo became aware of the issues surrounding that pill, all of Qingxuan's recent efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, it was imperative to leave someone to keep an eye on this individual, and that chosen one was Mizuki Yoru. After all, Qingxuan had no other options available. Although Fenghua Nuteo's chakra armor had been destroyed following Qingxuan's command, even without it, he was still stronger than a mere child of a few years. Fortunately, Qingxuan had prepared in advance. Before departing from Konoha, he had already conceived the idea of establishing his own faction and had accordingly prepared a method for chakra refinement. Indeed, it was the kind taught in the Ninja Academy. This was unavoidable, as the refinement techniques of the various clans were bespoke, tailored to their unique bloodlines, rendering them unsuitable for others. Thus, Qingxuan commenced the journey of instructing his apprentice. Of course, he had no intention of acknowledging this pupil, considering the tradition of master killing in Konoha. 2 months later, within the village of Konoha, a rumor quietly circulated among the common folk. After a few days of fermentation, nearly everyone was aware of it. The Uchiha clan had long harbored discontent towards Konoha and were plotting a rebellion. Initially, few believed it, but as more spoke of it, the saying grew in strength, and many who had been skeptical began to accept it as truth. The Uchiha clan members faced increasing slander and prejudice as they took to the streets. Conversely, the frequency of clan meetings rose significantly. The clan members, filled with fervor, accused Konoha of excessive oppression, declaring that they might as well revolt. This left Fugaku in a state of distress. The upper echelons of Konoha also lamented the Uchiha's arrogance, wielding their position in the security forces to act tyrannically. The third Hokage found himself equally troubled by the situation. On a rooftop, Itachi stood at the highest point, gazing at Konoha as the gentle breeze tousled his hair. His gaze was unfocused, seemingly lost in contemplation. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared, and a figure clad in a voluminous cloak emerged from it. Through the wide brim of the hood, only the masked face of the individual could be seen, with the only discernible detail being the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes. It was none other than Obito. "Have you made your decision, Itachi?" Obito inquired. Itachi offered no response, displaying no sign of disturbance at Obito's arrival, as though he had anticipated this encounter. "Do you truly wish for Konoha to endure another Nine-Tails incident? Or have you grown indifferent towards your brother?" Obito's words struck at Itachi's core, as both the village and Sasuke were the most cherished aspects of his life. Yet Obito's proposition was to have Itachi assist in the destruction of the Uchiha clan and join the Akatsuki. After a prolonged silence, Itachi finally spoke. "What exactly do you intend to achieve, Madara?" This mysterious figure, claiming to be Uchiha Madara, had approached Itachi days prior with his demands. Having personally experienced the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident, Itachi understood all too well that should Konoha face such turmoil again, it could lead to irreversible devastation. Upon hearing this, Obito stepped closer to Itachi, his gaze fixed on Konoha. "I merely require a few pairs of Sharingan. Do not feel rushed to respond. You still have time, Itachi. With those words, Obito's figure dissipated into thin air. Itachi continued to gaze into the distance, his eyes gradually drifting off, following his line of sight. One could see within the ninja academy a visibly impatient Sasuke being pestered by Naruto. Meanwhile, Qingxuan sat in the highest seat of power in the land of snow, flanked by the respectful Fenghuan Nuteo, whose sincerity remained uncertain. However, Qingxuan paid little mind to such matters. The weak possessed no rights to choose. On the other side stood the expressionless Mizuki Yuru. After 2 months of intense training, the boy's chakra had reached the level of a genin. Moreover, at only 8 years old, there remained ample room for growth. "I'm about to leave," Qingxuan finally spoke softly after a considerable pause. Mizuki Yuru was momentarily taken aback. Hesitating before inquiring, "Are you truly leaving so soon, sir?" Qingxuan nodded lightly. "Yes, I leave this to you." After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Fenghuan Nuteo beside him. Subsequently, Qingxuan stood up, and a rift in space unfurled before him. Without hesitation, he stepped into it, and the rift sealed itself behind him, leaving no trace of Qingxuan in the grand hall. "Master," Shisui muttered. Gazing at the spot where Qingxuan had departed, he understood the glance that Qingxuan had cast as he left. Soon, Shisui discreetly glanced at the elated Fenghuan Nuteo, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, behind a tree several hundred meters from the grand hall, Qingxuan crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. "I see, the farther the distance of displacement, the greater the consumption of ocular power. What was I thinking?" He lamented, berating himself for trying to appear impressive. His desire to show off had led him to utilize the maximum distance of the spatial rift, and upon landing, it felt as though his right eye would shatter. After a considerable time, Qingxuan finally regained his composure, biting his finger and slapping it against the ground. Summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, the figure of Shaoqing appeared before him. Moments later, a giant eagle soared into the sky, flying towards the direction of Konoha. Perched on Shaoqing's back, Qingxuan felt the howling wind rush past him, his expression quite complex. He had just realized a peculiar dilemma whenever he channeled chakra. He was inexplicably compelled to shout out the names of his techniques. Fortunately, he managed to suppress this urge at the last moment, transforming it into a silent shout within his mind. "Is this the influence of the world on me?" he pondered, relieved that he did not possess the bizarre talent of Minato. Otherwise, during battle, it would be horrifying to suddenly shout out an overly dramatic technique name. Fortunately, Shaoqing knew the way to Konoha, allowing their return to take merely 2 days. As Konoha came into view, Qingxuan directed Shaoqing to land in the forest. He then dispelled the summoning technique and proceeded towards Konoha alone. Upon returning to his wooden cabin, just as Qingxuan intended to change out of his Akatsuki attire, a voice rang out from behind him. "Who are you?" As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, a glimmering long knife was poised at Qingxuan's throat. Feeling the impending danger from behind, Qingxuan couldn't help but smile wryly, halting his movements. Sneaking out and returning, he had been caught in the act by Itachi. What to do now? The urgency was palpable. Indeed, the figure belonged to Itachi, and Qingxuan recognized his voice immediately. "Not going to speak?" Itachi pressed, the knife inching closer as Qingxuan remained silent. Sensing the blade's sharpness against his skin, Qingxuan finally spoke. "Itachi, it's me." As he said this, Qingxuan removed the mask from his face and turned to meet Itachi's gaze. The advancing knife came to an abrupt halt, and Itachi's large eyes filled with confusion. Over the past 2 months, he had sought out Qingxuan multiple times, but each time, Qingxuan had deftly evaded him with various excuses. Just recently, he had claimed to be occupied with a weeding mission. Now, however, another Qingxuan had appeared, dressed in eccentric attire and even sporting nail polish. Thus, Itachi stood there, bewildered. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence, and Qingxuan found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, Itachi finally asked, "Qingxuan, what is this?" However, before he could finish, Qingxuan interrupted him, his brow furrowed, eyes fixed on a disturbance in the nearby space. Just moments ago, he sensed a spatial fluctuation. In the current shinobi world, only Obito would manifest in such a manner. As expected, the next instant, the space distorted, opening a rift through which Obito emerged. Witnessing the scene of the two with swords drawn against each other, he had received news from Zetsu that Qingxuan had returned and came to investigate. How had he ended up confronting Itachi? Their relationship was not particularly amicable. Despite his confusion, he knew he had to mediate. After all, both Itachi and Qingxuan were anticipated members of the Akatsuki in his plans. With 2 Genjutsu-type Manjiki Sharingan, capturing tailed beasts would be expedited, thus hastening the realization of his ambitions. Cough, cough. Itachi, Qingxuan has joined us. He is now the Akatsuki's Kirin, Uchiha Qingxuan. Obito stepped forward, pulling Itachi aside as he spoke. As the words fell, Itachi looked at Qingxuan in disbelief. To him, joining the Akatsuki was akin to betraying Konoha, a betrayal of Shisui's last wishes. He was unwilling to accept that Qingxuan would take such a path. Meanwhile, Qingxuan rolled his eyes, feeling exasperated. Obito's words only served to fan the flames of the situation. I didn't expect you to be this kind of Obito, he thought, frustrated. Just as Qingxuan was pondering how to explain the situation to Itachi, he inadvertently raised his head, locking eyes with Itachi. In the next moment, Qingxuan found himself transported to a blood-red space. Itachi stood across from him, his expression cold as he demanded, "What on earth is happening?" Qingxuan raised his head to gaze at the blood-red expanse, a peculiar expression adorning his face. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Itachi had nearly succumbed to blindness within just a few years. He had undoubtedly made extensive use of his Meijiki Sharingan. Particularly, using Tsukuyomi as a mere chat room was an approach only Itachi would contemplate. After a brief moment of jest, Qingxuan's gaze shifted to Itachi, his demeanor turning grave. Itachi, the situation is not as you perceive. I joined Akatsuki because I suspect that the death of Shisui might be connected to that masked man. Upon hearing this, Itachi's eyes narrowed in focus. Shisui's demise was indeed shrouded in mystery, especially considering the words he had spoken prior to his death. Itachi was aware of Shisui's plans, including Shisui's intention to confess his Meijiki abilities to the Hokage. However, before he could reveal anything, the deity of the heavens had already exposed him. Yet, despite his extensive investigation, Itachi had found no leads. How could Qingxuan possibly know? Contemplating this, Itachi turned to Qingxuan and inquired, "What is your reasoning?" Before Shisui's death, during a mission of mine, I encountered that masked man. At that time, he attempted to recruit me into Akatsuki, claiming he wished to show me the world's despair. When Shisui died, he was also in Konoha. Qingxuan began to elucidate that, at times, retracing the process from the outcome can effortlessly weave together fragmented clues. For instance, at present, Qingxuan deduced from the details known from the original work that the death of Shisui was orchestrated by Obito. By tracing back the sequence of events, he formulated an argument capable of persuading Itachi. Upon hearing Qingxuan's words, Itachi fell into silence. In comparison to the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, he was far more inclined to place his trust in Qingxuan. Moreover, the latter's explanation was entirely coherent. However, if this were indeed the case, was the masked man's ultimate goal as simplistic as Qingxuan suggested? Was it merely about a few pairs of Sharingan? The very instigator of the Nine-Tails rampage, leading to Shisui's demise, had motives so trivial? Meanwhile, Qingxuan was also contemplating that, in the original narrative, Obito did indeed approach Itachi. But the intricacies of that plot had begun to blur in his mind. Chapter 47. Fugaku's plan. The two emerged from the world of Tsukuyomi. In reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Qingxuan, with great persuasion, finally convinced Itachi to place his trust in him. "Itachi, why not join us? Look, even Qingxuan has joined. Isn't that evidence enough?" Obito, oblivious to the peculiar exchange between the two, perceived this as a favorable opportunity. Itachi lowered his head slightly, appearing somewhat dejected, and replied, "No. I believe I can change everything." Seeing this reaction, Obito refrained from further comment, for in his view, Itachi's response was entirely normal. Had he immediately agreed without hesitation, Obito would have suspected that Itachi harbored ulterior motives. Yet, he failed to notice the peculiar expression on Qingxuan's face. Qingxuan was struggling to suppress laughter. It was remarkable how oblivious Obito was, despite Itachi's poor acting skills. Earlier, within the realm of Tsukuyomi, the two had exchanged information and devised a plan to navigate this predicament. In essence, Itachi was to perform, while Qingxuan was to deceive. However, Itachi's usual acting prowess faltered today, yet Obito, consistent in his beliefs, accepted the ruse without question. It seemed Qingxuan's involvement was unnecessary. "You have little time left." Obito scoffed darkly before using his Kamui ability to depart. Itachi's expression darkened as Obito's words indicated a lack of patience, leaving Itachi with scarce time to make a choice. "Qingxuan, what do you think I should do?" Itachi inquired, engulfed in confusion, utterly at a loss. However, he had chosen the wrong person to ask, as Qingxuan was equally uncertain. With Danzo to the forefront, the third Hokage monitoring closely, and Obito posing a threat from behind, compounded by the incessant rebellion cries from Uchiha 1010, anyone in Itachi's position would feel immense pressure. Ultimately, Itachi left without receiving an answer from Qingxuan, his face a mask of distress. In the ensuing days, Qingxuan distinctly sensed a shift in public sentiment within Konoha, as it appeared to be manipulated by an unseen hand, turning against the Uchiha clan. On the streets of Konoha, those adorned in ping-pong attire were subject to ridicule, and some were even outright cursed. Were it not for the Uchiha's inherent pride, they would have retaliated against these commoners. Konoha's hospitals would surely be filled to capacity by now. Thus, Qingxuan could finally relish his role as a reclusive homebody, avoiding the collateral damage inflicted by these misinformed individuals. Nevertheless, despite the fervent public discourse, the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha remained unchanged. Both sides harbored mutual disdain, yet neither initiated hostilities. Obito's side remained eerily quiet, as though Qingxuan and Itachi had been forgotten, until one fateful day, when an Uchiha clan member, overwhelmed by provocation, retaliated violently, injuring several and sending them to the hospital. The pent-up frustrations erupted, prompting Konoha's high-ranking officials to convene an emergency meeting to discuss the matter. The conclusion drawn was to demand the Uchiha surrender the offending member for public trial at the heart of Konoha. Naturally, the Uchiha were unwilling to comply, bristling at the perceived humiliation. Are you challenging us? They are merely a few commoners. It seems you desire to trample on the Uchiha's pride. The Uchiha's honor could not be tarnished so easily. An emergency clan meeting was called, and the decision was resolute. Rebellion was imminent. That night, within the Uchiha shrine, Itachi, clad in AMBU attire, approached slowly. Not far ahead, a figure stood with their back to him. The dim candlelight illuminated the square face of none other than his father. Fugaku. Father, Itachi called softly, having just returned from AMBU duties, summoned here by Fugaku. He had his suspicions about the reason for this summons. Have you arrived? Is there any intelligence from Konoha today? Fugaku glanced at his son, weary from the recent turmoil, the emotions of the clan members now beyond his control. Thus, he sought his eldest son's counsel. Itachi's entry into AMBU had been permitted by Fugaku, partly to ease tensions with Konoha and partly to place a spy within their ranks. Prepared for any outcome, they sought to establish a buffer against whatever may come. Understanding dawned on Itachi's face. So, it was indeed about this matter. In truth, Itachi had attended every clan meeting, witnessing his father's transformation from a pacifist to a hawk. Yet, Itachi found himself powerless to intervene. For Fugaku was not only his father, but also the leader of the Uchiha clan. No, it's the same as always, Itachi replied after a moment's contemplation. I intend for you to seize control over Konoha's high ranks and initiate a coup. This will minimize unnecessary casualties. As he spoke, Fugaku turned to face Itachi, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan gleaming ominously. In that instant, Fugaku cast an illusion upon Itachi, projecting his envisioned scenario into his son's mind. Should this plan succeed, the Uchiha would reclaim their position of power within Konoha, and the casualties would be significantly reduced, with both father and son wielding their Sharingan. Success was not entirely out of reach. Regrettably, while Fugaku proved to be an adept clan leader, he was evidently an inadequate father, as he failed to comprehend his son's perspective. To Itachi, the Uchiha clan was steeped in ignorance. Even if victorious, the situation would scarcely improve. The threats from various ninja villages would remain unchanged. Should they fail, not only would the Uchiha suffer tremendous losses, but it could also trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. How many families would be shattered? How many children, still in their studies, would be forced onto the battlefield? Father, have you considered what happens if we fail? What will become of Sasuke? Have you thought about that? Itachi inhaled deeply, posing the question. He was uncertain about the fate of other clan members, but he knew that their family would not escape unscathed. It will not fail. Prepare to act. We will make our move in a few days, Fugaku asserted, disregarding Itachi's concerns. The current circumstances left no room for hesitation. Decisive action was the only path forward for the Uchiha. Itachi remained silent, turning away to leave. He recognized that persuasion was futile now, and his options were exceedingly limited. Ninjas are the nameless bearers of peace in the shadows. This phrase echoed in Itachi's mind, along with Shisui's dying wish. With a long sigh, Itachi's silhouette faded into the distance, headed unmistakably towards Qingxuan's home. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, the third Hokage and Konoha's high-ranking officials gathered, their expressions grim as they observed the figure kneeling before them. Itachi, is what you said true? The third Hokage broke the silence, directing the question at the individual. Indeed, the Uchiha clan intends to rebel, and the time frame is within the next few days. The figure, clad in AMBU attire with hair styled into a small braid, wore prominent tear troughs on his face, and the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes slowly revolved. It was none other than Uchiha Itachi. As the words fell, the third Hokage sank into contemplation. He pondered how to address the Uchiha clan, a venerable family of Konoha, which had ultimately forced him into this predicament. Logically, the third Hokage was aware that public opinion in Konoha was being manipulated. However, he regarded it as mere trivialities and chose to disregard it. Suddenly, the situation escalated beyond his control, and when he wished to intervene, it was already too late. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage cast a glance at the instigator, his old companion, Danzo Shimura. The latter, sensing the third Hokage's gaze, let out a cold snort and rose abruptly. Hiruzen, the Uchiha are obstinate. We must take action. I have previously stated that the Uchiha clan harbors dangerous intentions toward Konoha. You can no longer afford to be merciful. If you hesitate, allow me to act. I am the root of Konoha. Let the dark deeds fall to me. As for the light, that shall be entrusted to you, esteemed Hokage, haha. The more Danzo spoke, the more fervent he became. Excitement gleaming in his eyes, after such a protracted scheme, the time for fruition had finally arrived. The thought of this made Danzo touch the bandages that enveloped his arm. The third Hokage silently regarded his former friend, a wave of unfamiliarity washing over him. He suddenly felt as if he could no longer see through Danzo's character. Nearby, the advisors, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, seemed to have anticipated this scene, both bowing their heads with narrowed eyes. Their stance was unmistakable. 3 out of the 4 supported taking action against the Uchiha. Sigh, then it shall be entrusted to you, Danzo. The third Hokage sighed deeply, rising to depart. Exhausted, he resolved to distance himself from this matter. Perhaps he believed that leaving it to Danzo was not an entirely unfeasible decision. Given Danzo's past methods, he would likely suppress the Uchiha, diminishing their status until they were relegated to the lower echelons of Konoha. After the third Hokage's departure, a smile crept onto Danzo's face. He had his old friend firmly in his grasp. Lord Danzo, wait. Just as Danzo prepared to organize his plans, Itachi Uchiha suddenly called out to him. Oh, what is it? I can personally bury the Uchiha clan, but I need your assurance regarding Sasuke's safety. Listening to Itachi's words, Danzo's smile grew even more pronounced. This was Itachi's Achilles heel, his brother, Sasuke Uchiha. As long as he had the latter under his control, how could he fear that Itachi would not serve his interests? Very well. I assure you, Sasuke will remain unharmed. Haha. Thus, Danzo readily agreed and turned to leave. Soon, the room was left with only Itachi. Bang. A puff of white smoke erupted, and Itachi's form vanished, replaced by White Setsu. Chapter 48, Itachi's little fan at the Uchiha encampment, in a humble abode. Itachi sat across from Aoyuin, both wearing grave expressions. Just moments ago, Itachi had conveyed the entirety of his conversation with Fugaku to Aoyuin, expressing his profound confusion regarding such actions. Not only Itachi, but Aoyuin too found it incomprehensible. Konoha was ultimately a village that valued public sentiment. What good would it do to replace its higher-ups? Those Jainin and Umbu would not heed your commands, leading only to Konoha's fragmentation. Yet, these red-eyed zealots were fanatics, bound to be unyielding. Thus, Aoyuin's perspective remained, they are beyond salvation, they await their demise. At this moment, he contemplated another matter. The night of the massacre was fast approaching. In fact, it would occur within these few days. Fugaku's meeting with Itachi could be seen as the signal for the night of the massacre. However, Aoyuin was still unprepared, and he had yet to devise a plan for Izumi. Gazing at Itachi before him, Aoyuin felt that the situation was not irretrievably bleak. After all, compared to the original narrative where Itachi would immediately report to Konoha as higher-ups, the current Itachi had sought him out first. This indicated that the plot was not immutable. At least, there was now a possibility to alter Itachi's fate. Itachi, you should return for now. We cannot devise a solution to this matter in haste. After a considerable pause, Aoyuin spoke. Itachi nodded in response, fully aware of this reality. His only desire was to unburden his troubled heart to someone. Watching Itachi's figure fade from his sight, Aoyuin murmured, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Madara?" He had sent Itachi away, having sensed the spatial fluctuations heralding Obito's arrival. The latter had perched himself on a nearby tree, observing their conversation. A spatial vortex materialized before Aoyuin, and in the next instant, Obito appeared in the very spot Itachi had just vacated. The Uchiha are destined for annihilation. Your efforts are futile, Obito declared enigmatically upon his arrival. Qingxuan? When did he ever strive for the Uchiha? That was the work of Itachi, after all. However, Qingxuan did not refute it. Misunderstandings are merely misunderstandings. For him, There are only benefits and no detriments. Nevertheless, I have come to you with a purpose. Obito gazed at Qingxuan and spoke slowly. I instructed you to disguise himself as Itachi and reached an agreement with Konoha. The specifics of the transaction are of no concern to you. The downfall of the Uchiha is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the root will be involved. Aren't you eager to take down Danzo? This is an opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was immediately taken aback. Goodness, it is indeed you, Obito. Such underhanded tactics could only be employed by you. Initially, Qingxuan believed that the situation had taken a turn for the better, yet Obito's maneuver swiftly steered events back onto the original narrative. Qingxuan even began to wonder if Obito might also be a time traveler. Otherwise, how could such coincidences arise? Surely it could not merely be the will of the grand universe? His mind whirled with thoughts, but Qingxuan still managed to exude a hint of murderous intent, coldly stating, Understood. Were it not for this, Obito, a child riddled with suspicion, would undoubtedly question Qingxuan's motives. However, Qingxuan was a master of performance. Well, to be honest, he was quite the dramatist. He may not become an acclaimed actor or win an award, but deceiving Obito was a trivial endeavor. Moreover, this unfortunate child had been so easily swayed by Qingxuan's declaration, I wished to create a world devoid of strife, that he was nearly convinced of Qingxuan's loyalty. To be fair, Qingxuan believed his level of trust in Obito might even surpass that of Ju, albeit only slightly lower than that of Kasame. Observing Qingxuan's reaction, Obito remarked, You have 2 days to prepare. I will not assist you then. I do not require your aid. Having vowed to personally eliminate Danzo, Qingxuan was determined to see it through. Adding another person to the mix would not constitute a personal vendetta. Besides, Qingxuan had already awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. If he could not defeat Danzo, it would be even more disgraceful than his rival, Naruto. Obito's visit was merely a reminder to Qingxuan before he hastily departed. Given his rushed demeanor, Qingxuan surmised that Obito was likely on his way to meet Itachi. Nevertheless, he had no intention of exposing Obito's plans. After all, in Qingxuan's view, the fate of the Uchiha clan was of no consequence to him. His only concern was to protect the Uchiha clan members related to Itachi as best as he could. With that in mind, it was time for him to take action. Murmuring to himself, Qingxuan rose and walked outside. The following morning, Qingxuan arrived at the residence of Uchiha Izumi, leaving behind an illusionary technique while she remained unaware. However, this illusion was laced with a simple sealing technique, which would only activate once Qingxuan unraveled it. Additionally, after much effort the previous night, he had discovered an abandoned laboratory in Konoha. Likely a remnant from the second Hokage's era, covered in a layer of dust. He could only wonder which unfortunate soul had conducted forbidden research there. Thus, the sequence of events on the night of Izumi's clan's demise would be relatively straightforward. She would be ensnared by the illusion and awaken in the laboratory. Then, Qingxuan would be nearby, saying, You're awake? The operation was quite successful. Ahem, of course, it would not unfold in such a manner. In reality, he would simply arrange for her relocation to the land of snow. At such a critical juncture, it was best to avoid any overly elaborate schemes. After all, Qingxuan still needed to deal with Danzo and had little time to spare on her. Next on his agenda were the couple, Fugaku and Makoto. Qingxuan wandered through the Uchiha compound, his gaze fixed on the distance where the residences of Itachi and Sasuke stood. Remarkably, despite knowing Itachi for such a long time, Qingxuan had never paid a visit to his home. Initially, he had been too engrossed in training to find the time. Later, after delivering a rather harsh beating to Sasuke, he felt too embarrassed to go. If it were not for Fugaku being the clan leader, Qingxuan would have been utterly oblivious to their family's whereabouts. Half an hour later, as he surveyed the surrounding identical structures, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? Indeed, he had lost his way again. Who could have imagined that the Uchiha compound harbored so many indistinguishable houses? Fortunately, at that moment, Qingxuan spotted a figure tidying the entrance. It was a boy of similar age to him. Excuse me. Could you kindly direct me to the clan leader's residence? Qingxuan hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, feeling utterly helpless, without guidance. He would likely spend half a day navigating this labyrinth of buildings. Huh? The boy ceased his actions, lifting his gaze to glance at Qingxuan. The next moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, Qingxuan? Uchiha Qingxuan? Yolin? At last, I meet you in person. Greetings. I am Uchiha Yon, your idol. No, rather, you are my fan. Well, not quite, but in any case, I hold you in great admiration. Qingxuan, what is going on? Do I have fans now? Yet. These fans seem to lack a bit of common sense. Uchiha Yon, undeterred by Qingxuan's awkward expression, enthusiastically recounted his glorious achievements from years past. At the age of 8, he bore the double tomo, earning the title Young Lin throughout the ninja world. By 10, he had attained the triple tomo and was capable of independently completing A-rank missions even before graduation. Qingxian felt a deep sense of embarrassment, while Uchiha wore an expression of pride, as if he were the one who had accomplished these feats. However, of late, many clan members have been speaking ill of elder Qingxian. Upon hearing this, Qingxian promptly interjected, "Hold on. When did I become your elder brother?" Astonishingly, within just a few fleeting minutes, he found himself inexplicably burdened with an additional younger sibling. Uchiha cast a puzzled glance at Qingxian and replied, "Because I wish to be your younger brother." To which Qingxian retorted, "But I never consented." "Yet, you did not decline either," Yin countered. Qingxian found himself momentarily speechless. Had his silence inadvertently signified acquiescence? This notion bore an uncanny resemblance to a prior experience. Noticing Qingxian's reticence, Uchiha leaned in closer and whispered, "Elder brother Qingxian, you must exercise caution lately. It has come to my attention that many clansmen are plotting against you." After uttering this, he cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Upon confirming that no one else was nearby, Uchiha finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Qingxian curled his lips in disdain. Most of the Uchiha clan members were preoccupied with thoughts of rebellion. What trouble could the remaining miscreants possibly cause him? Nevertheless, the individual before him was well-meaning, prompting Qingxian to respond courteously, "Thank you, but I am in a hurry to visit the clan leader's residence. Could you kindly direct me?" "Oh, it's just over there. Turn left, then proceed straight before taking a right turn." "All right, I understand." However, by the time Qingxian reached the precise location, dusk had fallen. He had spent the entire day lost. Initially, he had a clear recollection of the directions, but after 10 minutes, he found himself confused about whether to turn left or right. Attempting to retrace his steps to ask for clarification, he realized he could no longer recognize the way back. At that moment, a group of Uchiha clan members passed by, muttering indignantly, "Who do they think they are? Just because their father is the clan leader, they can act so arrogantly? If they can't win an argument, they resort to tantrums. It's ridiculous." These voices reached Qingxuan's ears, and he was momentarily taken aback. If his intuition served him right, they were speaking about Itachi. Just as he was about to stop the group for inquiries, he caught sight of a familiar figure not far away. Itachi stood at the entrance of his home, their gazes meeting. "What is the matter, Itachi?" Qingxian strode forward, noticing the unusual pallor on Itachi's face, and thus inquired. However, the latter merely shook his head in silence. The dim, golden sunlight bathed the two in its glow, evoking a profound sense of heaviness from the depths of their hearts. Amidst the stillness, Qingxian's gaze fell upon a distant wall, where a kunai was embedded. Remarkably, the point of entry aligned perfectly with the Uchiha family crest. Cracks emanated from the tip of the kunai, spreading across the entirety of the emblem. Witnessing this scene, Qingxian could not help but draw parallels to the plight of the Uchiha clan. It was as if the crest, marred by fissures, stood on the brink of collapse. In the room, I discovered a mission scroll. At that moment, Itachi unexpectedly spoke. The mission's content was the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 49, The Night of Annihilation, Part 1. Have you made your decision? Qingxian squinted slightly, appearing to inquire, yet it resembled more of a confirmation. The task scroll bore distinctive markings, rendering the likelihood of forgery virtually non-existent. Given Itachi's nature, he would not divulge information about the mission unless he had reached a firm decision. He cast a glance at the distant sunset and remarked, "Indeed, I shall bury this decayed clan. But have you considered what will become of your parents? Uncle Fugaku is the clan leader. Even aside from that, what about Sasuke?" Qingxian posed two questions in succession, which Itachi was compelled to confront. "I have faith in Sasuke," Itachi remarked succinctly, his implication abundantly clear. After a prolonged silence, Qingxian finally spoke. "I will arrange everything for you. Rest assured. Tomorrow." "Understood." Qingxian did not disclose any arrangements, nor did Itachi inquire. There seemed to be an ineffable understanding between the two. Shortly thereafter, Qingxian departed, realizing that the original plan was no longer feasible, necessitating the formulation of a new strategy. The primary concern was the insufficiency of time allotted to Qingxian previously. He had relied on the narrative from his memories to deduce the timeline. Before long, the following day arrived. Qingxian stood atop a rooftop, his gaze fixed upon the distant ninja academy. Through the window, he could observe Erjuzi attentively engaged in class, seemingly oblivious to the impending events. Perhaps this is the final fleeting moment of carefree existence for Sasuke. Qingxuan murmured softly, after today. This unfortunate child will be ensnared within the script meticulously crafted by his brother. Itachi stood beside Qingxuan, his gaze fixed upon Sasuke. A fleeting tenderness flickering across his otherwise indifferent countenance. This is the duty of an elder brother. He should not be exposed to darkness at such a tender age. When did it all begin? Nightfall. With the answer in mind, Qingxuan's figure flickered and vanished from Itachi's sight. Throughout the day, Qingxuan had been contemplating how to act on the night of the massacre. With Obito involved, he was undoubtedly playing the role of an informant in this intricate web. Deceiving such a figure was no trivial matter. As the afternoon wore on, the time until nightfall dwindled. The Genjutsu on Izumi had already taken effect, and she was placed in the abandoned research facility by Qingxuan. Regrettably, the plan to sway Itachi had yet to yield results, leaving the outcome of Izumi's influence on Itachi uncertain. The only pressing concern remained, how to ensure the safety of Fugaku and his wife. On this matter, Qingxuan's heart had already devised a plan. As time slipped away, the sun dipped below the horizon. The night gradually consumed the light. Qingxuan stood outside his modest dwelling, casting a final glance at this place brimming with memories before turning towards the central encampment. By now, Itachi must surely be perched on a power pole. His thoughts drifted, a unique method of alleviating the tension within him. Tonight, his tasks would be no less than Itachi's. Are you prepared? Qingxuan, Madara, they have commenced. A figure emerged from a nearby tree, addressing Qingxuan. The latter nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, a rift in space appeared, and Qingxuan stepped through, vanishing from the observer's sight. 10 minutes later, Qingxuan found himself in a room, confronted by two mutilated corpses. It was time to attend to his own affairs. Listening to the intermittent screams from outside, Qingxuan formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball upon the corpses. As the flames blazed fiercely, Qingxuan once again stepped into the rift of space. Just as he was evading the Root's surveillance on his way to their headquarters, he encountered an unexpected figure. Not far ahead, in the shadows, Uchiha knelt on the ground, resembling a lifeless body. Yet, Qingxuan noticed the glimmer of tears in his eyes. The three-tomo Sharingan slowly revolving. Uchiha, what brings you here? You must leave this place at once, Qingxuan urged gently as he approached him. The plan involving Obito and Itachi was to clear the area by splitting into two directions from the perimeter of the encampment, while the Root would follow Itachi's lead. At this moment, Qingxuan found himself in a location previously purged by Obito, which had already been cleansed. The fact that Uchiha was still alive indicated that Obito had not yet discovered him. As long as he could escape the Uchiha clan, there might still be a chance for survival. Brother Qingxuan, what are you? Uchiha exclaimed in surprise, lifting his head upon hearing Qingxuan's voice. However, his words faltered as he beheld Qingxuan clad in the attire of the Akatsuki organization. The realization struck him that a faint scent of blood lingered around Qingxuan. Noticing the astonished expression on Uchiha face, Qingxuan remembered his uniform. Yet, there was no time to explain to this young man. He urgently urged, run quickly. If you wish to survive. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, seek out a person named Mizunozuki Yoru in the land of snow, and I will explain everything then. Without waiting for a response, Qingxuan pressed on into the distance. Uchiha remained rooted in place. Casting a glance at the flames rising from the Uchiha stronghold, a deep-seated hatred igniting in his eyes. At the entrance of the Root base, Qingxuan had just landed when he was confronted by two members of Root. Halt. Who are you? Akatsuki's Kirin, Qingxuan replied lightly, and in the blink of an eye, vanished before the two men. Shortly thereafter, they were plunged into darkness and collapsed onto the ground. At this juncture, Qingxuan's strength had firmly crossed the threshold of the shadow level, yet he was still constrained by the four symbols seal, which necessitated a meticulous use of chakra in his daily endeavors. However, what lay ahead was the formidable Danzo. Despite his teasing remarks regarding this Hokage of the Leaf, Danzo's prowess was undeniable, especially with his ability to wield the Sharingan embedded within his arm to cast the Uchiha forbidden technique, Izanagi. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Sasuke would not have found it such a grueling task to confront him. As for the two members of Root, Qingxuan chose not to take their lives. Even before he meticulously discerned the location of the Root organization, he had already devised a plan. He required someone to spread the name of the Akatsuki's Kirin. This way, a considerable portion of the darkness that weighed upon Itachi would, at least in part, be transferred to him. Another reason for this was that Qingxuan might very well manage to shed the moniker of young Kirin. Upon entering the depths of Root, Qingxuan descended step by step down the staircase. Occasionally, members of Root would emerge to impede his progress, yet they were effortlessly dispatched by him. This was not due to the inherent weakness of Root, but rather Danzo's covetousness for the Uchiha Sharingan, leading to the deployment of elite Root members to the Uchiha stronghold. Soon, Qingxuan arrived at the lowest level of this underground space and came face to face with Shimura Danzo. It was the first time he had encountered this Hokage, whose body was partially swathed in bandages. At that moment, Danzo stood in the clearing. One exposed eye fixated intently on Qingxuan. So it's you. I never expected you to conceal yourself so deeply, Uchiha Qingxuan. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards Itachi in his heart. The fact that Uchiha Qingxuan possessed such combat capability yet failed to report it, and managed to slip away from the encirclement, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. In truth, from the very day Itachi had been schemed against, Danzo should have anticipated that this day would come. Qingxuan stepped forward gracefully, articulating his thoughts as the kaleidoscope within his eyes quietly unfolded. Upon hearing his words, Danzo's expression shifted to one of complexity. He was not oblivious to Qingxuan's feelings for Shisui, and he had indeed contemplated eliminating the threat. However, each time he was poised to act, he was thwarted by his old friend, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would effortlessly interject with a simple yet firm declaration, "Danzo, I am the Hokage." This statement left him devoid of any retort and clearly delineated Hiruzen's stance. "I will protect this boy, and you shall not harm him." Thus, Danzo intentionally chose to disregard Qingxuan's existence, never anticipating that it would become the source of today's turmoil. Uchiha Shisui's intention to partake in rebellion warranted severe punishment. The old man justified his actions as being for the sake of Konoha. Danzo wished to resist a little longer. He was reluctant to reveal that he had implanted Hashirama's cells in the Sharingan within himself. Otherwise, he would not only forfeit his chance to become Hokage but might also find himself unwelcome in Konoha. Despite the Uchiha clan's dwindling favor, they were still citizens of Konoha until this very night. Danzo's actions had escalated to a point where they could be deemed as treasonous against the villagers. Qingxuan was amused by such audacious words. He, brother Shisui dedicated himself to Konoha, yet after his death, you still dare to label him a traitor. Danzo, you truly deserve to perish. Throughout the entirety of the narrative, Danzo incessantly proclaimed that everything he did was for the sake of Konoha. In truth, his actions were solely motivated by his ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage. He even went so far as to orchestrate the assassination of the Hokage. If he yearned to be Hokage so desperately, why did you hesitate when the second Hokage Tobirama asked for someone to stay behind during an ambush? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, prompting Qingxuan to deride him. The reason the third Hokage was able to attain his position was that the second Hokage bravely led them into battle, only to be ambushed. To preserve the village's vital forces, the second Hokage stated that one person must remain behind, a task that was almost certain to lead to death. When the second Hokage inquired who would volunteer, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward without hesitation, earning his appointment as the third Hokage. In contrast, Danzo hesitated at that moment, ultimately losing the chance to become Hokage. He ended up suffering the consequences of his own indecision. Upon hearing this, Danzo was taken aback. How do you know about this matter? It was known that only those present at the time were privy to such information, and even the history books of the Ninja Academy did not record it. How could Uchiha Qingxuan, merely 10 years old, possibly be aware of his dark past? Qingxuan smiled faintly and said, "All right, if you wish to break the seal, do it quickly. What use are these petty tricks?" Moments ago, Danzo appeared quite astonished. Yet in reality, this old rascal was discreetly unsealing the device on his arm. The true purpose of this device was merely to conceal the chakra fluctuations emanating from his arm, fearing that the secrets it held might be discovered. In Chapter 50, Night of Annihilation, Part 2, upon realizing that Qingxuan had discerned his intentions, Danzo ceased to hide them, a glimmer of secret delight flickering in his eyes. One could say that the Uchiha clan truly lived up to its reputation. This arrogant demeanor was indeed quite irksome. With a thud, as the sealing device clattered to the ground, Danzo felt a surge of confidence. However, Qingxuan remained unfazed, indifferent to such juvenile taunts, his heart unperturbed, even contemplating uttering, "Is that all?" Danzo, observing Qingxuan's impassive expression, sensed that his derision had fallen flat, inciting considerable annoyance within him. He pressed on. "Are you not at all surprised to see these Sharingan?" He raised his hand slightly, allowing Qingxuan a clearer view. For the Uchiha, familial honor surpassed all else, coupled with their inherent pride. To Danzo, it was inevitable that Qingxuan would succumb to agitation. As anger bubbled within Qingxuan, the openings he would reveal would only multiply. From this moment on, Danzo had already devised a preliminary strategy and initiated a psychological assault. Yet, he was faced with Qingxuan. for whom the Uchiha clan held a largely inconsequential status. However, upon glimpsing the Sharingan on Danzo's arm, Qingxuan did momentarily freeze. This was not an act. He was genuinely surprised to find only 6 tomo, far fewer than he had anticipated. He distinctly recalled that during Danzo's confrontation with the second Hokage, the number had been significantly greater. Wind release, great breakthrough. Just as Qingxuan was lost in thought, Danzo's voice abruptly resonated. A fierce gust of air surged directly toward Qingxuan's face, who felt its sharpness, indicating that this was more than just a simple blast of air. Yet, Qingxuan stood his ground, unflinching, allowing the ninjutsu to strike him. Boom. The wind release, great breakthrough collided with Qingxuan's position, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured his form. Now it was Danzo's turn to be taken aback. He had speculated on Qingxuan's possible reactions, but had never envisioned such a response. Nevertheless, he did not presume that Qingxuan would be so easily vanquished. He swiftly produced 2 shurikens, imbued with wind chakra, and hurled them forth. Clang! Clang! With the sharp sounds echoing, Qingxuan slowly emerged from the haze. An aura of malevolence enveloped him, shrouded in a shattered skeletal frame. Remarkably, Qingxuan remained unscathed by Danzo's onslaught. This is impossible. What technique is this? Danzo exclaimed, incredulous. He had never anticipated that anyone could so effortlessly shatter his offensive. Although he believed his strength to be slightly inferior to that of the third Hokage, it was only a marginal difference, one of the reasons he felt justified in his position as Hokage. Yet, encountering such a bizarre ninjutsu as Qingxuan's was a first for him. This is Susanoo, the power of the Uchiha. Qingxuan instinctively responded, his mind engulfed in confusion. His Susanoo was a striking silver hue, resembling a plastic toy infused with fluorescent powder at first glance. Reflecting on the grandeur of figures like Erjuzi and Itachi piloting their formidable mechas, he found it amusing that upon reaching Qingxuan, the mecha transformed into a mere plastic plaything, completely altering the aesthetic. Unfortunately, there were no options to select the color of his Susanoo, leaving Qingxuan resigned to his fate. He then turned his gaze towards Danzo, who was watching him with a grave expression, subtly retreating. Danzo, do you truly believe you can escape at this juncture? Qingxuan thought incredulously. He was not some myopic Uchiha. How could he possibly overlook Danzo's furtive movements? Upon hearing this, Danzo halted, displaying no sign of embarrassment from being exposed, and retorted, Uchiha Qingxuan, I am the leader of Root. Your actions can be classified as treachery. However, if you turn back now, I can pretend nothing has transpired. I might even allow you to join Root. Danzo's tactics were clear. Escalate the situation, employ intimidation, and then dangle a tempting offer. He had certainly mastered this approach. Yet Qingxuan was not swayed. He would not retreat now that the confrontation had reached its climax. There was no point in further discourse. This place would become Danzo Shimura's grave. As his words echoed, Qingxuan's Susanoo gradually dissipated. He then lunged towards Danzo. The reasons for not utilizing his Susanoo were twofold. Its plastic appearance was embarrassing even to him, and he was more adept at combat using his ocular techniques than grappling with unfamiliar forms. As Qingxuan charged forward, several phantoms materialized, each appearing authentic. Danzo, momentarily bewildered, struggled to discern Qingxuan's true form, biting his finger in frustration. Summoning technique. Arise, Dream Eater. With a single hand strike to the ground, Danzo unleashed the summoning array. A plume of white smoke enveloped the area, revealing a colossal beast. Its entire body was cloaked in crimson fur, with 4 menacing claws leaving deep gouges in the earth. 2 tusks protruded from its mouth, complemented by a trunk resembling that of an elephant, all the while wrapped in layers of bandages that lent it a terrifying aspect. This was Danzo's summoned beast, the Dream Eater. The giant creature inhaled sharply, and an intense gust of wind swept through the arena. At that moment, Qingxuan did not notice, and with a sudden misstep, he found himself hurtling towards the Dream Taper. With a piercing gaze, Qingxuan unleashed his ability to tear through space, causing a rift to gradually manifest above the Dream Eater's head. The latter, feeling a sharp pain, hastily evaded the impending danger. In contrast, the fierce winds dissipated without a trace. Qingxuan landed on the ground, a cold bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Just moments ago, he had been in a perilous situation, nearly devoured by Danzo's summoning beast. It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Danzo relied on this very beast, combined with the sharpness of wind-style chakra, to pierce through the back of the second Hokage's Susanoo, successfully teaching him a lesson. A flicker of disappointment crossed Danzo's face, for this tactic was intended to be entirely unexpected. With vigilance in place, it became increasingly arduous for Qingxuan to deploy his abilities. At that moment, he suddenly bellowed, Tuanzo. Instinctively, Danzo lifted his gaze, only to be met by a pair of eerie and malevolent eyes. Subsequently, he found himself ensnared in a world of illusions, his body rendered immobile. It was none other than Qingxuan's left eye's kaleidoscopic technique, soul prison. A trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of Qingxuan's eye, accompanied by an intense sensation of agony. Yet, Qingxuan paid it no mind. He swiftly drew a shuriken and hurled it, piercing directly into Danzo's throat. After executing this maneuver, Qingxuan finally covered his eyes and gradually rose to his feet. Much like Danzo's summoned beast, Qingxuan's soul prison was merely a trump card, effective only when the opponent remained unsuspecting. Once precautions were taken, its efficacy diminished significantly, as the technique required a mutual gaze to activate. Perish. At that moment, a cold voice emanated from beside Qingxuan. It was Danzo. He brandished a kunai, enveloped in wind-nature chakra, thrusting it straight toward Qingxuan's heart. However, to Danzo's astonishment, Qingxuan seemed to have anticipated this. He pivoted and struck Danzo's hand with a resounding slap. The kunai was instantly dislodged, clattering to the ground. What? Before Danzo could finish his thought, a powerful kick struck his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward into the wall. Coughing violently, blood spewed forth. And Danzo gazed at Qingxuan in sheer disbelief. After all, the forbidden technique Izanagi had long been lost to the Uchiha clan, and Danzo had only encountered it within the pages of an ancient tome. You need not concern yourself with that. Qingxuan regarded Danzo with an impassive expression, seemingly awaiting something. The latter let out a deep sigh before vanishing from sight. In his stead, a seemingly unscathed Danzo emerged from a short distance away. One must concede, you are not entirely foolish. With a grim countenance, Danzo had initially intended to wait for Qingxuan to approach before launching a surprise attack using Izanagi. However, he had not anticipated being seen through, and due to his severe injuries, he was compelled to utilize Izanagi once more to restore his condition. Yet, you remain utterly inept. Danzo. Qingxuan smiled faintly, his countenance devoid of the earlier tension. As his words echoed, the world before Danzo abruptly shattered, transforming into a realm drenched in crimson. Shadows emerged one after another, encircling Danzo with an overwhelming presence. Is this an illusion? At that moment, even Danzo, no matter how dim-witted, comprehended the situation. It was likely that from the instant Qingxuan appeared before him, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment, he had already succumbed to the illusion, and he remained utterly oblivious. Had Qingxuan not revealed his hand, he might have carried the mystery to his grave. Meanwhile, the figures surrounding him solidified, morphing into Sarutobi Hiruzen. Concurrently, a thought flickered in Danzo's mind, the condition to escape the illusion, to engage in a passionate kiss with the Sarutobi before him. Gazing at the multitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen, at least 100 in number, Danzo's expression darkened instantly. In the outside world, Qingxuan knelt on the ground, shielding his eyes, struggling to regain his composure for an extended period. To maintain the authenticity of the illusionary realm, he had to continuously expend his ocular power, only ceasing when Danzo was thoroughly engulfed within it. Moreover, Qingxuan's control extended beyond Danzo. It also encompassed his spirit beast, the Dream Taper. As the soul prison was unleashed, Qingxuan's left eye experienced immediate overload, akin to being pierced by a needle. Taking a deep breath, Qingxuan slowly approached and grasped Danzo's arm, obliterating the Sharingan inscribed upon it with his kaleidoscopic ocular power. Fear not, you are merely the first, he declared, suddenly pressing a small orb against Danzo's heart. A torrent of crimson gushed forth, staining the ground. At that moment, Danzo broke free from the illusion, staggering backward in shock after catching a glimpse of Qingxuan. A terror named Death began to bloom within Danzo's heart, rendering Izanagi completely ineffective. Chapter 51, The Night of Annihilation, 3, Cough. Uchiha Qingxuan, you are truly perilous. Danzo uttered with great difficulty, gazing at Qingxuan. As the root of Konoha, I shall not permit your existence to threaten the village. In the midst of his words, Danzo seemed to experience a moment of clarity, abruptly tearing off his garments. Upon his skin were etched bizarre patterns, appearing rather grotesque. Since you are the root, remain buried in the soil and decay. Qingxuan curled his lips slightly, and a spatial rift materialized, causing him to vanish before Danzo's eyes. The latter's body momentarily froze, clearly taken aback by Qingxuan's unexpected maneuver. He had prepared himself for mutual destruction, constructing the very foundation of his base in accordance with the technique's parameters, all to anticipate this day. Yet, Qingxuan simply evaporated from sight, leaving Danzo's emotions in disarray. Regret was now futile. The force symbol seal was activated. An ink-like energy swiftly radiated from Danzo's center, ultimately enveloping the entire base. When the energy dissipated, All that remained of the base was an empty expanse, with all facilities, including Danzo himself, vanished without a trace. Within the Uchiha encampment, Qingxuan emerged from the spatial rift, his expression neutral, neither mournful nor joyful. He had anticipated Danzo possessing this technique, for it was the four-symbol seal of mutual destruction. Thus, Qingxuan had prepared in advance, employing a sealing technique to preserve a singular instance of spatial rift, programming its activation for a predetermined time. This meant that from the moment Qingxuan launched his assault on the base to his confrontation with Danzo, the latter had been meticulously orchestrated by Qingxuan. After delivering a fitting end to the Konoha's shadows, Qingxuan finally felt a sense of relief. In the distance, flickering flames still burned, and he exhaled deeply, making his way toward them. How could the grand performance proceed without him as the director? The bright moon quietly ascended into the sky, casting a luminous glow upon the ground, illuminating the scattered crimson spots. Qingxuan arrived at Itachi's home, which had now been reduced to ruins. Within the debris lay two charred corpses, identifiable only as male and female. Qingxuan regarded the scene before him with no hint of surprise, for the true architect of this chaos was none other than himself. At that moment, his hands were concealed within his sleeves, seemingly grasping something of significance. All was prepared, awaiting the actors to take their positions. He murmured softly, his gaze drifting skyward as he lost himself in thought. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached, and Itachi's silhouette emerged from the distance. His attire was stained with blood, and the long blade in his grasp was drenched in a crimson hue, still glistening with fresh, uncoagulated blood. The moonlight illuminated Itachi, casting a long shadow behind him. Qingxuan, what transpired? Itachi inquired as he drew nearer. Yet, the way he tightly gripped the hilt of his sword suggested that his inner turmoil was far from the calm he outwardly projected. Oh, Itachi, you have finally arrived? Upon hearing the words, Qingxuan turned his head, his eyes still reflecting a hint of bewilderment, as if he were lost in contemplation. Could it be that all of this is indeed my doing? Before Itachi could finish his inquiry, Qingxuan readily acknowledged his involvement. Why? A pair of kaleidoscopes quietly unfurled. Itachi fixed his gaze upon Qingxuan, his body involuntarily trembling slightly. Clearly, the great Itachi was enduring considerable strain, which prevented him from unleashing its Tsukuyomi upon Qingxuan. Qingxuan leisurely approached Itachi, locking his gaze onto his eyes and stating, I have assured you that everything will be arranged. Do you trust me? Upon hearing these words, Itachi cast a glance at the two charred corpses, seemingly grasping something profound, and then nodded slightly. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Qingxuan placed an object he had prepared in advance directly onto Itachi's eyes. Instantly, Itachi felt an intense burning sensation and hurriedly removed the item covering his eyes. It was cold to the touch, with a slight juice seeping out. To his astonishment, it was 2 slices of onion. Itachi was left bewildered. The solemn atmosphere that had enveloped them moments before dissipated in an instant, replaced by an indescribable ambience. Qingxuan stifled his laughter, observing Itachi's tear-filled eyes. Before Itachi could react, Qingxuan snatched the onion slices from his hands and concealed them, then pushed him toward the 2 charred bodies. Blood that had yet to dry dripped from the long blade onto the ground, while its wielder wept uncontrollably. Qingxuan nodded in satisfaction, his emotions perfectly conveyed. Yet, in an instant, his expression darkened as he gazed at Itachi with a look of hesitation. This was necessary because the other actors had arrived. In the distance, the fabric of space twisted, and a Obito's figure emerged amidst the ruins. Ju followed closely, rising from the ground to stand behind Obito, both observing Itachi and Qingxuan from afar. Fortunately, Qingxuan possessed a spatial eye, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations in space. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to these 2 cunning figures. Simultaneously, a small silhouette entered Qingxuan's line of sight, hastily approaching. It was Sasuke, returning home from school. The dramatic Qingxuan proclaimed, all actors are in position, and my foolish Ito is ready to begin filming. As Sasuke arrived, slinging his shoulder bag, he beheld Itachi, clutching a long knife, tears shimmering in his eyes, alongside Qingxuan, who was dressed in the Akatsuki uniform, his demeanor cold and detached. Before them lay 2 charred corpses. Brother, what is happening? Sasuke questioned, bewilderment etched across his face. If his memory served him correctly, this should be his home. The sight of the 2 lifeless bodies sent a wave of foreboding through him, and he looked at Itachi with eyes full of pleading. Yet, Itachi was equally perplexed, his eyes burning with confusion, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Upon observing the situation, Qingxuan realized that with the male protagonist refusing to take the stage, he had no choice but to step forward himself. He advanced a step, his eyes narrowing as he activated the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With a swift motion, he unleashed a soul prison against Erjuzi, unprepared and caught off guard, especially in such a state of chaos. Erjuzi was immediately ensnared in the illusion that Qingxuan had meticulously crafted, a relentless replay of the scene depicting the demise of Fujikaze and his wife at Itachi's hands. The conditions for escape were quite straightforward. He had to personally slay the illusions of Itachi and Qingxuan. Initially, Qingxuan anticipated that Erjuzi would swiftly break free. However, to his astonishment, Erjuzi hesitated when faced with the illusion of his brother, unable to bring himself to strike. Yet, when confronting Qingxuan's illusion, he acted without hesitation, even allowing a hint of frustration to surface. Qingxuan, you little rascal, I never expected you to treat me this way after considering you my younger brother. At that moment, Qingxuan's gaze towards Erjuzi was laden with an unsettling intensity, as if contemplating the manner in which he would deliver a beating. Itachi, having regained some composure, softly addressed Qingxuan. Qingxuan, Sasuke. The latter merely shook his head, offering no response to Itachi's words. This was an inevitable path for Erjuzi's growth. After all, who could have predicted that his brother would choose the path of annihilation? However, what astonished Qingxuan was the pang of sympathy he felt upon witnessing Erjuzi's anguished expression. Goodness, was he awakening some peculiar attribute once more? With this thought, Qingxuan cast a complicated glance at Itachi. Itachi? After a considerable interval, Qingxuan noticed that Erjuzi had yet to extricate himself from his predicament. If this continued, the third Hokage would surely arrive. Reluctantly, he resolved to actively dissolve the soul prison. To be honest, this marked the first occasion since awakening the Manjiki Sharingan that Qingxuan had taken the initiative to release his power. As Sasuke emerged from the illusion, he collapsed onto the ground, his crimson Sharingan revealing two spinning tomo. Qingxuan gazed at the now double tomo Sharingan of Erjuzi with a peculiar expression, hesitating to speak. Observing Obito, who at a mere teenage age witnessed Rin's heart being pierced by Kakashi, awakened his double tomo Manjiki. Then there was Itachi, also in his teens, who witnessed his dear friend Shisui take his own life, leading to the same awakening. And now, turning to Erjuzi, it is perhaps better left unmentioned. Witnessing the massacre of his entire clan, perpetrated by none other than his own brother, filled him with an overwhelming burden of negativity. Yet, the result? A single double tomo activation. In stark contrast to Qingxuan's exasperated demeanor, Itachi, having finally recovered from his emotional turmoil, raised his gaze only to behold his younger brother's newly acquired double tomo. At the tender age of 8, such talent ranks among the elite within the Uchiha clan. This sight caused the corners of Itachi's mouth to involuntarily lift in pride for having such a remarkable brother. This left Qingxuan rather alarmed, especially considering the presence of two elderly figures on the sidelines, whose ominous demeanor was palpable. Was it truly appropriate for one to be so jubilant in such a circumstance? Clearing his throat, he declared, "We should take our leave." Qingxuan quickly cleared his throat twice to alert Itachi, tugging at his sleeve in an attempt to depart. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air approached, and the vigilant Qingxuan swiftly turned to evade, but his forehead protector was not so fortunate. The sharp blade of the kunai severed the strap binding the protector to Qingxuan's head, causing it to fall to the ground with a resounding thud. Qingxuan turned his head, looking at Erzuzi with a face full of disbelief. "What are you doing? It was your brother who acted. What does it have to do with me?" "So, when your brothers fight, is injuring the audience hereditary? Why? Why do this?" Sasuke, tears streaming down his face, questioned hoarsely, observing his distressed expression. Itachi's previously raised lips fell into a somber line. Even Qingxuan felt a twinge of compassion and sighed, questioning if this was truly appropriate. It was precisely for this reason that Qingxuan's expression became exceedingly complex. He realized that he had indeed begun to regard Erzuzi as a brother. What should I do now? Behind him, Itachi quietly inquired. In an instant, Qingxuan felt paralyzed, as this was clearly Itachi's domain. Why ask him what to do? Feeling both brothers' gazes fixed upon him, Qingxuan gritted his teeth. If it comes to this, so be it. In terms of performance, I have yet to concede to anyone. A performance must be executed to completion. He picked up the fallen leaf village forehead protector and drew a line on it with a kunai. Placing the protector back on his forehead, Qingxuan, with a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, spoke expressionlessly, "My foolish Adudu." Itachi? Why does that sound so familiar? As he looked at Qingxuan, his expression grew strange. Wasn't he this precisely what he had made him say during his ability testing? Chapter 52, The Night of Annihilation, End, Sasuke. You are far too weak now, lacking any value for being killed. If you wish to seek revenge, then hate us, resent us. In the end, return to us with eyes like ours. Qingxuan racked his brains to articulate the general meaning, as this was certainly not his responsibility. Itachi, in perfect cooperation, revealed his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Before Sasuke could utter a word, he witnessed those two pairs of uncanny eyes simultaneously emanating a strange glow. Subsequently, he collapsed straight to the ground. Qingxuan, Itachi, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, as both of them unexpectedly unleashed their illusions simultaneously, targeting the same individual. After a prolonged silence, it was Itachi who finally spoke, saying, "Did you not promise me that you would refrain from using the soul prison on Sasuke? Worry not, for it contains only cherished memories." Qingxuan curled his lips in disdain. "Moreover, I had no idea you would employ Tsukuyami." Neither of them had anticipated that the other would resort to illusion techniques at such a moment. Yet, fate had orchestrated events with such uncanny precision. Qingxuan did not speak falsehoods. He indeed wove a beautiful dream for Erjuzi using the soul abyss. Moreover, the moon reading of the Great Weasel is likely a scene of the massacre of the Uchiha clan. Thus, it is evident that the elder brother's ruthlessness prevails. Erjuzi's current state is quite peculiar. He may be ensnared in the nightmarish visions of the moon reading, or perhaps he is lost in the enchanting dreams of the soul abyss. It is even possible that he oscillates between the two, until Sasuke awakens. No one can ascertain which illusion he is enduring. This, indeed, is the SC Chardinger's Erjuzi. Itachi sensed that matters had grown complicated and promptly inquired, "What should we do now?" Under ordinary circumstances, Itachi would be a person of considerable decisiveness at this juncture. However, this situation has been entirely beyond his control from the outset. How could he possibly know what course of action to take? Qingxuan spread his hands in resignation. "You handle it as you wish. I shall take my leave." With that, a rift in space appeared, and he stepped into it, vanishing as the tier closed behind him. Shortly after his departure, the third Hokage, clad in battle attire, arrived with the umbu, his expression seething with wrath. "Itachi, where is Uchiha Qingxuan?" he demanded, his voice laced with fury. Itachi paused, finally comprehending the urgency behind Qingxuan's hasty exit, yet instinctively replied, "He left not long ago." The third Hokage's gaze turned icy. "Why did you not stop him? Do you have any idea what he has done?" "I could not prevent him. He possesses the ability to traverse space. Moreover, I am unaware of his actions, Lord Hokage," Itachi responded. The third Hokage, however, found it hard to believe that Itachi was oblivious to Qingxuan's deeds. Given your strong bond, do you truly think he would not confide in you? Yet, lacking evidence, the third Hokage refrained from pressing further. Just as he was about to depart, Itachi obstructed his path. "What are your intentions, Uchiha Itachi?" The third Hokage's expression darkened. He was already in a foul mood due to the demise of his companion, Shimura Danzo, at Qingxuan's hands, and his demeanor towards Itachi was equally grim. Undeterred, Itachi calmly stated, "Lord Hokage, I have fulfilled the mission entrusted to me by the village. I will be infiltrating the Akatsuki organization as a spy for the village. I implore you to ensure my brother's safety." As he spoke, Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan bore into the third Hokage's aged visage. Although his words seemed like a plea, they were, in essence, a veiled threat. Only in this manner would the third Hokage take Sasuke's well-being seriously. I am aware." The third Hokage scoffed, departing with the umbu. Seemingly in pursuit of Qingxuan, Itachi remained where he stood, gazing at Sasuke, who lay on the ground, murmuring, "Forgive me, Sasuke." Meanwhile, Qingxuan, having distanced himself from the Uchiha compound, arrived at the mountainous clan's residence. Utilizing his space-time ocular technique, he traversed undetected. Now perched upon a tree branch, Qingxuan observed a two-story dwelling before him. Directly across was a modestly furnished room, everything arranged in meticulous order. The most striking feature was a photograph placed carefully on the bedside, ensconced in an exquisite frame. As he gazed upon the image, Qingxuan's eyes narrowed, his expression growing complex, for the figure in the photograph was none other than himself, appearing drowsy at the ninja academy. "All right, I understand. I shall go to sleep." Just then, a melodious voice accompanied by footsteps echoed. The door creaked open, revealing the figure of Yamakami Reishu before Qingxuan's eyes. "Ah, Qingxuan-kun? What brings you here?" Yamakami Reishu exclaimed in surprise, quickly noticing a change in Qingxuan, not merely in attire, but in his very demeanor. "Qingxuan-kun, did something happen?" she inquired cautiously, observing his grave countenance. Yet, he remained silent, his mind tumultuous as he confronted the person he had once found irksome. In truth, he was uncertain why he had come here or how he had remembered the route from the Uchiha compound. Perhaps it was a desire to see Yamakami Reishu once more before his departure. "Qingxuan-kun, are you leaving?" Yamakami Reiksha finally noticed the scratch on his forehead protector, asking with a hint of despondency. Qingxuan was taken aback for a moment, then nodded slightly. Well, can you take me away? In the depths of the mountain, Lai Shui took a deep breath, as if resolutely addressing Qingxuan. However, Qingxuan sensed a hint of hesitation in her words. Lai Shui, I am truly sorry, but I cannot take you away. Qingxuan spoke with an air of indifference, declaring, You are far too weak to keep pace with me. My visit this time is a farewell. Farewell, perhaps we shall never meet again. With those words, Qingxuan activated the and departed from the scene. As he gazed at the spot where Qingxuan had just stood, tears glistened in the eyes of Lai Shui, cascading down like a gentle rain. It seemed as though something of great significance was gradually fading from his heart, something he yearned to grasp, yet could only watch helplessly as it slipped through his fingers. In the abandoned research facility, Qingxuan maintained a tranquil demeanor as he entered from the outside. In the darkness, the forsaken establishment lay in silence, the only sound being the rhythmic drip of water onto the ground. After wandering for some time, a sense of confusion began to envelop Qingxuan. Logically, he should not have taken a wrong turn. Why had he not yet arrived? Suddenly, a voice imbued with lethal intent pierced the stillness, followed by a kunai pressed against his neck. Almost immediately, several pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life, subtly encircling Qingxuan. Uncle Fuji, it is I. Qingxuan hastily spoke, fearing that he might inadvertently become a casualty. He was utterly oblivious to when he had entered the encirclement and had no defenses against Fuyue and the others. Moreover, after engaging in such considerable events, his chakra had long been depleted, and he had yet to recuperate. As his words fell, Fuyue sheathed his kunai and remarked, You, my young friend, seem to have neglected your lessons in infiltration and counter-surveillance. With that, he produced a candle and lit it, allowing Qingxuan to finally discern the figures surrounding him. Uchiha Azumi and Uchiha Makoto leaned against each other, while Uchiha Yun stood alone a short distance away, his gaze toward Qingxuan filled with confusion. This was due to Qingxuan's prior promise to reveal the truth. Originally, Uchiha Yun had been en route to the land of snow, but before he could leave the village, Fuyue had drawn him in. I believe I can provide an explanation, but I will require a little time to concoct a satisfactory excuse for you. Qingxuan sheepishly scratched his head. To be fair, he had been attending the academy using shadow clones. Initially, it was manageable, but as time passed, the clones had mastered the art of sleeping through class. Thus, Qingxuan had never truly engaged with the course, despite its seemingly prestigious name. In his past life, his approach to infiltration was straightforward: eliminate everyone, and there would be no one to discover him. Qingxuan, thank you. If it weren't for you. At that moment, Uchiha Makoto stepped forward to address Qingxuan, but her words were abruptly interrupted by him. Aunt Makoto, this is not the time for such discussions. You must leave Konoha at once. I will keep an eye on Itachi. Upon hearing this, Fugaka nodded in agreement. Had Qingxuan not come to them this afternoon to reveal the truth, they would likely be facing a tragic scenario of father and son turning against each other. Qingxuan cast a glance at the group and said, Let us proceed. I shall escort you out of Konoha. At this juncture, Qingxuan's plan was merely a step away from fruition, to clandestinely transport these 4 individuals beyond the village, right beneath the noses of the 3rd Hokage and Obito. Should they discover that Fugaku and his wife still drew breath, Itachi's situation would become precarious. The group followed Qingxuan, deftly evading the scrutiny of the Umbu, and soon arrived at the outskirts of the village. Upon witnessing the spatial portal materialize before them, Fugaku regarded Qingxuan with a knowing glance. This was his first encounter with Qingxuan's Manjiki Sharingan abilities, prompting an inward admiration for such a remarkably convenient power. After advising the 4 to venture to the land of snow in search of a person named Mizunatsukiyoru, he prepared to send them on their way. Qingxuan gazed at the departing figures of the 4 individuals, and the heavy burden that had weighed on his heart finally dissipated. His efforts throughout the day had not been in vain. Change had finally come. The inability to alter the fate of Shisui had long been a lingering regret in Qingxuan's heart. Although it was partly due to his insufficient strength at the time and his lack of clarity regarding the precise moment, by the time he realized the situation, it was already too late. Now, having awakened the kaleidoscope, Qingxuan had spent nearly half a year strategizing for this very moment, successfully safeguarding the 4 from the impending crisis. Of course, Uchiha Yun's survival was merely a stroke of luck, an unforeseen circumstance. After casting one last glance at the brightly lit Konoha village, Qingxuan turned and stepped into the shadows. Chapter 53. The Scarlet Phoenix of Akatsuki. Within a cave, Qingxuan and Itachi found themselves in the company of Obito, who walked ahead of them. After departing from Konoha, Obito had guided them to this location, claiming it was the meeting place with the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Qingxuan was well aware of whom they were about to meet, Pain, the bearer of burdens. At this juncture, the members of the Akatsuki organization were still in a state of flux, with casualties occurring sporadically, rendering it a perilous profession. Upon hearing that 2 Uchiha prodigies had joined, Pain was certainly inclined to make their acquaintance. After navigating through a series of winding paths, the cave finally reached its conclusion. In the flickering candlelight, a figure clad in the iconic red cloud robe perched upon a stone, their orange hair contrasting sharply with the numerous black piercings adorning their face. This rebellious youth was none other than Pain's Devapath. At that moment, Pain wore an expression as devoid of life as a corpse. His Rinnegan fixated upon the trio that entered. Although no words were exchanged, Qingxuan felt an undeniable weight of pressure. This was Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Qingxuan. A voice, void of emotion, reverberated through the cave, conveying an unmistakable sentiment that this individual held no regard for those around him. Qingxuan exhibited little reaction, for he was well aware of Pain's true nature. Although he proclaimed himself to be the kami of this world, he was merely a collection of corpses, with the true puppeteer, Nagato, lurking in the shadows. Upon catching sight of Pain's Rinnegan, Itachi was immediately overcome with dread. The purple eyes adorned with concentric circles evoked a haunting memory of his past, a fear reminiscent of being overwhelmed by an onion's pungent essence, prompting tears to well up in his eyes. Qingxuan, Pain, Obito? In an instant, the 4 individuals in the arena were bewildered. What on earth was happening? Ahem. It seemed that Itachi might have been reminded of his clan. At this moment, Qingxuan felt it necessary to provide some clarification, although it might not hold much significance. It could at least alleviate the awkwardness, couldn't it? Pain glanced at Qingxuan and inquired, "And what about you? What are you laughing at?" It was truly a situation where one should not add to another's misery. After all, it was simply an uncontrollable fit of laughter. Qingxuan's demeanor had completely soured. Yet he still explained, "I recalled something joyous." This revelation even caused Obito to cast a surprised glance at Qingxuan. The Uchiha clan had been annihilated. And yet this lad still managed to smile, truly a formidable character. Pain, too, was taken aback, beginning to question whether it had been wise to admit these 2 into the organization. However, since they were recruited by Madara, it was hardly appropriate to declare that they had sufficient manpower at this juncture. One might wonder if these 2 crimsonite individuals would block the entrance. Nevertheless, from this day forth, you shall be known as the Scarlet Phoenix of Akatsuki. With that, Pain produced a set of Akatsuki attire, a black cloak adorned with red clouds, rings, and a bottle of nail polish. Continuing, "You 2 will coordinate your actions for now, and I shall inform you in due course." Having said this, Pain turned away, no longer paying attention to Qingxuan and his companion, likely fearing that he might burst into laughter, especially given Itachi's current state, which was rife with incongruity. His expression remained stoic, yet his eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Obito took the Akatsuki uniform from Pain's hands and handed it to Itachi, saying, "You 2 should depart now. Remember to pay attention to the fluctuations of the rings." At this moment, Itachi and Qingxuan had genuinely joined the Akatsuki, this harmoniously harmful family. Half an hour later, clad in their Akatsuki uniforms, Itachi and Qingxuan strolled down the path. The latter wore a particularly complex expression, as his mind was flooded with the recent image of Itachi applying nail polish. In Qingxuan's own words, it was a display that maximized his charisma. Strangely enough, while others beheld Itachi in such a manner, they perceived him as undeniably handsome and remarkably gentle. At that moment, Qingxuan couldn't help but think that the more he looked, the more she resembled a virtuous wife and devoted mother. "Qingxuan." Suddenly, Itachi called out to the lost in thought Qingxuan. Startled, he turned around and asked, "What is it, Itachi?" At that moment, Itachi lifted his head, a smile gracing his face, the double tomo at the age of 8. "Ha ha ha, I always knew Sasuke was a genius. He's nearly on par with you back in the day, Qingxuan." Qingxuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that the aloof image of the great weasel he had in his heart had crumbled entirely. Ah, he saw it. "Truly remarkable," he said dismissively, while inwardly contemplating that it must have been quite a struggle for him to hold back until now. It was likely that Itachi had already been elated upon witnessing Sasuke's 8-year-old double tomo Sharingan. Had it not been for Obito's unwavering gaze and the act they were maintaining, he might have burst into laughter right on the spot. Unlike the Itachi in the original narrative, who bore the weight of darkness alone, this version of him had a companion traversing the shadows alongside him. Naturally, he no longer needed to conceal all his emotions, for at the end of the day, He was merely a boy in his early teens. Do you think Sasuke can awaken the three-tomo Sharingan at just 10 years old, just like you? Itachi inquired eagerly. For a 10-year-old with three tomo was not unheard of in the annals of the Uchiha clan, albeit exceedingly rare. The prospect of Sasuke achieving such a feat filled him with joy as an elder brother. However, upon hearing Itachi's words, Qingxuan stood frozen, a glimmer of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. When he himself had awakened the three tomo, Shisui had been just as overjoyed as Itachi was today. He had sneakily hidden away to showcase his achievement to Itachi, only to be caught when his exuberant laughter roused Qingxuan from his thoughts. Just as a wave of melancholy washed over Qingxuan, a warm hand gently rested upon his head. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, only to see Itachi smile gently and say, "Qingxuan, Shisui once mentioned that he considered me a brother, and he hoped I could regard him as such in return. Now, I harbor the same sentiment. I see you as a brother and wish for you to view me as an elder sibling. After all, you have called Sasuke your brother, haven't you?" Although Sasuke may appear somewhat discontent, I know he is secretly delighted. As he spoke, Itachi's conversation gradually shifted towards Sasuke, his hand tenderly resting on Qingxuan's head, gently caressing it. Qingxuan's eyes suddenly welled with emotion. For Itachi's smile at that moment bore an uncanny resemblance to Shisui from his memories. Qingxuan found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Itachi shook his head gently and said, "I am aware that you carry a great burden, but I am here for you. Just as you have shared the darkness with me. I firmly believe that if Shisui were still with us, he would not wish for you to shoulder everything alone." Upon hearing these words, Qingxuan fell into a contemplative silence for a considerable time before finally responding, "I understand, brother Itachi." Itachi smiled, feeling an added joy in having gained another younger brother today, amplifying his happiness. With renewed vigor, he playfully ruffled Qingxuan's hair, joking, "Stop that. You won't grow taller." Qingxuan curled his lips, displaying a clear reluctance. Yet, he did not push away Itachi's hand resting upon his head. The following day, the village of Konoha issued an official announcement. Uchiha Qingxuan and Uchiha Itachi had annihilated the Uchiha clan and harmed the Hokage's advisor. Both were designated as rogue ninjas, with a warrant for their capture issued, regardless of life or death. Instantly, the entire ninja world was taken aback. Although the Uchiha clan had begun to decline, it remained one of the most esteemed families in the ninja realm. To have vanished overnight? The last remaining 3 clan members, aside from the young Uchiha Sasuke, had all turned into rogue ninjas of Konoha. Coupled with the recent exodus of the legendary 3 ninjas and the death of the 4th Hokage, many gazes swiftly turned towards this prosperous village. Consequently, the beleaguered 3rd Hokage had no time to pursue Qingxuan. Of course, this information was known only to a select few. The ordinary citizens of Konoha were only aware that 2 S-rank rogue ninjas were responsible for the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Upon first hearing this news, Naruto found it hard to believe. He could not fathom that his gentle brother Qingxuan could commit such acts. However, as more and more people spoke of it, Naruto's heart began to waver. Eventually, he skipped class entirely, heading straight for Konoha Hospital. He needed to find Sasuke and inquire about Qingxuan, battling the disdainful gazes of others. Naruto finally located Sasuke's hospital room. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback. At Sasuke's bedside, a corpulent figure was gripping Sasuke's hands, while a sweet-looking girl formed a triangle with her hands, directing them towards Sasuke's head. By the window, a boy with a pineapple hairstyle looked out with a face full of disdain. "Stop. Who are you?" "Let go of Sasuke," Naruto exclaimed in a panic. Leaping forward to deliver a headbutt, he then felt a rebounding force, sending him sprawling backwards. Fortunately, the plump boy reacted quickly and caught Naruto. "Lai Shui, are you ready? We've been discovered." The corpulent figure addressed the girl, who was indeed Yamashiro Lai Shui. At that moment, she was drenched in cold sweat, her arms trembling involuntarily. Yet she refused to relent. She sought to uncover what had transpired with Qingxuan that led him to utter such words. Originally, Lai Shui had genuinely believed that Qingxuan had chosen to leave because he deemed her weak. But now, it seemed that this was certainly not the case. Qingxuan must have his own reasons. This was the thought that lingered in the heart of Yamanaka Reishu as she summoned her dear friend to Konoha Hospital. Sasuke was the only one privy to the truth, so she intended to utilize her family's secret techniques to probe into his memories. However, what she did not anticipate was that the illusions left by Qingxuan and Itachi had completely sealed Sasuke's mental realm. For a full half hour, she was unable to breach the barrier formed by the 2 illusions. "Release Sasuke. He is Qingxuan's brother, and I will certainly protect him." At that moment, Naruto broke free from the grasp of a chubby boy and charged towards Yamanaka Reishu. Yet, before he could reach her, he was seized by the collar. Reishu, stop. We will all face consequences like this. The one restraining Naruto was none other than the pineapple-haired boy keeping watch by the window. Their actions at that moment could be deemed as harm against their fellow villagers. Moreover, Konoha was already under scrutiny. A careless mistake could lead to grave consequences. If Uchiha Qingxuan and Uchiha Itachi were to discover that someone was covertly harming their remaining kin, the chaos that would ensue in Konoha would be monumental. Others might not comprehend this, but he, hailing from the Nara clan, certainly did. Chapter 1. Sasuke and Naruto's first kiss. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Jiejun. Yamanaka Reishu's hands hung limply at her sides as she addressed the pineapple-haired boy. The Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans had historically stood united. Even the selection of ninja teams was predetermined. The two boys before her were destined to become her teammates, having cultivated a tacit understanding since childhood. The pineapple-haired boy was named Nara Jiejun, while the chubby one was Akimichi Chiyoya. Jiejun was composed and typically assumed the role of team leader, making most decisions. For instance, had it not been for Yamanaka Reishu's insistence, Jiejun would never have come here. Presently, Sasuke, as the last Uchiha remaining in Konoha, posed a significant problem. Akimichi Chiyoya merely followed along because his two teammates had come. After hearing Yamanaka Reishu's words, Nara Jiejun shook his head. You should not apologize to me, but to him, he said, pointing at Sasuke, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed. I believe if Uchiha Qingxuan were still alive, he would not approve of your actions. For Yamanaka Reishu, who was entirely preoccupied with Uchiha Qingxuan, nothing could be more impactful than this statement. As a lifelong companion, Nara Jiejun understood both of them all too well. Observing Sasuke, serene in slumber, and Naruto, steadfastly guarding him, Yamanaka Reishu let out a long sigh before saying, I'm sorry. With that, she silently exited the room. Chiyoya, let us go. I apologize for today. Nara Jiejun called to Akimichi Chiyoya and then addressed Naruto. After the three departed, Naruto looked at Sasuke and slowly sat by the bedside, feeling a twinge of fear. By the time Sasuke awoke, it was already afternoon. Upon opening his eyes, he found Naruto sleeping soundly with his head resting on his leg. Annoyed, Sasuke shook his leg, waking Naruto from his slumber. Huh. Sasuke, you're awake. Do you feel unwell anywhere? The drowsy Naruto, oblivious to Sasuke's grim expression, exclaimed with delight. Get away. Sasuke snapped, his mood sour. The source of his discontent lay in the two illusions. Qingxuan's legacy was filled with cherished memories of their family's life together, while his brothers left him with scenes of cruelty, alternating between the two. As he gazed at the reality surrounding him, all he perceived was an abyss of darkness. At times, the beauty of what was once possessed could intensify the pain. No. I still need to ask you about Qingxuan. Naruto stubbornly retorted, wondering if he would have waited here otherwise. At the mere mention of that name, Sasuke's expression turned frigid. Do not speak of that person to me. Sasuke sat up abruptly and yanked Naruto's collar, pulling him down onto the bed. Caught off guard, Naruto found himself lying flat. Sasuke swiftly turned and pinned Naruto beneath him, coldly declaring, if you ever bring him up again, I will kill you. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Even when Sasuke was cold, he never uttered such threats. Typically, Sasuke's demeanor concealed a warmth within, but now he seemed like a stranger, radiating an icy aura. Naruto yearned to console him, but found himself at a loss for words. Lacking such experiences, he could not fathom the depth of Sasuke's suffering, his gaze filled with empathy. Are you pitying me? However, Sasuke misinterpreted Naruto's expression, fueling his anger further. In matters of stepping on landmines, Naruto consistently excelled. Just as he was about to speak, Sasuke suddenly felt his body weaken. Ugh. Sasuke let out a grunt and collapsed forward. As Naruto's face grew larger in his view, he found himself powerless to react. To his surprise, Naruto, too, was caught off guard and didn't think to evade. Smack. Their faces collided, and aside from the expected pain, they both felt an unexpected warmth on their lips as their mouths met. Yuck. After a brief moment of wide-eyed shock, they both instinctively sat upright, gagging in unison. Damn you, Sasuke. How could you ambush me? Next time, I'll make you pay. Embarrassed by the awkward encounter, Naruto hastily fled, leaving behind a parting remark. Sasuke watched Naruto's retreating figure, his lips twitching. He then touched his own lips, a look of distaste crossing his face. Meanwhile, on a distant beach, the spirit beast of Qingxuan, the majestic eagle Shaoqing, stands obediently upon the sandy shore. Its head is gently pressed down by its master, with a map of the ninja world laid out before its keen eyes. Foolish bird, pay close attention. Should you stray from the path again, I shall make a stew of you. Do you comprehend? Qingxuan stood to the side, scolding his younger brother with a mix of frustration and disappointment, while Itachi observed the scene from a short distance, feeling helpless. Their original plan was to take advantage of the Akatsuki's lack of missions to visit the land of snow, allowing Itachi to reunite with his beloved father. However, when Qingxuan beheld the vast expanse of ocean before him, he sensed that something had gone awry, leading to the current predicament. In truth, Itachi yearned to remind his foolish younger brother that it was indeed he who had pointed the way all along, and thus, the blame should not rest on little Qing. Yet, did Qingxuan remain oblivious to this fact? He was not, adhering to his principle that as long as he did not acknowledge it, the fault could not be his. Qingxuan willfully chose to overlook the reality. If one were to observe closely at that moment, they might even catch a glimpse of the slight grievance in little Qing's eyes. The already dull-witted giant eagle, under Qingxuan's relentless torment, was forced to elevate its intellect. Enough, Qingxuan. Let us rest here for the day. Itachi finally spoke after a prolonged silence, unable to bear the situation any longer. Since the onset of nightfall the previous evening, they had not paused for a moment. Even Itachi felt a twinge of weariness. The Uchiha clan had been eradicated. He had faced the leader of the Akatsuki and had become the phoenix of the Akatsuki. Itachi's heart was not burdened with overwhelming sorrow. In fact, there was a hint of joy. After all, Sasuke had survived, and his parents had been rescued by Qingxuan, which could certainly be considered good news. Reflecting on this, Itachi's gaze towards Qingxuan softened with a touch of gratitude. Do you remember? From now on, you must study the map for 3 hours each day, understand? Foolish bird. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Qingxuan grumbled as he dispelled the summoning technique. Before returning, a flicker of relief appeared in Xiao Qing's eyes, though it was overshadowed by pain. How could this demon force it to gaze at a map for 3 hours each day? I may not be human, but you are undeniably a dog. This, perhaps, encapsulated Xiao Qing's innermost thoughts. Observing Itachi as he ascended a stone to sit and meditate, Qingxuan furrowed his brow. He had no intention of enduring the elements nor allowing Itachi to rest so carelessly. What a jest! Although the situation was manageable now, once Itachi's condition deteriorated, such negligence would be tantamount to courting disaster. Could this detrimental habit truly be indulged? Thus, Qingxuan ventured towards the distant woods, determined to undertake a significant task. An hour later, Qingxuan gazed at the crooked wooden shed before him, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Who would have thought that a single traversal could diminish the talents he had honed in his previous life? A wave of shame washed over him. I am sorry for bringing disgrace to my country. The wooden shed before him was far from impressive. It was merely a shade inferior to the structure crafted by Shisui. At the very least, it was habitable. Just then, Itachi approached, ruffling Qingxuan's hair, and remarked, "Well done. It's only slightly less than what Shisui constructed." Naturally, Itachi had witnessed Qingxuan's considerable efforts. Yet, he found joy in observing his younger brother's industriousness, feeling an unexpected sense of accomplishment as he watched Qingxuan assemble the shed. Perhaps it was because Sasuke was not present and Qingxuan was a newly acknowledged brother, that Itachi unconsciously placed Qingxuan in Sasuke's stead. Look, isn't this wooden shed lovely? My brother built it. Sasuke, love may not vanish, but it certainly shifts, does it not? Ahem, let us make do with this arrangement for tonight, shall we, Itachi? Qingxuan coughed softly, uncertain whether Itachi's words were intended as praise or mockery. After all, the wooden house built by Shisui was well known to all. Even the third Hokage held it in disdain. Itachi nodded in satisfaction and lay down in the wooden shed, while Qingxuan chose to remain awake, lost in contemplation as he gazed at the distant sea. It was not that he was free from fatigue, rather, a ninja must maintain a certain level of vigilance even during rest. In a team of 2 or more, one must take on the role of a guard. This was a lesson taught in the Shinobi Academy, back when he had yet to master the shadow clone technique and often fell asleep in class. What lay before Qingxuan was the need to devise a long-term strategy, for the narrative had already begun to unravel due to his presence. He could no longer rely on the foresight of the original story. Thus, Qingxuan had to consider how to confront the antagonists depicted in the original work, such as the battlefield Rose, the Shura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, and the members of the Akatsuki clan, excluding the Navi Kagaya Akatsuki, of course. It was quite embarrassing that the progenitor of Chakra could become flustered by Naruto's reverse harem technique. If it weren't for the commander nearby, Naruto might have single-handedly taken them all down. In summary, he needed to avoid blindly following Nagato and Obito, especially given that they were part of a harmoniously detrimental family. Considering this, did the curse of certain death upon disrobing even apply to me? As he pondered, Qingxuan found his thoughts wandering, genuinely beginning to contemplate the implications of this notion. Chapter 2. An unforeseen calamity. Moments later, Qingxuan stood at the shoreline, arms outstretched, savoring the refreshing sea breeze. Clad in the standard Uchiha attire, he had removed his black and red cloud-patterned cloak, neatly setting it aside. Ultimately, his reckless curiosity triumphed over reason, compelling him to investigate whether the curse of certain death truly held any merit. Before he could relish the coolness for long, two figures staggered toward him from afar. As they approached, Qingxuan discerned that one was an elderly man, roughly 60 years of age, accompanied by a young boy no older than 5 or 6. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted from the elder, causing Qingxuan to furrow his brow. The old man was covered in numerous wounds, some so severe that fragments of bone were visible. It was evident from his half-closed eyes that he was barely conscious, relying entirely on the boy for support. "Big brother, can you help my grandfather?" The little boy implored as he assisted the elder to a more stable spot on the ground before rushing over to Qingxuan, his eyes brimming with desperation. Qingxuan shook his head indifferently. It was not that he was heartless, but rather that the old man's injuries were too grave, and there was no hope for salvation. However, Qingxuan did not anticipate that the young boy would kneel down and press his forehead to the ground. "Please, I beg you, save my grandfather." The voice was tinged with unmistakable sorrow, for the boy had only his grandfather left. Qingxuan was instantly overwhelmed. The one thing he struggled with the most was comforting children, and besides, he was utterly powerless to assist the old man with his injuries. Just as Qingxuan was about to utter something, a group of ninjas swiftly approached from the direction the two had come, encircling the boy and the elder. "Hee. You two are quite the runners, aren't you?" chuckled the leader, a man sporting a scruffy beard. He then turned to Qingxuan, saying, "Brother, splendid work. I'll give you a 10% cut of the bounty." At this moment, standing outside the encirclement, Qingxuan found it difficult to comprehend. Did he truly resemble a villain? Reflecting on the earlier scene, an elderly man sat nearby, barely clinging to life, while a boy knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Qingxuan's expression remained impassive, radiating the proud essence of the Uchiha clan. Well, it did seem rather fitting. I never anticipated that such a beautiful moment could be accompanied by such events. Just as he was about to articulate a series of denials, Qingxuan's words were abruptly interrupted. A strikingly handsome youth approached slowly, wielding a beautifully crafted longsword that seemed more like a noble ornament than a weapon. As the crowd's gaze converged upon him, the young man smiled gently. "May your lives be as vibrant as these flowers, splendid yet fleeting." No sooner had he spoken than the longsword was drawn, and with a graceful sweep, a flurry of cherry blossom petals appeared out of thin air, gently cascading down. Soon, the space around the crowd was enveloped by the petals. "Scatter, 1,000 cherry blossoms." A voice unconsciously emerged in Qingxuan's heart. "Is it you, withered by Zai? This is not the Soul Society. We seem to have stumbled into the wrong scene." Nonetheless, despite the jest, Qingxuan dutifully activated the kaleidoscope. From this breathtaking vista, he sensed an astonishing surge of murderous intent. Without granting them much time to react, the next moment, swirling petals descended upon the crowd with lethal intent. Each petal that passed by left a trace of crimson light in its wake. Qingxuan's gaze intensified as he instantaneously appeared beside the boy. Utilizing the power of his right eye, several spatial portals manifested around the boy. The swirling petals were rendered utterly ineffective against these portals, leaving the boy unscathed. Conversely, Qingxuan found himself enveloped by a silver-white skeletal form, the petals clashing against it with a series of crisp sounds. This was none other than Shisui. However, Qingxuan's mastery over the Manjiki Sharingan was still rudimentary, allowing him to summon only the first form of Shisui. Given that the first form could only engage in either offense or defense, Qingxuan inevitably sustained numerous wounds. His attire became tattered, and within moments, he was drenched in blood. Though not fatal, the pain was excruciating. It is worth noting that if the scraping is swift enough, it can indeed lead to bone scraping. Suddenly, Qingxuan recalled his rather peculiar ability, the second power of the soul prison, a modified version of Haydn, where he endured genuine harm while inflicting mere illusions upon his adversary. Upon awakening the ability of Qingxuan, it had yet to be employed even once. Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. This ocular technique, while fraught with flaws, possesses its own advantages. It does not necessitate eye contact for activation, as mere contact with the opponent's body or energy suffices to establish a connection. In an instant, Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let the mutual harm commence. As a crimson stream flowed from his left eye, he successfully forged a link with the youth. Just then, a petal sliced through Qingxuan's skin, and a muffled groan reached his ears. The ability had taken effect, and he immediately felt a surge of relief within his heart. Standing idly to endure blows was not in his nature, and given that his adversary initiated the confrontation with an A0E, a flicker of anger ignited within him. As the wounds on Qingxuan multiplied, the pain inflicted upon his opponent intensified correspondingly. Ultimately, the young man could no longer withstand the agony and chose to dispel the ability. Cherry blossoms drifted gently, and the beach lay strewn with lifeless bodies. There forms a grotesque tableau. On the shore, a vivid crimson canvas was painted. Qingxuan also relinquished his powers, and with a sudden weakness in his legs, he fell to his knees. The young boy lay prostrate on the ground, his entire body trembling. The exquisite longsword slipped from his grasp, glinting under the sunlight. "Big brother, are you all right?" The boy inquired anxiously, fully aware that it was because of him that Qingxuan had come to this state. Qingxuan shook his head in silence, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the youth across from him. It was noteworthy that the area attack of the opponent included the boy within its range. However, the elder beside him remained untouched by any assault. Yet, despite this, the elder showed no signs of vitality, his injuries far too grave. This perplexed Qingxuan, leaving him to ponder the true intentions of his adversary. As Qingxuan stood in confrontation with the boy, Itachi emerged from the wooden shed, his expression devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, the activated Sharingan hinted at his troubled state of mind. He had sensed the closeness of the grandfather and grandson, and, trusting in Qingxuan, chose to remain uninvolved. To his dismay, within a mere moment, Qingxuan had been grievously wounded. "Who are you?" Itachi inquired, facing the youth. The latter struggled to lift his gaze, responding, "I am Hua Jianshin." Before he could finish his sentence, he was ensnared by a pair of sinister eyes, and abruptly, he found himself dragged into a blood-red realm. "Welcome to the Tsukuyami world, where everything shall be under my dominion," Itachi proclaimed, as Hua Jianshin found himself bound to a cross. The cold blade in Itachi's hand glimmering ominously. "Sir, I believe this is all a misunderstanding," Hua Jianshin stammered, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He realized his error the moment he witnessed Qingxuan shielding the boy. However, before he could clarify, Qingxuan's ability took effect. And the pain he experienced was so harrowing that it haunted him in retrospect. To his dismay, Itachi disregarded his explanation entirely, advancing to thrust the blade into his heart. "This is punishment." As those words echoed, Hua Jianshin felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. When he regained his senses, he found another figure identical to himself bound to the cross. Another Itachi stood before him, plunging the knife into Hua Jianshin's heart once more. This cycle continued, as Itachi relentlessly inflicted 1,000 stabs upon him before finally releasing the Tsukuyami. Hiss. As he broke free from the illusion, Hua Jianshin instinctively gasped for breath. Though his body bore no wounds, the sensations of pain experienced within the Genjutsu remained vividly palpable. The combination of soul prison and Tsukuyami delivered a double dose of torment. Only those who have endured it can truly comprehend its severity. Remarkably, Hua Jianshin had not succumbed to unconsciousness, a testament to his mental fortitude. Most others would struggle to withstand even the secondary ability of soul prison. "Are you all right?" Itachi softly inquired as he approached Qingxuan, keenly observing his condition. Although the wounds on Qingxuan appeared alarming, they were mostly superficial. Itachi breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to Itachi's formidable aura, the boy cowered behind Qingxuan, too frightened to make a sound. Qingxuan extended his hand and gently patted the boy's shoulder, replying, "It's nothing, merely a slight injury." The boy, Itachi, nodded silently and moved to the elder's side to assess his wounds. Meanwhile, Qingxuan turned to the boy and inquired, "Can you now share with me what transpired? What exactly happened?" In the face of such an unwarranted calamity, Qingxuan found a semblance of understanding. After all, this was the world of Naruto, a realm rife with bandits and marauders. The surroundings were a testament to a tragic existence. The boy hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the elder before speaking. "My name is Qingfeng, a name bestowed upon me by my grandfather. It signifies the sealing away of past grievances and the commencement of a new life." Qingfeng's tale was neither lengthy nor uncommon. A year prior, his parents fell victim to the hands of mountain bandits. The elderly wanderer, a rogue ninja, rescued him from the pile of corpses and named him Qingfeng. The two relied on each other for survival until a few days ago, when a gang of robbers set their sights on the grandfather and grandson, intent on capturing Qingfeng for profit. The elder, relying on his formidable skills, managed to escape. In their frantic flight, they encountered Qingxuan by the seaside, only to ultimately succumb to grievous injuries that led to the elder's demise. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's expression remained unchanged. Such tragic tales abound within the shinobi world. Yet, Deep within his heart, a different contemplation took form. With the 5 great villages standing tall, are they not merely another manifestation of the warring states period? War has never truly ceased. The current peace merely serves as a prelude to the next conflict. Throughout the entirety of the Naruto saga, most antagonists engage in their struggles in pursuit of peace. Perhaps their methods are misguided, yet their intentions remain rooted in the desire for tranquility. Only Kagaya Akatsuki possesses a singular purpose, seeking to cleave the moon in order to rescue her mother. Chapter 3. The beginning of the end. The source of all sorrow lies within this morbid world. Gazing upon the weeping figure of Qingxuan, Qingxuan could not help but utter these words. Well said. I did not anticipate such insight from you, esteemed sir. I am truly in admiration. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice of agreement resonated nearby. Struggling to his feet, Huajinshan fixed his gaze upon Qingxuan, his eyes seemingly alight with a flicker of hope. Approaching swiftly, Huajinshan inquired, might there be a solution? My Huajin pavilion has sought answers for many years. His words were tinged with urgency, as if he could scarcely wait to hear a viable solution from Qingxuan. Huajin pavilion? A name I do not recall from the original tale. Qingxuan fell into deep contemplation, but upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. This is a tangible world, and AB cannot possibly depict every faction. As for the question posed by Huajinshan, the answer is rather straightforward. The history of the previous life has already revealed it to Qingxuan. Unification. Qingxuan gazed thoughtfully at the sea and proclaimed, only with a unified homeland will the large-scale conflict cease. To alter this world, one must possess the resolve to stand in opposition to all factions. This, in Qingxuan's belief, is the singular path to peace. As his words resonated in the air, silence enveloped the gathering. Huajinshan, lost in contemplation, gently rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, seemingly engaged in profound reflection. Itachi cast a surprised glance at Qingxuan, not expecting such a notion to arise from him. Yet beyond his astonishment, a sense of relief washed over him. In terms of ideology, Qingxuan had surpassed him, perhaps even eclipsing the majority of the shinobi world. This represented a departure from the identity of a ninja, addressing the roots of warfare itself. With this thought, Itachi approached Qingxuan and affectionately ruffled his hair, inquiring, have you contemplated how to proceed? The implication was clear. Pursue your aspirations boldly. I stand behind you. In contrast to his previous commitment to protecting Konoha, Itachi now leaned towards Qingxuan's vision, even if it currently existed merely as an idea. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Huajinshan appeared to come to a realization. Sir, what do you propose we do now? Even Qingfeng momentarily emerged from his sorrow, stepping forward to grasp Qingxuan's sleeve, exclaiming, big brother, I support you too. Qingxuan, do not make a fuss. It is merely a moment of adolescent delusion, nothing to be overly concerned about. Despite the resolute gaze Qingxuan cast upon the sea, exuding an air of sophistication, he was inwardly engulfed in embarrassment over his own melodramatic utterances. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, inquiries regarding his next course of action inundated him. Who could possibly know? He had never contemplated this matter prior. Perhaps it would be best to bide his time? After much deliberation, Qingxuan tentatively proposed this notion. To his surprise, Huajinshan nodded in agreement. That is a valid point. This matter is too significant to approach carelessly. Itachi also expressed his approval with a nod, interpreting Qingxuan's demeanor as a well-considered decision rather than a fleeting whim. As for Qingfeng, being a mere child, he could hardly grasp the gravity of the situation. Seeing others acquiesce, he simply followed suit. Very well, let us first attend to the burial of the elder. Qingxuan waved his hand, dismissing them all as mere figments of imagination. What could he possibly do? Before long, a solitary grave emerged atop a cliff by the sea. Qingfeng knelt before the grave, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Qingxuan stood side by side with his companions as the setting sun cast its slanted rays, painting the sky with brilliant hues. What a breathtaking scene of earthly beauty! Yet, at this moment, an unwelcome presence emerged. Quietly approaching Qingxuan amidst the flowers, Huajian murmured, Leader, do I now count as a member of the organization? Qingxuan's expression darkened. Do not call me leader. Huajinshan chuckled softly. Very well, leader. What shall we name our organization? Breaking the curtain. Huh? Such a name? Indeed, I just concocted it. Marvelous. Qingxuan? Qingxuan was instantly perplexed. He had merely fabricated his statement moments ago without any thoughts behind it. He noticed Huajinshan gazing at him with admiration and saying, before the dawn arrives. It is always the darkest hour. We shall tear apart the shroud of darkness. Truly commendable, leader. However, may I inquire how many members we have in our organization? Qingxuan twitched his lips, and after a considerable pause, he replied, "Well, including your words, that makes 4. In that fleeting moment, Qingxuan recalled the terror that had once gripped him in a certain mountain. Days later, the quartet finally arrived at the capital of the Snow Kingdom. It had been merely a few months since Qingxuan's last visit, yet the atmosphere felt entirely transformed. A few months prior, the entire capital had been shrouded in desolation. The common folk had treaded cautiously through the streets, fearful of inciting the wrath of the Windflower's tempestuous subordinates. However, the situation had markedly improved, though not entirely favorable. At least one could now witness smiles gracing the faces of the citizens. They made their way to the palace of the monarch of the Snow Kingdom, where Mizuki Yoru was already awaiting them at the entrance. "My lord," he greeted respectfully upon Qingxuan's arrival. Qingxuan nodded indifferently, leading a few individuals inside. Meanwhile, Shui Wuyue quietly followed behind them, her expression devoid of both sorrow and joy. After taking a few steps, Qingxuan turned to Itachi and suggested, "Brother Itachi, perhaps you should go meet Uncle Fugaku and the others first." Ever since they had entered the territory of the Land of Snow, Itachi's expression management system had been activated, maintaining a demeanor of aloofness throughout their journey. Qingxuan understood that Itachi was restraining his emotions to avoid detection by others. As soon as the words left his lips, Mizuki Yoru thoughtfully summoned a few individuals to accompany Itachi to meet with the Fugaku couple. Qinfeng and Hua Jianshan were also instructed to take their leave and rest, leaving only Qingxuan and Mizuki Yoru in the Grand Hall. Qingxuan ascended to the throne of the Snow Kingdom and called out indifferently, "I am here, my lord." Mizuki Yoru respectfully replied, slightly bowing and lowering his stance. What of Fenghua Nuda? It was rather unusual for Fenghua Nuda, who was known for his timidity, not to come forth to greet Qingxuan. "He is dead. I had him dragged away to feed the snow wolves," Mizuki Yoru responded, his voice devoid of any tremor, as if he had anticipated Qingxuan's inquiry all along. Qingxuan's gaze abruptly turned frigid. "Do you aspire to seize control of this nation?" He had left behind the tempest of Fenghua and Nuteo to enhance his dominion over the realm. The existence of Shui Yui served to restrain the former. Merely a few months had passed, and with the disappearance of Fenghua and Nuteo, it was difficult not to cast suspicion upon Shui Yud. "I dare not. I merely wish to serve you better." Shui Yud suddenly knelt upon the ground, locking eyes with Qingxuan as he spoke earnestly. Qingxuan observed the young man for quite some time before waving his hand dismissively. "I do not mind your ambition," he stated, "but remember, regardless of your standing, I will not tolerate the oppression of the common folk." He was indifferent to the fate of Fenghua Nuteo. What truly concerned him was whether Shui Yud had strayed from the righteous path, now thrust into the role of establishing the Broken Curtain organization. He felt compelled to achieve something significant to justify his title. Consequently, the foundation became of paramount importance. Shui Yud clenched his right fist against his chest and declared, "I assure you, my lord." "Very well, you may go now." Qingxuan waved his hand, feeling a headache as he observed Mizuki Yoru's demeanor. Does everyone in this ninja world suffer from a touch of adolescent delusion? Alas, it was primarily the other party's behavior that reminded Qingxuan of his own pretentious declarations by the seaside. Once Mizuki Yoru departed, an utter silence enveloped the grand hall. Qingxuan leaned back against the chair, his eyes vacant as he gazed at the ceiling. He pondered whether he had indeed taken a misstep. Although he considered this line of thought somewhat juvenile, it resonated deeply within him. To eradicate conflict entirely, one must possess absolute control over all forces. Any hint of dissent must be met with decisive suppression. Achieving this necessitates a centralized authority. With this realization, Qingxuan rose to his feet. Through the window, he looked out at the vast expanse of the world and mused, indeed, only instant noodles can save the world. As soon as the words left his lips, he paused in bewilderment. What was this absurdity about instant noodles? Why not mention Kong Shifu? That would require royalties. Thus, it seems that when one becomes ruthless, even they can't help but critique themselves. That night, in a small courtyard, seated in the principal position, Qingxuan gazed at the assembly before him and calmly declared, "Thus, the inaugural elder meeting of the Breaking Veil commences. I invite each of you to express your opinions." As his words faded, Hua Jianshan rose and inquired, "May I ask, leader, what is the purpose of our organization?" "To eradicate war at its very roots." "Then, how shall we proceed?" Observing Hua Jianshan's earnest demeanor, Qingxuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This comedic relief was woefully inadequate. Indeed, Hua Jianshan had been preordained by Qingxuan to play this role, aiming to persuade Fuyue to embark on this dubious venture. After all, it was merely a kaleidoscope. Surely, one could attain heights comparable to that of the Uchiha. Yet, At this moment, did he not notice Fu Yue nearly bursting with suppressed laughter? Ultimately, Qingxuan shot Hua Jianchen a glare, acquiescing to his clumsy performance. To unify the shinobi world and establish a realm devoid of warfare. As these words echoed in the room, all eyes turned to Qingxuan as if to say, "Are you certain you are not jesting? In the shinobi world, there exist numerous nations, each more than a mere handful, coupled with the perennial state of war. Each country harbors a profound aversion to outsiders, particularly foreign ninjas. The mere encounter could easily lead to conflict. The ambition to achieve such a goal is daunting, to say the least." In truth, Qingxuan himself felt a lack of confidence. After all, the organization, including Qingxuan, comprised merely 6 individuals afflicted with the Sharingan and 3 pairs of Meijiki. To be fair, even during the peak of Konoha's establishment, the elite combat prowess of the Uchiha could not rival that of their current assembly. Moreover, there was Hua Jianchen, with his flamboyant antics, and Mizuki, whose abilities were akin to that of a low-ranking ninja. Lastly, there was the mascot, Jifeng. Qingxuan could not help but press his forehead, lamenting the futility of this troublesome organization. Chapter 4. The Urgency of Marriage for the Great Weasel. Enough of this nonsense. Just tell me what to do, and I shall heed your counsel. Ultimately, Fugaku found himself aboard this dubious vessel. And the reason was simple. The Great Weasel was fixating on him with a pair of piercing Sharingan. Seeing this, Izumi declared, "Then I shall glare as well." Alongside her, Mikoto turned her gaze towards Fugaku. With Qingxuan included, a total of 4 pairs of Sharingan were fixated upon him, leaving him no room for dissent. Moreover, Qingxuan had saved their family, so it was only fitting to regard this as a matter of gratitude. Once these words were spoken, Qingxuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, stating, "Then Uncle Fugaku, this country shall be entrusted to you. However, in name, it shall still be managed by Hua Jianchen." This arrangement was necessary since Fugaku and his wife were feigning death and could not appear in public. Should Obito learn of this, it would spell great trouble. Fugaku did not oppose. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he certainly understood the implications of this arrangement. At that moment, Uchiha Yun, who had remained silent, stood up and fixed his gaze upon Qingxuan, inquiring, "Is it not time for you to reveal the truth? Who exactly is that masked man?" Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had nearly forgotten about this matter. Before he could utter a word, Itachi interjected, stating, "Allow me to elaborate on this point. The masked man from that night claimed to be Uchiha Obito." He proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events surrounding the night of the massacre, including the death of Shisui and the reasons behind their affiliation with the Akatsuki organization. The group fell into a profound silence, as the weight of the information was indeed substantial. Uchiha Obito, the legendary wielder of the Rinnegan, these 2 revelations alone were enough for them to ponder deeply. In summary, Qingxuan and I shall infiltrate the Akatsuki to uncover their true intentions. After Itachi concluded, he cast a resolute gaze over the assembly. After a moment, he inquired, "Do you have any questions?" Meanwhile, Qingxuan furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying dissonance. "Isn't this my domain?" he mused. "Itachi, you cannot hold a grudge against me for stealing your lines earlier." In just a brief moment, it felt as though Qingxuan had assumed the role of the de facto leader, while Itachi remained the true leader in essence. "I have a question." At that moment, Mikoto spoke up. "How is Sasuke doing?" As a mother, her concern extended beyond Itachi alone. Now, Sasuke was all alone in Konoha, undoubtedly facing great difficulties. After a brief silence, Itachi finally responded, "I have faith in Sasuke." At this point, that was all he could say. As an elder brother, Itachi had shielded Sasuke from numerous storms. He could no longer provide him with further assistance. Mikoto nodded, realizing that she too could only place her trust in her eldest son. By the way, Itachi is already 13 this year. Suddenly, Mikoto shifted the conversation with this remark. "Indeed, he has indeed reached the age of 13. Time flies. He is truly my son," Fugaku agreed, nodding in acknowledgement of how swiftly time passes. Qingxuan lifted the cup of water from the table, exhibiting an air of detached amusement. This familiar beginning, this recognizable tone. I observed Mei-Qing pulling Izumi to Itachi's side, intertwining their hands. At the age of 13, one is already eligible for marriage. I find Izumi to be quite an admirable child. Choose an auspicious day, and why not tie the knot? Upon hearing this, Itachi was rendered speechless, utterly unprepared for such a notion. His expression froze, his Sharingan eyes filled with embarrassment. In desperation, he cast a pleading glance towards Qingxuan, hoping his brother would come to his aid. To his dismay, Qingxuan merely chuckled and continued sipping his tea, feigning ignorance. What a jest. I may remain single, but the couple I support must surely marry. Unexpectedly, before Izumi could win over Itachi, she had already endeared herself to her future mother-in-law. Moreover, judging by Fugaku's beaming demeanor, it seemed he was equally on board. I believe it may be too soon for that, Itachi managed to utter, his gaze fixated on the hands he and Izumi held. A sensation he had never experienced surged within him, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. What are you talking about? The revival of the Uchiha clan relies on you two brothers, so it is imperative to seize the moment. Upon hearing Itachi's words, Fugaku's expression hardened as he spoke. Do you still expect me to rely on your mother, Itachi? Qingxuan nodded in agreement, sensing the familiar pressure akin to that of being urged to marry during the festive season. Ultimately, the inaugural elder meeting of Breaking the Veil concluded with Itachi acquiring an unexpected fiancée. After a brief respite, Qingxuan and Itachi set forth on their journey once more. A summons from Pain had been issued, directing them to a stronghold within the Land of Earth, a location not too distant. Naturally, Itachi led the way. For had Qingxuan been in charge of navigation, their arrival would have been uncertain. Entrusting the management of the Land of Snow to Fugaku brought Qingxuan peace of mind, given his experience with one of the foremost clans in the ninja world. Although Qingxuan intended to convey a few important matters, Itachi abruptly whisked him away. Likely still unprepared to embrace the reality of his newfound fiancée, Qingxuan contemplated that it was ultimately inconsequential, so he let it be. Qingxuan. The stronghold lies ahead. Suddenly, Itachi halted and uttered these words to Qingxuan, his expression exceedingly intricate. Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the situation and said, I understand, I have been prepared for this. As he spoke, he produced a pair of sunglasses from his pocket and handed them to Itachi. The latter donned the sunglasses and continued onward. Ultimately, the blame rested with Qingxuan. Had it not been for his desire for authenticity in the script, which led to the onion mask, Itachi, typically so aloof, would not have exhibited such a complex expression. After all, their last encounter with Pain had left a profound impression on Itachi. Before long, the two arrived at the Akatsuki's stronghold. It was situated atop a high peak, within a cave close to the mountain's summit. Battling against the howling winds, Itachi guided Qingxuan inside. A newcomer has arrived. As they entered the cave, a haughty voice echoed. Following the sound, they beheld a man adorned with the forehead protector of the Mist Village, marked with a slash indicating his status as a rogue ninja. His entire head, save for his face, was wrapped in bandages, and a prominent scar marked his cheek, accompanied by a tattoo resembling a dish on his mouth. He bore a massive sword upon his shoulder, its blade featuring a peculiar crescent-shaped notch, and a circular hole in its body, giving it an odd appearance. It's you, Hashigaki Kasame, the true man who carries the tailed beast ball. In an instant, Qingxuan recalled the man's identity as Itachi's first partner in the Akatsuki, one of the few individuals he trusted within the organization. Regrettably, his demise had been swift, leaving little room for glory. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, he had turned rogue after being defeated by Might Guy's 8 Gates, ultimately joining the Akatsuki. Where is the leader? Itachi inquired coldly, the dim light of the cave rendering his vision somewhat obscured. Kisame chuckled and gestured behind him, stating, the leader is inside. Nodding at this, Itachi led Qingxuan further in. However, before they could take more than a couple of steps, a large blade was suddenly rested on Qingxuan's shoulder. Hey, kid. I never said you could enter. I wonder what the leader is thinking, allowing such a small child to join our ranks. Initially, Qingxuan had contemplated rescuing this man to have him join his own organization, especially considering the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen and the current personnel shortages within Breaking the Curtain. Yet now, it seemed futile. The Akatsuki's members were notoriously indifferent to the lives of their partners, and this individual was no exception. Thus, Qingxuan resolved to impart a lesson instead. He swiftly turned, his kaleidoscope Sharingan emitting an eerie glow, a blood tear flowing from his left eye. Soul Prison, activate. In the next moment, the world before Kisame transformed into a blood-red realm. Illusion? TSK, what an impolite little brat, Kisame scoffed, forming hand seals and coldly commanding, release. As he spoke, Chakra surged within Kisame, disrupting his own chakra, a common method to break free from illusions in the ninja world. However, the soul prison was a kaleidoscope ocular technique, and breaking it was far from simple. The Crimson World momentarily froze before morphing into a forest. A figure clad in a green jumpsuit stood in the distance, seemingly awaiting Kisame. Hiss. This figure awakened a deep-seated fear within him. Seeing Might Guy, surrounded by a green aura, caused Kisame to instinctively recoil a couple of steps. Just as he retreated, he felt his back collide with something. Turning to see a half-height table, he noticed a thick book, a pen, and a notebook atop it. Picking up the book, he glanced at the title, New Chinese Dictionary. At that moment, a thought struck him. If he copied this book 10 times, he could escape the illusion. Torn between transcribing the text and confronting Might Guy, Kisame fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Qingxuan clutched his left eye, being supported by Itachi. Honestly, why do you act so recklessly? Itachi reprimanded. Qingxuan shrugged. No matter how reckless I am, it pales in comparison to your chaos. Who uses Tsukuyami like a chat room? And who enjoys stabbing others in the Tsukuyami world? The frustrating part is that it doesn't even kill them. Nevertheless, after utilizing the illusion, Qingxuan experienced a peculiar thrill. The sensation of rendering an enemy incapable of resistance with a mere glare was utterly intoxicating. No wonder, in the original story, Itachi employed Tsukuyami so frequently. As Itachi leaned on him, Qingxuan was lost in thought. If that were the case, could it be that Itachi's frequent use of ocular techniques led to his physical ailments? After all, in the ninja world, there existed such a bizarre affliction as bloodline disease, exemplified by the likes of Kimimaro. Chapter 5. Pain's mental breakdown. Hey, Itachi, why don't you take off the sunglasses for a moment? Qingxuan hesitantly inquired as they ventured deeper into the cave. The diminishing light rendered visibility increasingly poor, making it difficult for even Qingxuan to see clearly, let alone Itachi with his sunglasses. Now, it was Qingxuan who was guiding Itachi forward. Itachi shook his head, declining Qingxuan's suggestion. It wasn't he out of pride. Rather, since Shisui's death, he had seldom experienced the sensation of being cared for. A flicker of light appeared ahead, indicating they were nearing their destination. Qingxuan hastened his pace, for traversing the darkness was truly tormenting. Upon turning a corner, he suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. He and Itachi collided directly into the embrace of an individual. Qingxuan was taken aback and looked up. Before him stood a figure entirely shrouded, wearing a mask that concealed their face, revealing only a pair of emerald green eyes that gazed intently at him. Was it Kinkaku? A creature with tentacles? Ah. The 800-mile shuriken, I understand. However, in truth, this individual had indeed attempted to assassinate Hashirama, though regrettably, it was merely a wooden clone, which ended up being relentlessly pursued and beaten. Such was the prowess of Hashirama. Had it been Madara instead, he would have been reduced to ashes. Qingxuan smiled awkwardly, taking 2 steps back while pulling Itachi with him, before saying, I apologize, it was unintentional. However, the reaction from Kakuzu took Qingxuan by surprise. Strands of black thread emerged from his voluminous sleeves, ultimately coalescing into the silhouette of a dark creature. Uchiha Qingxuan, Uchiha Itachi, 2 with a bounty of 17 million each. It appeared that fortune smiled upon them today. Upon hearing those words, Qingxuan curled his lips slightly, contemplating whether 2 kaleidoscopes could indeed equate to a single Asuma. Simultaneously, Itachi removed his sunglasses, cautiously tucking them away in his pocket. He then stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to shield Qingxuan, and inquired, Do you intend to seize our bounty? As he spoke, Itachi activated his own kaleidoscope Sharingan, fixating intently on Kakuzu's movements. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, becoming eerie, a burly man fixated on 2 children, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Meanwhile, the 2 children's eyes turned crimson. Well, in truth, they merely donned beauty lenses when engaging in combat with the Uchiha clan. Should the opponent lack such adornments, rest assured, it signifies a blatant disregard for you. Just as Qingxuan hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash a soul prison upon Kakuzu, a chilling voice resonated through the air. Kakuzu, as the leader has decreed, you are forbidden from harming your comrades. As the words fell, a flurry of paper shards erupted from the depths of the cave, coalescing above Qingxuan to form the figure of a striking woman with blue hair and a black lip stud beneath her lips, none other than Conan, the white tiger of the Akatsuki. Understood, Kakuzu responded with evident displeasure, retracting the threads and turning to retreat deeper into the cave. Conan cast a fleeting glance at Qingxuan and Itachi, instructing, keep up. With that, she transformed once more into paper and drifted away. Itachi wore a grave expression as he took the lead into the depths. For him, the Akatsuki was inherently a perilous domain. Moreover, Kakuzu had just exhibited unmistakable malice. It was prudent to exercise caution. Meanwhile, Qingxuan regarded Kakuzu's departing figure, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether Kakuzu was aware of the 600 billion explosive tags. Logically, He should remain oblivious. Otherwise, given his miserly nature, it would likely have been Orochimaru, not Kakuzu, who first betrayed the Akatsuki. After a brief walk, Qingxuan and Itachi arrived at an expansive chamber. Several figures clad in Akatsuki uniforms stood idly, and upon noticing the newcomers, they exchanged glances in unison. Upon encountering one of the individuals, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashed in Qingxuan's eyes. His elongated, narrow gaze was accentuated by alluring eye makeup, and he adorned himself with hook-shaped earrings. Who else could it be but Orochimaru? Perhaps sensing Qingxuan's scrutiny, Orochimaru smiled at him, extending his tongue to languidly lick his lips, his eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. To him, the few remaining Uchiha in the ninja world represented the finest experimental subjects. Itachi stepped forward, obstructing Orochimaru's line of sight, his Sharingan radiating a palpable warning. Qingxuan was saved by him personally, and he naturally understood what Orochimaru meant to the former. If they were not at the Akatsuki stronghold, Itachi would not hesitate to lend Qingxuan a hand. However, several members of the Akatsuki were watching closely, making it an inopportune moment to take action. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had entered the scene and stood quietly to the side, seemingly unfazed by the earlier confrontation with Qingxuan. A flurry of paper pieces converged to form Conan, who surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, she noticed that Akatsuki SHZ was absent, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Uchiha Qingxuan, where is Akatsuki SHZ? Akatsuki SHZ had been summoned by Conan to greet Qingxuan, and now that both were present, he was notably missing. Do not worry, he will arrive shortly. Qingxuan curled his lips and spoke thus. He had never intended to take the life of Pai Pa Zhang, which is why he had set the duration of the soul prison to be exceedingly brief. He estimated that it must have already been released by now. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Pai Pa Zhang's voice echoed from outside. You little rascal. How dare you play tricks on me? Where are you? Moments later, Qingxuan beheld the sight of the furious figure approaching him, wielding a decapitating blade. Found you. Pai Pa Zhang grinned widely, swinging his massive sword directly towards Qingxuan's midsection. Should this strike connect, Qingxuan would undoubtedly face a grim fate. Yet, he neither flinched nor evaded, his gaze towards Pai Pa Zhang remaining utterly unchanged. With a sharp clang, the decapitating blade shattered, its fragments scattering before eventually landing on the ground nearby. Qingxuan observed a black rod materializing before him, the tumultuous energy within him settling into a tranquil state. Zhang, what transpired? Pain emerged from the shadows, addressing Pai Pa Zhang. The latter remained silent, feeling embarrassed to admit he had been ensnared by an illusion. Moreover, the peculiar book that had ensnared him was one he had transcribed 8 times. At this moment, having been freed from the illusion, how could he not be infuriated? He resolved to let it slide this time. Pain remarked, this shall not happen again, as he strode to the center of the assembly, his Rinnegan eyes scrutinizing each individual. At that moment, a diminutive figure stepped forward, speaking in a raspy voice. Leader, what task have you summoned us for? You know I despise waiting. The speaker was none other than the renowned child of the ninja world, Akasuna no Sasori. Having lost his parents to Konoha's White Fang and with his grandmother holding a high position in Sunagakure, Sasori had grown up devoid of companionship, finding solace only in puppetry. Fortunately, he possessed remarkable talent in this art, as the puppets utilized by Kankuro in the original narrative were predominantly crafted by Sasori himself. Pain glanced at Sasori and replied, reorganize the team members. Sasori, you will temporarily join Qingxuan's squad. Itachi, I apologize, but please hold on a moment. Just as Pain was halfway through his sentence, Itachi abruptly interrupted him and turned away. Qingxuan cast a puzzled glance, observing Itachi cautiously donning his sunglasses before turning to face Pain directly. All right, leader, please continue. Pain, however, was suddenly reminded of the last time Itachi had broken into tears over a trivial disagreement. Now, in this dimly lit environment, wearing sunglasses? Though it was Itachi's prerogative, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something was festering within. The more he pondered, the more agitated Pain became, believing that these rogue ninjas should not be indulged. His aura surged violently, and within the minds of everyone present, an enormous pair of Rinnegan eyes materialized. Itachi, do you have any issues with Team Shiz? The calm yet chilling words pierced the atmosphere, and Qingxuan felt as though a knife was gliding dangerously close to his vital points. The Rinnegan, terrifying indeed. Pain was quite pleased with the reactions of those present. Yet, as is often the case, unexpected events transpired, particularly concerning the giant Itachi beside Qingxuan. They had presumed that wearing sunglasses would render them invisible to scrutiny. Little did they expect Pain to possess such a tactic. Consequently, The giant Itachi broke into tears once more. With a deep sigh, Qingxuan stepped forward, shielding Itachi behind him. He had not anticipated Pain's lack of martial decorum and his underhanded assault. To weep on the very first day of work, how could the giant Itachi maintain any semblance of dignity if news of this spread? Pain's expression was equally grim. He suspected that Uchiha Itachi was intentionally trying to rattle him. The previous incident could be excused, but what about this time? With this thought, Pain discreetly glanced at Conan, who, despite her stoic demeanor, displayed signs of distress, her body trembling slightly. She was well aware of the previous incident and found Pain's conflicted expression rather amusing. Ahem. The rest of you will act independently, Pain finally announced after a prolonged silence. It was unavoidable. The current Akatsuki was comprised of so few members. Aside from the two fixed teams, everyone else had their designated roles. The Akatsuki's leader had his close aide Conan, the treasurer Kakuzu, and the research specialist Orochimaru. None of them could be displaced at will. After delegating the tasks, Pain departed, finding it unbearable to remain. Simply seeing Itachi made his head throb. Orochimaru gazed after Pain's retreating figure, a glint of fervor igniting in his eyes. Compared to the Uchiha, this leader of the Akatsuki was the ultimate subject for his experiments. The legendary sage's eyes, the Rinnegan. Were it not for this, would he have joined the Akatsuki? If he couldn't win, could he not even escape? Meanwhile, Kakuzu seemed to recall something, silently making his way outside. It appeared yet another unfortunate bounty hunter was about to meet their doom. Qingxuan discreetly tugged at Itachi, leading him to a secluded corner where he softly inquired, "Brother Itachi, could you assist me with a favor?" "What favor? Speak your mind." After a brief moment, Qingxuan approached Orochimaru, bowing his head in a gesture of respect as he said, "Lord Orochimaru, I have long wished to meet you." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. A member of the Uchiha clan had desired to see him for quite some time. "Hiki, what prompts you, young Qingxuan, to seek my company?" he asked, extending his tongue to taste his lips in curiosity. Qingxuan smiled broadly and lifted his head to gaze at Orochimaru. "I wonder, Lord Orochimaru, if you still recall the designation 784? Chapter 6. Deidara Qingxuan, with blood splattered across his face, grinned at Orochimaru, his eyes resembling a spinning kaleidoscope. Orochimaru paused momentarily, then spoke, "Lord Qingxuan, I find myself somewhat perplexed by your intentions." Qingxuan shook his head in silence and turned to approach Itachi. This scene appeared ordinary, yet in reality, Qingxuan had already employed the Kodo Amatsukami technique on Orochimaru. First, he had entrusted Itachi with the task of performing an eye transplant for him. And then he sought a conversation with Orochimaru. For a scientist like Orochimaru, every experiment is assigned a unique identification number, and Qingxuan's designation here was 784. Having endured such torment at the hands of this serpent, this deployment of Kodo Amatsukami could be considered a form of vengeance. In this idealistic realm, only Orochimaru adheres to the principles of science, albeit his research interests are rather peculiar. Consider the subjects of his studies: human transplantation, cellular modification, soul transfer. Setting aside those unsettling pursuits, Orochimaru is undoubtedly a top-tier talent, renowned as the Cold Lord and one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. He possesses combat prowess, the ability to deceive, and can serve as a medical ninja in critical situations. Such an individual would be regarded as a core member in any organization, except, perhaps, in Konoha. However, recruiting him is a nearly impossible endeavor. Thus, Qingxuan opted to utilize Kodo Amatsukami. If recruitment proves unfeasible, then altering perception becomes the solution. Core technology must remain firmly in one's grasp. Within the ninja world, some pursue power, others seek wealth, and some aspire for peace. Yet Orochimaru stands apart in his pursuit of immortality. He believes that human life is inherently meaningless, and to expend a finite existence on the quest for infinite knowledge is a profoundly foolish endeavor. Why not use infinite life to explore infinite knowledge instead? What a clever notion indeed. Once all was accomplished, Qingxuan returned to Itachi's side and, with his assistance, successfully restored his own eyes. The Sharingan, a versatile tool, is indeed plug-and-play, yet the process was excruciating, literally prying one's eyeballs out, and not just once, but twice. Who knows how long Qingxuan trembled before regaining his composure. Just as he intended to converse with Itachi, Scorpion approached and announced, "Newcomer, it's time to go. We have a mission." Qingxuan smiled helplessly at Itachi, then followed Scorpion out of the cave. Throughout their journey, Scorpion remained silent. Observing the Akatsuki uniform dragging along the ground, Qingxuan's lips twitched slightly. The organization's funds were already limited, and it was likely that 2/3 were spent on Scorpion. After all, indulging in figurines can be quite costly. Yet, this was not the most efficient use of resources. It was a classic case of good steel being wasted on the wrong tool. Take, for instance, this old man, Scorpion's personal mode of transportation, the H-Ren. Its first form is primarily used for combat, wielding countless shurikens and that tail. Its distinguishing features include a sluggish movement speed and a tendency to wear out clothing rapidly. Should this form prove ineffective, Scorpion possesses a second and third form. Engaging in combat resembles a scene from a neighboring film set, a mere display of nested dolls. If there are any queries, feel free to ask now. Noticing Qingxuan's hesitance, Scorpion remarked with mild exasperation. In matters unrelated to art, Scorpion maintained a gentle demeanor. Ironically, the Akatsuki organization seemed oblivious to such issues, assigning him a Deidara instead. Thus, the Akatsuki may transform into a nuclear harmonics harmful family, with personnel distribution bearing half the blame. However, since Scorpion had expressed his thoughts, Qingxuan indeed had a question. Why do we all paint our nails? Scorpion, I asked you to inquire about the mission, not this. Faced with his partner's rather peculiar train of thought, Scorpion was momentarily taken aback. After a lengthy pause, he replied, I heard that there was a time when Conan had a particular fondness for nail polish, which is why the leader. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that Pain would adopt the domineering CEO approach, painting the entire organization with nail polish simply because Conan favored it. After pondering for a moment, Qingxuan inquired once more, so how often does Scorpion change his uniform? Every half-month. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan nodded in acknowledgement. After half a month, his uniform had indeed worn out and required replacement. He then refrained from further inquiries. This left Scorpion at a loss. He had broached the subject merely to clarify the task at hand. However, with Qingxuan not engaging, he could only muster the courage to continue, stating, the target for this mission is located within a temple in the land of Earth. I understand, eliminate them, right? Leave it to me. Before he could finish his sentence, Qingxuan interjected. Subsequently, he bit his finger and, with a swift motion, clapped his hand, accompanied by a plume of white smoke. The figure of Xiao Qing materialized before the two. Qingxuan patted Xiao Qing's head and said, Senior, quickly get in the car. Oh no, quickly board the Eagle. Ever since the Uchiha clan was no more, Qingxuan had truly let himself go. The entire clan barely numbered more than 10 individuals. What was the point of maintaining any persona? Scorpion explained, actually, this mission is about recruiting personnel. After a thorough explanation, Qingxuan finally grasped the essence of the task at hand. The objective was to recruit an unfortunate soul from the rock-hidden village. If he refused, they would force him to comply. If he still resisted, then they would resort to the grim measures of killing him and burying him in a grave. Ultimately, it all led to the same conclusion, did it not? Qingxuan wore an expression that conveyed understanding as he guided Scorpion onto the back of Little Qing. With a powerful cry, the colossal eagle soared into the sky. Perched on Little Qing's back, with the howling winds rushing past, Qingxuan turned to Scorpion and inquired, Senior, which direction leads to the land of Earth? After a considerable time, Scorpion's team finally arrived at their destination, a temple situated in the heart of the land of Earth. A further half-day's journey would bring them to Awaken, which underscored the urgency of their mission. They had to act swiftly, otherwise, the old man from the land of Earth would swoop down and unleash a dust-based technique upon them. As twilight approached, Qingxuan gazed at the glimmering temple, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. A sudden realization struck him. I seem to recall who this unfortunate soul is. Twilight, temple, Uchiha. Everything has aligned. It must be you, the artistic genius Deidara. This direct disciple of the Hokage from Awaken has lived in the shadow of the Sharingan since his debut. Upon their first encounter, he was ensnared by Itachi's Ninjutsu, nearly leading to his own self-destruction, and suffered a severed arm at the hands of a certain white-haired individual. Those incidents, though unfortunate, were tolerable. At least he faced a Manjiki user. However, he later fell victim to the relentless prowess of a mere 3-tomo user, which left him utterly exasperated. Consequently, the entire vicinity bore witness to Deidara's misfortune. Scorpion dismounted from Little Qing, feeling a whirlwind of mixed emotions. In that brief journey, the eagle had veered off course 8 times. Had he not noticed in time, they might have been lost. Observing Qingxuan deep in thought, Scorpion resolved never to let this individual lead the way again. Now that they had arrived, it was time to swiftly conclude their task. He still needed to attend to his puppets. Scorpion gathered his thoughts and prepared to speak. Just as he intended to step inside, Qingxuan halted him. How could I let you, a senior, take action in such matters? I shall handle it. On the surface, Qingxuan appears to embody righteousness, yet in truth, he harbors the thought, since the great weasel is absent, this role must be undertaken by him alone. Although Scorpion senses an underlying discord, he still nods in agreement. He then turns and retreats, muttering, "Do not keep me waiting too long. I have little patience for delays." Once Scorpion departs, Qingxuan lets out a sinister chuckle. A silvery white Susanoo skeleton materializes, and with a single punch, it shatters the temple wall. Qingxuan stood at the aperture, sunlight streaming in from behind him, casting an elongated shadow. His eyes sparkled like a kaleidoscope with a cold luminescence. Within the temple, a youth with a single ponytail gazed at Qingxuan in astonishment, clutching a handful of white clay. Ah, the atmosphere is perfectly rendered. Qingxuan was immensely pleased with the outcome, particularly upon witnessing the astonished expression on Daidara's face. His sense of delight soared ever higher. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Daidara inquired, snapping back to reality from his state of shock. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could he have entertained the notion that the other party embodied art? Such beauty in his own artistic creations should not exist in this world. "I am the Kirin of Akatsuki, here to extend an invitation to you." Qingxuan gazed intently at Daidara and spoke. "Of course, you may refuse. When the time comes for incense offerings next year, I shall burn an extra 2 sticks for you." Daidara curled his lip in disdain. "What is this Akatsuki? I have never even heard of it." As he spoke, he slowly reached for the pouch of ninja tools at his back, within which lay an abundance of explosive clay. The moment he crafted his first explosive clay, an endless barrage of detonations awaited his opponent. As long as he had clay to spare, he could not fathom a scenario in which he would be defeated. Then, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with the sight of Qing Xuan's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Qingxuan gazed at Daidara, who was ensnared in an illusion, and gently shook his head. "Foolish child, I hope there are no Uchiha in paradise." For a ninja adept at overwhelming firepower, illusions were fundamentally a weakness. Qingxuan would not show leniency, launching immediately with a soul prison technique. However, he had no intention of bringing Daidara to his demise. He held a favorable impression of him. Compared to others, little Daidara had merely strayed from the path of artistry. Had he encountered different individuals, he might have emerged as a hero. Alas, he crossed paths with the Akatsuki, leading him to become fervently engaged in acts of terror. Within the realm of illusion, Daidara stared at the empty ground, his expression one of bewilderment. Before he could comprehend the situation, a howling sound swept overhead. Long, elongated objects descended, their tails ignited with flames, crashing to the ground. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, these peculiar artifacts did not explode. It was akin to a film where every detail and emotion had been meticulously prepared, only to culminate in nothingness. Daidara nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Given the potent scent of gunpowder, these objects were bound to detonate. They were pure artistry. Fuming, Daidara's hands trembled as he pointed forward, rendered speechless. At that moment, a bizarre thought flickered through his mind. "Shout 1,000 times, SpongeBob, let us catch jellyfish." Daidara's mouth twitched, his emotions unraveling. Who could possibly explain to him what SpongeBob was? Chapter 7. Orochimaru's laboratory. 10 minutes later, Daidara emerged from the illusion, raising his gaze to find Qingxuan seated on the steps, languidly bored. "SpongeBob? No, it's Qingxuan, isn't it? What was the organization you mentioned?" After 1,000 iterations of SpongeBob, Daidara found himself entranced, uttering the words without restraint. Qingxuan cast a silent glance at Daidara and remarked, "Akatsuki, the dawn of a new era." One could surmise that after such an ordeal, Daidara should have no grounds for refusal. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the boy turned his head defiantly and retorted, "Why should I? Had I not been careless just now, I would never have lost to you." His demeanor clearly indicated his unwillingness to concede. This distinction between Daidara and the other members of Akatsuki was evident. After all, Daidara was merely a child of around 10 years, and such thoughts were not unexpected. Moreover, as the favored disciple of the venerable Noki, he had been groomed from a young age to become the next Hokage. It was only natural for him to exhibit a somewhat rebellious temperament. However, while his behavior could be deemed typical, Qingxuan had no intention of indulging him like Noki might. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, Qingxuan summoned the ethereal form of Susanoo, enveloping his body in its silver-white embrace. The implication was clear. "You have chosen the second option, then? Speak. Where shall the grave be constructed?" Daidara chuckled. "I shall show you what true art is." With that, he retrieved some clay from his ninja tool pouch and began to chew on it. To his astonishment, Qingxuan broke the mold of conventionality and instantly appeared before Daidara, delivering a sharp slap across his face. The impact was unrestrained. Deidara immediately expelled the clay from his mouth along with a few teeth, staggering backward, while Qingxuan remained poised, surveying him with an air of superiority as the Susanoo gradually dissipated, although one could not utilize body flicker technique while employing Susanoo. Qingxuan had merely conjured it to intimidate Deidara, a mere feint, and in the instant of its dispersal, he had seized the opportunity to strike. Curse it. You have some skill. Let me create a bomb first. Deidara's face was swollen, resembling a dumpling, one half bruised from Qingxuan's blow, the other from his own frustration. Perhaps he had been spoiled in the land of Earth, for at that moment, Deidara exhibited no awareness of facing an adversary, instead believing that Qingxuan would show him the same leniency as before. Little brat, this is your final opportunity. Think wisely. Qingxuan glared with kaleidoscopic eyes, fixating intently on Deidara. At this moment, he was genuinely filled with murderous intent, for nothing irked him more than indulging children, especially mischievous brats. What little imp! You are hardly older than I am. Deidara murmured cautiously, before continuing, will joining this organization hinder my pursuit of artistic endeavors? If so, I shall never join, even at the cost of my life. Humph. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan shook his head. No. With this, Deidara finally felt a sense of relief. He retrieved the forehead protector of the Awagakure from his bosom and made a deliberate slash upon it, formally renouncing his allegiance to the village. After completing this act, Deidara waved the protector in front of Qingxuan, who paid him no heed and turned to leave, stating, "Keep up, or you shall choose your own grave." Having traversed through time for so long, Qingxuan was no longer the innocent bystander untouched by bloodshed. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him. It was precisely this aura that made Deidara realize that Qingxuan was indeed capable of taking his life. Hence, he submitted so readily. After all, death would obliterate his pursuits in the realm of art. When Qingxuan led Deidara before Scorpion, the latter could hardly contain his impatience, manipulating the Hiryu no Sato. He spun in place, only halting upon the arrival of the two, remarking, "Qingxuan, you are slow. Next time, hasten your pace." Having endured the agonizing wait for his parents during his childhood, only to receive the grim news of their demise, Scorpion harbored a profound disdain for waiting. Not even a minute could be tolerated. Understood. Where shall we go next? Qingxuan responded lazily, his demeanor reflecting a certain nonchalance. Such was the nature of the Akatsuki's work system. Once a task was completed, one was free to wander as they pleased, as long as one remained alive. There were no significant issues. Of course, even in death, the worst that could happen was causing a bit of trouble for others. After the mission, one could act freely. Scorpion, however, appeared indifferent, as his sole desire was to find a place to play with his figurines, or rather, to repair his puppets. Was that old man also a member of the Akatsuki? He was quite unattractive, devoid of any artistic merit. Just then, Deidara approached and cast a glance at Scorpion, offering his opinion. Upon the mention of art, Scorpion perked up. Is this the new recruit? Intriguing. Pray tell, what is your definition of art? Having finally encountered someone who shared his passion for art, Scorpion felt a flicker of hope that his future might hold some excitement. However, disappointment awaited him. For the person before him was none other than Deidara. I believe art is encapsulated in the moment of an explosion. Only in that fleeting instant can it truly be called art. As he spoke, the pain from the recent beating by Qingxuan faded, and he struck a haughty pose. Scorpion's lips twitched in irritation. What do you know? Only eternal beauty can be deemed art. Nonsense. Where does such fallacy originate? Explosions are art. Eternity is. Explosions. Eternity. Qingxuan leaned against a tree, observing the artistic duo as they began to quarrel. In such moments, it is best to refrain from participating. One should even minimize their presence, otherwise, they might easily become the target of the duo's ire. After some contemplation, Qingxuan deemed it prudent to leave behind a shadow clone, quietly making his way into the depths of the forest. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. When Scorpion and Deidara simultaneously turned their heads, angrily demanding, Qingxuan, which one of us truly embodies art? Yet, Qingxuan merely shook his hand at them, holding a piece of paper. Subsequently, he transformed into a wisp of white smoke and vanished. At that moment, Scorpion's eye twitched. How did it seem that not a single one of his comrades was reliable? Once the smoke dissipated, Scorpion stepped forward to pick up the paper, which bore the words, "Contact via mission ring." Meanwhile, Qingxuan summoned little Qing. Sitting atop the creature's back, he gazed at the scenery unfolding between heaven and earth, feeling a rare sense of tranquility. Ever since he had taken on the Uchiha name, he had been perpetually on edge. not solely due to the night of the massacre, but also because Danzo had been keeping a watchful eye on him. At last, he had managed to extricate himself from that tension, although many troubles awaited him in the future that did not hinder Qingxuan's desire for a moment of respite. However, just as he intended to return to the land of snow for a well-deserved rest, he spotted a colossal serpent standing majestically amidst the vast forest. On the serpent's head stood a figure, seemingly waiting for something. Upon seeing the serpent, little Qing instinctively felt the urge to hunt. Having never encountered such a massive serpent since its birth, it was driven by an instinctual thrill. Foolish creature, do you not consider whether your diminutive stature can contend with such a giant? And yet you dare to approach. Is your life of no consequence? Qingxuan, with a hint of exasperation, patted Xiao Qing's head and spoke thus. However, it was precisely in this moment that Qingxuan discerned the figure atop the serpent's head. It was none other than Orochimaru. I knew Lord Qingxuan would come this way, Orochimaru remarked, displaying not an ounce of alarm as the colossal eagle swooped down, instead greeting the event with a smile. Qingxuan arrived at the pinnacle of the colossal serpent and gracefully leaped down from Xiao Qing's back, simultaneously unraveling the art of spiritual communication. Were you waiting for me? Qingxuan coldly inquired, as Orochimaru had his will altered by the technique known as Bitianshin, compelling him to pledge allegiance to Qingxuan. Initially, he himself believed that such an absurd modification would not take effect. Thus, he added a second stipulation, that Orochimaru would provide research materials while he would assist in the investigation of the Hashirama cells. Consequently, Qingxuan remained uncertain as to which directive had come into effect. Upon seeing Qingxuan approach, Orochimaru nodded nonchalantly, stating, "Of course. I eagerly await your guidance towards the ultimate truth, Qingxuan." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan realized that the first command of allegiance had indeed taken hold. As for the ludicrous instruction, it seemed Orochimaru had reinterpreted it to a degree he could accept. In Qingxuan's understanding, Orochimaru now regarded him as a beacon on the path of scientific discovery. This implied that as long as Qingxuan had not extracted all his knowledge, Orochimaru was unlikely to betray him. "Then let us proceed to your laboratory," Qingxuan declared. Qingxuan exhaled a sigh of relief before addressing Orochimaru. Given his current combat prowess, defeating Orochimaru did not seem to pose a significant challenge. However, truly eliminating the scientist would prove to be a formidable task. With his relentless pursuit of immortality, Orochimaru had fully embraced the philosophy of survival at all costs. His arsenal of life-preserving techniques was seemingly endless. It was likely that even if everyone in the ninja world perished, Orochimaru would continue to thrive. Upon hearing Qingxuan's directive, Orochimaru displayed no discernible emotion. He merely nodded indifferently and maneuvered the colossal serpent deeper into the forest. After a brief passage of time, Qingxuan, under Orochimaru's guidance, entered a shadowy cavern. Navigating through a labyrinthine path, he finally arrived at the laboratory. The space was brightly illuminated, filled with an array of test tubes. Several individuals lay in slumber, confined within glass jars submerged in a verdant nutrient solution. Witnessing this scene stirred memories within Qingxuan, particularly with Orochimaru, the architect of his tragic recollections, standing beside him. "Oh, Qingxuan, are you all right?" Orochimaru inquired as he approached a desk, meticulously organizing the documents atop it. Through the numerical designation, Orochimaru recalled the experiments from years past and recognized that Qingxuan was in a precarious state. Under such circumstances, maintaining a slight distance was undoubtedly the prudent choice. Qingxuan turned away, taking several deep breaths before suppressing the memories deep within his heart. "Speak. What would you have me do? I shall comply with your wishes." Heaven knows the immense courage it took for Qingxuan to utter those words. This signified that he was to become Orochimaru's willing test subject once more. Chapter 8. Return to Konoha. Moments later, Qingxuan lay bare-chested upon a bed. Orochimaru was nearby, arranging the instruments needed for the impending procedure. His research on the cells of Hashirama having remained stagnant since his defection from Konoha. Thus, before commencing in earnest, a thorough examination of Qingxuan was requisite. This prospect filled Qingxuan with trepidation, for he was uncertain whether this examination was to be legitimate. Fortunately, nothing peculiar transpired during the process, though Orochimaru's expression was somewhat grim. "What troubles you?" Qingxuan inquired somewhat anxiously, wondering if there was an issue with his health. Orochimaru set aside the documents he was holding and replied, "There is no major problem, but the seal is not very secure, resulting in a leakage of Hashirama's cells. Currently, your body has begun to exhibit some fusion reactions." Qingxuan was taken aback. pondering whether this was a piece of good news or bad news. Orochimaru pointed at Qingxuan's chest, saying, "If you consider the partial organization of trees to be a positive development, then indeed, it is good news." Qingxuan was taken aback, hastily glancing down at his chest. To his astonishment, a portion of his skin had taken on a pale blue hue, accompanied by distinct wrinkles. Upon touching it, he found the texture reminiscent of tree bark. Ever since the four-symbol seal had been placed upon him, the cells of Hashirama had behaved much more docilely, and Qingxuan had not paid them much heed. He had merely refrained from utilizing ninjutsu excessively, even foregoing the preparation of dumplings to avoid overexerting his chakra. Now, however, he was confronted with an unsettling revelation. Was something amiss? Who could endure such a predicament? Observing Qingxuan's furrowed brow, Orochimaru calmly remarked, "The four-symbol seal was never particularly stable. It is not uncommon for there to be some issues." Upon hearing these words, Qingxuan felt a surge of energy. "Do you have a solution?" When it comes to research in this realm, Orochimaru operates with absolute rationality. His assertion implies a high probability of a viable solution and a considerable success rate. Orochimaru did not keep him in suspense, stating plainly, "One option is for me to place a 5-element seal on you, which would revert you to your previous state, although the underlying risk would still persist. The other option is to discover a method for complete integration, which might yield different results. From my personal perspective, I would recommend that you choose the second option." After saying this, Orochimaru fell silent, awaiting Qingxuan's decision. Qingxuan also descended into contemplation. He was familiar with the first option. Orochimaru had previously employed it on Naruto, reinforcing the seal of the Nine Tails. However, the lingering risk indicated that it was merely a superficial remedy. The second method, on the other hand, bore significant risks. Even Orochimaru was uncertain of the potential changes it might induce. In essence, this was the very path Orochimaru had once pursued. Many had ventured forth, yet only Qingxuan and Yamato survived, highlighting the low probability of success. Furthermore, Qingxuan and Yamato possessed fundamental differences. The latter could cultivate chakra, while Qingxuan's introduction of chakra would disrupt his internal balance, provoking a backlash from the Hashirama cells. This was the reason he required the four-symbol seal, expending half of his chakra to maintain it. After a prolonged hesitation, Qingxuan suddenly lifted his head. "I choose the second plan. There have been instances of complete integration. Madara is one, and Obito is another. There is no reason why they could achieve it, yet Qingxuan could not. Both are afflicted with the same ocular malady." And Qingxuan resolved to take a bold gamble. If successful, the horizons would be vast. If not, he would merely await death with closed eyes. After all, time was of the essence, and despite the Akatsuki's current tranquility, the resurrection of the Three Tails would trigger the immediate onset of the Tailed Beast capture plan. At that juncture, the plot would accelerate towards the Fourth Great Ninja War. Seeing Qingxuan finally make up his mind, a smile crept onto Orochimaru's face. On the quest for truth, retreat is not permitted. Had Qingxuan chosen the first option today, although Orochimaru would still assist him, there would undoubtedly be a tinge of disappointment in his heart. Therefore, Qingxuan, you shall remain in this research facility for the next few months. Orochimaru stood up and declared, "I must go prepare for what lies ahead." With that, he exited. In the research room, aside from Qingxuan, only cold instruments remained. Gazing at the desolate surroundings, Qingxuan found himself lost in reflection. Initially, he had only intended to alter a few predetermined destinies, yet he discovered that the weight of responsibility upon him had grown heavier. Reluctant to allow Itachi to bear the darkness alone, Qingxuan resolutely joined the Akatsuki. He unwittingly founded Breaking the Curtain, gaining control over the land of snow. He even established a long-term plan, albeit one that originated from his own grandiose declarations. Sighing deeply, Qingxuan slowly reclined. He believed it was time to choose a moment to rest well. A few months can seem neither long nor short. During this period, while collaborating with Orochimaru on experiments, Qingxuan also endeavored to enhance his own abilities. For instance, he was currently investigating the nature of chakra transformations. As for ninjutsu, Qingxuan had no intention of dwelling on that. The Great Fireball technique, the Spiral Sphere, and perhaps a body flicker technique would suffice. He might even learn a wind release technique. There was no alternative, as he was a mage lacking in blue chakra. Moreover, if Naruto could master the Rasengan to such an extraordinary degree, it only underscores the potency of that technique. The most critical point was that ever since unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan, it seemed to be addictive, causing Qingxuan to frequently desire to unleash the Hell Realm. Even when simply sipping water, he wished to employ Susanoo. In moments of indecision, he relied on the Hell Realm, and for short-range displacement, he invoked the space-time ninjutsu. What more could he possibly need? However, Qingxuan remained oblivious to the decline in his vision, although it was merely a slight deterioration. It was only through Orochimaru's examination that Qingxuan discerned this change. At this juncture, he finally comprehended why Sasuke had succumbed to blindness so rapidly in the original narrative. This realization spurred Qingxuan to investigate chakra transformations, for he required an offensive capability to sustain combat, rather than relying solely on the abilities granted by the Meijiki Sharingan. Qingxuan. There is something I must inform you. At that moment, Orochimaru re-entered the room, speaking thusly. Qingxuan cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring, "What is it?" Orochimaru replied in a chilling tone, "We are in need of a crucial piece of data, the information regarding the fusion of columnar cells with the body. Yet, despite my extensive research in Konoha, I have been unable to acquire this data." Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was instantly taken aback, while Orochimaru remained unaware. He knew precisely where to procure what was needed. It boiled down to a choice among Ben, Obito, and Yamato. The first two were out of the question, as Qingxuan could never obtain their bodily tissues. This implied that he required the physical data of Yamato, which meant that despite having defected merely half a year ago, he would have to return to Konoha to stir up trouble. It was worth noting that prior to his defection, he had sent Danzo away, incurring the wrath of the third Hokage. If he were to return to Konoha and be discovered causing a ruckus, would the third Hokage not be infuriated? The complications did not end there. Yamato was currently a member of the Umbu. This organization constantly donned masks, making it challenging to identify anyone without distinctive features. After all, not everyone possessed the unique ability of a certain white-haired individual who could be recognized even without seeing their face. After much hesitation, Qingxuan suddenly rose to his feet and walked towards the door, declaring, "I will find a way." With that, he stepped outside the cave. The brilliant sunlight poured down from the sky, causing Qingxuan to instinctively squint. Months of living in darkness had rendered his skin somewhat pallid. After acclimating to the change in light, he retrieved a pure white mask from his pocket and donned it. "I apologize, Obito. It seems this burden must fall upon you," he murmured softly. With that, Qingxuan summoned his spirit beast, Shaoqing, and set off towards Konoha. Perhaps Shaoqing had indeed studied the maps of the ninja world, as this time, they did not veer off course. Qingxuan nodded in satisfaction, entirely unfazed by the peculiar gaze of his spirit beast. Along the journey, he insisted several times that Shaoqing had veered off course. Yet, the latter appeared oblivious, resolutely flying in the direction of her own choosing. As he gazed upon the bustling hidden leaf village, a smile curled at the corners of Qingxuan's lips. With the emergence of a spatial portal, he effortlessly breached the village's barrier, unnoticed by any onlookers. As twilight approached, Qingxuan's first destination was the Uchiha compound. Two crooked wooden houses came into view, evoking a cascade of memories in his mind. With a creak, he pushed open the door and settled on the edge of the bed, retrieving milk and bread from his pocket. This was procured at his request from Orochimaru, identical to what Shisui had once given him. Gently removing his mask and placing it beside him, Qingxuan began to savor the familiar taste. Tears unexpectedly welled up in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks and ultimately falling to the floor. "Shisui, I am feeling a bit weary. I long to rest for a while." Qingxuan's voice was soft, as if speaking solely to himself, or perhaps confiding in the one who could no longer hear. Yet, I could not rest. Itachi's fate had not yet been fully altered. Numerous tasks awaited my attention. If you were still here, you would undoubtedly support me, would you not? His voice grew fainter, ultimately fading into silence. Within the room, only a solitary figure remained, steeped in solitude. Time passed, though I could not discern its passage until a faint sound stirred Qingxuan's awareness. Rising to his feet, he gazed out the window, where he beheld two diminutive figures approaching slowly. "Sasuke, is this where Brother Qingxuan resides? It seems so small." "Be quiet, and pay attention. Once you've seen it, we shall depart." Even before their arrival, their voices had already reached him. It was none other than Sasuke and Naruto. Qingxuan exhaled softly and made his way towards the door. As he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered two faded children. "Qingxuan, Brother Qingxuan." In stark contrast to the intense animosity reflected in the gaze of the second pillar, Naruto's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. Qingxuan no longer had the inclination to criticize Erjuzi. After all, it was clearly your own brother who had acted. Why then does all the enmity fall upon me? Chapter 9. Ming's was illusion. "Silly Ododo, you remain so naive, don't you?" Qingxuan would not indulge Erjuzi, and without hesitation, he provocatively mentioned a sensitive topic. For the latter, this was a direct insult. As expected, upon hearing those words, Sasuke's eyes widened instantly, and without further ado, he charged recklessly towards Qingxuan. Observing the reckless advance of his opponent, Qingxuan silently sighed. It was astonishing that Sasuke remained oblivious to the gulf between them, failing to comprehend the need for caution. This was not the way to court danger. In a swift motion, Qingxuan lifted his leg and delivered a sharp kick to Sasuke's abdomen. With a pained gasp, the latter collapsed to the ground, spewing forth a bitter liquid. Sasuke! Naruto exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to shield Sasuke with his own body. His cerulean eyes bored into Qingxuan's, demanding answers. Why? Why treat Sasuke this way? Why betray the village? I cannot comprehend. Upon hearing these words, Qingxuan fell silent for a moment before responding. Betrayal? How do you know it is not the village that has betrayed us? However, he did not continue, as Naruto's presence indicated that he had already been discovered by the Umbu. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to waste too much on teaching his younger brother a lesson. With his kaleidoscope eyes activated, Qingxuan coolly remarked, without experiencing the same suffering. One cannot truly understand another. Why not give it a try today? Just as Naruto was about to inquire further, he caught a fleeting glimpse of red light in Qingxuan's eyes. In the next moment, both he and Sasuke found themselves ensnared within an illusion. Qingxuan glanced into the distance and smiled faintly. Then, in an instant, he activated his body flicker technique and vanished from his original position. Shortly thereafter, several shadow operatives rushed in from afar to check on the life signs of Naruto and Sasuke. Confirming their safety, they instructed, quickly report to Lord Hokage. We have discovered an S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Qingxuan. In the realm of illusion, Naruto stood outside the Uchiha compound. The thick scent of blood filled his nostrils, and an unsettling feeling began to stir deep within him. Suppressing his anxiety, he took a step forward towards the interior. Upon pushing open the door, he was met with a sight of dismembered corpses. Familiar faces emerged before him, Uncle Ichiraku, the third Hokage, and Iruka-sensei. As he walked down this path, the weight in Naruto's heart grew heavier. Finally, in a room, he beheld the figure of Qingxuan. Before this warm older brother lay two indistinct forms, their yellow and red hair now soaked in blood. A sudden, intense pain gripped Naruto's heart, and within his gaze towards Qingxuan, a hint of hatred flickered. At that moment, a peculiar thought surfaced in Naruto's mind. Do you understand, Sasuke? This was the condition to escape the illusion. All he had to do was answer. Yet, Naruto hesitated. Did he truly understand Sasuke? Meanwhile, in Sasuke's illusionary space, he stood in the bustling streets of Konoha. Although the sunlight was warm, he felt an overwhelming chill. People around him avoided his presence, with some even throwing garbage in his direction, all in an effort to keep Sasuke at bay, as if distancing themselves would ward off misfortune. Feeling the pervasive malice, Sasuke turned and fled, even he did not understand why he ran, only wishing to distance himself from the crowd. A sense of loneliness blossomed within him, rapidly consuming his entire being. As he passed by a playground and observed his peers at play, he felt an overwhelming desire to join them. However, as he approached, the parents of those children quickly intervened, pulling their kids away and uttering warnings. That child is a demon fox. Do not play with him, or misfortune will follow. Sasuke was bewildered. He had done nothing wrong. Why treat him this way? Watching the children being escorted home by their parents, the setting sun cast a dim light upon Sasuke, deepening his solitude. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Do you admit that you are inferior to Naruto? It was then that Sasuke realized that everything he had just experienced was Naruto's daily reality. Yet, admitting his inferiority to Naruto was a truth he could not bring himself to utter. After delivering a soul-shattering blow to Sasuke, Qingxuan departed from the Uchiha compound. Now, he stood within a room, calmly attuned to the commotion outside. The noise gradually intensified. It seemed the third Hokage had finally mobilized. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Qingxuan's eyes. This was precisely a crucial element of his scheme. Prior to encountering Zhuiming, he had no desire to unveil his true identity, as the enigmatic masked figure served as the perfect scapegoat. However, after Zhuiming's appearance, he conceived an even more ingenious plan. Yet, this new strategy necessitated the full mobilization of the Dark Division. Thus, he positioned himself before Zhuiming, revealing his countenance. It was time. Murmuring softly, a rift in space materialized before Qingxuan, leading to a modestly furnished bedroom. Qingxuan stepped forward, and the rift in space sealed behind him. Before him lay a slumbering elder upon the tatami mat. Judging by the flowing silver hair, it was likely a woman. "Tsunade, my dear," Qingxuan called out calmly, crouching down as he positioned the kunai against the neck of the Konoha advisor. She startled awake, her gaze meeting the Sharingan in Qingxuan's eyes. Uchiha Qingxian? What brings you here? Tsunade exclaimed, taken aback. In her youth, she had often fantasized about a handsome stranger invading her dreams, yet she never anticipated such a scenario. Where are Tens and Yamato? The dagger in Qingxuan's hand drew closer by 2 inches as he coldly inquired. The gaze of Jinqin Xiaochun flickered for a moment. What is Tianzan? I do not know. How could Qingxian indulge? A dark crimson gushed forth, gradually extinguishing the breath of life from Xiaochun. Despite her youthful beauty as a kunoichi, Qingxian harbored not a shred of tenderness. He had not forgotten the death of Shisui. Every member of the Konoha elite bore their share of the blame. Qingxian cast a glance at the lifeless body of Zhuangqin Xiaochun before unleashing his spatial rift ability to journey to his next destination. He emerged from the dimensional fissure into the residence of Mido Gateyin. To his surprise, he found Mido Gateyin seated on the sofa, seemingly anticipating Qingxuan's arrival. You've certainly become quite astute. Qingxian, wielding a bloodstained kunai, took a seat opposite Mido Minyan, uttering these words. Mido Minyan offered a faint smile, remarking, since Danzo's demise. I anticipated this day would come. I merely did not expect it to arrive so swiftly. It seems you have something to convey to me? Qingxian would not believe that Mido Minyan awaited him for the sake of mercy. Mido Minyan poured a cup of tea and placed it before Qingxian, then inquired. Could you enlighten me on your intentions for returning? I have come solely for the sake of Tens. I can divulge his whereabouts. But you must assure me that Konoha shall not be harmed. Upon perceiving the unwavering determination in Mido Minyan's gaze, Qingxian nodded in silence. Chapter 10. New partner Konoha is my home, a sanctuary of hard-won peace. I trust that you speak truthfully, Uchiha Qingxian. Mido Minyan rose, fixing a resolute stare upon Qingxian. The latter, wielding a bloodied kunai, approached him and remarked, I must admit, you possess a purity surpassing that of Danzo. With those words, the kunai plunged into Mido Minyan's chest. As the esteemed advisor to the Hokage gradually collapsed, Qingxian moved to the table and picked up a document. It contained information regarding Yamato and task assignments, causing Qingxian to furrow his brow upon reading. Affiliated with Kakashi's team? That does not pose too much trouble. Muttering softly, Qingxian utilized the technique of shattering void and vanished from sight. In a residential district, Qingxuan's figure emerged slowly. This was the territory overseen by Kakashi's team, who were likely in search of Qingxuan's whereabouts. Consequently, Qingxian formed hand seals, unleashing a great fireball that erupted upon the ground with a resounding crash. Before long, several figures appeared before Qingxian. Uchiha Qingxian, what is your purpose in Konoha? The pure white moonlight illuminated a particular silver-haired individual who approached Qingxian, kunai in hand, emanating a palpable intent to kill. The other members of Kakashi's team swiftly dispersed, encircling Qingxian. Qingxian cast a sweeping glance around, unable to discern which among them was they before launching an attack. Noticing Qingxian's silence, Kakashi remained unhurried. After all, reinforcements would soon arrive, leaving only the former to deal with the ensuing troubles. Where was Tianzan? Qingxian coldly inquired, causing Kakashi to momentarily freeze, yet he refrained from responding. In the next instant, a faint smile graced Qingxian's face, for he had noticed a member of the Umbu not far from him, whose gaze had shifted slightly behind him. At the end of Qingxuan's gaze, a dozen figures were rushing towards him. The silver-white Susanoo skeleton gradually materialized, enveloping Qingxian entirely and exuding an ominous aura. The skeletal arm swept towards the approaching crowd with astonishing speed, indicating that Qingxian intended to defeat them all before making his escape. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated from behind Qingxian. Would release. Wooden pillar wall. A series of wooden stakes emerged from the ground, bending to encase the multitude within. However, the anticipated assault did not transpire, as the Susanoo beside Qingxian slowly dissipated. A rift in space opened upon the wooden pillar wall. Qingxian approached and cast an illusion on the bewildered Umbu, then swiftly retrieved a syringe from his pocket. Soon, a vial of blood materialized in his hand, and after securing it, Qingxian vanished in an instant. The illusionist fell into his own trap, rendering the wooden barrier ineffective. By the time Kakashi and the others regained their composure, they could only see Yamato, who had just freed himself from the illusion. The third Hokage arrived, somewhat belatedly, and inquired of Kakashi, where is Uchiha Qingxian, clad in battle attire and wielding a stout staff. The third Hokage listened intently as Kakashi recounted every detail following his encounter with Qingxian. The third Hokage's expression turned grave, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, Understood. Continue the search for Uchiha Qingxian. Those aware of the existence of Hashirama's cells within Qingxuan could easily surmise his intentions. The third Hokage's heart sank, for he understood that this search was likely destined for futility. Yet, he was unaware that Qingxuan's actions extended beyond this. When the Umbu reported the death of two of the Hokage's advisors, the third Hokage fell into a deep silence. The comrades he once fought alongside had dwindled to just him. Standing by the window of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe, allowing the smoke to envelop him as he murmured, "Will none be spared? And when shall it be my turn, this old man?" Within Konoha village, the commotion caused by the Umbu could not remain concealed. News of the S-rank rogue ninja, Uchiha Qingxuan, quickly spread among the clans. Many families promptly instituted a state of alert, recognizing the need to remain vigilant against the dangerous elements that led to the downfall of the root. In the residence of the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Lishue became aware of this news. However, instead of venturing out to seek Qingxuan as she typically would, she cast a lingering glance out the window before refocusing her attention on the ancient text before her. "I have found a way to catch up to you. Wait for me, Qingxuan." The girl's whisper was so soft that only she could hear it, unbeknownst to her. A pair of crimson eyes outside on a tree was watching her room intently. This observer was none other than Qingxuan, who had been there for some time. His feelings towards Yamashiro Lishue were complex. While in Konoha, he often found her bothersome. Yet, after his defection and subsequent joining of the Akatsuki, he realized that every trivial moment was a precious treasure. With a deep sigh, Qingxuan departed from the scene. In Konoha Hospital, Sasuke and Naruto lay in adjacent hospital beds. Qingxuan approached the bedside, where Sasuke lay, his face still etched with a look of anguish. Qingxuan's kick to his abdomen was devoid of mercy. Following that, another strike from the soul prison inflicted inevitable psychological harm. It is not that Qingxuan lacked the desire for leniency. Rather, he found it impossible to act otherwise. Ever since this child awakened his escape abilities, he has been on a relentless quest to seek out adversaries. Thus, until the second pillar fully learns the art of caution, Qingxuan harbors no intentions of sparing him. All of this is ultimately for his own benefit. Meanwhile, Naruto lies soundly asleep in his hospital bed, his poor sleeping posture having caused the blanket to be kicked aside. Qingxuan stepped forward and gently draped the blanket over Naruto, a smile gracing his lips. Initially, his sympathy for Naruto stemmed from the boy's unfortunate circumstances. But now he regarded Naruto more as a younger brother. He affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair before turning to leave the hospital room. In the darkness, a pair of azure eyes suddenly opened. Naruto gazed in the direction Qingxuan had departed, a contemplative expression settling on his face. Unlike others, Naruto had unwavering faith in Qingxuan. The recent scene reaffirmed that Qingxuan remained a warm elder brother in his heart. Yet, Naruto could not fathom why Qingxuan had chosen to defect from Konoha. Nevertheless, this did not deter Naruto from resolving to bring Qingxuan back and uncover the truth behind everything. A day later, as Qingxuan was on his way back to the research facility, he received a video call invitation from Pain, facilitated by the Akatsuki ring. This ring allowed members scattered throughout the ninja world to communicate using their mental energy, with the Ten Tails vessel serving as a central hub. Finding a quiet spot, Qingxuan landed and playfully tapped little Qing's head, saying, "Foolish bird, stay vigilant. If anyone approaches, I shall roast you." He spoke without concern for whether little Qing understood. With that, Qingxuan's mental energy sank into the ring, and in the next moment, his ethereal form appeared on one of the Ten Tails' fingers. Qingxuan was the last to arrive. Surrounded by the other members of the Akatsuki organization, yet the absence of Pai Pashurazong was palpable. Deara stood languidly atop the Ten Tails' finger, for someone of his temperament. The wait for the meeting to commence was nothing short of torment. Thus, upon spotting Qingxuan, his spirits lifted instantly. "Qingxuan, it's been ages. When did you return? I haven't seen you around for any missions. I must tell you, I've developed quite a few new techniques in art that you simply must see." At this proclamation, Qingxuan couldn't help but facepalm. What kind of celestial teammate was this? Could he not see Pain standing atop the Ten Tails? In front of the boss. Questioning a colleague about their absence was audacious, to say the least. "Deidara, you truly are something else." Did he not notice that Scorpion was silent? Did he understand the nuances of social etiquette? Meanwhile, Itachi, adorned with sunglasses, cast a glance in their direction. He had been preoccupied with missions over the past few months and was entirely unaware of Qingxuan's whereabouts. Nevertheless, Itachi had formed a conjecture. The last time he saw Qingxuan, he had donned Shisui's eyes, and upon his return, the Deva path had entered a cooling period. It was evident who had been the recipient of that power, as Qingxuan had only interacted with Orochimaru during that time. Contemplating this, Itachi glanced at Orochimaru with keen interest. Pain, standing atop the Ten Tails, merely regarded Qingxuan and chose to remain silent. The principle remained unchanged in the Akatsuki. As long as one was alive, there were no significant issues. With everyone present, he decided to commence. Certainly. Pain had no intention of allowing Deidara to continue his idle chatter, as slothfulness was a cumbersome matter. With rogue ninjas under his command, if he intervened, they might betray the organization in the next moment. Yet, if he did nothing, would he still retain his dignity as a leader? From his elevated position, Pain surveyed the assembly and spoke gradually. Zhang is deceased. Therefore, we must reorganize the teams. Scorpion and Deidara will form one team, Itachi and Orochimaru another. Qingxuan will be paired with the newcomer, Obito. Upon hearing this arrangement, Qingxuan's attention wavered, fixating on the mention of Obito. Was he that the very person who assumed the previous position after Scorpion met his demise in the original storyline? To have emerged so soon was certainly peculiar. In that moment, Qingxuan's thoughts spiraled. Had Obito begun to harbor suspicions about him? Yet, throughout all this, Qingxuan had left no significant flaws to arouse any doubts. Senior? Senior? At that moment, a voice called out, jolting Qingxuan from his reverie. Qingxuan looked up and beheld a figure adorned with a swirling mask, cupping its hands to form a trumpet shape, calling out to him. What is the matter? Qingxuan replied softly, regardless of whether his true intentions were exposed. The performance must continue. Where shall we meet, senior? A Fei, seeing Qingxuan finally respond, struck a comical pose and inquired. Qingxuan's lips twitched in disbelief. He found it hard to fathom how Obito could have consented to such a pose, even if it was White Zetsu manipulating him. The image of Obito's face juxtaposed with that posture was quite striking. Chapter 11. Orochimaru's reagent. Ultimately, Qingxuan made an arrangement with Fei to meet in the land of hot water. There was little choice, as the locations he was familiar with were limited. Having just caused a stir in Konoha, returning there would be rather inappropriate. The land of snow, being his stronghold, must remain concealed. After much contemplation, the land of hot water emerged as the most suitable option. Disengaging from the mental link, Qingxuan's consciousness returned to his own body. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Xiaoqing clutching a python. With a swift motion of her claws, the serpent was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground around them. However, rather than consuming her catch, Xiaoqing discarded the severed segments beside Qingxuan. It was then that Qingxuan noticed the numerous beast carcasses littered around him, a chilling aroma of blood saturating the air, with unidentified entrails even clinging to his person. Suppressing his discomfort, Qingxuan gestured for Xiaoqing to approach. Xiaoqing, come here for a moment. I wish to converse with you. Though puzzled, she obediently approached him. To his surprise, Qingxuan forcefully pressed her head to the ground, exclaiming in anger, "What on earth were you thinking? I instructed you to observe humans, not beasts." Who would have anticipated that upon awakening, Qingxuan would find himself drenched in blood and entrails? The frustration was palpable. Were it not for the fact that he had only one means of transportation, he would have roasted that foolish bird without hesitation. After some time, Qingxuan finally regained his composure, primarily because the 1-second 5-spray skill had cooled down. Otherwise, he could have fought for another couple of hours. Casting a disdainful glance at his blood-soaked uniform, he discarded it carelessly and resolved to request 2 additional pieces from Pain next time, one as work attire and the other as sleepwear. After all, one must maintain an impeccable appearance around the clock. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing remained nearby, her head bowed low and her wings shielding her face, as if to say, "Please stop scolding, the poor child is bewildered." Qingxuan inspected his belongings and found that the blood of Anoki remained intact within his tool pouch. At this moment, he let out a sigh of relief, turning to exclaim, "Foolish bird, if you stray from the path once more, prepare for your demise." With a piercing cry of an eagle, both man and bird gradually receded into the horizon. Upon returning to Orochimaru's laboratory, Qingxuan unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure at the entrance. "Itachi? What brings you here?" Indeed, it was none other than the elder Uchiha. At this moment, Itachi donned the Akatsuki uniform, a conical hat upon his head, and sunglasses veiling his eyes. With such attire, one could easily mistake him for a solo performer of the Moonlight over the Second Spring, accompanied by a 2-stringed instrument. Itachi cast a glance at his foolish younger brother, saying, "I was assigned to work with Orochimaru, waiting here for you for quite some time." According to Orochimaru's estimation, they should have returned from Konoha half a day ago. This is all Qing's fault. It has nothing to do with me. Next time, I shall roast him. How could Qingxuan possibly acknowledge it as his fault? He deftly deflected the blame, exclaiming, "It has nothing to do with me." Itachi reached out and gently patted Qingxuan's head, smiling as he inquired, "Have you found a solution regarding the Hashirama cells?" After spending a few days here, Orochimaru had informed him of all that was necessary to know. Qingxuan nodded, then shook his head, stating that it was still uncertain. Although they had obtained the blood of Odoheim, whether it would ultimately resolve the issue depended on Orochimaru. As they spoke, the two made their way to the laboratory. Due to Qingxuan having cast the Kodoeme Tsukumi on Orochimaru, the latter held little regard for the Sharingan. Thus, Itachi and Orochimaru interacted quite harmoniously, at least not in the same manner as depicted in the original narrative. As I returned to Konoha, I encountered Sasuke. While walking, Qingxuan suddenly spoke up. Itachi halted and turned to Qingxuan, inquiring about Sasuke's well-being. For Itachi, the greatest regret was that Sasuke had to bear so much alone. Qingxuan fell into silence for a moment before replying, "It's neither particularly bad nor exceptionally good." After some contemplation, he felt that such a remark might not be entirely appropriate. So he added, "My temperament has cooled considerably, yet I remain quite reckless. I have another friend who, in certain respects, is even more impulsive. Naruto Uzumaki, perhaps?" Itachi pondered for a moment, recalling the boy whose smile radiated warmth and sunshine. Ultimately, Itachi nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent. For Sasuke in his current state, having Naruto by his side provided a significant sense of reassurance. They arrived at the laboratory, where Qingxuan handed over Yamato's blood to Orochimaru. He then observed the scientist as he fiddled with various incomprehensible instruments. Itachi stood nearby, his Sharingan eyes widened, intently scrutinizing Orochimaru. The matter concerning the Hashirama cells within Qingxuan necessitated utmost caution. In contrast, Qingxuan appeared seemingly indifferent, reclining on the bed and allowing his thoughts to drift. After all, with the assurance of the otherworldly deity and Itachi's vigilant watch, what was there to worry about? Time passed, though he was unaware of its passage until Itachi roused him from his slumber. As soon as he opened his eyes, a vial of pure green reagent, bubbling occasionally, was presented before him. Qingxuan could not help but swallow hard, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru. "Is this meant to be consumed?" The latter nodded while holding the reagent. At that moment, Itachi stepped forward and said, "Shall I give it a try first?" This frightened Qingxuan immensely, and he quickly snatched the reagent back. "Brother, am I not allowed to call you that? Is this something one can simply experiment with? This reagent is designed to facilitate the fusion of the Hashirama cells with the body. What if something goes awry?" However, despite holding the reagent, Qingxuan hesitated to drink it. The vibrant green liquid, bubbling ominously, looked anything but trustworthy. A vivid image flashed in his mind. He lay in a hospital bed, with Yamato presenting him a bowl of medicine, sitting by his side and saying, "Darling, it's time to take your medicine." Alarmed, Qingxuan shook his head vigorously, banishing the horrifying thought from his mind. "Rest assured, Qingxuan, I will be here to watch over you. If anything happens, I shall take care of you." Orochimaru comforted from the side. Yet, to Qingxuan's ears, these words grew increasingly peculiar, though he understood that the intent might not be sinister. The tone was undeniably reminiscent of something else. "You would take care of my wife and children? Do you harbor ambitions akin to Cao Cao's? I never imagined you, Orochimaru, to be such a character." Nevertheless, after this round of banter, Qingxuan's spirits lifted, and he raised the reagent to his lips, downing it in one go. A deep bond. A swift gulp. Sweet, with a hint of apple. However, immediately after, Qingxuan sensed something amiss. A searing heat surged in his chest, akin to being engulfed in flames. Instantly, Qingxuan fell to his knees, clutching his heart as he collapsed, his body involuntarily convulsing. Itachi, alarmed, activated his Sharingan and coldly demanded of Orochimaru, "What have you done to him?" Orochimaru merely shook his head with a smile. "This is merely a normal reaction. The seal needs to be undone next." Itachi cast a wary glance at Orochimaru, but ultimately suppressed his murderous intent and stepped aside, allowing Qingxuan to be seen. If he were to trust Orochimaru, it would be more akin to trusting Shisui's Kodoeme Tsukumi. Orochimaru, unfazed, crouched down and placed a hand on Qingxuan's chest. In the next moment, the four-symbol seal was completely unraveled. The Hashirama cells, upon contact with Chakra, became exuberant, radiating outward. In mere moments, Qingxuan sprouted several leaves, and his skin began to harden. Excruciating pain coursed through Qingxuan's body, as if his very consciousness was being eroded. At this rate, transforming into a tree was but a matter of time. Memories of his past life flashed before him, scenes from his previous existence. To being rescued by Itachi upon his arrival here. The disdainful glances from Tobirama, Itachi struggled during the clan's annihilation, and Shisui's acceptance before his leap into the abyss. Everything was fading away from Qingxuan, leaving only darkness beyond the final glimmer of light. Was he to perish here? In this moment, Qingxuan felt neither fear nor regret, but rather an eerie calmness, as if the story was concluding in a satisfactory manner. Yet, was he content? Just then, a thought struck Qingxuan's mind. Am I satisfied? Am I willing to witness the regrets of the original story replay once more? Moreover, Shisui has yet to be revived, and the curtain has only just begun to rise. A multitude of tasks await completion. Am I truly satisfied? Certainly not. A surge of determination welled up within Qingxuan. Was he merely the cells of Hashirama? He feared not the living presence of Hashirama, so how could he be daunted by mere cells? The excruciating pain persisted, yet Qingxuan gradually rose to his feet. Supporting himself against the table as he inquired of Orochimaru, "What shall we do next?" The latter cast a surprised glance at Qingxuan, fully aware of the reagent's effects. The fusion of Hashirama's cells would trigger a severe rejection reaction, accompanied by intense agony. According to Orochimaru's estimation, this pain was akin to having 80% of one's bones shattered in an instant, an ordeal that would overwhelm most individuals. Despite his astonishment, Orochimaru remained dutiful in his professional responsibilities. Next, you must attune yourself to the presence of Hashirama's cells and endeavor to accept them, he explained, holding a stack of documents as he elucidated the process. Qingxuan, though I am aware that the world of Naruto is one governed by idealism, the intricate manipulation at the cellular level is beyond my reach. Yet, with the arrow knocked, I must release it. I cannot simply watch as the cells of Hashirama encroach upon my body. Contemplating this, Qingxuan sat upon his bed and closed his eyes. When it comes to cellular manipulation, it falls within Qingxuan's control, and it is capable of influencing the existence of Hashirama's cells. The only viable option that comes to mind is Chakra. Carefully extracting a slender strand of Chakra from within, he directed it towards the area ravaged by Hashirama's cells. Concerned for his own life, Qingxuan has always exercised utmost caution. This strand of Chakra was merely a test, and the results emerged swiftly. Chakra Unit 1 was extinguished. It was akin to a child attempting to persuade a group of enraged adults to lay down their weapons. Was it not destined to fail? Nevertheless, Qingxuan chose not to surrender. This failure was simply a matter of insufficient quantity. This time, he would increase the amount without raising the stakes, determined to tame this volatile force. Chapter 12, Afei. Qingxuan and the cells of Hashirama engaged in a tug-of-war for a full 2 hours, painstakingly managing to pacify the group. The process of tree transformation finally ceased, and the excruciating pain gradually subsided. Just as Qingxuan thought the matter was resolved, Orochimaru spoke once more. Qingxuan, you must begin to attempt fusion, otherwise, all of this effort will be in vain. Upon hearing this, Qingxuan was utterly bewildered. He had thought it was nearly over, yet it seemed the matter had not even begun. Nonetheless, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to make an attempt. This endeavor consumed a full half-day. Qingxuan did not cease his fusion due to completion, but rather because his chakra had been depleted, despite utilizing it gradually. After such an extended period, Qingxuan truly found himself unable to extract even a single drop. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Itachi and Orochimaru seated at a table, their brows furrowed in concern. What was the matter? Qingxuan, somewhat puzzled, inquired if there was an issue with his body. Upon hearing this, Itachi beckoned to Qingxuan, saying, "You should come over and take a look." Approaching the table, Qingxuan noticed only incomprehensible documents and unfamiliar instruments. Observing the confusion etched upon his face, Orochimaru slowly began to speak. "Qingxuan, both you and Itachi are experiencing bodily issues. I suspect it to be a bloodline disease." Following this, he launched into an explanation filled with various terminologies and the principles of the bloodline disease. It was surprising that Orochimaru was attempting to elucidate academic research to two individuals afflicted by the same ailment. Nevertheless, Qingxuan grasped a fragment of understanding, that he and Itachi had contracted this bloodline disease after awakening their Manjiki Sharingan. This ailment had rarely appeared throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, and there existed no effective treatment. Unless they ceased using the powers of the Manjiki, they would inevitably meet the same irreversible fate as Itachi in the original narrative. After absorbing this information, Qingxuan remained silent for a considerable time before finally saying, "Understood. Orochimaru, can you attempt to find a cure?" The notion of abstaining from the Mangekyou's powers seemed nearly impossible in this seemingly tranquil yet tumultuous world of ninjas. Only by possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation could one hope to survive. After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru replied, "I shall give it a try. In fact, there is someone more suited for this task than I, though it seems unlikely. Then I shall leave it in your hands." Qingxuan did not inquire about the identity of that individual. He was already well aware of the reputation of the foremost healer in the ninja world. As Orochimaru had aptly articulated, it was nearly impossible for Qingxuan and his companions to seek assistance from Tsunade. The Uchiha and Senju clans were, after all, sworn enemies. Although a semblance of reconciliation had been achieved through the endeavors of Madara and Hashirama, their relationship had never truly been amicable. Was the difficulty of his own replica perhaps excessively daunting? A thought involuntarily arose in Qingxuan's mind. Merely the presence of the Hashirama cells had rendered him nearly as frail as that white-haired individual. Just when a solution seemed to be within reach, another bloodline disease emerged. What sorrows of humanity are these? Observing Qingxuan's furrowed brow, Itachi rose and gently patted his head. "Do not worry, we shall inevitably find a solution." Though this consolation felt somewhat feeble, Qingxuan nonetheless sensed a flicker of warmth. After all, he was not alone in suffering from this bloodline ailment. Itachi bore the same affliction as well. Contemplating for a moment, Qingxuan spoke. "Then, Itachi, you should remain here. If there are any developments, contact me through the summoning beast." Itachi replied, "And what about you?" Qingxuan glanced at Orochimaru and remarked, "There has been progress regarding the Hashirama cells. Now we merely need to proceed with patience. I have arranged to meet with Ah Fei in the land of Soup the day after tomorrow, and I cannot afford any delays. A few instances of lethargy may go unnoticed, but if it becomes a pattern, it will undoubtedly raise suspicions of ulterior motives." 2 days later, Qingxuan found himself seated upon the back of Shaoqing, having arrived at the borders of the land of Soup. Perhaps due to his previous visit, he navigated the route without error this time. On a rare occasion, Qingxuan arrived at his destination punctually, yet a pressing issue loomed large. Although he had arranged to meet a Fei in the land of Soup, the specific location remained unspecified. As Qingxuan pondered deeply, he suddenly caught sight of a clearing atop a distant mountain, where intricate markings had been etched into the ground, forming a captivating pattern reminiscent of clouds. Qingxuan suddenly understood and playfully tapped Shaoqing's head, saying, "Foolish bird, you should descend. You performed admirably this time, so I shall refrain from scolding you." Shaoqing let out an excited cry, clearly elated. Over the past few days, his master had been unusually quiet, often sitting on his back with closed eyes, seemingly lost in thought. However, at least for now, he was spared from reprimands, which Shaoqing found quite agreeable. As they soared above an open space, an impulsive idea surged in Qingxuan's mind, prompting an audacious maneuver. Typically, such thoughts would manifest into action before he could even contemplate halting them. In a swift motion, Qingxuan leaped from Shaoqing's back. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted, sending dust swirling into the air. A figure, startled, tumbled down from a tree, scrambling to their feet while looking around in confusion, exclaiming, "What happened? What is going on?" Clad in an organization uniform and wearing a swirling mask, it could only be a Fei. As the dust began to settle, Qingxuan's silhouette emerged. He knelt on the ground. One hand braced against the earth while the other rested behind him. "Ah, a quintessential superhero landing. Senior, your entrance was quite impressive. Can you teach me how to do that next time?" A Fei exclaimed, visibly relieved to see Qingxuan and rushing over to him. Qingxuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's all good, but could you lend me a hand? My foot has gone numb." To be frank, by the time Qingxuan realized the situation, he was already suspended in midair. As he gazed down at the ground approaching swiftly, he could only summon an incomplete Susanoo. Thus, Qingxuan found himself unscathed, albeit with a slight numbness in his foot. "Oh, I thought you might find this pose quite stylish and wanted to maintain it a little longer," a Fei remarked. Observing Qingxuan, he then added, "Honestly, it looks rather impressive from this angle. How about I sketch a portrait for you?" "Silence. Hurry and help me," Qingxuan retorted. As Qingxuan closed his eyes, he finally comprehended the reason behind Xiaoti's irascibility in the original narrative. With a teammate like this, one would inevitably feel exasperated. Under the piercing gaze of a red-eyed adversary, a Fei's body stiffened momentarily before he promptly responded, Hey, I'm coming to assist you." With a Fei's support, Qingxuan, trembling, managed to rise to his feet and made his way to a nearby tree to sit down. "Now speak. What mission has the organization assigned to us?" After a considerable pause, Qingxuan finally inquired. Upon concluding a video conference, the Akatsuki organization would allocate tasks accordingly. However, having recently departed from Konoha, who could ascertain whether pursuers were on their trail. Thus, the responsibility of accepting the mission naturally fell to Afei. Upon hearing this, Afei tilted his head in confusion. Huh? A mission? What kind of mission? Qingxuan thought to himself. Were it not for the knowledge that this individual was Toby in disguise, he would have forcefully unleashed the spiraling sphere upon him today. Perhaps sensing the unusual expression on Qingxuan's face, Afei scratched his head and chuckled. I was merely jesting, senior. With that, he unfurled a scroll before Qingxuan, revealing their next mission, to hunt down the individuals listed on the bounty list. Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. Is the organization truly in dire need of funds? Although the Akatsuki has evolved into a mercenary-type entity, surely it has not sunk to the level of competing with bounty hunters for jobs? What? Kakuzu? That is merely a personal hobby. The Akatsuki has no say in that matter. Upon hearing this, Afei glanced around to ensure no one else was present. He then leaned closer to Qingxuan and whispered, I've heard that Sister Conan is once again requesting funds from Kakuzu. By the way, esteemed senior, do we have any regular activities within our organization? Upon hearing this, Qingxuan's expression immediately turned peculiar. Is Shaonan seeking funding from Kankuro? A fireworks display valued at 6 trillion explosive symbols, perhaps? However, such matters were evidently unsuitable for discussion with Afei, so Qingxuan nonsensically replied, Indeed, murder and arson, looting and pillaging. This remark left Afei utterly bewildered. Yet upon reflection, it seemed that Qingxuan's words held a grain of truth. Wasn't that precisely the daily routine of the Akatsuki organization? Particularly with Scorpion and Deidara, this artistic duo, one indulging in figurines, the other in acts of terror. Both were extravagant in their pursuits, and the organization's provided funds were far from sufficient. After a moment of respite, Qingxuan felt somewhat better. He rose and addressed Afei, stating, Let us depart. We must find a suitable place to rest. Afei, still contemplating Qingxuan's words, only realized the situation when Qingxuan had already walked a distance away. Senior, wait for me. Afei hurriedly chased after him and inquired, Senior, could you share what your abilities are? You see, we are partners. It is essential to have a certain understanding to collaborate effectively, is it not? As for me, my ability is this, he said, producing a landmine from his pocket. Qingxuan took a deep breath and replied, Illusion. Fire release. Although he was reluctant to engage in conversation with this fool, he could not deny the validity of his words. Naturally, Qingxuan was not foolish enough to reveal all his secrets. Otherwise, he might find himself ensnared without understanding how, much like Fei Duan. This foolish child, day after day, was consumed by thoughts of the evil god, completely oblivious to the necessity of concealing his abilities, ultimately falling victim to Nara Shikamaru's cunning. Initially, Qingxuan believed that Afei would remain quiet for a while. However, he did not anticipate that this was merely the beginning of his nightmare. Senior, do you have any favorite foods? None. Afei was clearly the type who could not remain still.